Hmm. I really run out of coffee. Hey, that section is stupid. Huh. Check, check.
Microphone check 1 2 1 2. Good morning.
Amazing. Made it.
Ah, yes, once again, top of the hill.
You know what? It's Finance Friday with KC. How's everyone feeling?
Hey, let's
Right,
get that
that's
ratios and watch
right.
that credit score. It's all about the reserves, people. Let's get that DTI rolling. What's up? How you guys doing?
I have like zero reserves.
I
I
don't know.
am sleepy.
I woke up to the fact that there's no coffee grinds, I think.
Oh, fuck, dude.
It's not a good time.
That's fucked. Dude, DoorDash, Starbucks, or something. I've had to do it in a pinch. There's no shame.
Oh. It just, when you're just looking around into the same spaces, like, really? No? Not
Huh?
in that weather? Not in that closet. I could have swore. It's kind of like, because it's in that small, that small brick that they pound the coffee into? Mm, no. Well, that's shit.
No, talking about espresso.
I like espresso.
Is that what you were talking about?
Um, I'm looking just for the coffee grinds. And it looks like we don't have any.
Just I like the brain misfunction, Michael, better. Coffee grinds not here. Need coffee grind.
Yeah, it's like I'm just looking around, like zombies for coffee. Huh? That is not as good as I would like it to be. Oh, just fine. All right, I'm over it. But I'm not over it. Damn it!
Bro, the fact that you didn't immediately open the app and DoorDash coffee just shows me your lack of commitment to getting coffee as soon as possible. Well, I just have one thing to say, Matt. I see you're in the room. I am leaving on Sunday for like a month long kind of training / deployment. So when I get back, I'll re-engage with the email you sent me.
On the road again.
I believe Matt is also getting ready for an away time as well.
So I said it again.
I think Matt's leaving for a while too.
Oh, get up.
Yeah.
Mike, I have an individual who might. I'm meeting with them in an hour and a half, and they might be perfect for that PO that proof of concept from yesterday.
Oh, wicked. Awesome.
So it's the founder that just closed funding.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm meeting with him, so we do an azimuth check. So he's just been chugging along, doing mostly
You show
coaching, not
him
much.
your ads, and he shows you yours. Yeah.
No, azimuth check is something you do when you're out on patrol. So when you're like, going through trying to get to the objective, you pull out your compass every once in a while and make sure that you're on the correct azimuth to get to where you're supposed to be going.
Right. Right.
Um,
even though you have roads and maps and all this stuff, it's easy because the person who's doing the navigating is all the way up front, and you, the leaders, are kind of towards the middle. So every now and again, when you do a little halt, you just check to make sure that, you trust but verify is the saying we say. So, so we're just doing a little azimuth check with him to make sure, so he, right before he goes into COA dev, and COA analysis and comparison, we're going to do an azimuth check and see what of those goals that we set out previously has he hit, and where is he in that process, and then what is it that he is really trying to build. Right now he's trying to learn how to code and how to do a bunch of other stuff so that he can be more involved or more understanding of the tech side of what he's building, which I get. So he's been doing a lot of coding boot camps and stuff. So, but I think that he would be a perfect person to have brought in and throw the full weight, because his goal is to build a unicorn. That is his only goal. So, which he probably would have done last company had Zillow not fucked up. So,
right.
He so essentially his last company was a company where you could put all of the details and pictures of what you wanted done for your home, or for sky rises in New York City. So if you wanted new flooring in 30 apartments, you would take pictures of all of them, put them on there, and then contractors could bid on it at scale, and get all the information and stuff. And so he was in talks with Zillow when Zillow was still doing all of these home flipping things, until their algorithm, they found out, was shit. And then it was that week he was in talks with them, and then they found out that it all fell apart, and the deal fell apart. So
It's funny. I was looking at the Mind Active stuff yesterday, and it seems fantastical, but so does working with the Air Force and creating game engines for Doom. You know what I mean?
I really think the biggest problem that it's going to have is the new language. It's I think it's cool, the idea, but I think mass adoption is going to be super hard, because people have put so much of their life into learning, right? Into learning the way it's been done now.
What the fuck are you guys talking about?
Don't worry, just keep trading Bitcoin so that we can buy things.
Bitcoin,
No, it's
Bitcoin's going to go down more.
You think it's going to go down more?
Yeah.
You targeting that 16.5 range or no? 18?
Maybe 18. Fed is hawkish. Liquidity is pulling out. Short term, it's going to go down. We're close to bottom. I mean, we may have already seen max pain at 17.6 or 17.8. So, could bounce off of that again. But yeah. And then after that, it'll be fine. So one more ride down before we go back up.
I was talking to a guy the other day who's convinced that we're going to have a teacup drop.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be that swing drop, not just a bounce and up.
Yeah, that's what generally happens at a macro trend reversal.
Right. Okay. I'm thinking time frame for bottom How long will the bottom last? That's the question, right?
A couple of weeks to a month.
There we go.
Like 2 weeks, dead ass minimum
Okay.
of like pretty much sideways once we go to that bottom, and then
With
you'll see
enough consolidation, you'll see it start to pop.
yeah,
Right.
yeah, and it'll probably pop in 1,000 to 2,500 increments for a while, and then trade sideways. I mean, it could be a really algorithmic step up, not algorithmic. Sorry,
Right. Parabolic.
no, like the way signals are modulated in a digital synthesizer, it's stepped. It's not you know what I'm saying?
Sure. It's a step down, step up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I couldn't think of the right word for that.
It's all right. Good morning.
I just got done cleaning my room. Anyway,
Nice.
Zach, continue to explain to me what you guys were talking about. Sorry to get.
I am about to send you something in your email.
In mine?
Or not in your email, on Twitter, in a message.
Oh, okay.
Essentially, it's how do I don't want to downplay what it is, but it's a new way of doing low code, no code building. It's a more intuitive way of low code, no code, which is just interesting. I mean, wouldn't you say that's what it is, Casey?
The Mind Active, right?
Yeah. Did you watch the videos on the site?
I haven't had a chance yet. I just had that one conversation. Just from that and the quick follow up afterwards. Yeah, I'd say that's more or less it.
So essentially, this guy is So imagine this: he went online, he found an app, right, and wanted to recreate it. And so, in order to recreate it, he just went into this other application that he has and typed in the words add panel industrial fill, add title called my demo text. And now it's building the actual panes for the application with just typing the words. So imagine you could then one day I could just be sitting here and I could look at my phone and I could be like, change Twitter light dark mode, toggle light dark mode, right? And like it's intuitive enough to know what I want in what I'm doing. So I don't know, it's interesting. I think it's
so what's his bottleneck?
The bottleneck is that it doesn't code, and I don't think people are going to I think there's a lot of people who don't know how to code that would love this, right? I think there's a lot of people that know how to code that are going to throw a fit. And then lastly, I think that it is, so he has a proof of concept coming up, but we're just looking at what we could build. And I think that what Casey's doing, what I'm trying to do, and what my buddy Dan's trying to do would be uniquely suited for this.
There's a pretty similar JavaScript UI for GPT codecs that does what you described, but does write code. And it'll spit it out both graphically and it'll print out the code for you. I think right now it's only functional in JavaScript. I'll have to look back and see if somebody did a Python one. Works pretty cool. You can use it. You can make.
I think it's just so that we could. I think that it's so that when people come here and they're like, I have this idea, I have this thing I want to do. It's like, all right, cool, go ahead, build it. Like, here you go. Like, what's stopping you now? which is pretty interesting. It's just another option for the low code, no code. I told Mike I had an idea yesterday. Now that Ruben's and Brad's here, I have a business idea, or I have an app idea. It's like just a quick software like platform where you do is like, let's say I was like scrolling through Twitter and I saw an event and I just screenshot the event and it just says schedule and I hit schedule and it puts it in all of my Google Calendar, Apple Calendar, whatever, right? I keep scrolling, I see a quote, I screenshot and says send to Notion. I hit it, it adds it to my quotes portion of Notion. I keep scrolling, I see a picture and I like screenshot it and it just says save where and I hit it and I save under quotes and it goes under and puts the picture in my Notion. So now all I'm doing is just screenshotting shit and it's just saving it where I want it and adding it to where I want it to be added. Or like when I get a phone call or I'm on a phone call with, like, let's say you, Brad, and I don't have your phone number saved. I just screenshot it. It registers that it's a phone number. It says save. I write Brad. I hit save and it just automatically adds that to my contacts. Instead of me having to go in and type the number and go in and save, I just screenshot, boom, save. So now you're just doing everything with your phone's camera. Because I don't know about anyone else, but I have fuck tons of pictures of things that I need to remember or put in places or save or do things with, and I never go back and put them where they're supposed to go.
Yeah, I don't sort or even in my Lightroom. Like, you know how Lightroom has all the tricky shit where you can like catalog your shit? I don't fucking do that. I just dump it all in there and never look at it again.
Yeah, I just want my screenshots to be like, because I take screenshots.
There is meaning in all of the screenshots we make. What we need to do is it's either like optical character recognition, that exists today.
It's already there because I can go into my photos and type in license plate and it will bring up every time I've taken a picture of my license plate to put it into the fucking little machine so I can get a parking spot.
Try typing dick pictures in there. See if it
Oh,
works.
you don't want those, trust me. But think about it. It already that shit already exists. You just need to remove the step where I have to then go back into my photos and then, right? Like, I should just be able to say save to and then delete the photo immediately. Because half the time when I take a picture, I just take a picture to go do something with it and then I forget about it. And now it's in my fucking phone. I just want to do something with it immediately and then get rid of the photo. This is what my Ruben time's going to go towards.
Have you guys ever looked at your lava lamp in that weird stage before it starts bubbling when it looks like a giant alien dick is growing out of the bottom of the thing?
I haven't had a lava lamp since I was 12.
I love lava lamps.
Dude, my lava lamp looks insane right now.
Are you microdosing?
No, it's just I'm high, but not like on anything other than weed. I did snort some ivermectin. I don't think that gets you high though.
Is that like for bovines? What is ivermectin?
I don't fucking know. It's one of those weird things.
Ivermectin is the COVID, like,
oh shit,
the controversial COVID stuff.
A little protective, huh? A little protective.
And I say controversial because it's the stuff that they give to like horses, I think.
That's what I was saying. Is that for like bovine? Because I have a farm. I think I've seen it in my feed store.
Bro, you act like that's not where we got ketamine.
You're right.
We have a storied history of snorting horse drugs.
Yes, yes. And being okay with it, with, really good, Fat Boy Slim playing.
True. Right about now, you're fucking stoned. Okay, back to business. That's somebody else, not me.
Zach, were you saying that there's an app that does no code coding and builds apps?
It's kind of sort of like that. I don't know. Mike, you want to talk more about it? I gotta get some
Yeah.
meeting.
So there's a couple companies, Mind Active and Want Verse. It all boils down to the fact that not even coders like coding. Right? Ask a coder, hey, do you
No,
love coding? They'll be like, fuck that shit. Shit's the
writing
worst.
code is the
And then
worst thing in the world.
and then you have to maintain code. Ask them about how much fun it is to maintain code. And they'll tell you. They'll tell you about all the times they want to jump off a fucking cliff because they couldn't find where the comma was. So, long story short, Ken Granville has a background with the Air Force, and his co-founder, Jake Kolb, has a background with the military in creating game engines for Doom. Doom 2 specifically. So they put their heads together, and after spending a lot of time creating software between the two of them, they were like, hey, what if we just said fuck software? And people were like, what? And they're like, you know how we're prompting Dolly and we're saying, hey, Dolly, make me a unicorn with a flower on it? And it does it. What if you could have a Dolly that you could prompt to create the experience you wanted? Like the financial app or the coaching thing. Sounds fantastical, I know, but until about a year ago, all this AI art was fantastical too. So they're endeavoring to be able to create software experiences semantically using your voice language, not code.
That's awesome.
But instead of it going from voice to code, which then you have to maintain anyway, like a lot of these no code platforms where you just kind of like drag and drop, right? That's essentially you thinking in your voice with language, I want a box here, and you drag it and then it creates code. They're doing it, they're skipping that step and going straight to ones and zeros, they said. And so I think it's just going to I don't know. I think that the idea is that when you do something wrong, it deletes that whole thing, right? When you don't like it, it changes it. Like you build it and then all the code's gone. I don't know. This is not my realm of expertise. That's why I think we can have this conversation because
it's basically just manipulating the matrix in a more precise way. That's what it is. Right, Michael?
Yeah, thanks for clearing that up.
And honestly,
We're
you could just do
manipulating
that
the
with a word processor and
No, you can't.
willpower.
So,
Yeah, you can.
yeah.
Yes, you can. Willpower.
No, I think that.
Okay,
How are
fine.
things-
Just go on
how-
matrix.org. Just go on matrix.org.
Yeah. How are
Make
things,
the little
Philip?
chat box. It's a
Mhm.
decentralized platform.
Well, it's not decentralized for sure.
No, it is. It is. Matrix.org.
How are things going otherwise?
It's actually right in our face. Oh, things are awesome, man.
Mhm.
Everything's going exactly the way it should.
Yeah, you've had your head down for a while.
Yeah, I have been doing that. Just been listening, just learning. It's been good, man.
What's going on? You stay in touch with Dr. Wetzel?
No, I haven't. Like, I was doing my thing for a bit, but I just been taking a break. Dude, I made art and your freaking unicorn is in it. Same with Kappa, the alligator.
Sick.
It's pretty sick. It's pretty sick painting. I'm gonna list it for like at least $100,000. Yeah.
That's what I did for my first NFT. I just wrote NFT in a page and put $120,000 on
But
it.
like, is it actually worth that?
Oh no, it's not. It's not worth anything.
Oh man, dude, I feel like my art is worth something.
No, I wanted to make the stupidest NFT ever, so I just wrote NFT on a page and then minted it.
Hmm.
It looks pretty good. Where is it? Ah, here we go. Let me know if you guys want to buy my NFT. I just posted it to the top.
How much is it?
I think it's about 120 grand
20 grand.
or something. I haven't.
Damn. Is minting art and putting it up for sale hard?
Oh,
No,
no, yeah, exactly. It's called lazy minting, technically.
you could do it in like 30 minutes if you wanted to. If you were doing it for the first time.
Even less, probably. But
All right, guys. Who wants to buy the NFT? It's 100 grand.
You seriously listed that for 100 grand?
Yeah, man.
dude, but I have art and it's actually worth.
Look,
Oh,
mine's
shit.
like
I went on
I
a
love
$1 billion marketing campaign. I finished it up. I basically reached out to a bunch of billionaires, and that's it. $1 billion marketing campaign. I made it. That's all that there is to it. There's no chase, man.
it.
There's no like there's like all these sports. It's like the
I like
winning
this
and losing.
idea of this being the talk at South by Southwest. And like now introducing the law. Yeah, guys, I didn't have to do anything.
Now we take currency in a different form. We take it in form of
You've,
favors.
you've
Have
seen
you heard
all
that?
of the
I've been
talks.
trying to spread that around recently. I've been trying to
So,
make that the meta.
what's that?
Huh?
Ooh, what's that?
Who? What's what?
You trying to make what the
Oh,
yeah, yeah.
saying like like taking, making them pay like cost, like very low price, and just be like, wow, it's so low. What? And then just be, you owe me a favor. Just give me a favor later on, and and take that as a form of currency, and just like have it in your pocket for
I mean,
later.
that's kind of what I do right now. I do a bunch of stuff for people for free,
Yeah,
right?
dude. Yeah.
And then one day I ask them for something.
Isn't it? Wasn't that in a movie?
Yeah,
And
it's all
there was a
recorded.
wedding. There was a wedding, and it was his daughter's wedding.
That was kind of a wedding, and the horse's head,
Yeah.
I think, is in there.
Yeah, he couldn't refuse.
Something that couldn't be refused. Yeah.
The day of my daughter's wedding.
You sound like a rapper.
Dude, you're a rapper.
There
I
were
saw you with
there
the
were
ski mask on.
there were strings on the cover of that one too. Like there were some strings involved in there.
Can you imagine if they did Godfather, but it was like software? Yo, where's the fucking code? Hey, we're not passing the unit test, bro. I'd love to see the new Sopranos. Yeah. You guys remember Wabistics? Wabistics
Webistics.
is, yeah, Wabistics is when they
Webistics.
yeah, where they sell like a shit security to people. It was kind of like the Web 2 shitcoin. Great
Webistics.
episode.
I'm just trying to discern the word webistics. Webistics.
Yeah, I'll show you. Webistics is our pick of the week. Oh man, they've made fun of shitcoins and Sopranos. Fantastic.
Yo, there's no winning and losing. There's no
Only
success. There's no success. There's no freaking failure.
only thinking makes it so.
How do you follow your heart? How do you follow your heart?
Well, you have to ask if this path has a heart.
That's deep, bruh.
Did anybody here listen to the new DJ Khaled album by any chance?
I
I'd
have.
rather die.
Don't die.
I was hoping you guys would listen to it and tell me how it was.
I did, and I had to. I know it's commercial, and I'm still a hip
No,
hop
it's okay.
fan.
I'm a
I
big hip
have
hop
to
fan.
listen.
It
It's
doesn't
We
mean
the
amazing,
best.
DJ
bro.
Khaled can still, luck out on a
Another
good
one.
song.
Yes, he put like the thing. I know he doesn't even, do anything musical besides make the music, the beats, and maybe sometimes even just buy the beats, procure the beats, and put these people together. But the fact that he can pull these mega stars and make them do what he wants, like get on this track and do this. You know what I mean? Hey, it's like putting the Beatles with Jimi Hendrix. They're like, yeah, now do this shit. And in some cases they might not even like each other, or may have had past problems. But he had this song on there with Jay-Z, Lil Wayne, Rick Ross, and man, there's some super crazy cloth talk from Jay-Z on there. I mean, and in this heat of the times where people are getting arrested for RICO, and the world knows that Jay-Z pretty much came from being a corner boy, or not necessarily a corner boy, but a real OG in the streets, and still be saying the words fentanyl in his raps, comparing himself or the way that they're getting money to that is like, wow, wow, just to have these great rappers still on there doing it. And he has this one song on there with Jada Kiss that I recommend everybody fucking hear. So, yeah.
Well, Jadakiss and Pusha T are two people that I show up for every day of the week.
Pusha
Man,
T
he's
is one of the
fucking.
best rappers
Did
alive.
you see? Did you see the Pusha T? I don't know if it's recent,
Yeah.
but he's just alone in front of a mic.
Yeah.
No, I don't think I saw that.
I'm a bit biased because I feel like also hello everyone. I
Hi.
feel like Lil Wayne might actually be the best rapper alive purely because everything he does is freestyle. Since he was like, I don't even know how old, but like he has not written anything down at all since like I don't know when he was maybe like 19 or something.
I've already written things down. Like he pays attention. Like he makes sure he that.
No. He literally his workflow is like he just sits in the studio, gets high, thinks up a freestyle, and then lays it down. That's his workflow.
I mean, that's like saying I'm the best surgeon because I didn't go to medical school.
Shit, that was
I disagree.
Wait,
I
not
think
really.
I think the ability to do that is like you can sit there and write a rap, right, and make it really lyrical and poetic and whatever, but he just does it off the top of the dome and then that's the track. Like I think that's like that confidence to be able to do that. No other rapper really does it, maybe.
There should be a
Jay-Z
betting
does the same.
where
Well, they
it's like
do, but you know.
I think the opposite, where it's just like, oh, and we make a quick $5 bet, and then it's just live on Twitter Spaces, and then we search up. It's like, oh, did Lil Wayne actually write raps, and if there's like video footage of him writing it, the person would get $5.
So would it be fair to say that if we tried it, it would be immediately obvious that we intermediate telling knock-knock jokes to comedian? We couldn't pop a locket, so how do you need a key to get in it? We might look like skinny bitches, like a Peter exhibit.
Don't get me freaking started. Don't you know that you'll get outsmarted?
But that Jada verse, it kind of
Yo, I hate all these. Fuck all these
at
idols.
11.
Who cares, man? Who cares about all
at
the
a-
idols?
At 11 o'clock at night, my son is sound asleep, and I turned the fucking speakers up, and oh man, I had no shame. It was amazing. I'm telling y'all.
You just blasted him.
Yeah, do yourself a
I'm just
favor.
listening to this album now, by the way.
Sorry.
I'm just listening to this album now.
Oh, Lil Wayne? Which album?
Oh, no, the DJ Khaled God Did.
Oh, damn. Oh.
Man, go to that Jada
How many-
immediately.
Oh.
I think arrangement matters I think people pay attention to that, and sometimes they save the best for last. And he put that motherfucker dead last. He put Jada on that thing dead last. This guy's been building albums with the greats for fucking years. And this could potentially be his last burnout, before it's like, what the fuck is the next step with NFTs and music? He might not ever be able to drop a fucking album again on Apple Music, Spotify, none of that shit. And he chose to put fucking Jada on that bitch. And it was amazing because everybody knows which way it's going. They just released a fucking AI rapper.
Oh my god, AI rapper. Holy shit, man. Fuck.
He didn't make the fucking Khaled album. You know what I'm saying? But Jada did. He didn't say
you just want to say,
yo, what do you think about the game? The game dissing Eminem. The game
Jada
dissing.
did. Yo, hashtag that, motherfuckers. I know God did, but Jada did.
Okay.
I don't even care that Drake did. I don't care who else did it on that album. That fucking song with Jada on there is amazing.
All right, let's play a song with Jada. Come on, play the song.
I don't know. Oh, can I don't know.
I saw that thing with the game and Eminem. What was that about?
Dude, the game just freaking. I think the game put Eminem in his place.
Eminem is boring.
Yo, it is. It is mutually consensual marketing.
Yeah, that's true. It's that's definitely true.
Eminem fell off ever since Infinite in '96. It was all downhill after that.
Infinite '96.
Yeah, Infinite was his best album.
It's hard to stay hungry.
Infinite was his first record, right? The one that he only printed like 10 copies of.
Tonight, 313. The thing is, he became. I think he watched a Batman movie, like a Christian Bale Batman movie, and then he decided he was gonna emote like angst and be like the Eminem DMX, and it was like, you're not that angry.
Eminem DMX.
Yeah, right? Remember when he started growling? All of a sudden, he started growling, and he never went back to his regular voice.
It's some water.
Yeah,
when he became a clone, man. That's when he became a clone.
Look, I'm not saying the lyrics aren't good, but I just can't hear someone growl when it's not them. You know what I mean? Like that's
pause.
Let
Exhibit always talks like that though. Like if you hear when he talks,
yeah, that is him. That's the fucked up part.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Dude, was it you that told me that Pimp My Ride was like a big scam, and like they would just like make the car so undrivable, like they can't do anything with it? It's just like an unmovable piece of crap.
I saw that interview with Exhibit. Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy. What a world! Another example.
Well, it's
world.
When you look at like pranks now on YouTube, you're like, oh, this is all staged. You ever hit that moment when you're watching something? It's like, fuck, I was watching something that's staged. You just close your laptop and walk away from it, leave it unplugged.
That's
Dude, I love my laptop.
This whole space is staged. No, I'm just kidding.
Well,
Yeah,
it
that
is.
was
Bro,
It's like
fully
we're raised
corrected.
on a stage. We're raised on a stage, and
I got a product
oh,
idea.
oh,
Instead of pimp my ride, you could have simp my ride, and it just like you just get a bunch of decals with anime girls on it for the car. What do you think?
Waifu, am I right? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, basically. But wifey doesn't rhyme as well. That's why you got to call it simp my ride.
And y'all sound like you're on more drugs than me this morning. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, I just told Dolly to photorealistically render what a time machine would look like, and it's absurd. Carry on.
Post it.
Huh?
Well, another
At Jennifer's
news.
not post it.
It's Friday, and I want to welcome you all to a great weekend. There, I'm just resetting the room.
It'd be weird if the output of that query was just you making a surprise face, which you immediately made when you saw it.
How do
I
we
think I
feel
would kill
about
myself.
Boom.
how do we feel about the use of the word query?
suspicious. Fucking suspicious, man. Everything
What are you
is
guys laughing at?
suspicious.
I'm just curious.
Query, so gay.
I know it feels good.
How dare you?
But isn't that the power of words, man?
It is the power of words, okay, man. Power of
It just
words.
it
Let's
should be
talk
a
about
it
that.
should be a different word. What's another word for query?
You guys just
Educate
collected
was
points
right.
for
They're
no
trying to
one.
turn you effeminate by making you do queries all day. I like it's a feminization of the man through AI prompting. Hey,
And
Sandra.
then we have the
Hi.
cursor. We have the cursor. Hey, Sandra, what's up?
Hello. Hanging out.
We were just debating whether the word query was insidious on the part of software creators,
It could be considered that way. Maybe.
right?
Yeah,
Conspiracy. Black helicopters. I got the documents.
possibly.
Guys, let's end conspiracy theories. From now on, boom, ended. We just ended it. Last space we ended racism. This space we just ended conspiracy theories.
But racism is kind of like Prometheus's liver. It grows back every day, you know?
It'll grow back on a different planet. Anyways.
We should be
Bilal, can
practicing
you have cotton
different
mouth,
fun
man?
prompts.
Do you need to drink water?
I need to
Oh,
drink
thank
water.
you, thank you. You're right. Man,
I was
you
gonna
guys
make
are
a
such
cup of
great
coffee
people.
this
They're
morning.
tolerating me. I'm gonna drink water.
You guys are an entirely different level to me.
Watch, I'm
Drink
gonna
the
come back.
water.
I'm gonna be fully energized. But right now, I'm a freaking.
It started from my query about DJ Khaled.
He,
and,
like him big.
and Jada Kiss's, his
Look,
Oh my god.
powerful voice and the way he uses and references pissy stairwells.
you ever heard
Oh,
Jada Kiss with Meek Mill? It was off his mixtape. Heaven or Hell? Dude, Heaven or Hell with Meek Mill and Jada Kiss. Just fast forward the Meek Mill verse. Halfway through, Jada Kiss kills it.
Yes.
Oh my god. Hello. I'm back.
Hello.
What? Oh, sorry. Go
Did
ahead.
you get
I
some
drank
water?
water. Thank you
Bilal?
for the person that told me I had cotton mouth. I was delaying it, procrastinating, and then after I did it. I accomplished what I had to. I succeeded. That's
I'm
it.
just going to jump off this space for a bit so I can listen to some of the songs in this album. I'll be back on it in a little while. I've also got that thing on at 12 or whatever.
that's just a nice way of
Amy.
saying I really want to leave the room. I like how it's like.
No. I want to listen to this album, but I'll keep pausing the songs because of
Look.
the bullshit you guys are talking
Look,
about. Fucking
sometimes I want to
queries.
leave the room. There's just no way out.
While you're listening to the album, ask yourself, could you see literally any other music genre expressing the sentiments that you are hearing in the music, right? Like just picture Celine Dion being like, I can sing so much better than Pavarotti, right? Or just like,
Oh, I've seen some hot,
Yeah, fair,
you
man. Fair.
know, dope chicks redo it on ukulele. Have you seen that guy do ukulele on every hip hop? Like he remakes all the
Yeah,
hip
they'll
hop
have like the
songs. That shit,
violin and shit. Yeah.
man, fucking
You're
yeah,
not talking about
yeah.
Pink Guy, are you? Well, bitches ain't shit.
No, it's just
Sorry, and I don't believe in that, but like that ukulele cover is great.
so I should mention here, I'm not talking about like alternative genre covers of other songs. I'm talking
No,
about
no.
songs that were written and like the content of the lyrics, the sentiment of the song, the vibe, etc. Like, when was the last time you saw like a straight up country beef or like a polka beef, right?
I think they call that a cattle.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
yo, the
It
Amish
doesn't
be
really happen, does it?
beefing.
It's always themed. It's always like fictional themed, whereas rap and hip hop is always sort of really just like pure ego in a way. I mean, there is like the more spoken word poetry type rap stuff as well, which
Yeah,
is
dude,
some of it's
Common.
really beautiful.
Holy
But
shit!
just
Somebody
the
else
whole I'm
designed
the
our
best.
ego. It's so fucked up. Sorry to interrupt.
It's all good. But yeah, no, go on. I'm gonna go listen to this. So
Goodbye, my friend.
farewell, and I'll speak to you all soon.
All right.
Ego.
Embedded growth obligations.
Better growth obligations.
That's what
Yeah,
Weinstein called
it's
it.
like it's embedded, but we could take it out, man. Fuck it. Ego. Who cares?
So you're saying you're enjoying yourself today, Bilal?
Dude, I'm on top of the world. I made it. I made it.
Wow.
You seem so disappointed about being at the top.
Beautiful art. It's worth like hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Does that technically mean on the other side of the world is the bottom of the world?
The other side of the world is the bottom of the world.
Yeah, which
I heard
I
your,
wouldn't.
I heard your mom was at the bottom of the world, Ruben.
I mean, that tracks.
Melody, what's up?
What's up, Melly?
Salute, everyone. How's it going? How are you today? Why are you whispering? My throat's fucked up right
Yes,
now.
ma'am.
Oh no. What happened? I mean, briefly, because of your throat.
No, it's like I don't know. I'm gonna make a honey thing this morning because I woke up with an itchy throat. I hope it's
Oh,
just like allergy or something.
Would you be interested in the drink of my people? The recipe, it's very simple. It's a honey drink, which sounds like you're already making, but you just add a little bit of lemon juice, preferably fresh lemon.
That's what I'm making.
Who's your people? Because that's like
The
everywhere.
Kiwis brew.
So Aussies. Wait, who's in New Zealand and who's in Australian? A Kiwi is what?
Well, so I kind of cheat a little bit because I was born in Australia, but I grew up in New Zealand, so I have a New Zealand passport. Like, but technically, I was born in Aussie, even though I don't remember that part. But also, I lived there later, so I just pick whoever's winning at sports, basically.
Wow,
So
whoever's
who's
winning
a
at sports,
Kiwi?
that's powerful.
Wait,
That's a scam, right? That's definitely a scam. The sports thing, like who's winning and being concerned with who's winning and losing, and thinking there's always a winning and losing. That's a scam, right?
Oh, well, so when I say winning, I don't mean like the score of the game. I mean the moral high ground. So, like,
Moral high ground. But
yeah, so
yeah,
like,
all these morals. Who like constructed these morals? Like seriously, like I think I have morals, but it's like based off what the
Wait, again. So who a Kiwi is a New Zealander?
Yeah, yeah.
Ah, okay.
wow.
I always thought Kiwis are Australians. See,
Australia is essentially a
Ki-
suburb of Auckland. So
so Auckland sounds like Oakland.
Wow.
it's a
I
lot
thought
like
he I
Oakland.
thought he
If
did
Oakland
say
had no
Oakland.
black people.
Yeah, exactly. This Oakland and that Oakland.
definitely nobody when the white people turned up.
Dude, who
No,
cares
no
about the black
genocide.
people? Who cares about the white
What
people and the
what happened?
Aussies and the Kiwis? Like, yo, we're just one. That's it. All this
There's actually
dividing is again somebody's gonna conquer us, and it's a spiritual scam. Another one. Everything's a scam, yo.
Wait, are you
okay.
now
Well, how about we do that when y'all and the Canadians just merge?
Canadians, yo,
Yeah, Bilal, it was from where? Where do you hail from?
from
What part?
Earth, from where you're from.
You hail from the north?
No, there's no north.
The north of the Americas or
No. Oh, Nabeen,
I mean, these are magnetic north, though, right?
magnetic north.
Nabin? Hello.
Like, it's low key a little arrogant that all the maps were made in the you know, the northern countries, and so they put they put the north south thing where like north is up and south is down. Like, I wonder if they had invented like globes and maps, and they happened to live in the southern hemisphere, whether or not the sort of representative map would have like the south at the top. What do you think?
I've said this
Wow.
before in a space, and the only way to really find out about the shape of the Earth is to do remote viewing and like go out of the planet. And that's like there must have been somebody that did that and made a map that's like accurate, but we don't know because everything is confusion in this freaking world.
Dude, cartography. That's the
That's what
whole
they
thing.
do.
Yeah, dude. Man, and like way before you think too. Like, it wasn't even the West. There's all sorts of nonsense. Like,
What's not nonsense?
huh?
It's not nonsense.
Well, okay. I use that term liberally. Shenanigans. How about that?
Shenanigans.
So like in the Maori culture, this is how bonkers it was back in the day. So the Maori people, which are the sort of native population in New Zealand before the white dudes turned up about 600 years ago. Wait a minute, that's not true. Like 200 years ago, the Maori were there for 600 years before that. But yeah, they have different names for the stars based on what time of year it is, because they would use the stars to navigate the ocean, the Pacific Ocean. And if you were off by a certain amount because of the seasonal shift, then you would end up where you thought there was land and there was no land. So they like basically uh, quartered the year into the sort of like broad seasons, and they would have different names for these stars to delineate. I mean, it's arbitrary, but it's super interesting.
Now that you bring up like the years and stuff, is our like calendar distorted? Like, shouldn't there be like an extra month to kind of go with our body clock? Or have you guys heard of something like that?
There's a whole bunch of calendars out there. There's one in particular that somebody recommended to me, which adds a month, and then all of the months are 28 days. But then there's some other situation that happens, and I forget what it was. Like there's 1,000 ways to do it, my guy. But yeah, we
Dude, do
just
you have
happen to
Stellarium
use.
by chance?
Huh?
Do you have Stellarium, the software?
Educate me.
It's just it's like a like a live space view basically, and you could see like the zodiacs, the shapes of the stars in different type of lores, different cultures, like the
That's pretty
Dakota
neat.
or like the Egyptian, and you'll see like what they call them. It's pretty interesting. It's free. It's a really awesome software. It's you could stare at it and it just feels like it's like alive. Stellarium.
Dude, that sounds dope.
Yeah.
This one time, I ran this hackathon, but like most hackathons are just a bunch of dweebs in making code and stuff. But the theme of this hackathon was space, and so people were doing basically the same thing, but they were doing space stuff. And so one of the teams built an app, and it was for the Oculus Rift, and this is back in 2006 or maybe 2007. Like the Oculus Rift dev kit had just come out, and they basically took the Google Sky database, which is where all the stars are, and they sort of modeled that, put it into a 3D environment, and you, with your hands, you could sort of pull your hands together, and it would zoom in, and you pull your hands apart, and it zooms out, so you can like zoom into the solar system, or zoom out into the galaxy, or zoom out into wherever. It was neat.
Dude, you
Is
wanna
that
know?
sensor
Sorry.
available?
Yeah, it must have been wild. I like the Oculus Rift. It's just, and it's such an amazing piece of technology. I know I shouldn't complain. I just wish it wasn't as heavy. Like it was a little. It didn't weigh as much as it does.
Yeah, the form factors are hard, right?
But they'll get there, I guess.
I hope so. There's a fairly diverse community out there that are sort of pro VR, pro AR, or as they call it, XR. Yeah. One second, my computer has decided to start playing what sounds like industrial dark trance.
No, that's fine.
Okay, we're good.
It's like a Nitzareb going off, or what?
I think I accidentally unplugged my headphones. I've been man, I've been on a weird kick musically recently. It's like Rammstein made a baby with disco.
Feels Japanese, but go on.
Rammstein? Rammstein is Japanese.
I don't know. I remember being in Tokyo once, in the Roppongi area. I think we were in, which is like what they call the Gaijin Quarter or whatever, because it's where all the foreigners hang out.
Yo, no racism. No, there's no racism.
Well, yeah, whatever.
And
I know we already defeated racism earlier.
we defeated it.
But and I remember going into this club that was called it was like Cyber Panic or something like that. And there was yeah, it was a crazy club. And they just did everything like over the top for like the American, I think, audience or something. But anyways, I just remember being in this club and we're sitting in a bar and they were playing speed metal disco. It was like disco music at 175 beats per minute, and it was like someone screaming at the same time. And I remember asking someone to speak up.
Dude, I know what you're talking about. I have some. Keep going.
I just remember that was just an insane thing.
You must have got in the zone, man. That must have got you like wired, like jacked up. Like,
it was hard, but I think the best part was we walked home, and this was back. I mean, I was probably heavier then, and I was walking everywhere, and I wanted to hurt everyone because you just walk all the fucking time. I was like, oh my god. So I remember walking back to the hotel, and they had someone came out to you and gives you flour. Like people always try to lure you into like these little areas of where another bar is, and you're like, "Come this way, Gaijin bar. Hi, you Americans, come this way." And we're like, "Okay." So we go in this alley, and then you go 2 steps down, and it's like this subterranean bar where it had a bunch of salarymen in it, a bunch of people, and it was like a guy. It was. They told me it was where salarymen want to hang out with the gaijin. So like they want to hang out with you because you're here doing business, and I don't know. It's just like it was a special treat, and of course, as you can imagine, I'm loud. I was a special treat, so I go down there, and I just remember the bathroom was floor to ceiling. Everything was covered in fur. The faucet, the mechanism used, the turnstile to turn on the faucet, the everything, the door, everything. Like the minute you like, it looked like a normal door, and the minute you opened up, everything inside was fur. It was just the wildest. So many great times in Japan. You can't really beat. I wish we had more Japanese culture and get injected.
That would be super cool.
It is cool.
Why don't we have more Japanese culture over here? Like they have the coolest stuff.
I don't know. It doesn't make it here, man. You know, but they
Like
do.
my
They have a
yeah.
lot of really cool stuff, and they're a lot more peaceful. Like I love their temples. Like in Tokyo, there's like a temple. I don't know. It seems like every 6 blocks or so, there's like another Zen temple or something like that, which is just it's cool to see that in a really modern, crazy aesthetic.
That is very cool. I had a friend send me like a bunch of like stationary type items, and the little, you know, tchotchkes that got sent to me were even super neat. I was like, these are so wild, you know?
Yeah, and when you watch their documentaries on how they make like sake or like how they make, they just use so many processes that are like old school tradescraft, never got touched by production. Like it never got touched by industrialization. So it's cool to see how they somehow skip industrialization and then still find a way to mass produce sort of the product or do it in a different way, which I think was pretty cool.
Cool. Yeah, I went through a rice wine, homebrew, sake type phase a couple of years ago. It was a lot of fun.
What phase are you in now?
Well, I don't have the time to do it right. So if I make anything, I'll make like rice wine, you know, because making sake the right way takes a lot of time, and I just invariably end up cutting it short.
It's cool. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'd love to figure out how to make sake. I know that for a while there, like everyone was trying to make gin at home. There was like a gin kit every 5 minutes showing up on your Amazon feed, like, "Hey, would you like to make gin at home?" I was like, "No, but sake would be kind of fun."
right, right. Yeah, no, I think there's a phase for everything alcoholic, and right. I think we're into like White Claw wine cooler type things these
Oh
days.
boy.
I don't get
I had
it.
one of those yesterday. I actually will a neutral. It was just white and 130 calories.
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah.
I drink like half of, you know, just like anything else. I'll drink half of it and put it down, forget about it. And I wish I wouldn't. I feel wasteful when I do that. So I kind of just walk around feeling ashamed of myself and guilty for the rest of the day for like leaving like half a wine cooler. It's sad. It's really sad.
You just need to start smoking cannabis down there. Don't we have cannabis down there, Florida?
Well, don't you have
Um,
people,
yeah, probably.
people, aren't there people like around? I mean, not to sound mean, except more loving here. Aren't there people on corners that have signs that say, "Oh, I want this," or anything will work, anything will help? Do you have those? Where do you live?
Oh, are you asking me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Miami.
Okay, maybe. I don't know about Miami. Um, but this is not, I don't know. This is just something that I do. Uh, sometimes because I've been single for a while, like I buy things or make things, and instead of letting them go bad, I take them to like tent cities.
Oh yeah, no, I'll take things to like there's a food bank down the road. So when I went vegan when I first got down here, I took everything to the food bank that I wasn't using anymore. No, I get what you're saying, but you
Mm.
know, I'm just saying if I drink half of something, generally, I'm like, all right, I don't know if I should like give a half used drink to somebody, but that's a smart idea. Yeah.
I never would have thought this except for experiencing it. And after that is when so there was a sign that literally said, I'll take anything and just any help or whatever. And I told the guy, it's like I had just come from a bakery and I was like, I took a sip of my coffee and I took a bite of my muffin, but if you want it, I will totally give it to you. And he took it. So I was like, okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've been
People,
starving like that one. Definitely.
yeah, I definitely. It pains me to throw. And then I become a hoarder because then I'm like, oh, I don't want to throw this part away. I'll save it. Or I don't want to, I'll break everything in half and freeze a half of it. And then I'm like, what the fuck is in my fridge?
Oh, I've done
So,
that. I know what you mean.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, in college, I would, walk through, I was sending money home and I would walk through. And if I was hungry and someone left like their stuff half eaten on the table and didn't put it
To
in,
bear.
I'd eat off it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was talking on Metal.
And I had a friend, he used to be worked on a nuclear submarine. And he had, I'd be walking through like locally in New Jersey with him, like Thetford Mall, whatever. And if he saw something, he would just pick it up and eat it. And I'm just like, you make six figures. What are you doing? And just old habit of mine. I'm just like, okay, okay. I don't know if I would do that now, but yeah, when I was in college and if I was hungry enough and I saw something, like on a table at a mall, like lunch
Hmm.
habit. Yeah. I mean, if it was just sitting there, not thrown out.
Yeah. I think this is interesting. Like, I mean, the whole like food thing, the whole food waste like I was just reading France, like their numbers. I can't remember what year they decided to become a no waste country. And their waste went millions down. Like all restaurants and all grocery stores have to give their food away at the end of the day, and they give them to banks or they give them to people that come. There's an app, a program in the UK. They don't really have it here in the U. It's not really active here. Um, but it's the grocery stores. They like have a space for people to come and pick up like whatever. They're like people can come and so one person comes and picks up like 100 items and then they take it home and then the app uh they put the inventory in the app and then everybody just goes on the app and chooses what they want. So they go to that person's house that has 100 items. Um,
Yeah,
I
my
think it's
landlord, my
interesting.
landlord would love that. I know that Whole Foods in states here
Hmm.
had an issue because somebody did a video on food waste and it went viral and gave Whole Foods.
Yeah, man.
And I agree with that because
Yeah.
if it's going to go to just get thrown out and there's nothing wrong with it, like it's wrapped or whatever, I think
Hmm.
saying that we don't do better with that in the states than just basically throwing it out, and then you have people competing in dumpsters in the back to get whatever they can. It's just crazy to me. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I haven't really heard of any other country except for France doing this no waste, no food waste. Like they really got it streamlined.
In Canada, we
But
have organics. Like we have like you separate your garbage so that the organics go into organics. That's what we have. The green bin. We have green, and then we have blue recycling, and then we have the garbage. Fucking the
yeah,
garbage.
but by that time it is waste. Like you're putting waste, you're making compost. Our bins at home are for composting. Like they're not for like sharing
Composting is
the
different. Composting is like having
sharing
the
the
actual setup,
food.
like that, the dirt and all that.
No, I mean what you're saying, that bin. is not for food to be shared. That bin is trash.
Oh yes, yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. I remember when I was broke and I had no money, I used to be in the food courts, and then I just like wait for people to like leave their food, and like I would just eat it, and they'd leave so much. I'd be like, well, it's like I hit the jackpot. It'd be like a whole Subway or like A&W.
Yeah, I mean, look at it to this
Good
day.
times, good times.
If you look up freeganism, I mean, to this day, you'll find, people trying to live a life based on other people's waste. It's
Oh, that's
it's
crazy. Oh my
What?
goodness, that's crazy. I
What
mean,
is
like,
it
I
called?
guess I don't know what crazy is anymore. What's the
so
definition of that?
Freeganism?
right, FREEGANISM. So freeganism.
Freakinism.
Right. Freeganism. And, even if you look on a free cycle, which maybe you've heard of, that's a little
Yeah,
more
no, I
well
haven't.
known, same sort of mentality, but with
Freak.
stuff. But if you go on
Yeah.
Reddit, look up freeganism, like veganism, but freeganism, you'll find it's, I think it's more of a European phenomenon, but you'll also find it here in the States where people go about and they're looking for, it's like, hey, if you wait by this door in the back of
Yeah.
this deli at 3 p.m., they're going to throw out like, all
Yes.
their bread and that sort of thing.
Yes.
Fascinating stuff. It's just a shame that we are not better in terms of distribution.
Well, here a homeless person will fucking sue you. That's the sad part. Like that's what happens here in the US. It's
Well,
like
that's
everything's
true.
litigious. Like
Yeah.
I literally, when I was giving somebody something, my friend was like, "Dude, you better stop feeding people because you're gonna get in trouble."
Well, some people get arrested, but
Yeah,
statistically,
exactly.
it's like, what, 0.00005. But that's the one that gets the publicity in the news.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
Like
man.
the Amish up in Pennsylvania getting, raided right now because of,
What?
raw milk and distributing food to their local people. It's just bizarre to me. I don't
What?
understand it.
They're getting sued for what? For making someone sick
Well,
or what?
no, they're getting raided by the federal government
What?
because of selling and or distributing food locally and not going through whatever regulations I guess they need to go through. I know with raw milk that sometimes can be an issue with the feds, like they get their, I don't know, they get a bug up their ass or whatever, but it's kind of frightening to see, given we're post pandemic and there's sometimes there's shortages and it's kind of like, what the hell, it's just crazy to me.
Yeah, like how, I mean, what's induced? How much all that is induced, and just because of the cycle that it's in, like why do I have to, if I have a fucking cow, why do I have to like make it go through a process that you are saying that that I have to do when the fucking cow just has the milk I can drink,
I can't
Like,
even imagine milking my
Poor
cow.
cow, man. Poor
Yeah,
cow.
and the fed
no, not poor cow. It's, what do you mean poor
Yo, I
cow?
mean, like, I am not a vegetarian, but like these days, I'm just like changing my mind. I'm just thinking about like the suffering. I'm like, man, what the fuck are we doing? Just,
I've had cows.
You've been
What are
thinking
you
about
but I
the
still
talking
suffering
about?
eat
for
the
2
meat. I
years,
still
though.
eat
Suffering?
the
How
meat.
is a
I'm just
cow
like, what the fuck?
suffering?
It's just like,
You,
fuck.
you,
What the fuck,
you've been
Rio?
thinking about suffering for 2 years. What are you doing to
What
stop
the,
suffering, Bilal? What are you
Exactly.
doing today? No,
Exactly.
no, I'm asking you specifically.
Dude, I have to do the suffering now. I have to give the suffering, give out the suffering. That's what you have to
That's
do,
your
right?
solution?
what's
Yeah, man.
giving out suffering? Making someone suffer? Or skin
Yo,
of your
man.
suffering?
It's a weird world that we're in, right? And that's how things have to be done. Racism is over, though.
Sounds like product market fit is really difficult.
Dude, I got product market fit. I went door to door and I achieved product market fit. And my startup is a spreadsheet, a directory of me as a dispatcher for things like small things like, oh, ladder, or like, oh, leftover food. I mean, just like having community vibe. And it's just like, I said it's $10, and it's like they were waiting for somebody to like ask them for that because they wanted to be involved in the community. And I just got like 10 neighbors, and then I gave up and I started emailing VCs. I'm like, look at me, I have traction, give me money. Realistically, I should be working on it, but I just am sitting on it with my $100 monthly revenue.
So you should be happy.
Like
Took
right
over the
now.
movement. Oh, sorry. I was going to do a thing. My timing's really off today. I just need to focus on drinking this coffee.
I just got the coffee. I was gone for like half an hour when the Tim Hortons thing came back.
I was just going to talk about bugs.
Yes,
Are they
please.
Because
fun?
we're
Let's talk
going
about
from
bugs.
we're going from food waste, like creating and inducing food waste and saying, oh, this is too much, and now you got to eat bugs, dude.
Oh, sorry.
Are you guys seeing that or not in your area?
I've seen people make dishes with crickets in my area.
Yeah, what the
But
fuck?
that's sort of like a cool, like new, like, crickets. You can put them in your smoothies and all that kind of stuff. They apparently have a ton of protein in them. So I don't know.
Yeah, we're not making enough. Well, Bilal. We're not
Sorry.
making.
What?
No, I was gonna talk about the cow, but
fuck, man, so much stuff.
I'm sitting outside for a change, so bear with me in case you hear a lot of noise.
Oh, take off your shoes and get in the grass.
Are you
Go back to
tanning?
the
What are
source
you doing?
energy.
What's that?
Are you tanning?
No.
Yo, Sandra looks good. Sandra's fine.
I'm trying to get
Sandra's
some
hot.
sun.
Everybody, Sandra.
Well, sun's
Yes.
good for you.
Yes.
That's good. Look out for the lizards, though.
Get the
Well,
sun
that's true.
before 11 and
But
after 3.
what's the time there now, Sandra?
Bro, you tell me the time, exact time right now.
Like 10:10 here, 10 a.m.
For real? Oh, yo.
10
Yeah, I'm
a.m.
Eastern.
Wow.
Damn.
Here it's the evening in India. It's 7:44 p.m.
Where's the
Nabeen, what
picture of
part?
Ellaby?
Guess?
Oh my god, I'm still freaking talking to guys. I've got to admit, I'm on Omegle right now. I'm just talking to a guy. He's just been.
Where's what?
Where's Waldo?
Sandra, ¿qué preguntaste?
'Tis the light but darkness. What is thy query, thy lord asks on this fearful Friday? My liege, I hear Reuben is, alas, and unleashed into the regional quarters of our time. Send him to the forest. Let him retrieve the holy fax machine. Upon return, we will fax them all. Yes, my liege. Let us go and be free.
Prithee, silence, thou hedge-born puttock, thou lowest-born, mammering, ill-witted scamp. For the fax machine is neither holy, nor is it in the woods. It's under the desk. I don't know why. I don't know. Put it there. I'm trying to get rid of it recently. It just keeps turning back up. Makes me sad.
Well, then close thy shutters. I've been staring out the window for hours, thinking that the fax machine was out in the grass. Here it is under the satchels of your waist. I beseech you, Lord, I've taken all the papers out, and I've taken all the slaves outside as well. What shall you have with them? What salmon would you like this morning, my liege?
'Tis the southern salmon. I shall not eat the northern salmon like some common scut.
Alas, we have no heathenish salmon for you. Bring on the fetched maid. Let us serve him a plate of fine deviled eggs, served from the finest hens throughout the land. These hens are the very devil themselves, my liege. Taste upon with the wasabi and the
What manner
pepper.
of scale?
What's the pepper
Do
that
you
we put
measure-
on these? Peppery! Enjoy it.
What manner of scale are you measuring the quality of these poultry by?
Scale of, I believe we use in the metric system, my lord.
A foul system, you might say.
A foul system that the West would not endure.
With a W. Yes, Donnie got it. Okay.
The heathen Americans continue to worship on this so-called red man or orange-faced individual. Our plans for proceeding as accordingly. Your wishes, my liege, for us to take New York and storm this very healers. Wait, there's no healers in New York. Who wrote this? Hold on a second.
Hey, I did
Oh,
You guys
say what?
can roleplay all morning.
Yes, welcome, Donnie. Today is Friday. We speak with the language of the lieges. What speak of you on this day of space? What kind of Bitcoin do you bringeth true today?
Oh, thou art not speak, my liege. Thou art drink. Me mead.
Ah, yes, I too have summoned the Smoothie King to my door. They bring me thy heavenly brew. I cannot buy yet one smoothie. I must buy two, because I am two people in one. I am both the strawberry and the pineapple, and I, alas, am the dates and the coffee. I look for both the siege of pleasure and the boost of metabolism, for the meetings today are going to be weary indeed.
Can you imagine being 5 years old in 18th century England, and that's how your parents speak, and so you got like a 6-year-old running around copying mom and dad. Hello. Yes, fine morning it is. Yes, I'm just going to school. I'm looking forward to learning blacksmithery today. Seems charming enough, rather. Be weird, right?
Or it's going to be more like, handmaid, put on your finest little coat. Daddy's going out for a little Russian roulette this morning. Cheer me on, son. We're going to go finally catch that Reuben. The last time he'll ever plant those flowers in my yard. Now we're going to settle this man for man, one for all. Which gun should I use? Susan, which one would I use? Pick it out for me. Excellent. I like the jeweled pearl handle.
Is thy
Mhm.
THI or THY? Thy.
I think it's
T.
always a Y.
Why?
Right, THY thy, and then thine is THINE.
Thine. Thine is like yours, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thine is the temple.
Hey, while we're floating around in real-time LARP audio land, did I ever show y'all the that weird project I did for my friend? It was called Shitcoins. Is this old news?
It
Give
was
way.
I
called
believe there's a
shitcoins.
new
Not for
audience
me.
for
It's
you, my
okay.
liege.
I think we heard it before, right, guys? Yeah, I think so. I think
Okay.
so.
We can skip it.
You got me. Tell me more.
We can continue. No skipping.
Yep, the shitcoins.
Give me more. Give me more. Give me more.
Well, I think I might have played you a couple things. I was just messing around looking for weird things, and I found some previously unreleased hot old singles of just mostly shenanigans. Here's one.
Give us your money today and we will give you the world tomorrow. We can make your friends jealous. When you look at your friends, what do you see? I mean, what do you really see? They're not as special as you. Challenge yourself to be better than them. This is not financial advice, but you are a strong and independent woman, an investor, and you know that this is the time to buy. Competing with others is pointless, but having something valuable will open your competitors' eyes to what you have. And then they'll realize that you have the ideas of things while they're just stuck with regular things. Oh, too bad, so sad. You will be at parties with nice friends, Someone will say, I have an idea. And you will say, I own an idea. And they will say, wow, how many? And you will say, many. Many. We are the main source of the cure to FOMO, or fear of missing out. We help you find shit that you'll actually enjoy. If you're sick and tired of being poor, I know exactly how you feel. I'm sick and tired of being poor too. Every day my friends tell me about vacations and expensive watches and other toys they just bought, while I'm still here struggling. And that's why I'm going to show you how to get some shit coins without even leaving your house.
Sign me up for that. How do I get that? Gotta get me some shit coins.
Man, it was a really fun project. I spent like a weekend making about 45 minutes of nonsense for my friend who was launching this thing called Shitcoins, and he's like, "Yeah, Ruben, I want like a phone line when people call it, and it just takes them on like 20 different rabbit holes, and you never actually you're always almost about to speak to somebody, but you never quite speak to somebody, and so it's like kind of like making fun of the whole we care about your call thing, but like fuck you actually,
Yep.
like yeah. uh, and it's yeah, it was a fun little project.
That's pretty close to real life. I mean, anytime you call the state or the DMV, it's kind of the same thing. Although it's been a little better lately, I guess.
Yeah. And it was fun because you get to play characters, right? Do I have further consent to play a little micro thing to the extent there's enthusiasm there? I mean, feel
I
free to jump in
consent.
as well, by the way. Okay,
Yes,
I'm just
please.
Please.
okay. Let's see.
Okay, first I need some proofreading. I wonder how thy rectum feels for thine with insect-induced constipation. Is that proper?
Rectum. Damn near
My
killed him.
lady, thy query is quite disturbing. I would prefer that perhaps after this morning's tea and crumpets we could discuss the digestion of things in the anus then.
I'm gonna remove that and then fix this. But it's thine. It is thine, right? Thy
Thine.
rectum feels for thine with insect-induced constipation. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's a great press
Tyne.
release.
Tyne,
The
right?
headline draws the eye, doesn't it?
Well, Thoust is more like yours, I think, because I remember from Moonlighting that whole episode they did in Shakespeare, and it was like, "Thoust goeth to hell." Remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for thy, okay, wait. I wonder how thy rectum feels for thine or thou'st with, I think thou'st with insect-induced constipation. How do you spell thou'st? THO.
I just want to point out that I love this recording and all of you.
THOUST, I think.
OUST.
Thoust. Yeah.
Okay, I think that sounds
THOUST.
right. Thy rectum feels for thy thou'st with, yeah, those with insect thou'st. Okay, I'm going with that one. Fixing that. Okay, continue, Ruben.
Okay, so
Shitcoins, how appropriate. Thy shitcoins.
naturally. Okay, so picture you've made this phone call. You've listened to somewhere between 3 and 7 minutes of a montage of different versions of Toto's Africa, which turns out there's 93 versions of the song Africa and like all sorts of weird instruments. And so I like mashed them all together into this giant file, which I call Mega Africa. So like imagine you've survived that. And then finally you get to speak to a human ?
Good afternoon. This is Chad
Manworthy. This is Chad Manworthy from Chitta Coins. How can I help you? Listen, ma'am. Ma'am, I'm going to speak to my supervisor. Please hold. Welcome to Shitcoins. Hear about your call. Hello? Hello? Yeah, your phone's working, right? Hey, so I don't know if you can hear me, but I can't hear you. So I'm going to put you on hot.
It's fucking brutal, man. Like,
thanks for waiting.
Oh shit.
We care about your wallet. Wait, did he just say wallet?
Dude, it's like I'm in a Black Mirror episode, okay?
Love that.
Wait,
Huh?
care about your wallets.
Yeah, there's like 5 or 6 of those from that contributor, and there's one of them that's like, we care about your call. Well, maybe not your call. I mean, we care about calls, I guess. Like it just goes off into like surrealistic rampant. Like it's this really delicate balance, right? Because you don't want to be so frustrating that they just tap out, but you want to be like, yeah, it's a really interesting balance, I think.
Dude, it's a spiritual attack. All right, that's what it is. It's like I was like sitting in a Black Mirror episode and just like listening through this. I was listening intently. I was paying attention, of course, and then that's what it felt like. That's what it was. It's like my energy was being siphoned off. I'm just like, wow, what a weapon of mass destruction. This is what war is, my friends. This is what
Taking
war
your
is.
soul, huh? Wow.
Sandra.
Look, if this is what product market fits like, I never want it.
Yeah, it's brutal, man. And like sometimes it'll get to places that like there's a point like if you press the buttons on like the it's like press 1 if you're a degen, press 2 if you're a maxi, and only 2. Oh, sorry, press 1 if you're a maxi, and only 1, and only 1, and only 1, 1, 1, 1. You know, like it just plays around with that a little bit. But there's numbers that you can press that aren't on the menu, and they'll take you to like these little side quests, if you know what I mean. And so like one of them goes to a different company with a similar name, and they don't know what to do with you, and so they just like chuck you back in the system. There's another one that tries to do like to check to see if you're a human, but it tries to do it with like it's like click on all the bears. And what are you gonna? Yeah, it was a thing for a minute. I thought you might find it cute.
No, that's perfect. I love that.
I hated it.
Well, you have to do it in the right spirit, you know? I mean, I used to work at a telemarketing company where and this is like manual dialing now, and there would be like five or six really stupid accounts running at the same time on the floor. So if one person was a dick to you, you just pass that lead on to like a different program. So this poor person would get like 6 calls at one night for like, you know, all kinds of bizarre products. So yeah, fun.
All right, everybody. I got a boogie. It's bedtime for mine. To thine own. I can't even do it. I gotta watch.
To thine own self be true.
Thy own
Yes,
self be
yes,
true, Donnie.
yes.
May you have a
What
great
else?
speech today.
And it remind me of that one movie, A Knight's Tale, where you had the the guy who was not the fighter, but he would like introduce Heath Ledger, and his he was great. So I got some homework to do, my friends. But till then,
I really enjoyed A Knight's Tale 5. I thought they really got the production value down by the
5.
fifth
Yeah,
one.
I took them 5 times. Yeah, I agree.
It's a bit late for me, but yeah. I love Donnie.
All right, y'all. Have a great day, man. We'll catch y'all hopefully tomorrow.
Bye.
Be
right back,
Sweet
guys.
dreams, thy Donnie.
Yes. Hopefully. I don't know. I don't dream. I do not dream. It's fucked up.
Do you smoke cannabis?
No, I don't. I used to. I smoked quite a bit back my heyday, but that was probably about 10 years ago now. Weird. I don't know. Dream for me so that way I can dream, please. Okay. Y'all take care of Casey like that. Everybody else, y'all take care. Oh, continue with the roleplay, Dan, please, dude. That is like just mint. That is fucking pristine, my friend.
I will manage. Take heed on this weary day, and let it not fester. May the sun shine upon your back, and may you find your feet faster. Soon, with the dark ages have gone, I shall charge thy phone, and the energy shall enter the lithium, and I shall be one. May I get 6 more hours from this device. Will lie again to me.
I love it. Oh, don't stop. God damn it. Okay.
No, not
Night,
stop,
everybody.
Donnie. You must go now as you pass on, for your weary time indeed. The crown that you carry is, yes, be it siege. No, Donnie, I know you not. Although you have VGX in your name, odds are you've lost everything all the same. It is okay for these days here on Crypto Lands. Lands from here, for we make our own cash. Lord King, we need not your gold, we made our own. It's doing quite good. We sell shills in the galleys and the shops down below. We pay heathens to carry our things to and fro.
Oh, it's beautiful. Okay. Love it. Never stop it. Never stop. Okay. Good night, everybody.
Surely, Donnie, you must go. You've been trying to leave for hours. Please open the door and do not cower. It kind of like is it's like a riffing that I used to do for fun, and I got into this kind of like king and liege type thing, and I would always do it as a reflection of the startup scene in the Midwest. I started as doodle series. I made like a doodle series that it was about the king and queen, and they're alerted to the fact that there's hope in the Midwest for innovation, and then they go there to crush it. I don't know why. Anyways, it was a fun comic, but then I started doing the voices as well.
They're really amazing. I mean, they're actually quite good.
Thanks.
They really are.
I don't know where I get them from. There's so many shows, and it's like also like the what's the one show where Braveheart? Yeah, the Braveheart where the king pushes that guy out the window.
Oh, yeah. Game of Thrones.
The guy goes, "Who is this speaking to me as if I need their assistance?" And he pushes the guy out the window. I use that clip all the time when I talk about startup stuff. Like I do a talk about knowing stay in your lane when it comes to innovation, because if you can, sometimes you can cross somebody else's lane, and even though it was a cool idea, you still get kicked out of the castle.
Hey Dan, I have a question for you. This may be a public forum. This may be
please
private quiet times at your leisure. I just sent you a document for an off white paper for a fictional crypto project that doesn't exist, because I wrote the entire thing in 15 minutes while I was bored on a conference call. and it was called Circle Jerk DAO. And it's like a.
I've seen this off white paper.
Oh, you really?
Yeah.
Man, what? Is
Weird.
this old news already? Just old news
I
all
would be
morning?
honored.
No. Just
Ruben, you
continue.
need not ask me of anything, my lord. Do you not know that you are the group? Ruben, you are the religion of the Syndicate. Do you not know this? The
Share
Syndicate
this
started
off
with
white
you.
paper.
I'm curious, like, what how your what your instinct for a narrative voice, like, what's the character that is selling that product? Like, if that were like an announcement or something, what's your instinct?
Well, let me turn on the mic here, and I'm just gonna look at it. All right, here we go. Circle Jerk Dial. I kind of like to stay in this primordial ooze of a voice. Welcome, everyone. The overview of the Circle Jerk Dial is a revolutionary approach in complementary royalty sharing amongst densely packed and I can't even pronounce that word. Tightly members.
Chafingly tight.
Chafingly tight members. Unlike traditional dials, neither utility nor outside interaction of any kind is required for Circle Jerk to maintain its impressive rigor. How does it work? Simple. Circle Jerk dials powerful members participate in encouraging their fellow members to sell or jerk their respective ownership token. Careful, don't smudge. At the conclusion of each jerk, 9% of the sale price shoots directly into the escrow account. This is captured dramatically. We're using the most advanced Michael Bay anti-AI ability powers.
Dude, I'm definitely losing brain cells. Definitely losing.
Once each member is jerked, the bank rapidly ejects its contents squarely into the wallet for the first token holder. This is often called the surprise or the shine. We simply call it the grit. The bank then explosively releases the member. It is spent, and the wallet of the next member becomes the new target for the next inevitable discharge. See Figure A. In the Circle Jerk fashion, members only enjoy pleasure building up each other jerk. In some cases, it can escalate to personally jerking less productive members. A kind of middle out expurgate begins. Jerking in a dio is very focused activity. Those that don't jerk are not wanted. In this circular jerk faction, members only enjoy building pleasure to help each other jerk. In some cases, oh, I read that line. Oh, fuck. Okay, that's all right. I already got one paragraph left.
Thank you, man.
That's good enough. I think that's pretty good. But
The whole discharge thing is just too much. I start laughing. I couldn't stop myself.
I don't know, Ruben. I had to work on another voice, but I like that kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
a faster one.
I was thinking, like Troy McClure, like meets
Wait, Troy McClure. Who's Troy McClure? That's
Simpsons News
Futurama.
You might remember me from such films as.
Oh yeah, that's right. Hi, I'm Troy McClure. Okay.
But like more started. Like, hi, I'm Troy McClure. You may remember me from such films as, right? Like,
yeah, that's true. It was
hi,
more
I'm
sort
Troy
of.
McClure. I'm here to present to you the Circle Jerk Dial. This revolutionary royalty sharing system allows you to jerk off your neighbor and collect coins. I don't know that,
but just a little slower. Oh no, it's slower. Take it like 60%
a
of the
little
speed level.
1930s shenanigans. See, just like a 10, 15%.
Circle Jerk Dial. See,
like a Bugsy Malone. Yeah.
Not full Bugsy. I just want to say, like, there's a like there's like a traveling salesman vibe that like was maybe a generation or two after Bugsy, but like before 1980s pump and dump. Greed is good. Do you know what I mean? Like that when sales wasn't entirely degenerate, like there was still like the Mad Men vibe out there, but
Yeah, it was on its way, kind of thing. Does that make any sense? Not full Bugsy, but there's a little bit in
It's
there,
kind of
like a
moving
leftovers.
around from different. But I like a Boardwalk Empire voice. But then I go right into the film noir kind of style. It wasn't like any normal Dio. It was a circle jerk Dio. Ruben sat me down and walked me through it. It was disgusting, but the margins were excellent. I asked him, "We got to do this every time we do a transaction?" He nodded, zipped up his fly. It was the only time I've ever seen him in that purple underwear. I don't know how many times he's worn it.
I walked outside. It was
every
raining
day.
cats and dogs.
I always like doing that narration piece where the narrator sort of trails off at the end. And it sort of just like sprinkles like stuff on your mind. Like there's always something like you're trying to leave the scene, but then you knock over the pennies jar, which also has like a knife in it. You're like, what the hell was that? You know what I mean?
You have
A
to do the
muted
oh
trumpet
yeah.
turns up.
You have to do the oh yeah. Just one more thing, and ask them a question.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
The muted trumpet and then the oboe cues after that, right?
It's like Murder, She Wrote a bit.
Yep.
That aesthetic,
They tried a Mrs. Columbo with the lady who played Janeway on
Oh, that
Voyager.
guy. Yeah.
And obviously
I
it
remember
didn't
that.
take off. I wish
I
it
liked
had.
her.
Yeah. But I love Columbo. And you know why? The settings.
You know, I was going to say something. This sounds crazy, but I like to watch Sanford and Son because I like to look up all the junk and try to see if they have any cool stuff.
Me too. Me too. Wah, 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 wah. Yeah, man. Oh yeah. I grew up with Sanford and Son. For some reason, my grandmother was obsessed with that show. And at the time, I'm like 8. I'm like, really? Another Sanford and Son? But yeah, like totally Red Fox, all that. Yeah, dig that show.
You know what would be cool is with AI is to like make a game where you can basically put in a YouTube clip and you can play it back and you can try to click on the screen and you're collecting the objects that are playing back and view it. Like you're thrifting. Like you're going to thrift and watch a show at the same time.
That's
So you
amazing.
watch a show and then we can somehow make it either a mouse click or whatnot. Click on the different like objects that you see, and the AI just knows the touch points on where in the video you touched, and then it uses the computer recognition to go like, okay, oh, Sandra's clicking on that. She probably wants those 2 books and maybe that lamp. So it automatically grabs that and puts it like in your little inventory, and then you sort of have like. Then what's funny is you can share the shows you watch. Like instead of telling people about the shows you watch, maybe you just say like, "Oh, I was thrifting last night on Housewives with them, whatever." You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? That would be cool.
Yeah. I love that idea. I would never leave my computer. Something with, I don't know. It's a great idea, but I'm worried about myself. I'm going to be shopping like Columbo movies for like a year.
It's like pretty cool. Like, if you think about it, it's a cool way to sort of revisit a past show, which allows you to revive old media rights, relaunch the show, make it digital. Also very cool. And then at the same time, you keep the vintage. We have sort of like this nostalgia trend that's really hot right now, which is like we like bringing up nostalgia, reemerged nostalgia. So if you have that, and then you thrift in the show. So, and the computer already knows all the objects, right? Because it's drawing these things, right? It's drawing all this stuff, so it has all the stuff in it.
Right.
So you can watch it, and you can like pick out the cool things you watch, and then you share that. So you're like, I watched Friends last night. I also picked up, Jake's lamp, and I love these shoes. You know what I mean? That's kind of cool. Yeah. And then you could relate, and then it could actually connect to like Wayfair or something like that, or the stores that have that stuff for like interior design or other things. Yeah.
Oh, I love it.
I just want to welcome Casey, James, and Webb.
Welcome.
Hey guys, how's it
Hi.
going?
What's Bubbles doing down there? That is a lot of. That's like someone getting in trouble. Weapons grade Bubbles down there, bottom left.
I was following him and I unfollowed him because I don't remember him. I think I followed him because I liked the name Bubbles, but I've never heard the guy speak.
Well, he's suffocating in bubbles. He's probably trapped.
I think that's why I followed him. I'm like,
Send
oh, it
someone
gives
to
you
help
bubbles.
him.
Bubbles, bubbles.
It's like, you okay in there, friend?
You wanna come over? Come say hi. Come
Yo, what's
say
up, James?
hi, Mr. Bubbles.
All good, mate. How's everyone else?
We're good, man. Well, I'm good.
Super.
I'm doing really
Super.
good. I'm at the top of my game. I'm in my prime.
Really?
You all guys in the US?
Sorry,
You all guys in the US?
I'm from
Mixture.
Canada.
Indeed.
Mixture. A mixture here.
A mixture. The same as me.
Well, this room is a mixture.
So what's the topic for today?
Today's topic.
Stupid shit, man. Stupid shit.
All
It's
of it.
Friday.
Hey,
And
I
we're
don't know if it's
celebrating
stupid
our
shit. I
nation
wouldn't say
for being
Bilal.
alive.
It literally is. We were talking about shit coins. It was like it's circle jerks and like goddamn, oh my goodness, the music that
Well,
was
I was
playing
trying
put me in a Black Mirror episode.
Wow.
And
I'm trying to raise awareness of insects in our food and how
incest.
No, not incest.
I'm
Insects.
reliving Sanford and Son and Columbo. Now I want to buy everything on the show because Dan might make it possible, and I'm going to be really poor. That's okay.
I'm making Sasquatch tarot cards. And then
You cook, Dan?
but I'm really waiting for KC to address me directly and say good morning, Dan. But he hasn't yet.
Casey
Good
actually
morning, Dan.
changed his profile.
KC.
I'm not talking or saying hello to Dan until we conclude our conversation on soul-bound,
He just did.
individualized parachains driven by IoT infrastructure.
IoT.
Man, morning gibberish. That's fucking early for that shit.
God damn it, Jan.
Yeah, I have no idea about the words coming out of your mouth. What are you talking about?
Imagine that every person had their own individualized blockchain. And that blockchain was full of your life data.
Oh my god!
It's done, man. It's done. Like in the vaccine, there was graphene, and like the 5G, they literally upload you into the fucking matrix. It's done. It's over. GG. We're in it. Okay, guys.
So if that doesn't work, we could utilize small IoT sensors with kinetic energy and solar to power your effective data stream. And it would actually be a para or side chain, but you could bridge to whatever chain you wanted. So it could be blockchain, Bitcoin Dan, Ethereum Mike, etc., etc.
I think
Dude,
if I was a
done.
coin,
People have
I don't
Bluetooth
know.
tags, yo. People have Bluetooth tags. Like it's already like we're tracked. We're on a database, and
Well, what has you
Where
so
would the data go?
enthusiastic and happy? We got to
where
get
would
to
the
the
data
bottom of
go? Obviously somewhere.
it. We
It's
got to
like
get to the bottom of this, Bilal.
It
What
grabbed
has
by
you so
bottom of
upset?
what?
Yeah.
There's no
What has
bottom.
you so upset? You've been down all day.
I'm
What's
not
going on?
down, dude. I'm not down. I'm at.
You're not down.
I'm at the top. I'm at the top.
I'll send him some boob pictures. That'll cheer him
All
up.
right, there
Sandra,
we go.
Yeah.
This is what the
Oh
group is about.
shit!
I actually
Yes.
Send Bob's.
Thank you,
Share
Stan.
the titties.
You're
Share the
welcome.
titties. They're the
Anything.
best.
Yes.
Share the
Melody,
titties.
I love you too.
Share the titties. They're the best for real.
There we go.
Well, I
I
lost
think that's
weight
the
and they went away, Melody. So like when I was like 190 pounds, I had like
Oh fuck!
40 B's, And now my 40Bs are like maybe, I don't know, they're like 36.
Sandra, I
So
saw
kind of
you
depressing.
got it right. You're good.
It
Don't worry.
is.
But they're smaller than they were because I lost weight. So it's like a trade-off. It's kind of depressing.
It is. It's weird. I hate it. I don't like that part. I don't like that part. I
Right.
mean, my kids are big. They're regardless, they're the same size. They've been a D, but the the skin when it expands, there is a
Right.
deflation.
Yeah, there is. And I
Yeah.
know when I've been heavy and light before, and
Mhm.
when I hit around 140, it's like I start waving goodbye because that's about the time. Like if I go lower than that, it's like
Wait,
putting a pin in a balloon.
yeah, because how tall are you? You're a small person
Five
too, right?
six.
Oh, you're taller than me. Wait, you're at what do you
Right
wear
now
like
I'm
a
at
size?
124. Like I'm at 124 and I'm 5'6".
Are you a 0? Do you wear like a 3?
Oh no, I wish I got to tighten everything up. Like if I did, I'd probably be like a 4'6". Right now, I'd say I'm more like a 6'8" or an 8.
That's
But the
fun.
weird thing is, I went and I bought bikinis, and when I ran them through the scanner at the self checkout, they were all coming up in like different sizes, and I'm like, that's not the size I tried on. So I don't know what the heck Target's doing these days, but it was like really strange.
Self-checkout for you.
Yeah, and you know what? I left all the security tags on, so I'm gonna have to rip them off.
Dude, okay.
Careful.
I've had 2 pieces of wardrobe that I've had for ages. I just throw it back in the box in the drawer that have tags on them. And I'm like, I want to use them. But literally,
Yeah,
I wonder if I can take it to the store or any store and be like, "Hey, can you take this off?"
yeah, I'm gonna have to go back. I think now I have some Reddit ideas, but we'll see.
Yeah, no, you should be able to. They should be able to take it off. I had the same problem, so if you go back, they should be able to take the tags off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a nice vintage looking tiger striped pinup type bikini. I'd hate to damage it, so
Oh, yeah,
I'll have.
see, that's what happens. If you because that's what happened. I was trying to take it off and then I started creating like a little hole. I'm like, "Oh, fuck."
Yeah, I was like, damn it, I don't want to
Mm.
do that.
Mm-hmm.
That's for Betty Page.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. She's great. What a life.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wait,
over the years, I've sold books about her.
are
Very
you
cool.
in Miami, Sandra?
I
Or are
am
you
now, right?
north?
I spent most of my time up in New Jersey.
Hmm. There's when you said something, th- your expression just now made me think that you are into the idea of like reconstructive, like tightening things up.
I should be because that's what I need to do, but I'll probably want to cut a little bit more weight before I just have to exercise, like do weightlifting type things. You know what I mean? Like buns of steel,
Yeah.
that stuff.
Do you have a home gym, or do you actually go to the gym?
I was doing both, but now I'm kind of formulating my own home gym sort of setup. Eventually, I'll start lifting. Right now, I'm just cutting weight.
So do you have a set
But
target, or how long you've been like losing weight?
Since roughly last end of January, roughly. Like I was like 191 pounds or so at the end of January, and now I'm about like 123.8 or something like that.
is it this January?
Yeah.
Oh, so you know what you should do? I mean, are you doing do you do anything physically? Like,
Oh
okay,
yeah, I was on the
let me
right.
fix
I
that
was on the
question.
treadmill. I was
No,
on
I
the
mean
treadmill mostly. Yeah.
physically for your skin.
No, not really. I need to.
So I'm just gonna say this. One, you're in Miami, so there's a bunch of Colombians there. Go find a Colombian spot and look for fajas, F-A-G or Fajas, fajas. They're girdles. Look for a Colombian girdle and
Okay.
get yourself one. And it's really hard. They're fucking tight. It's like a fucking girdle, like a corset. Some of mine have bars, like whale bars, they're
Right.
actual
Right.
corsets. And it's not a thing, it's not just easy to like get used to. Some people can, but I used to, when I was a teenager, I used to sleep in it because I didn't like my cousins to make fun of me. So I would just sleep with it. So if you have AC in your apartment or home, I suggest that you start using it at home. And at night, you moisturize, like oil up, and then put that thing on. And then it's like concentrates and it helps the skin. It concentrates the moisture, and
Right.
it'll help the skin for real.
I am
Like the
going.
skin is the organ, this organ that gives us so much. We treat so poorly because we just sometimes just don't know. A lot of people just don't know.
We take it for granted, you know.
Absolutely.
What do you recommend for like a skin oil or something like that?
Well, I like natural stuff, honestly. I mean, if you just do straight up coconut oil, that would be awesome. But I like blending. I'm looking at
Cold
my,
press. Yeah, cold press cocoa oil. That's good stuff.
yeah. So that apricot oil is really good. So like you can make your own blend, but making a blend, like if you go to Target and you look at some like oil blend brands, like Palmer's is a brand. Like if you don't want to, actually, you know what? I'm gonna do this a different way. Go get at Target Palmer's. It's a brand and it has a blend of oils. That's what I'm gonna say start with.
Oh,
And then when you get comfortable and you want to try things out, then you do your own. But yeah, like I think that would be like I would say do that ASAP because you're
yeah.
still January, you're still in like
The
the
phase
the
where,
skin, uh-huh. It'll
and I
it'll
can
it'll
see it.
grab,
I can see it a
it'll
little bit. Yeah.
it'll stick, like the skin will like, just like it our skin gives, it creates new, like when you slice it, when all the collagen starts forming, all vitamin K, like all these things start coming together to make new skin, and it just like starts
Oh
picking
yeah.
up on
No.
each other. So it'll stick to itself. Like it'll just, you'll see it in a few months from here. If you start like now, August, in January, you'll see like from here, it'll be amazing. Like you'll see a difference in 30 days
I'll
if you're
start.
doing it nightly.
No, I will. I like that idea very much, and I need to do
Yeah.
something. I'm looking for something to write it. I could just put it in my iPad, but of course, I'm
I
trying
can
to write it
text you.
down.
I'll message it. I'll message it. I'll message it to you because this is my the skin.
Yeah, if you could do
That's what
that.
I've been doing for years. So, teaching people and doing, like, I'm scared for myself because I gained 50 pounds in a short span, and that's what causes the like stretch. It doesn't give the body enough time to like go back down. I didn't give it time to go back down.
Right,
Uh,
right. COVID
mhm.
was a bitch to a ton of people. Like a lot of people
Fucking
gained
A.
weight during COVID.
Yeah.
So
hmm
it's rough.
Yeah, I saw new things and I'm not happy with, and I'm like, how do I fix that? I don't know how to fix it.
Well, it gets difficult when you get older. Like I just turned 50. So do it
Yeah.
when you're younger, you know. How old are you? I think you're
Yeah.
a lot younger than I am.
I'm I don't say the word. I don't say the number,
Oh.
but I'll
Yeah,
give you
man.
the year.
Ageism is a scam. Ageism
I'll
is
give
a
you the
scam.
year I was born later. I'll text you.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it.
No, no, no. It's not, I'm not ashamed of it. I look literally like 10, 12 years younger, but it's more that how much of a fixation that we have on that number. Like, I am 22. I am, like, you're not. That's just how many sons and have, you've been around, like
Right, right.
it's not
I love that. That's awesome.
everybody sticks to this
Yo,
number and we get boxed in, and it's like it's a big thing because it's like basically it's demographic shit. It's marketing, it's sales, it's all money. That's literally what it comes back down to. But that number, like I'm older and I don't have, I want to have a baby, I want to have a family. And I'm like, people are like, oh, your age. I'm like, okay, let's not, I'm not saying that number. Like, it's not, my body is whatever I'm making it right now.
Oh no,
Like,
right. When I say
yeah,
age, I don't actually. It's just going to sound odd. I mean, I think of age, but I don't think of it in terms of age. If that makes any sense. Um,
Sandra, you're my age, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are.
I'm
Don't worry.
perpetually 30
Don't worry.
something. Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah,
it's less
exactly.
age and speed.
My
Argue my speed.
That's true.
Yeah, maybe. I think so. I like that. Um, my aunt stopped saying her age at 30. I think it was 35 or 38. It was definitely before she hit 40. And to this day, I actually don't know how old she really is, but I know she's in her 70s and she looks like she's 40.
That always amazes me when people, look so much younger than what they probably are. I love that.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't care, like especially on men, like men are ageless to me. Like they
No,
age really
I
well.
don't. No, I'm sorry.
No,
Maybe in your eyes.
yeah, no, probably.
I have a baby face, so people always think that, oh, you're like 33. And I'm like, oh, God, keep going.
Well, well, it's funny because guys, so I mean, the wrinkles that most men have, or like the age where I see in most of my clients is in the eye area, like cheeks and above, cheeks, forehead, like that's where it's at. And from cheeks down, neck, all that, they're pretty well, uh, I'm not gonna, they're tighter there, their skin is less, it's just fine lines as opposed to deep wrinkles. And that's because they're constant shaving. They're exfoliating, so they're like stimulating that side. And I can tell when somebody hasn't really taken care because of the other sides that are exposed. But yeah, it depends. Like, I guess I've seen too many people. I mean, I've tended to too many. I've my roster is big.
Got you. I don't
Hmm.
know. Some men look like pirates or buccaneers to me, and that's sexy.
You're funny.
I'm really turned on by that.
Yar.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. I love it. I love what I've done. I love teaching people. Like right here, I didn't say much, but anyway, it's a fun thing to make people think about this organ, you know.
Yeah, no one thinks about skin that way, but they ought to.
Hmm.
Yeah, totally. It was fun talking about the red light yesterday with you.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
was really fun.
Oh, I did. You know what? I should post a picture. I'll try and post the least sexiest picture. We'll find. It's weird. Uh, I keep hearing my feedback. Is that me?
I think so, but I'm not sure.
I think it's my headphones. I'm gonna get new ones. Where are they? I'll come back.
So, Dan, what are you working on?
Well, today I'm debating whether or not I really want to go into work or not. I had to go to the office at 11, and then we pushed it back to noon, and now I'm thinking of not going in. But if I do go in, I'll have to bring in equipment for the office. We're setting up like this podcast studio, so I have some speakers and some electronics, so we're gonna hook up that. But I'm really liking the idea of not doing that since I work for myself, right? So why not do that later this weekend, and then actually we made like a new fire pit thing, assembled that. I need to get that out of the living room. It's kind of weird to look at a fire pit every day in your living room, so I need to actually put that on the deck. And then I don't know. Chill.
Go
I don't know.
relax.
We'll see.
Go
That should
relax and
work.
do something you haven't done in a long time.
Mm.
You work all the time now. You can shove that for 3 hours and do something else.
I should work on office stuff. I don't know. So one things I don't like to do is like the office is like a 45-minute drive. You know what I mean? So I hate going in for like a half hour or an hour. I either go there and stay there all day or not. I just don't like moving around too much sometimes.
No, I
Comfort.
know. That's a long drive.
Why not remote in?
Oh well, because we're doing like stuff in the actual office. There's like things we need to move around or whatnot. But yeah, I mean, the more the sun keeps like hitting these shades here, the curtains look really cool, and the more these cats are just like, one, they're both on the floor staring at me, which means that they want me to lay on the floor and pet them. So they're like demanding attention. So I don't
Is that
know.
how it works with you, Dan?
Perhaps it
People have to lay on
depends.
the floor to get your attention.
Depends. It really depends. I mean, I don't know. Could.
Maybe. Can you imagine walking in your office and everybody's laying on the floor, just looking at you? That would be like really distracting.
Actually, when we had a war room at the research company I used to work at, um, we actually made all the walls tackable. So all the walls, every room you could go into, like you could put post-it notes and tacks anywhere, and that was awesome because you could basically take your project and go find a space or a corner. And yeah, the one gal, Justine, who used to do all the interior design for that place, she was totally into like whatever it took for you to basically spend as much time as you could with the data. She'd promote it, right? So she had like beanbag chairs and crazy, just comfy furniture, because you were basically sitting there staring at an affinity diagram on the wall with like 200 data points trying to find like the pattern, like what's the pattern and what we're seeing here? Is it really this, and this? Oh shit. There's actually a big theme of we don't really trust you at all here. You know what I mean? It was just really cool. But those environments are really, I love those environments because they're just super casual and creative. You know what I mean? So it's funny. I really insist on the same thing. So got Taco Bell all check. Maybe I'll work on projects today and like sort my brain. That might be a sort my brain day because I definitely need to do that. Like too many projects going on, so sort my brain kind of thing.
Sounds good. I like beanbag chairs and beanbag, like the large beanbag sofa type things.
Yeah. Of course, today's modern ones are even more comfortable. They're like, I don't know, they're like made of microfiber and a bunch of crazy stuff. But
Right. Yeah. Fun too.
Well, I laid on that acupressure pad this morning. That was great. I like took a 20-minute nap. Skin on spikes.
I have to get one of those. I used to have one a long time ago, and at first I was like, I hate this thing, and then I was like, I really, really,
It
really
is a
like
love
it.
hate thing when you first get it. Like my sister apps, she was like, get away from me. She was like, don't touch me with that thing. But then eventually she like, I don't know, she really pulled something on her back biking one day, and she's like, I leaned on that thing and I love it. I was like, okay.
It might have to do with the distribution of, the effect of it on your skin. Like, because then your body's like, okay, I'm having sensation and, pinprick type feelings everywhere instead of just one location. Like maybe it disperses, sensation differently, and that helps back pain. But they're great. I just have to get used to one again because I haven't used one in a while. But I think it's a good idea. I have to go torture myself. I torture myself in Choice of Men too. So it just seems very reasonable.
It's building resilience.
Right.
Totally.
Right.
Right? You're now anti-fragile.
That's true. That's very true.
AUNTY. Sorry. Okay. There's this random thing that I want to get your take on. There was this lady who was let go as a newscaster after 35 years in Canada.
Oh, no.
And a lot of, and I think what happened was one of the executives made a comment about the color of her hair and the fact that she let it go gray before letting her go. And so there's a lot of people upset and saying it's ageism that they let this woman go from her job after 35 years.
Well, that's rough. And, I would think that people, build their trust in someone that they've seen for a long time. So when,
Right? Yep.
yeah, so when they tune in, that person's suddenly not there, that would be very upsetting to me.
Yep. No, you're right. So I've just been reading it through right now. And on one hand, I understand, it's unfortunate that she's being let go. On the other hand, I'm thinking, well, she was working there for 35 years, right? And I
Right.
would understand if, an organization wants to make a change,
Well, it
they might
depends on
want
her
to do
number,
that.
like even if her
Yeah.
number went down, but they're still higher than like everybody else, and who
Right.
cares? But yeah.
Right. So it just got me thinking of, I think we're going to see these changes more and more. And whether it's ageism or not, I think that's going to be one of the things thrown out there, right, as a root cause. But it's just interesting to see how, like, um, it's a. You ever see how articles are written, and how people are going to read it on both sides,
Right. Yeah.
and it's almost designed to inflame and enrage,
True.
right? So
Yeah.
that's the only thing. I'm reading these things, trying to get to the bottom of something, and then you see people like, because they're on one side or the other, they'll. It's almost like treating you like you're an idiot. You ever read the news and you feel like you're being treated like a fucking idiot? That's
Most
what
of
I feel.
the time. Most of the time. Yeah, I can't even. I mean, sometimes I'll go through phases. Like sometimes I'll watch the news, and often I might watch like 5 minutes of it, and then yeah. But there are nights where if I'm in the right mood, I might watch like in the background there'll be like 2 hours of Fox while I
Yeah.
do
Hmm.
whatever. But I like
Hmm.
to
Hmm.
I just want 1970s Walter Cronkite-ish type news. Just tell me what's going on. I can make a decision for myself if I want to,
Hmm.
but
That's right
kind of
now. That's
generalize the
Investments Hulk.
world. Yeah.
If you guys follow Investments Hulk on Twitter, it's basically news about money and then international chaos. So right now, I have to use a Twitter account for my news. To be honest with you.
Oh yeah, I saw him before. I don't think I'm following him. I'll have to go and.
Oh man, Investments Hulk change your life.
Can you send me? Is it Investment Hawk or Investment?
I'll put it to the top. Investments Hulk.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I thought you said that. Okay. Yeah, I need to follow him. I'm not
Oh man. Every week, I'll just stop in once and just, when you click on the profile, you can click on media and it just shows you all the videos. So you
right.
just go to the profile, click on media and start scrolling down. You're like, oh shit. And then you're
Well,
like, oh. It's, yeah. If you just look at the media in his feed once a week, he'll be like, oh, so that's what the news is.
right. Yeah, I'll definitely check that out. I'm a fan of Automatic Earth and Naked Capitalism and a few others. And Jesse's Cafe. I'll look at a few of those before I go to bed, and it doesn't drive me crazy.
It's just crazy when you look at that feed and then you look at your news, it's like, we're not covering anything. Like, we're not covering anything. It's nuts.
Aren't these media companies registered as like entertainment companies, not like news specifically or journalism?
I know that, what was that lady? The lady, she went to court over her claims about Trump. And the defense was that nobody should be taking this lady seriously in the first place. It's just entertainment. Like that was her defense. It wasn't that she was right or wrong. It was like, people shouldn't be believing me in the first place. So I think that's where we are in the face of the market.
Yeah, and it's always interesting that clients allow the lawyers to proceed with arguments like that but I can understand why. I mean, once you're being sued, a person's kind of more interested in getting out of trouble, quote unquote, as opposed to being worried about principles necessarily. So I
Mhm.
can understand that.
Yeah, any port in a litigious storm.
You could conjure up a litigious storm pretty easily by just airdropping a whole class action lawsuit on somebody just by an NFT. Like if you know their address, wallet address, you could just put legal docs in an NFT and boom, that's it. The courts like accept it. It's like acceptable or whatever it's called.
Oh, they have accepted that. I know that
Yeah.
they often allow it by email. Oh, wow.
They're using NFTs for certain court documents right now.
Yeah.
They're using Florida and maybe New York. They're using NFTs in the court system already. Yeah.
I think that's you're the one that brought it up. That told me. I think Michael.
I can't remember. Sometimes I don't know if I heard it from you or you know what I mean. Like the inception is like, did I think of that or did you guys? I can't tell anymore.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I miss the old forms of service though, where it has to be physical because you can have someone with an email address that used to be legitimate that doesn't use it anymore, and then they have valid service. They go into default, and it's just a real pain in the ass.
That's one of the things that I just don't understand about going completely digital. Like putting the courts into NFTs, like the courts deals with the common public, and there's still people that do not have fucking internet. Like they don't have a phone and they walk themselves to the courthouse or they drive their little car,
Right.
or ride their fucking horse to the courthouse. Like there still are places like that
Right. Well,
around the
you
world.
still have to file a motion to do service that way because the court rules, as far as I know, at least in Oregon and New Jersey, require you do the formalized forms of service. But then you can file a motion saying, "Hey, I can't find them any other way, and I have this email address because maybe they're involved in some other case, and that email address is in that case." Like that sort of stuff, I get. But you're right, Melody, where they, just use that for everybody, whether they have uh, even internet access is troubling.
Yeah, the way we live the world, I mean, obviously everything is changing and moving and evolving, but some people are like way too in the future and we're still not there, and it's like I see it a lot with like QR codes. Like how the fuck are you gonna have like a 78-year-old going to a restaurant and looking at a QR code, or like, oh, the menu's an NFT. Well, how do I look at the menu? Just give me the fucking paper.
Right. I still have trouble figuring out QR codes. It's a mess for me anyway. I'll figure it out.
I mean, I grew up with tech and it's still a fucking mess for me. I don't understand how I was supposed to scan it without like an external app. Like, why can't I
Yeah, I
just
mean that's the whole
point
thing.
my
It's like,
phone
oh,
at it?
you want me to put another bug on my phone? You really like everybody's so fucking app happy, and they're all just like bugs that are tracing us. That's it. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh no, totally.
I agree.
So the article was, as ruled by the New York court notices can now be served as NFTs.
Okay, so like with OpenSea, I know that if I get airdrop something random, it gets put into my hidden thing. So that means I haven't accepted it. Like I haven't directly accepted it, right? And as
exactly.
far as I'm
It's
aware,
sent to you, but you don't know. I'm not accepting. I'm not opening that shit.
yeah,
The
like
fuck?
I could just have it there in my hidden thing, right? Like it could just be sitting there and I could be ignoring it because it could be in a pile of spam essentially. Like how do you
Oh, I
prove
can
that
Think
it's
tell.
been
think if
accepted?
you think
I
if you're
can
doing like a
tell.
class action,
I can
like you,
tell when you opened your email. You know what I mean? I can tell when you opened right? I send you an email. There's analytics tool that will tell
Yeah,
when, where, how
yeah, I
you
get
open.
that. I get that, but if it's just there in my thing and I can see it, because obviously, say like if you go into your hidden thing, you can sort of see like what it is that's hidden. But like, why would I open it if I got served like a subpoena? as an NFT. Why the fuck would I open it? I'd assume it's a scam. Like, I wouldn't touch it.
Yeah, I've been served by email before when I was living in New Jersey. I have like this stalker guy that sues me every so often, like every 3 or so. And it's a long story, but anyway, it has to do more with my ex than me. This guy just sues me because you can sue anyone for anything. So last time he sued me, now I've never spoken to or met this person. Okay, it was like a former employer. And what he would do is he would sue my ex, and then in court, they served us by email. And yeah, I can see it in the email, but I'm not opening that. And he was able to get a state court in Oregon. Now I'm all the way over in New Jersey. He was able to get the state court of Oregon to accept that as service on me. And so the sort of protections that we ought to have in state court are frequently not really applied. And that put me in a position where, ultimately the court dismissed it against me because they're like, why the fuck are you doing this for? But they don't know that in terms of service, because the court's not reading the paperwork. They accept anything, pretty much. And yeah, it didn't cost me anything. I kind of joined. It's called joining. You join everybody else's paperwork by sending a letter in saying, hey, I joined this. And they let me out, no problem. But the stress of it is just like, oh God, this guy is just like never going to, I just want to, do something about it. And, when you get people who are vexatious or frivolous litigators, they just really mess up the system, because the system's not designed for people who like, email service to you, email service to you, email service to everyone. It's not, same thing with NFTs. It's not really designed for that. Anyway, sorry for the rant.
Sorry. My understanding of like the way subpoena is supposed to work is that you're supposed to be served in person with like, the thing, so that you know that you're getting sued or whatever.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Like.
Right.
Yeah. So if you can't deliver it by mail, I don't know if that's how it is. Like you're not allowed to just send it out as a letter, right?
But guess what? You can, but you have to do it certified mail. And if the person who's supposed to get it doesn't sign it, then you can't do it that way. But you can send.
Yeah, so they have to sign it, right? That's the thing. They have to sign that they've accepted it, right?
Right, but in my situation, they sent they allege that they sent a private investigator out, which, at the time my door had like a Ring device, like there was cameras. Never call it, like you can make anything up in court and nothing will happen to you these days. Like not an effing thing. Lie all you want. It just causes a huge clog in the court system, and there's no accountability. So he claimed that he tried to serve me and my ex by using a private investigator, and claimed that he was able to do that, although he didn't produce any paperwork. And then he's like, all right, well, I'll file this motion for email anyway together. Like he filed it all together. And the court's like so exhausted by this guy. They're like, oh, all right, fine, whatever. So it gets kind of crazy when you have someone like that just messing with the system.
Yeah, see, that's fucked up. But the thing is also, like, what I was getting at is the whole, like, if you can't just send it by, like, an anonymous letter, I mean, you have to sign for it, right? It has to be certified, whatever.
Yes.
Like, why is emailware NFT where you can literally just airdrop anyone anything if you have their address? Or you can literally just mail anyone anything if you have their address, literally. Like, why is that any different? It's literally the same thing. So
It's like a
why should that
timestamp.
be accepted?
Or you could serve them in a Twitter space. You know what I mean?
But wait, you're saying?
Yeah, but that's different. That's like, hey,
Are
Mike,
you saying
I'm
it's the
serving you
same
right now.
thing? Are you saying it's the same thing, and that it's like not going to be looked at, or that
Like,
it
I'm
should
gonna
be
serve
used?
you and then clip it. You know what I mean? So like it's there's a record of the serving through the clipping feature.
Yeah. See,
So
that's fine. But I'm saying, like, why should an NFT be accepted? Like, if you just airdrop someone an NFT that says that they've been served or whatever, why should that be accepted in court? Because who the
Because
fuck
think
knows
of
if
it
they've
like
even
if
like
you're a
looked at it?
judge and you see like an
Like, who's looked
address
at it?
being used, right? Like an address is being active, and then it's like, okay, an NFT being in there, it's like you would presume the judge would be like, okay, it's active. He's definitely
Yeah,
saw
but so
that.
what?
Okay,
But so what? I
it's a
could have
timestamp.
mail sent to my house. I could have mail sent to my house, and it, that doesn't mean I've accepted a serving. It's just mail that's sent to my house, unless it's
Right.
I
certified
hate
and I've signed
NFTs
it.
too. I definitely hate NFTs as well, but this is probably the only use case that it has that I would defend
No,
it.
no,
No, it
no. I think
doesn't.
this is
No, it
not a use
doesn't.
case at all. I
It's
think
not
it's
a
the
you.
opposite. I think this is the opposite.
I agree with the
How?
guy
It's
with
like
the
putting it
accent.
officially on like in public ledger, and it's
Because you
But
can't
it's
there's
I
a
no,
can
that's
timestamp.
you
listen.
bullshit.
I
can't
can
That's
prove
choose.
bullshit.
that the person
That's
opened it.
I
That's
can
the problem.
choose to open it. I can choose to click it and not even read it. Like it's a fucking link. An NFT, like, are you fucking kidding me? It's gonna be like a government
dude.
document.
I'm all
Fuck
sorry.
you.
I'm all
Sorry.
for NFTs. I'm all for
No,
NFTs and their use
not for
cases. But
not for this shit. No, I'm sorry. You know how many unread, okay, I have, say there's 1,000 bubbles that say unread. I'll go through and just click them, either delete them or open them, and then it shows unread and received, and I haven't done shit with it, and it goes in the trash. Like, it opened to go to trash. Like, I'm not looking at it.
that's it. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's more like entrapment, because if you've got a timestamp that says, okay, it's been served because it's been delivered to this address that belongs to this person, but I might not look at it because my NFT collection might automatically shift it to hidden or spam or whatever. So how the fuck have I been served? Unless I personally have signed it, right?
You know
That's
what's
the certification
The
mail
fact
thing.
that like
I'm
it's
gonna
That
like
can
getting so
go,
heated about it,
that,
it seems like it's struck like it definitely struck a
well, yeah, because
chord.
it's,
I mean,
you're
it makes it
I'm gonna send you the NFT
No,
contract.
I'm just arguing on this because it seems counterlogical, right? Like, it seems
no,
like it could
it's like
possibly
fair. It's
be
like it's
abused.
fast, it's instant, it's like clear. It doesn't go through all like the
Oh no, I'm all
paperwork,
for
right?
the use of it. I'm
I'm
all for
just
the use
saying,
of it.
usually if people
I'm just like,
are
how is that?
criminals, or they're being sued, or they're being charged, you think that they're going to give a fuck about an email or an NFT that was sent to them? They're throwing that computer away. New account, new account, new email, done.
I don't think people are as savvy at getting away as they want. They just haven't been caught yet because people are biding their time on when to actualize it. I put the contract at the top as well. What's interesting is that I noticed in the contract there's something in the bottom that says chat with owner, and I've never seen that on a transaction where
Oh
below
yeah,
the
you could like
like
chat,
chat
like
with the owner.
message their ETH address or
Wow,
whatever.
that's a feature for your ass. Chat with the owner of the contract that you're looking at. Never seen that before.
But yeah, okay, that's sick. I just want to just make sure I'm being clear here, though. Like, I'm for the way it's signed, and I'm sorry making a point about this. I've never been served, and I've never been involved in this shit. But I'm just like, I'm
Imagining
trying
it being served that way.
but like, yeah, but I'm sorry, but like, imagine you have an email that's popped up in your spam that you might not have even looked at, right? And suddenly that means you've officially been served, when you have to be handed it in person, or you have to have signed a thing when it's sent by mail. Like, how is that fair? It has to
It
be
gives power
on the
to like
same kind
it
of
gives
level,
power to
dude.
the little guy. I think it
No,
like
it
makes
doesn't give power to the little guy. It gives power to the people that want to fuck you over, regardless of who
Yep.
you are.
Yep.
really
You're right.
It
You're
how
doesn't
it's
fucking
like
matter
we
who
could
you
do a
are.
Yeah,
class
it's
action.
like
We
just
could do a whole
another,
class
that's what
It's
I'm
like,
action
saying.
here's a way. Here's a
instantaneously.
way that you can bypass it, man. Just send it to their fucking address. Like, if you can do that, you can find anyone's address and you can just send them a subpoena. It doesn't matter who they are. Like,
But then
they don't have to fight
that's
for
like
it.
then they could say, "Oh, I didn't get it. I didn't receive it." Like at least
Yeah, but
on
they don't have to fight
blockchain,
for
it's
it,
like verified, like a timestamp.
Yeah, but that
No,
doesn't mean I've looked at it. That
no,
doesn't mean I've received
that's
it. Like,
But
it
it's
can
like
that's
show
highly
like
up, but it could
plausible.
be
It's like
fucking
it makes
filtered out.
it
have you
like
ever
it.
been to, have you guys ever been to like ticket court?
I'm sorry, it's
I
just a
mean,
fun argument to have. That's all.
more municipal, where you got like a ticket for auto. Yeah, I've done that a
Yeah,
lot.
like I've gone to a couple of times, to fight my ticket, and I hear the most craziest, which right now I'm on that boat. Like, I
It's
guess
not that crazy. We're not
down
talking
to
about
the
anything
point.
crazy. We're just shooting the shit, really.
No, I'm saying I've
We're just
seen the
like, oh
craziest,
man,
like
how can
suspended
they freaking
license, like
serve me?
suspended license. I'm driving on, and tickets, and like people that you think that person's gonna give a fuck if they got sent a subpoena through an NFT. Like the people that are just like driving on a suspended license, or like have like multiple, like, I mean, I
Well,
don't know.
We're talking
it's
about people that are
it's
moving money.
really
We're not talking about
easy. It's
freaking
actually really
trash people. We're
easy in
talking
many
about people that are
We're
states
moving
not
money.
talking
where
to Bilal. I'm sorry. What is the argument? You're
We're
talking
not
about
talking about people like these are people that
NFTs
have money that
being
are moving
governmental.
money. These are people that are moving money, and they're like it's like
No,
people that have
no.
got scammed by Ponzi's, like people retail investors, and they could just airdrop into a wallet of a known person that is
We're
like
talking
shady.
about government
That's the
using
point, though.
NFTs.
No.
Not
Stop for a sec. That's the point, though. Like, if they can just airdrop it to anyone, like, I could get handed a supposed NFT from some random person that says it's a subpoena. I'm not going to open it. I'm not going to look at it. You know,
Yeah, but like
why would I?
it's
Why
like
would
it's
I?
not like you don't have anything to hide. Like they do. Like we could use it against them. Like it's our power. It's like we shouldn't be
That's
arguing
it's
about it.
not our
that's
power.
still the
You're
same point,
thinking
though.
it's your
It
power,
is
but
our
it's gonna
power.
use.
That's still
It's
the
gonna
Is.
same
use.
point. It doesn't matter.
It's used against it. Like, what do you mean it's
How?
power?
Because
How
the
are the
public is able to see that, hey, look, justice is
Well, we
being
know
served
who
right
spooked it,
now.
at least,
Instead
right?
like,
of
so you're
like,
gonna go
if it was served
stone
in
the
the traditional
person? The
sense, if
public
it
is
was
gonna
served in
go
the traditional
stone
sense,
the
Hey,
person?
the
Like,
rich
one sec,
people could
Bilal. Let's
basically.
hear Malaby. Yeah, I want to hear Malaby and Sandra.
I'm
No,
sorry
it's
for
okay.
turning this into an
No,
argument.
no, no. It's good.
first of
I like
all,
the thing, but I just want to hear what everyone's saying. That's all.
Go
Yeah,
on.
maybe.
yeah, I don't like being spoken over, Bilal. It's not cool.
It's just conversation. Don't take it
It's not
sorry.
a conversation when it's speaking over someone.
It's just conversation happens. Don't take it sorry.
No, it's just that I forget. I have ADD, honestly, and I just
Don't label yourself like that.
whatever I'm
Come on.
saying, I forgot what I'm
He's
saying.
telling you
Okay,
that
it's okay. We're just
telling
arguing.
you
We're not arguing about
he's
anything.
telling you that you're interrupting her and she doesn't like it, and you're interrupting her. Explain to you that you're interrupting. That's
So
all
what?
I'm
Like,
saying.
who cares?
This
Like,
is,
come on, just
I don't know.
conversation.
Who
It's like,
cares?
it's not a big
We're
deal.
having a conversation together, right? This is not a monologue; it's a dialogue, right? And we just
That's
want to
why
be
everyone's
respectful.
contributing.
I apologize also for getting
No,
heated
no, no.
and interrupting anyone. I'm sorry. I
It's
do
fine.
apologize.
No, you know what? It's fine. It's just one of those things where I thought it would be great if we could hear everyone. And there is a time for us to speak over each other. There's absolutely a time for us to, because this is not an interview, it's a conversation, right? But yeah, I just want to be able to hear what everyone has to say.
Well, yeah.
Bilal, what's really wrong? You've been upset all morning. What's
I haven't
really
been
wrong?
upset. How have I been upset? That doesn't
You've
make
been
sense.
depressed and arguing with everyone over like really trivial things. I just want to know why.
Because it's just common
To be
sense.
fair.
I'm just applying common sense and just realizing, dude, this
No, I want to understand, well, why you're so upset.
I'm not
right?
upset though. I'm not upset. Like,
You
there's
don't
nothing
hear
to
it?
be upset. Huh?
You don't hear it? There's a difference.
Dude, I'm not upset at all. Like, what is there to be upset about? It's just
That's
like
what I'm asking.
it's easy to. I'm just like I'm happy because I could see it a lot more clearly now, and
But what's happening is that you see so clearly that sometimes you can come off as you're talking down to folks.
really,
Right?
am I? Come on, that's the general impression. I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No.
All right.
I have a good balance.
All
Like I'm not totally like. Dude, I have a good balance.
I didn't send boo pictures. Sorry, Bilal.
Oh,
Translate.
Sandra, you fucked it up. Why am I yelling at Bilal for? You
Guys,
messing up
obviously,
the
I'm like that's what happens when someone's telling the truth. They're the ones that get like put down. Guys, I'm the beacon of light.
It's really difficult if you're going to be the only person who's correct among us. That's all I'm saying. If you're the only one who's allowed to be correct, it's going to be difficult for us to have a
It's
conversation.
because the idiots are the ones that
And
like have the confidence and the
this is
freaking.
exactly what I'm talking about. You see how you other and then put down the people that are disagreeing with you? How is it possible?
Who am I putting down? Who am I putting down?
You just said the word idiot. It's leaking through you as you're talking. It's
No, I
actually
mean we
leaking.
live in what's leaking through. We live in a world where like
The animosity
idiots
is
are like
leaking
on the
through.
stage and their opinion is like bolstered, right?
All
And
I'm saying is that
then the smart people are the ones that are not confident and are
all I'm
not willing to
saying
speak,
is that
and they're scared to speak. The smart people are scared to speak, and they should be the ones that have the confidence. And I'm just taking that
there's a
like step
difference
up,
between
and
the
I'm taking leadership.
confidence. Is it possible for you to talk to people without having them on a lower step than you, let's say. That's all I'm saying.
I'm not putting them on a lower step.
You don't think that you're doing that, but I have a feeling that people feel that way. I'm just throwing it out there.
But I'm not doing that. I don't think so.
Peter, go ahead.
I take full responsibility for that one. I definitely did spark it up a bit because I was heated and I did have a personal opinion towards it based on my understanding of it. So I'll take full responsibility for being that idiot, right? But let's take this back to what Mel was saying, Mellaby. I'm sorry for speaking over you, and I do want to hear what you have to say if you can get back on your own train of thought.
Yeah, sorry about that. I know how that feels too.
I just want to say that I managed to get out of my meeting and
Yes.
Party.
gonna stay
Long
home.
Friday.
Right, gonna stay home, and but I did actually. I was forced to make a to-do list on the phone with her, so that was a little painful. So now I have more things to do on my list, but at least I can be in one spot. You know what I mean? Which means that we co-host this spot all day and just keep it going all online. And so you can basically go to sleep or do something like that you normally would do. And it'll be the Friday Fest here at the Syndicate, everyone.
All right.
Friday Fest. We're going to work on this tarot card. It's actually not tarot cards. I decided to do the archetype cards, Sasquatch archetype cards. And we're going to try to build that whole deck today. Let's just do it. We'll build a deck in a day, and then we'll figure out printing and resolution, and we'll figure out how to get a deck made, really like a one-off deck. And then we'll create the we'll get a one-page website. We'll do an Insta page. We'll do a little bit A/B testing between, say, archetype marketing text A versus marketing text B. And then we'll spend like $25 on Facebook ads, driving traffic to the site. And we'll see if we can get any interest on these Sasquatch cards.
Wild. So is that the theme, Sasquatch?
Yeah, I have fascination with the Sasquatch. I don't know. I've always loved it.
No, I like the idea. It's pretty wild. Well, if you want me, I'm not familiar with that type of deck, but if you want to pick some specific ones that I can do on Wombo, or I'm happy to help you out. It's up to you.
Oh yeah, okay, cool. I'll give you some cards to do.
Cool.
And I'm using the comic filter on the new Wombo.
Okay.
And I'll send some cards to you to give you like a feel for like how I'm doing them. And what's cool too is I'm also sort of saving the videos. You can sort of make a video and save it. So I'm sort of saving the videos as well. I don't know what I'll do with those because they don't always come out perfect. But what's cool is I'm thinking about editing the sort of the middle of the animation is usually the coolest part. So I don't know, just kind of screwing around.
Yeah, no, I'll save if you send me something, I'll save the video and everything and get it over to you. If you want me to.
Sandra, I need some loving.
Yeah.
I think you're gonna have to make up with Melody first. I don't think she's talking to you, but I think you can fix that.
Yeah.
Send her some apricot oil or something nice.
Maybe an NFC or something.
Yeah.
Yep, just
NFT, please.
And for my pain and suffering, and just like, you know what? I'm just gonna freaking sue her right now.
The counter
so
NFT. Like it. I like it. We can start fights with NFTs and then resolve them with another NFT. That's like the circle of token.
It's
the circle of token. All right, so I'm gonna continue to write down my to-dos here. To-dos. Lenny.
Meow.
Oh, I thought that was my cat. I'm looking around for Ptolemy. So what do you think, Toll or Troll, to shorten the name?
What? Wait, what are the options?
Okay, so it's Ptolemy, but no one can say that. So should it be Toll or Troll for short?
Definitely not troll. No, oh my
That's,
god.
that's a hard name on a cat there.
Like for whom the bell trolls, like that kind of thing.
Well, it was suggested that, like troll was in trolling because I troll sometimes.
Ptolemy is interesting, but what is Ptolemy? I don't know what that means.
Yeah, Ptolemy, though. Yeah, what is it? Ptolemy.
That's the guy who was best friends with Alexander, who made the library. And
Yeah,
my goodness.
It's an Egyptian ruling.
Sorry. Anyway,
I had a deeper, so then just call him the librarian. Here, library, get over here. You know what?
Well, that's a good idea too. But someone suggested I make it like a one-syllable thing. That way, everybody can just yell at my cat. I don't know.
Hey, Book. I'll keep calling him Booker. You know what I mean? And you call him Books for short. Books.
That's a great idea.
Books, get over here.
I like it. It's smart. I like that.
So that way, when you pet him, you go like, "Oh, you think you're so smart, little Books? What you gonna tell me today? Hey, there, Books." And then you can call him Nooks for short, because that's kind of like a nookie name.
Yeah. I like that. This cat's gonna end up with like 100 nicknames by the time I'm done.
He'll want to use every name and get a treat for each.
That's right. I got treats for him. Cat eats better than I do.
I'm glad to know all you guys.
Yeah, we have fun, I get in moods too, and I get moody, and people are like, "Chill, what the hell, woman?" So it happens, Don't worry about anything.
You have guys like freaking coming after you. I wonder what your story is.
It's totally boring.
Can't be. It's exciting. Looking forward to hearing it.
She gets pursued all the time, I'm sure.
She does.
You know what the key is? The key is to wear like old vintage bras and walk around your house. And then even though they cover more, like people are like, I don't know, I think it might be a subconscious thing of some sort, but I like vintage bras because they actually like function and hold things up, unlike bras of modern times. And yeah, maybe that's it.
Go on.
I'm just saying.
No, I'm with you on that. I think although when you read the evolution of the bra though, and like how it came to be, it's pretty I guess like it didn't involve the woman until like what 40 years later. I mean, you know what I mean in terms of like how how it was created, designed, and perfected. And then eventually, like, a woman was like, "Hey, this is cool that you made this for us, but we'd like it a little bit easier."
Yeah. Yep. Like the bra I have on today, I shouldn't even like go into this, but this is like one of the Playtex early 80s bras that will like hold up a ship, They made them better back in the day. And I got them. I get them like it's called dead stock, like new old stock that never just sat around in some warehouse somewhere until someone came across them and sold them. But they're not beautiful, but they actually like do what they're supposed to do, which is nice.
I gotta say, Peter, I saw your artwork, Make Love, Not Subpoenas, and I couldn't help but notice that, like, the, not the sub part, but the pena part, it's like subpoena, subpoenas, you know? It's kind of emasculating in a way. You have like a subpoena.
That's you defined it perfectly.
Right? I just noticed that. Subpoenas. Hey, what are you trying to say? How dare you? It's not, I'm a grower, damn it. Just give me 5 minutes.
Stop, man. Like, I swear you're dragging me into the world. Like, what was that last one you came with? Peter enters the conversation because the guy that much.
Hey, Mike. Mike, can you remove Melody from the space, take her off the list, and then invite her again? She's somewhere stuck in space hell.
Let's try it. So remove from co-hosts.
She wants you to remove her from the space.
Yeah, now we're inviting her back.
All right, there we go.
All right.
Let's see if that works. There we go. Okay. Now, can we get her back up? That's the question. She might actually have to leave the space. I don't know. Like, is that working?
No, I think
Okay, there we go.
finally, yeah. I thought I had, yeah,
Oh.
okay, cool.
I thought you got a subpoenas.
Yeah, apparently. The shower sent me a subpoena. I was in the shower. I don't know what happened. Don't know what happened. But I wanted to talk about those bras. And then you said something about subpoena. Like, seriously.
Run.
It makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's these little subliminals in law, right? I'm going to serve you a subpoena. Oh no, how dare you? That's my honor. Yes, you vile rogue.
And law is the rule, or like the rules of life, and
Right?
and that's like, think about how much perversion is freaking scattered around just like that. All the double meanings and yeah, God.
Well, if somebody gives you a sub penis, can you give them like a super one?
Exactly.
Like, does that
Like, how do you defend
instantiate?
yourself against like this psychic warfare, man?
You have to. Well, first of all, you have to see through the language. That's for sure.
That's the
I think it'd be
only
a
thing.
test
That's
it.
the one thing.
It'd be a dumb penis, right? Sorry, dad jokes.
I like the idea of
Those
the
are good jokes.
master of subpoenas. You know, he has everything except the one thing that he couldn't buy.
Where's was it Ron? The man with the whips and the chains?
Can't remember now.
Ron?
He's missing out on this chat.
You mean the throttler?
By the way, everybody, I found my Kool-Aid shirt, so I'm very, very happy. My grape Kool-Aid is alive and well.
Mr. Kool-Aid, you mean?
So I'll send a picture of it because I know everyone's like, I gotta see this shirt. It's huge though. Oh geez.
You can restyle it. Make it
As
like
you all know, I have a thing about the Kool-Aid guy.
What is the thing about the Kool-Aid guy?
Well, I like when I was younger and I would see him on like, Saturday cartoons, I would get really stressed out because he, burst through a brick wall and, I would worry that he like would get brain damage or some sort of brain trauma from it. Because when you think about it, all he does is he's like, yeah. And that's all it really he does, except pour a punch out of himself and gets punched in the head with a brick wall, and it's very stressful for a young person to see. So for some reason I have this thing for the Kool-Aid guy that bursts through walls, and I don't know what that means. Now everybody's thinking about that. What does that mean?
Kool-Aid and bursting walls. I think of gushy stuff.
Yeah, maybe.
Mm,
I like old shirts because they're like super soft and cozy and threadbare, and they're not. I don't know. I find modern day shirts to be just stiff and kind of not scratchy, but not very flexible.
I think there are some cotton blends that are really nice and some brands that are known to use a good blend of cotton. They're soft, but they're expensive.
Well, yeah, I'm
Mhm.
always on a quest for like the softest, nicest T-shirt, but it's difficult. It's difficult to get the right thing. Usually,
Yeah. There
so
there's a brand, it's an American brand. It's actually called American Apparel. It's an
oh,
LA brand. And I think the company itself, went through like some changes. And so now they're owned by somebody else. And I think the integrity of what they were is now no longer. But there is a new one, and I forgot the name. I'm gonna look first. I'm gonna look for make a note what I'm gonna send you. But they're like actually $80 shirts, like $80 t-shirts, but they're like the softest cotton. They're
oh,
super soft on the skin. And honestly, I have had one of my shirts there's two. There's like my favorite. They're deep V's, so it's like my cleavage. It's a little deeper, and so I think I've had those two shirts since 2015, probably
that's awesome.
using them. I use those.
Yeah,
Yeah,
send the link. I'll definitely check that out. I like that
yeah,
sort of
yeah.
like. I finally got my Land's End backpack in the mail. The one I keep.
Oh
Oh,
yeah,
not Land's
Lansden's
End.
nice.
I have it's a big green backpack that I use, and it's indestructible. It's been around for. I bought it vintage, and it's been around for, geez, probably I've had it for like 10 years. And the thing looks like the day I got it from eBay, pretty much. So I love it, and it finally made it down to Florida, so that makes me happy. Even though I won't use it soon, it's nice to know it's there.
I'm gonna dip out. It was nice talking to everyone. Michael, Mellaby, Peter, Sandra, Dan, Bubbles.
Enjoy your day, Bilal.
I love you, Mellaby.
Salute, salute.
See you later.
Hello.
Bye, Sandra.
Bye. So, Melody, do you have like so for me, my weird emotional attachment tends to be to like old vintage T-shirts, my green backpack, and I don't know. There's probably some other things, but can you think of anything that you have like emotional attachment to? That's like an object as opposed to a person.
Oh my God. You're asking me this question. I'm supposed to be fucking packing this house up.
Oh,
So I'm going through
never mind.
I'm going through that. Like, what am I attached to? Like, why do I want to keep this thing? Like, why shouldn't I get rid of it? Why can't I just get rid of it and get a new one later when I need it? Um, I don't know. I mean, clothes.
Yeah, are there any
I have,
T-shirts or things that you have an
yeah,
attachment to?
yeah. I mean, like right now I have this skirt. I just looked at it yesterday and I put it in the keep because I've had that skirt since I was like 15, like 14 or 15.
Awesome.
And just a few years ago, like before I gained this weight, like I was in my 18-year-old body again. So I was like, all right, this is the size that I like and I can so I have a t-shirt that's full of holes and I wear it anywhere. Um that for all from that, like I think it's that era, like that 90 something.
Right, right. I have a
Mm-hmm.
Mario t-shirt in my drawer right now that's from the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
It's so funny that the things that people
Mm-hmm.
choose to keep, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for real. It's like picking this and picking that. It's like, do I really need this? Do I really?
But I have friends that like mess with me too. Like I had a like this science-based geeky t-shirt that had gotten too small, and I complained about it to one of my friends, like, I can't wear this anymore. It's too small, but I'm keeping it anyway. And I kind of put it in the pile with some other shirt of mine. And I recently asked this person to send down some of my things, including these two t-shirts. And when the t-shirts got here, they were like three times, they were three times the size I remember them
You're
as. I'm like, what the frack is going on here? Well, it turned out to mess with me that my friend and another friend got together and they researched it and they came up with the identical shirts, but in like a bigger size.
Oh.
So they have my smaller shirts in their possession, but they sent me the larger ones to, I guess, like make me think, oh well, I've lost so much weight, I can just eat a lot now. You know what I mean?
Oh, funny. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like it was a perfect joke. It was perfect. I was like, you guys trying to gaslight me like this? Oh my god! But it freaked me out because I pulled them out and I'm looking at them and I'm like, what happened? You know, I felt like, am I in another dimension? What different reality? What the hell is going on here? It was the funniest thing. And then it hit me like 2 days later, like, fuck, they got me, you know?
That's
so,
funny.
so freaking funny. I loved it.
Do
Absolutely.
you have
Go ahead.
do you have them? Do you have them with you? Do you use them
Yeah,
yet? Or
I wore one yesterday that it was
okay. Yeah.
huge. It was huge. Absolutely huge. But it's such a great joke. It reminded me of this. I love this show called MASH, and
Oh
one of
gosh.
the jokes they played on MASH is they gradually loosened one of the characters' pant sizes, like they made it like larger and larger. So here he is thinking he's
He
losing
thought
weight,
using weight.
and he's not. And he ends up at the end like being like, you know, a lot heavier and having to lose that weight because his friends managed to successfully fool him.
Oh,
So I'm
funny.
wondering now. I'm like, okay, you want to play that game with my shirts? Well, I'll wait. You know,
Yeah.
I'll get your pants. So it's the sort of games that my friends and I play with each other once in a while. But man, did they get me?
It's fun.
That was a good one.
Peter, what's up? What's up, Peter? You have your hand up.
Peter.
You want to say something?
Yeah, I'm just going to say a quick little goodbye for now. I'm off for the next hour or so because I got to go jump in and fill some obligations, go do a little interview, whatever it is. Or,
Good
so
luck
I'll be
with
over
that.
there space for a bit. You guys are welcome to come and join and ask questions or whatever and like fill that space up if you want. But obviously, like I don't want to detract from the syndicate. That's like my main priority in general. But I'm going to go do that. So
Well, Dan,
I'll see you soon.
I think Dan asked us to hang out. So, you know, we'll see you later, Peter.
Take care. Enjoy yourselves.
Have fun. Good luck with that.
Peace.
Peace.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Dan's like, I'm taking the day off, but you know.
Yeah.
That's okay. I really didn't have anything planned anyway. So I don't mind hanging out. I got things I can do around here and talk to you guys. That I love doing that. So
Yeah.
are you in Tennessee yet? Or are you back in
No.
California now, right?
No, I'm still in California. I'm still in this fucking house. I'm like,
Oh.
I have to give I haven't given notice that I'm leaving either yet.
Uh-oh.
It's my landlord, so
Well,
that's gonna
or would he be happy or sad?
No, well, I'm actually in the middle of a buyout.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm trying to negotiate now. Like I'm waiting for the attorney to get back to me.
Negotiate the fuck out of that stuff, man. That's good.
Well, that's the whole thing. It's just like landlords, I mean, I'm a landlord myself. Like my house is rented in Tennessee. But the shit that people do here, I'm like, I could never like just like I haven't raised the rent like that, like crazy on someone, you know. And rent is like, exponentially rising over there. And
Right.
people are getting kicked out and stuff. It's like I could never do what people do here. Like this
Yeah,
guy,
I've been very blessed myself, so I can relate. Yeah.
it's happening in Miami too.
Yeah.
It's like extraordinary prices. It's like price gouging. It's like, oh, I'm the landowner. I can
I have
pull
it great
whatever I want.
here. I've been really fortunate. I complain once in a while, but by and large, I'm blessed. It's in a good location. It includes electric, and I mean, it
Oh,
includes everything.
nice.
So it's great. It really, I shouldn't say one word of grousing and whining, but I guess as you get older, I don't know. I'll shut up now.
No, but this is the reality. I mean, like, here's the thing. You're saying all that, but in a fucking heartbeat, he'll be like, whoever he, she, the owner, is gonna be like, oh yeah, Sandra, just from here on, this is the new one. And there's actually um Florida doesn't have the statutes that are here now, like the laws of like this guy wants me to leave because he's actually leaving about $800 on the table because I've been here for so long.
Oh
So
yeah. Oh
it's
wow.
under market. I think it's like $800 under market, and that's like he wants me the fuck out, you know.
Are you month to month, or do you have, or are you
At
in a?
this point, yeah, I've been here. I think this contract started in 2015,
Oh,
but
gotcha.
I've he's been my landlord since 2013 or 2012.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the state. Like I know in New Jersey, um, th- they don't really have too many price controls, at least where I was living. But yeah, I
Hmm.
mean, I recognize I'm kind of at the whim of my landlord, but they travel a lot, I think. So I don't know how worried they are about price. I hope they don't. I'll stay under the radar, like
Yeah,
for the
that's
worry.
funny.
See what happens.
Is it multiple unit? A multiple unit?
I think so. I mean,
Hmm.
he's talked about, front apartment, back apartment, and then it's a huge, it's like, you know what? It's like Doctor Who's TARDIS. Like you look at it from the front and you're like, oh, it's a normal size house. And then you walk onto the property and look back and it's like, this thing's huge.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's got at least, I would guess a few more units, but I don't know. I mind my own business for the most part.
You don't know your neighbors? You haven't met your
I
neighbors?
know. Well, not my neighbors. No, not really. I
Mm.
mean, it's all like gated. Like it's all like each house around here has like its own fence, and it's
Mhm.
pretty cool. But it's not really designed to get to know people.
Mhm.
I
Yeah.
listen to my neighbors though, and the neighbor on my right will always start screaming at the neighbor across the street because it's like they have like 4 or 5 dogs in this smaller house, and anything that a pin drops and it's like rah, 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 rah.
Oh,
So
the
she yells
dogs.
at him, "Shut up!" And it's comical.
Yeah.
I like it. I mean, I'm actually liking it more than I did like a month ago. I'm getting used to the vibe. It's a bit like, I don't know if you've ever been to Adams Morgan in DC, but it's a little like that.
No,
It's nice.
but
I really have nothing to complain about.
I know Miami pretty well though.
Yeah, I'm
Like
in Little
I
Haiti.
Oh, okay. That's actually my favorite area.
Oh, cool. Yeah, the food's good here.
Yeah, it's my favorite because everybody yeah, I mean, it's a neighborhood. There's a neighborhood
Yeah.
there. People know each other.
Yeah, they mind their own business, but if someone needs
Mhm.
something, I
Mhm.
wouldn't be worried about, like
Mhm.
there was an argument across the street. It was one of these family type arguments between an ex and and
Mhm.
I almost went across the street to get involved. I'm like, you know what, I better not. But I really thought about it, and I'm like, geez, I just haven't been here long enough to have that right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Baby screaming in the yard, the whole 9 yards. It's just like, oh,
My cousin actually just moved to Little Haiti a couple, like, I think before the pandemic.
oh,
She,
really?
yeah, she's actually, I can't remember, but her house inside is all violet. Like the landlord loves her because
Wow,
they let her, paint the whole thing. And
that's wild.
uh, it's like her shtick is violet.
There's a lot of places around here that are interesting colors, but it all
Yeah,
works. It
yes,
works really.
yeah,
I'm on 51st Street, so I'm like down towards like I'm furthest away probably from the design district.
yeah. I was just
Design
gonna
district.
ask, isn't that Design D place?
It is. It's
Yeah,
just outside, and then
yeah,
like I'm right down the road from it, so it's nice. It's
yeah.
nice. Like like I said, it's got a lot to it.
When I lived in Miami, like the last places that I lived were there was I went from the beach for years. So I lived on the beach for years, and then I moved there to D Place. And then when they raised my rent to like $600, they not two, but they raised it about 600.
Oh,
That's when
ouch.
I was like, okay, I'm going, and I moved to Tennessee.
Awesome,
Hmm.
awesome. I would like to be closer to the beach someday because
Yes,
I love the beach and I love listening to the waves at night.
yeah.
It's like constant like gray noise in a sense, so it's kind of calming to have that in the background.
Hmm.
But yeah, I can't even imagine doing that like right now. But maybe someday.
On the beach.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
just having a place on the beach for not forever, but maybe for a while. Have a little variety.
yeah. I will say like 70 something is really cool on like uh, as far as the beach.
Okay,
In the
okay.
70s, it's neighborhood also, um, neighborhoody. On the, I think south of Fifth it's definitely changed. I've moved from Miami
I
in
haven't been to the
2005, so all
oh
that shit's different.
yeah, I haven't been to the beach yet. Like one, not even once. It's sad.
Oh
I have to
my
get down.
God, go. Go and take a bath in that salt water.
Yeah, I absolutely should get down there. When I say down, I just mean to the beach. But
Yeah.
it's weird how people say that. Like I would say that in Jersey too, and I'm near Philadelphia, and it's like I gotta get down to the shore and walk on the boardwalk. The whole watch the tram car, please, all that. Yeah. But here, it's not that far away, and I still can't make it down there. It's like when I lived in DC. I lived in DC for quite some time, and I rarely got an opportunity to like go to the quad or throw the football around the quad or
Well,
just before built boarded everything up but yeah,
the good thing about spaces is that you can actually take it there.
that's true.
And that
Yes.
way, if you just don't want to sit there alone, you're like virtually not alone.
You know what? The funniest thing is that literally just occurred to me as I was driving to like Whole Foods
Hmm.
last weekend. Like, why
Hmm.
don't I just stay in a space and take it with me? Like
Yeah.
it finally like I don't know clicked.
Hmm.
I guess, like I said, I guess it has to do with technology and how I look at how I perceive it.
Hmm.
I'm already a distracted driver. I don't even know what spaces would do to me. Probably make me like end up in someone's front yard or something.
Oh, fuck. Okay, maybe you take it down for the drive and then use your
Yeah,
GPS, and then when you get there, you get back on.
yeah, maybe. I think I can handle it, but I might not respond at the right time. I
Yeah, well, no, this is real talk though.
yeah.
Driving just as a listener, not as a
I
speaker.
admit to people, Melody, I say to people, I'm a bad driver, and they're like, yeah, you're
Yeah, no,
like, no,
I'm
really,
not.
you don't want to. If you're in a car with me, you're gonna think I'm completely like have a death wish, and they
Well,
don't believe me at all.
yeah, I'm not. I'm a very bad passenger.
Oh,
I do not, no. When I'm with friends, I'm the driver. Like, like I will drive us anywhere.
oh, well, that works out because you know what, I
Exactly.
prefer other people to drive if
Yep.
possible, but if not, I'll drive, no problem.
Yeah.
Just be prepared for the worst. I don't hit anybody. I've
Yeah,
never
no.
hit anyone, but it looks like I might.
The The last time I did, it looks like I might. That's really. I don't know what I would do if I would like grab your leg or grab your arm,
Oh,
be like,
I would drive you
what?
crazy. I'll put on pantyhose. I'll put on pantyhose while driving, mascara, all
Yeah,
kinds of crazy stuff.
yeah, yeah. Ow.
Don't hurt yourself.
I'm making my coffee now.
Yeah, I need to do something about the coffee situation.
This morning was interesting,
Yes.
right? It started off really quiet, and then of all the things, we started yelling at each other over NFTs, which is, I think, fantastic. Right? Like, blah, what's going on? Tell me what's wrong. Nothing's wrong. Fuck you guys. There must be something wrong.
That was funny, Bilal. Like I've never actually. I don't really get into like arguments with people, but I will say what I'm thinking. But it was before even the NFT. You had already said, "What's wrong with you today?" Or
Is it just
what's
me, or like, was it just in my head? I found
Yeah.
him like looking for things. Like,
No, Sandra offered boobs. It was going on for a while,
oh,
you
that's right.
know.
Maybe
Yeah.
Yeah,
maybe it's because he didn't follow through. He
that
was
was
like, "The
before.
fuck."
My whole multitasking on Spaces isn't that good. I'm always afraid I'm going to do something awkward on Spaces and like be talking or something, and everybody on Spaces is like, "Is she really talking about like that on Spaces when she's not really talking to us?" You know. So I'm a little awkward that way, and I worry I'm going to
Oh,
do something. You
the
know.
muting paranoia. Like, if you're
Yes.
not muted. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Sometimes I'll be making fun of people in the room, and I'll look at my phone and be like, oh yeah, okay, good, good, good. You know. So
Right.
like,
Wait,
correct it.
the viewing, is that what you said? Like eyesight
No, like,
paranoia?
if I'm on here and Ali and I are making fun of people in the space, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'll have to check my phone to make sure that I'm on mute,
Okay.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that mute anxiety.
Yeah, I
Oh,
would say like
mute anxiety.
right. I would say 40% of the time I am not on mute when I think I am, and vice versa. Like I'll be talking, look down, the mute. I'm like, damn it. Oh, so yeah.
Well, do you use a Bluetooth or do you use wires? I use a wire.
Well, I need to find I'll have to get I do have a pair somewhere. I just have to find them.
Or you just use speaker?
Yes. Right.
Oh, nice. I like it. I like having the so have you guys do you guys ever use Clubhouse?
I have it on my phone and I've checked it out, but I don't use it very rarely. But I
Their
should.
audio quality is so much better, and the mic interference is not basically non-existent compared to this.
Wow.
I have
Like,
a. I was gonna
yeah,
say I have a
like we all
buddy.
three of us could be open and talk, and it'll be okay.
Sometimes with certain phones, it's really bad,
Mm-hmm.
right? There are. It's what I call a non-muter. You ever talk to someone in a space and they're a non-muter and they feel like they could just leave their phone on mute? Like, is that like a weird, just like me being too fastidious? It's like, yo, if you're not talking, like, you've never been taken out to eat, nobody's given you a tip before. What the fuck's wrong with you? How old are you? And you don't know how to mute up. Isn't that, like, I don't know, weird,
No,
like,
that's okay.
aesthetics?
No, these are different. Like there has to be an etiquette. There's an etiquette being formed as much as people, you know.
I think so, right?
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
it's like, we are part, we live in a society, you know?
Mhm. Yeah, yeah. To work together, speak together, to convivir. You have to like that's just like. But then, does that become the rule? It becomes a standard. Is the standard a rule?
Well, I think it was Carlos that said, you know, there's a difference between an interview and a conversation. And in a conversation, you can have people talk over each other, right? And we
Mm-hmm.
were like, well, yeah, we embrace that. But
Mm-hmm.
it's almost like I don't know how to take it sometimes. Does that make sense?
You don't know
Like,
how to take
it,
an unmuter
like,
or the
uh,
conversation being crossed over.
kind of I'm okay with crossover, but when it keeps on happening, it's like, how maybe this is what autism is, right? Because this is like the safe space for autism on Twitter Spaces, right? And people on the spectrum.
I mean, I think they're everywhere. I think.
Yo, for sure.
And there's, yeah.
Right, but I think we have a tendency to attract them.
Yeah.
And it's look, I'm on the spectrum too, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's interesting. Because you guys, I'm not sure if you think about it, but you are the women in this group, syndicate or whatever we want to call it. Does that make sense? Like you guys are the women in the group, and I can't imagine what it's like for you guys to hear all of this and what it makes you think. The fake conflict, the fighting over stupidness.
It's no different than anything else, really. I mean,
Good point.
even though we're wired a little differently, I mean, I think women have the same sort of tendencies, but with different, like, for guys, it might be a sports, but maybe for women, it's like, I don't know, cooking shows. I don't know, makeup. I have no idea, but we could be catty, We're not perfect.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Maybe there are different tools in the tool belt
But
that each people have.
I like this. I find amusing the sexualization of cooking shows. Like it seems like only men are now allowed to barbecue and grill, and like women do the side stuff like potato salad
Yeah,
and
the arduous shit.
yeah, exactly.
The time consuming stuff.
Right, and there's no glory in that, right?
Mhm.
It's just like baked beans, potato salad, whatever. But there's Dan grilling over there. It's so funny.
My potato salad is glorious, by the way.
I love like checking out other people's recipes for stuff like that sort of thing. I could do that all day.
I am a good cook. I love to feed, but I take forever. I'm a very slow. I'm a little sloth, a sloth with a lot of things in my life.
Well, you
Just
put a lot of care
slow,
into it.
slow, slow. Like one of the soups, there's a soup, a Colombian soup. It's called sancocho. Like it is a Caribbean and like regional different. Like every region has a different. And yeah, so Cubans have their version, Dominicans, like all the Caribbean. And so in Colombia, uh, depending on where you are, like the coastal regions will have where they're usually made of fish. In the mountains where I'm from, it's like chicken or which is the female chicken. There's a hen,
Right.
And so uh the okay, so one of the things to this soup is that you cannot use a knife to cut the plantain, because if you use the steel of a knife, it could change the flavor. It definitely changes the flavor, and it could change the color of the soup.
Well, how do you do it then?
So you peel it open with the knife because plantains are very sticky, the skin to the flesh to the meat. But you pick at it. You pick it with your hands, like you break it down, like your two thumbs. You break it, two thumbs, break it, like snap it.
Oh, cool.
And that's how it's made in my region. Like this is a traditional Colombian thing. Like,
do you mind spelling the name so then I can look at it online?
Yeah. Sancocho, SANCOCHO.
Sancocho.
Uh-huh.
Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody makes it slightly different, right?
Yeah, everyone makes it different. And in my house, like, so in Colombia, we just kind of like, I don't know. Okay, so there's a lot of social economic, like all, the differences or whatever, but like a lot of like, I grew up in Colombia, not in the States, but with people, service people in the house. So like I had, there was a chef, the lady, the cooking. I was always in the kitchen with the cooking lady. and I would see her do these things. And this one in particular came from, her name is Cecilia, and she came from like a town, like a little town, maybe an hour and a half away from the city that I lived in.
So you got the true home style flavor of the
Exactly.
region. Oh, that's amazing.
Exactly.
Love that.
Yeah. Guacari is where she was from. But the state where we're both from is called Valle del Cauca, which is Valley of Cauca. Cauca is the river.
Did you say Guayaquil?
No,
Mm.
Guacari. Guacari. Gua.
Hmm.
Gua.
I think like I'm from Guyana. My
Oh
parents are
yeah,
from
you're from
Guyana,
Guyana.
right? So we're like
Yeah.
on the border of you guys, I think.
Yeah. You're up at the top to the right.
Yep. They just found
Mhm.
the oil, so it's an interesting time in Guyana right now.
What? There's
Yeah,
a lot of discovery right now. Water,
dude.
oil, gold.
Guyana's GDP is like one of the fastest growing GDPs on the planet. Literally.
Wow. Are
It's
you a
like,
citizen? Are you dual?
well, no, but my last name is political, which is why I don't go there.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say
Yeah.
you should nationalize yourself.
Well,
But if you have political problems,
so,
that's not good.
well, I mean, the nationalization is why my parents left, because
Oh,
nationalization in Guyana meant if you didn't sell your business to the government,
oh no,
they
no.
burned it to the ground.
No,
That
no,
was
I
kind of the
mean
negotiation.
no, I mean like citizen. Get yourself to be a citizen. Like go get your
Oh, that would.
citizenship.
I mean, the thing is, like, if I went back there, because
Yeah.
of
Yeah, yeah. I know.
this might be a North American thing, but like I've always been. I remember my psychology professor told me that the fastest world growing industry was kidnapping.
Yikes.
Mhm.
Uh, but yeah, it's like the GDP is growing by the GDP grew 25% in 2020.
Wow.
Isn't that stupid? It doesn't even make sense. Shouldn't even be able to do it. But yeah,
That's because they found the shit. Like they got the whole country is
off
now.
the off the coast of the yeah, in between like Guyana, Venezuela. There's all
Oh,
this.
wait,
Yeah.
like a wreck. It's not even like they discovered it under the rock.
No, they're like looking to mine off the coast.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, well, like mine, like extract oil,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Put
yeah.
up the
Okay.
drills. So yeah, the country's going to go through a lot of change, and you know, nobody really notices when Mike Pence goes to Guyana, but he went. You know, you know what I mean, right? And it's like, what the hell is Mike Pence doing? In okay, never mind.
Well, he's got ties with China too.
He went when
I
he
mean,
was in the administration,
No, when
or
he was
he went now?
in Indiana, right? He was the governor.
Oh,
What's
his own
yeah, yeah.
governor. Yeah. Wow.
I mean, at the end of the day, what I notice is that. So I even say this out loud? Look, people think that there is only we see cooperation. What we don't often see is cooperation.
Ishin? What is that part?
So cooperation is when competitors find it useful to temporarily cooperate.
Can
You
you give
mean,
examples?
yeah, what do you mean? Like cooperate
So,
enough to sign something?
so yeah. So for example, this is how. I'm trying to describe it in a way that doesn't get me shocked between my.
Yeah, very generic.
We see competition, right? And we're like, oh, and there's a big company and there's another big company. They must be in competition, right?
Right.
But not necessarily, right? So if you look at Saudi Aramco and British Petroleum and other companies, you know that's they're sharing. They're not necessarily in competition. Does that make sense? Like they've chopped the market up and say, you take this and I'll take this. And I'm like, all right, sounds good. right? Now people might say, "Oh, it's Exxon versus blah blah blah," but yeah, no, you know.
I mean, I hear what you're saying. You're saying just the top ranking or the monopoly is with two and they divide it and they decide how to make
Yeah,
things
yeah.
happen. They're
The
like, we're going
monopoly.
to drive the price. You and
Yeah,
we're going to make it.
yeah. So there's a monopoly,
Mhm.
which is a dominance. But monopoly is just a term to try to describe something, right?
Right, right,
What
right.
we
Exactly.
have more is like an oligarchy, right? Where you have a number of very powerful nodes, just like in blockchain, right? You know, you have a bunch of very powerful nodes with a lot of these new blockchains, right? And people will say, no, it's decentralized, and the nodes are competing. Yes and no.
That I understand, right?
Yeah. And I'm not saying it's bad or good, right? Because at the end of the day, when you get into these larger and larger markets, um, negotiating with your competitors is part of the game. I remember there was a rapper who goes to a party in LA and he sees all of these record execs that are owning different companies. And he's like, I thought you guys would be fighting. Like, how are these dudes just like getting along? And there's different rappers on each label that are like beefing with each other. Yet the record execs are just hanging out with each other having a drink. And it threw him for a loop because he thought these people were enemies. Not necessarily the case.
We have a similar thing in the court system in that you'll have, two lawyers in a big profile divorce or a corporate case, whatever it may be, going at each other's throats. And then you'll find them at
Right.
a bar,
Yeah.
full of hands down
That's
the road, all, chilling.
so, dude, that's so dark. And the thing is, like, you'll only figure it out years later.
Yeah, it's kind of depressing in a way because
It is.
because there's certain like things that I enjoy about the contrast of the positions being so ridiculous, and then when you look under the hood, it's like, oh man,
Oh, man. I thought they were, like, actually playing basketball. You mean they let each other dunk?
yeah,
Ah. And you
right.
mean hold on. The referee was in on it? That's it.
So
It was.
then, and that's the revelation, right? Like you realize, you're like, wait a minute, no way. So this happens in this sector. Does it happen in other ones? And then you think about it
Yeah.
some more.
It's not like about the sectors, is that you have humans involved. And if you have humans involved, invariably they're going to be interest groups that lobby. You might even call those groups a syndicate. You know what I mean? Right? That's like where the name comes from. You have a loosely grouped set of nodes that each have a common interest. The common interest might be to prevent anyone else from competing with them.
Possibly, yeah.
Speaking of things we're not supposed to talk about, hey Casey, how's it going?
Well, hello there.
Dude, I enjoyed the yesterday so much that it took us like 6 tries to introduce Robbie.
Dude,
That was my favorite.
that was
That
hilarious.
was my favorite. And I don't think like they were doing it on purpose. I
No.
just think that minds jump from ideas like lily pads and frogs.
Well, and it's also like what they're used to. They're not used to having
Well, I know
live
sometimes
singing.
I'll appear on a space and then something happens. I'm like, crap. I'm like, well, I'll just stay here because I just got here, but I'll have to run off and do this and be right back. It's like, dang it. So maybe that's what Casey's doing. Or maybe he thinks maybe he just can't hear us. I don't know.
Oh, can you hear me? Mic check, mic check.
I can't tell if Sandra's fucking with you.
Oh.
What? I can't hear him. Is he speaking?
You can't hear Casey?
Nope, I don't hear him at all. He's marked as a listener when I'm
But
looking at
so
him.
you can hear me, right?
You know what? I'll come back in. Hold on a minute.
Okay, I can hear you.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
You never know with Sandra, eh? I
Dude,
couldn't tell
she
if there's
throws me
like
off, man.
Yeah.
She's like, not
So
many people
that's what you
really.
want in a counselor.
Dude,
Yeah.
for real. Is she fucking around? Or, oh no, she's serious. Yeah, that was pretty funny. And I feel like part of it is that they're not used to having live music in a space. It's just not the norm.
Or we just have to like in introducing her. Maybe you have to address.
That
You're
we're
like,
going to be singing a song,
right,
right.
that we're moving to. Welcome to the Syndicate. You've been enjoying people fighting over things they don't understand. If you've noticed, one side doesn't understand it and the other side doesn't understand it. And it's this perfect recipe and the perfect setup for a punchline of people attacking each other over things they don't understand. Now that we're going to be coming back to that portion of the show and pick up why NFTs are the savior and the devil at the same time. But first,
we're gonna
you
have
know
a
what I'm saying?
musical interlude. Yeah.
And just make it like really clear.
Yes.
And like I can't stress this enough. Just like repeat the fuck out of yourself.
Dude, because that's like at the very end, I'm like, and we're all gonna put ourselves on mute now while Robbie sings a song.
Yeah.
Like ahead,
And the thing is like I joke around about how you have to talk to people like they're children.
But
you do have to talk to people like they're children sometimes. Just to get through, and I do that.
Maybe we need to normalize the child talk is not a bad thing.
But is it child talk or is it? Because it's not. Oh my God, qué lindo.
No, it is
That's
actually
baby
that.
talk.
It is almost
No,
like
it's
that.
more like what we call layman's terms. Layman's terms.
Well, it's like so. It's the difference between saying, "All right, everybody, we're gonna have a song now by Robbie," versus saying, "Okay, everybody, now we're gonna stop talking for a little bit. We're gonna put our microphones on mute.
Yes.
And we're gonna be patient while Robbie gets ready to sing." Yeah.
I think the word would be instruct. We should instruct like kids.
Oh
as
shit!
for kids.
Speaking of it, hey, what's up?
What's up,
Saw you sneak
everybody?
in here.
I know. I just wanted to. I'm in and out because I'm actually out in the forest doing some. I do like sprints 3 times a week, and I've already listened to all my YouTube sponsored people. So I'm like, I'm gonna check out. I'm gonna listen to. I need to listen to something,
Right?
and I'd rather hear you guys all murmuring on
I have an idea.
and speaking in baby speak.
Sandra, can you give us another taste of property law bedtime stories?
Ooh.
That's my favorite.
I'm trying to run, not sleep.
Wait, what forest? Is it?
I'm just down at the near my house. There's like a trail that goes from Georgia all the way to like Texas or something.
What?
It's called the Silver Comet Trail.
Silver Comet?
Yeah, Silver Comet Trail.
Uh-huh.
And you can just go forever. I mean, I go to like just a populated spot and just bust out some sprints.
Okay, I'm writing this. What is it called?
Silver Comet Trail.
Comet. Okay, Silver Comet.
It's nice. It's totally shaded out. It's very pleasant.
I'm gonna be in Tennessee, so I'm wondering. I'm gonna look it up and see because I'm looking for trails now of like new stuff to check out down there.
Okay, I gotta say this before I forget it. This is for Sandra.
Oh, yes.
And so, the brave little Homestead Act just wasn't big and strong enough to protect against the big bad IRS tax lien. Even though it tried to protect the sanctity of the deed, it could not do it. Something like that.
Yeah, the little deed I could, you know?
The little Homestead Act that could. Its big brother, the real estate trust, told him, no, no, no.
I'm telling you.
That's funny. That's hilarious. That should be an NFT comic. I would totally buy that.
The little deed that could.
It's a good way to learn the boring stuff. I mean, I've seen that in other
Right?
fields. Yeah.
Yeah, make them story time.
Like how a bill becomes the law back in the day. Remember that?
I've still got that song in my head. I'm just a
Conjunction.
bill.
Right. I'm just right. And was it conjunction junction?
Conjunction,
Your function?
junction. What's your function?
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Schoolhouse
those all
Rock.
were true
Schoolhouse Rock. Yeah.
stories.
Conjunction, junction, what's that function? Moving on trees and phrases and junctions. I love that song. And then I'm just a bill up on here on Capitol Hill. Up here because Ruben and Casey said I had to be here. I'm looking for Michael. Good I make Deutsch from the Canada? Comprende que da is from
I had to.
I was ready.
Answer,
I
I
was
had.
speaking his language,
I.
man. I was
I.
ready to bring in the
I
5 o'clock Allah Akbar. 5 o'clock Allah Akbar.
The things mentioned during the Syndicate do not necessarily represent that of Up or
That's right.
Casey.
I mean, we're just hanging
No,
out
I
here,
think it
man.
represents me pretty well,
They
actually.
almost certainly represent Dan, but the rest of us will.
Well, no.
Well, you just
The
can't
thing is,
like.
he has
People always
Up.
yell at me. They just come in here like, remember that guy the
Yeah.
other day that barked at me? Where like his mic turned on, he was like ruff 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 ruff, and I was like, what the hell is that?
Attack the big white man! Attack
Oh,
the
was
big
he?
white man!
Was he barking?
Yeah, it was.
It's,
It was like it was a
it's one of those
bark.
things, dude. When I started this like a little while back, I used to be like, "Oh, let's have some fun." Now it's like, you know what? You're not old. I asked you guys if this was censorship yesterday when Ahmed was talking, and I didn't. Ahmed was talking to Mohit, and I think it was Ron. And you can imagine the conversation was pretty good. And Joda came in, right? And Joda, we've had a bit of a rocky relationship. Right. And I was like, you know what? I can't do it today, Joda. And we've done it for the past 2 days. Not today. Not today. I'm really interested in this conversation. Is that
I don't think
censorship?
it's censorship. I think it's just
It's called moderating, goddammit.
exact. I
Just
was just gonna
moderating
say,
the room.
yeah, there has to be some form of rule for sure.
Melodies
I
Order.
mean,
drove
like,
into the
an
kitchen.
intelligent, tactful approach would have been to guide the conversation and Joda away from that while developing his own sense of self-discovery and reforming him as a person and a character so that he no longer does that. But that takes a lot of fucking effort.
And I worked, dude. If you want to hear some fun, you'll hear me talk to him, right? And it actually worked. I was like, I'm not sure if you were there, but I was like, Joda, what we're gonna do is we're gonna try to see if we can open ourselves up to the offerings of others. We've heard your offering and we've digested it. What we're going to try to do is listen to other people's offerings so that we can fill our cup. How do you feel? Now, he's talking over me the entire time. I'm doing this, by the way. Right? But it's just like, what we're going to do now, what we're going to do now, what we're going to do now,
Oh, and
Joda.
then bloody right, I got
Right?
to show you over here, and I'll
That
go
was
back
Yeah,
to the ball,
incredible.
and then this is going to happen. Hey, no, you got to listen to me now. Yeah.
yeah. And then the thing is, he's upset at how things went down with Quinn, right? So he's trying to
Oh,
explain
I
what
don't
happened.
imagine him and Quinn got along at all.
Oh, it's so funny. Quinn comes into the room, and Joda's like, "Hey, Quinn, have you heard of this freestylist? Blah blah blah." And Quinn's like, "I've heard you talk to a lot of people. You never asked none of them about rappers. And I come in the room and you ask me who the favorite freestyle is. Why don't you ask me about books? You don't want to ask me about books?" And that was like 90 minutes of them going back and forth. And eventually it's just this guy talking in the background and Quinn and I talking to each other. It's like, we've seen this before.
Man, I can tell you that I have never experienced. I thought I had seen the weirdness and the craziness and all of that.
Oh,
And
let
it
me
was
introduce you.
nothing compared to getting into crypto and Twitter Spaces.
Let
Like
me
people
introduce you
ask me,
to some craziness. Hold on.
Up. You're the whole reason I'm in Twitter Spaces.
I know, and how weird is it? I mean, I'm to the point now where people ask me about crypto and Twitter, and my response is, man, it is something else. I mean, that's all I can say, because it's so bizarre. I've never seen any of this stuff ever.
You mean the way people talk to each other? Like
Just
Dude,
everything, like
all of it.
how weird people are, how much, how
doesn't
people
this
don't.
make you wonder or think
There's
of
no
like
filter. There's like no thought process behind what people are trying to speak. Shilling projects that are, I mean, the way people shill is just absolutely bizarre. There's so many scammers. Like, it is just a bizarre space. And like, people need, really good, solid investors to come into the space. But like, if they ask me about it, I kind of feel like you can invest, but like, whatever you do not get on Twitter, because like,
yeah, exactly.
I mean, you see what people say about the crypto space and the NFT space and what's all involved, and it's just nuts. And I don't have a ton of followers, but I've got like maybe 220 followers, but I think like 205 of those are bots and fake accounts, and it's like, man, it's crazy.
There's a website you can go to check that.
Is there?
Yeah.
Shoot, I guess I need to do that.
Dude, what's crazy? So, up when we first started talking, and I was like, yeah, let's get into crypto, and you're like, dude, you got to check out Twitter. I recognize after a little bit, like, whoa, there's a lot of trash in here.
Dude, you told me. You were like, hey.
But I have dug out some absolute precious gems
100%.
as well.
There's a lot of good people that I've met or that I haven't met that I interact with now on Twitter or in these spaces. And there is a lot of that too.
Yeah.
But man, some of the stuff is just, wow. It's crazy. Very crazy.
I mean, I think it just really goes back to like people knowing that they can do whatever or say whatever they want. And it's just like, it's just blurting it out there. And whether I get kicked out or not, like say the person that barked, like doesn't give a fuck of what's going to happen afterwards. He was able to,
get out his
get it out.
stress.
Yeah, get it out. He's like,
yeah.
Kick me out. I'll go to another one.
Well, especially because Twitter is, mostly it's NFTs as profile pics now, and then a fake name, and you can you're not KYC'd at all. You're not doxed at all. So, and then some people kind of love that.
Yeah.
People love to be like, oh, nobody's ever gonna know me, so I'm gonna like.
Dude, it's Twitter therapy.
Well, that could be it too.
A
Maybe
lot of it is therapy on page.
There's so many people going through the stages and like exploring and venting out everything they've got.
Dude, in stand up at
getting
open
drunk.
mic, there are people that tell the same 5-minute set every week, and they've been doing it for 10 to 15 years. The same jokes at the open mic, and everyone knows their jokes.
Get better?
They don't want to get better. Does that make sense?
No,
They're
I
not
just meant was
there
the
to be-
same joke getting better.
Yeah, here's the thing: like in these 5-minute sets, there are like really funny stories. Like a guy a guy said he got tattoos to get his dad angry. Like weird shit. But yeah,
he should get NFTs. He'll really get pissed.
So we assume that people want the same things when they're in the same place. Often. Does that make sense? It's like, okay, we're at a cybersecurity conference. I guess we all want to learn. No, not necessarily.
Yeah, that's totally true.
Getting therapy on stage is a very popular thing in stand-up comedy. Using the stage as therapy, they call it.
Wow, that's interesting. You know what, though? That gave me an idea. I'm actually going to create I'm going to create a Twitter account and call it Down Crypto. And then I'm going to come in here and act like a total crazy nut, and nobody will know who it is.
Well, I think if you had up tweet and then down troll, right? Then you could see what would happen is Trevor's axiom would emerge, where other people would see this fight and they would jump in. It's wild.
That's actually kind of a cool concept. I should, because I'm usually like upbeat and chill things. I should actually
Yeah.
create the opposite account and
It,
just come on there and just rip everything and be as bearish as I possibly can and condescending. And that would be a very interesting
I'm gonna send
experiment.
you the axiom. It's from South Park. It's called Trevor's axiom. Here we go. As soon as you see the image, you'll understand
Awesome.
it. Yeah, South Park did it already, but it's good. It's useful. It helps you not take anything that's happening personally, if that makes sense, because it really isn't personal. It's just someone on their lunch break.
Yep,
Right?
that's true.
But they like to make it
It's,
personal. They'll depict you personally,
one
even
of the
though
weird
it's
things is
just
like
their attack.
I've had people get upset because there was a time where I was following too many people and I ran a script to unfollow everyone. And some people took it like a serious offense. Like, hey, you unfollowed me. And I was like, yeah, but, and they just took it really personally. I'm like, either you don't know how a bot works or you hated me to begin with. I can't tell which is which. Which one? Hey, you unfollowed me. Who gives a fuck? Does
I know
anyone
I've said
care?
that. I've said that to somebody that I liked. I'm like, why'd you unfollow me? Like, what the fuck? You don't like what I had to say?
It could be, right? But it's like, sometimes it's a mistake, right? But
I do that
yeah,
sometimes. Like I'll accidentally
yeah,
do it, and people are like, "What happened? Do you hate this person?" I'm like, "No, I didn't even know I
no,
unfollowed them." What?
yeah, yeah. Sorry, I don't care enough to know that I was offensive. I apologize.
I've
Well, I
had
had somebody ask me. Yeah.
one person in particular has followed me and unfollowed me like 4 times.
Isn't
I'm
that
like,
weird?
Uh-oh.
I'm like,
Was that
Yeah.
me?
I
No.
haven't said, I brought it up once. The first time it happened, I thought, I was like, if you can't take it, dude, don't fucking give it to me. All right. Because I'm give and take here, give and take.
Right,
You can't dish it.
right.
I mean, you can't take it, don't dish it. Like, seriously. Like,
It's
so
so interesting that people are crazy about being able to criticize everyone else.
I know why.
Crazy. And then
Hey,
when it comes back to them, it's like, whoa, they blow up immediately.
hey, Mellaby, I
You
just
know,
realized that I wasn't following you, and I didn't know. I just gonna throw that out there. I didn't know.
You motherfucker. We're
I
trying to
was
have a
just
community.
thinking, I was just thinking,
Like-minded people.
can we have like a block of space? Can we call it not the positivity, because I see that all the time, but where everybody enters, we just say 10 good things about that person. Can we do a block of space and just do that on the syndicate, schedule it out?
You know what?
And whoever comes in and
I
gets
just
the
changed the
boost,
title.
gets the 10
Oh, I
good
like
things
that.
about you.
10 good
Let's
things
make it
about you.
11.
Okay, so
11 good things about you.
Or maybe
let's
it's
look
like
One
at
10,
Casey.
extra.
10 good things and one weakness. Ba-da.
No, no black. No.
So, Casey, I really love
Hey, baby.
your use of Wombo art. The image you did of the dude in a sweater looking at a pagoda is amazing. I want to shout out Dan for pointing us in this direction of Wombo. I noticed you're using Wombo a lot, and I think that's great. I noticed the board ape. I think that's fantastic. I think that's what 3 right now. I want to thank you for promoting Chronos, right? Because we need to make sure that he's taken care of and he's adding value. I really enjoyed the fact that you were able to open up about getting out of under your the debts that you had before. Is that 5? I really enjoy when you talk to people like their children. 6. All right, Wombo Wombo. I really enjoy that you support Anne Marie, the Anna Mariah. I apologize, the best photographer on Twitter. More Wombo. I think you're really good at understanding the confluence of real estate and personal finance. I can't imagine that you had anything but an amazing space with Leslie. Thank you for amplifying Roma Spencer, which is one of the comedians I'm working with. And I really appreciate that you shared the clip about how people and anyone in this room can look through the recordings and access their specific speech. So if Sandra wanted to see every time that she spoke after this Twitter space was closed, she could do that. So thank you for that. I love the threads that you're doing on personal finance. And is that 8? How many is that?
I
I
think there's
think,
more than 8, and
yeah,
I
I
love
think
it
you're already
all.
at over 10. Yeah, man, I'm
Oh,
humbled.
No, I
Confetti,
okay.
think that was
confetti.
only 4. She wants to hear some
That's
more.
confetti.
I think
Let
Casey,
the confetti
I,
fall.
I didn't
Everybody
I didn't
give
say it to you,
confetti.
but I really enjoyed seeing your chest hair with your open shirt when we were on Zoom. Really appreciate it. That I didn't have to tell you about my fetish. You just embraced it. I think that speaks to the quality and closeness of our relationship. That you knew what would put me in the mood, so to speak, which I needed, right?
Nice.
Because I was
Fuck
speaking
yeah.
with much larger men, so it's always good to, feel sexually aroused when you are in the presence of. Is that 10?
Yum yum.
Wow. Wow.
All right. And lastly, I want to thank you for introducing me to Up Up, because Up Up pointed me in the direction of the book, The Creature from Jekyll Island, and that made all the sense in the world to me, and forever changed my view on finance, both macro and micro. Is that 11? I hope so. How do you feel, Casey?
Totally humbled, speechless. Like,
Oh, yes.
dude, thanks, man.
Yum yum. Yum yum.
What do you think, Melody? All right, your turn, Melody.
My turn.
You have to pick someone, yeah.
I am gonna pick. Oh, why you put me on the spot? I'm gonna eeny meeny miny mo. I'm gonna pick Dan. I'm
All
gonna pick
right.
Dan.
All right. So, Casey, can you be the counter and count? It's
I'll count
hard to keep track while
myself.
you're saying it.
I love how I think when you speak, and well, I love the tone of your voice. So I'm grateful for having met you here, and I like how how you embrace your. Sorry, I'm walking in public, and there's trucks around me. Um, Good morning. I love how your flow. You flow so well, and your tongue and your brain are like connected in a way that you can share with us those imaginations. And I think I like, let's see, you uplift the team that you're on. You're with who? You upscale. You've been doing this for so long, and you have your, oh my God, I'm too distracted and you
Totally
have your
not.
long, your long, beautiful career to show how good you are, and like the love that you have for your cats, and how you would take a day off to spend with them and us, and just go on and live in this creative space. Or now, to be yourself, how I hear that in you, and like discovering more. I love how open you are to that. I love how I think what else? I obviously do not have ease with flow in my words.
You only need 2 more.
You feel free to make the last 2 up out of pure cloth.
Oh, imagination, huh? Well, I'm looking at trees, but
I can help. You want help? I'll help.
You can give too, yes?
Yeah, sure, I'll help out. You know, Dan is an amazing person with an amazing mind, and his depictions of different realities through his AI art is amazing. See, he's clapping. He must like that.
I'm really quiet over here because I'm like just blessed and humbled to have any of those reflections, because they really connect. I can feel that like across the continuum. I appreciate that. It's taken me a long time to find people that could resonate with that. And in a lot of ways, the spaces allows me to sort of be judged by how I really want to be judged, right? Which is by my mind and by my creativity, by my kindness, maybe by my humility, or just my ability to, for this moment, I just want to see you glow. You know what I mean? It's not about my glow. It's like if I can get you to glow, And I didn't know that stuff until I really
Well,
stepped away from stress. That's when I
you've
really
been
discovered myself.
selling that. You've been selling that, and I feel that this is you here getting the you
Yeah.
get you're selling. You've been selling that your whole career, right?
Yeah.
And here you are in your buff bear
Yeah.
buns, if
Well,
you will.
it's very rare that you meet a person that actually
I love it. I
changes
love
the
it.
world, and I think that he's the care and keeping of a revolutionary mind in a peaceful revolution anyway, or an evolution,
Yeah.
is it's incumbent upon the people in your life to do that, and we're here for you, and we want you to do what you're meant to do. And that's cool.
Yeah. That's cool. It's cool. That's why I like the Syndicate. It's an extension of the Majestic to me, which is a concept that I wrote about when I was burned out, and went into that. I wrote it about the stripper, actually, about this notion of when you meet somebody, a continuum gets formed, right? You have this union between the two frequencies, and I felt like when I came in here, like Michael and I was like, we didn't even have to say anything. It was like, boom, on. Okay, that signal connection works. And then like every person I've met through the Syndicate, it's just like you can see the light just going, like from me to Casey, breaks off, goes into Robbie. Robbie sings about it, breaks off into like 9 million people, right? Then breaks off of that, reflects back in the, melody, breaks into Sandra, goes into like, what I mean? It's like, that's cool. It's cool to think about. And the other thing that's cool about it is like that kind of thinking today is like welcome, right? Like that is like eager. People are like on pins and needles to think about that, because like we've gone through the commercialization of our manifested wills, right? We've manifested anything we wanted to make physically, but now we're sort of going back inward and saying, well, what else do I have inside me that needs to be manifested? My
Fuck
voice.
yeah.
You know what I
What?
mean? My mind. Yeah.
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 Sí, señor.
That's awesome. All right. So I have to do 10 good things about Michael. How's this work? Who do I Go 4.
This is Melaby's idea. Melaby, how does
You
this
just
idea
pick.
work?
Well, okay. So the other thing too is like everybody can gush. Everybody can give the 10 like or 11 things. But yes, 11 things that are good about the person that you pick, just to gush on or love on or give to or
Yeah.
smushy smush, smushy
Nice
smush,
comment.
Oh
Swish.
boy.
squish squish.
All right. Gosh, I feel like there's so many great people in here. I'll just pick one. All right, Sandra, I'll pick 10, 11 great things about Sandra.
I mean, for me, we
Let's
keep saying 10.
Go with the boobs. Yeah. No.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Wait, what?
Titties.
It's like what?
Whatevs.
Knockers.
All right.
I'll talk about those. I love that the boobs. Like when you were talking about your bra, the
Well, I have an
lacy, the
I just
cover.
started a thought account. I have a whore account now because I think that's a great idea to have an account that's really the opposite of you too. So I'm starting my official,
See,
whore
okay, I
account.
love this about you that you fucking embrace that
I do.
like I mean it's not even naughty because like it's
No.
just the other one in there. The other one. Does it have a name?
What do I need? I don't. I'll send you a link to it later on. I don't mean to
No,
interrupt
you're
Dan. I'm sorry.
sorry.
That's right.
No, but that is we're not interrupting Dan. This is a
It's a
good
flow.
thing. It's a
So let's see how we describe this gal. I like how Sandra 10 great things about you. Number 1, got the Jersey, she's got this Jersey accent about her, and an accent on a gal is always a nice touch. Adds in an added place of reflection outside of their own sort of voice, which means that she can really turn on the Josie or the Jersey whenever she wants, which is really cool.
oh
Yeah.
cute.
Mm-hmm.
You are the one.
Uh-huh.
Oh, you can.
Yeah, she's got the Jerseyness. Number 2, odds are, and I don't know it, but she probably is really familiar with all the boardwalks in New Jersey, and that's really great because you need somebody that
And under them too.
right. Under them too.
That's the best
Right.
part.
Number 3, super intelligent. Love space stuff. You can check out her feed sometimes. She's like talking about some crazy nebula you can't even pronounce. Um, and also I love the lawyer stuff, just because I used to work with lawyers a long time ago. So I love the twinges of reality that law has. Like, despite whether or not it's good or bad, there's still like law is like in the middle. It's sort of agnostic. And if you kind of learn that space is cool. I think you're always really nice and cordial and kind in spaces. Not many people are. Um, I don't know what number I'm on, 6 or 7. You're but you control so well. You do like you have just devilish trolling when you get at least I thought it comes across to me sometimes.
A little
You
bit.
can do like such deadpan wit that no one in the room can tell whether or not you're really trolling, but like everybody's in the DMs going like, is she trolling? I don't know. I think she's trolling. Is she trolling? Because it's just like,
There's a good chance. Yeah.
yeah, that's nice. You're a vegan convert, you're into the vegan thing, so it's always cool to talk to somebody that has like a different diet plan than you, so you can figure out like how you can sustain yourself with just veggies. I mean, that's a special person. And you're into vintage stuff. You're really like that you can sort of speak to the vintage aesthetics of old times.
Yeah, and I'm into someone's really amazing music. That's just really,
Mhm.
like an
Yeah.
underrated tweet. It should be out there more. No.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the Syndicate, we have, Syndicate. I think it will always be sort of seen to some extent as sort of this notion of a boys' club, but it's really a club of minds, right? Minds first and foremost, and then equals straight down the list. And so I love the as a fan of the feminine side of reality. Syndicate women are badasses. I like to think of all of them as warriors. Um, um, I like that. It's just fun just to think of that, and I see you in that lineup. How many am I at? Am I at 10 yet?
Yeah, I think you
That
are.
was 10 right there.
Amazing.
Okay. All right. The last one is you're the wit on a woman is wicked. You flirt well. You really do well. So thank you for that. Just saying. Hey, it's a compliment. You know what
No,
I mean?
I take
I
it
mean,
that way.
it's like how to make a room go, and sometimes that stuff works. I mean, this is what the syndicate's about. It's about understanding your power, right? Can you come in and hold the room and hold presence and hold? Yeah, you guys can do that. All of you can, which is why the syndicate's so much fun. Like we're real. We don't have bullshit conversations. Like we feel each other. That's cool shit.
You got it.
All right, who's next? Sandra, you're up.
Oh, I am up, aren't I? Oh, darn. All right. Well, I think we haven't talked about Mike yet, have we? Over there with
Yeah, you're gonna have to do Mike.
Yeah, that's okay. Well, never mind. I won't get dirty. Okay, so
You don't know, man. Allie you can't rule out anything with her.
well, yeah, she's a little wild, and so I'll compliment her first, and she's probably playing
Remember,
around.
it's Dobby Free All Friday, so it's full on Free All Friday.
All right. Yeah, I like Dobby. He's cool. So, first of all, Mike, I commend you on your selection of mates, and I think Allie is amazing. So, good man. And Mike apparently is an immortal vampire in a good way because he never sleeps. Like, never, ever. Because I know that because I probably uh, contact him almost 24 hours a day every day. I'm always sending him something at some point. And he generally responds very quickly. So God bless him. Many people just ignore, and that makes me sad. All right, moving on. uh, Mike does a great job of knowing when to jump into any conversation or lack thereof. I mean, he's like a master of ceremony in a kind, gentle, considerate way. And Mike has a very interesting way of using his voice as both as a sword and a shield. And especially yesterday with Joda, I was just like, oh man, that's just really cool. That if I could like use that, when teaching English as a second language, I think I'd be able to hypnotize everybody. He's just so patient with people. And Mike's also like a Renaissance man. Like what is there anything this guy does not know? It doesn't seem like it. And to me that's humbling, because I think that as a general rule, people like to puff themselves up and think about how smart they are, when in reality they should be recognizing that maybe they aren't. But Mike actually does truly know everything, and he's very cool about it. And I appreciate that. It takes the intimidation factor down a few notches. And I also really enjoy the fact that Mike is very culturally aware and considerate of the temperature in the room and the tonality of the room. He tends to think about those things. So I think I owe like two more. All right, so
I think that was just like three. I think you have like 8 left. No, I'm just joking.
No, but your tech skills are amazing too. Like you're able to clip things and know how to do all kinds of crazy stuff.
Definitely likes to rival you on the mastery of manifestation. That's why he's a worthy enemy in that regard. we'll spar quite often. Hey Dan, did you see I made this? I made this robot, had it in my front yard, and like, so we like battle. We have like a manifestation off, like, all right, go make something. I love that.
That is cool. That is very cool. Yeah, and I mean, through Dan and Mike, I've met so many just completely, truly amazing people in such a diverse range. I mean, I'm literally from like Bumfrack, New Jersey, Dare Town. It's got 3 churches and 2 people, like and I've just met all kinds of amazing people through both of them that, it just, as I sit here and think about it, it's just, would I have ever met any of these people but for, Dan and but for Mike? And the answer is like, hell no, never in a million years. So I'm very grateful for how my life has been enriched by knowing both of them. And, I don't know if I can ever do enough to equal that for you guys in any way, but I hope I can. That and you deal with my mood swings. Since you deal with all my horrible moods, you probably should get extra stars for that too.
Forget about it.
It's a Joycey thing. Get some coffee.
Go get some coffee.
All right, so since Michael already went, that means that it goes to me since I'm the only one who has not. Right?
I think so.
Okay, so I pick Lagertha. Right? All right. I appreciate so much how blunt Lagertha is. I fucking love that. Because she's also got an awesome moral center as number 2. Like her moral center is on point. And she's kind. Her efforts are always coming from a place of great intent. It's to be kind, guard, safeguard, protect. And to do it, number 4, sometimes she has to be ferocious. And if you cross a line with Lagertha or say something that she finds morally reprehensible, you are going to fucking hear about it. And I love that. I love that. Number 5, confidence that she possesses. That is awesome. And number 6 is part of the reason why I find her so trustworthy. It doesn't hurt the number 7. She's very fun. And what really gains my respect is that she's humble. She has a plethora of skills that she does not brag about, does not bring to surface, and that humility is to be applauded, man. That's rare. You have to be very brave, number 9. And number 10, I've noticed that she prefers action over inaction. Oh, we're going to make a change? Well, let's fucking do it right now. What's the use of talking about it? Don't fuck around with my clock. We're going to do this or not? Okay, we're going to America? Yeah, let's do it. What's the flight pattern? What's the cost? Here's the budget. Bam, done, booked. We're going right now. Like, ain't no fucking around. And all of this, number 11, is why I think of her as a great friend. Because she genuinely cares. So, that's the list for Lagertha.
Oh, it's very nice.
Oh, I was just out the room, and then Floki was yelling at me, Lagatha, come here, you're missing it. I'm like, it's recording. I'll have to get the timestamp. I'll listen to it.
I agree, Casey. I agree.
You know this.
I know this.
Thank you, Casey. What had sparked the conversation, though? I didn't even say a word. Good morning, by the way.
Good morning, by the way. And now that we know that Floki's on the same account as you, he can be added into it as well. So yay, we got more players.
Dude, I was just like taking my morning rip, and I was like, oh, Lagatha! Oh my gosh!
Anyway, what's up? Good morning, everybody.
Hello.
You playing a game? What's the game?
The
Good
game
morning,
is making a
everyone.
list. Good morning.
You know what happened when I came into the room?
I don't even. Do I want to know?
Yes, yes. Floki goes, "Good morning," and makes fun of me and my accent and the way I say good morning. And then I say rude, and he says counter rude for saying I'm rude. Oh my god! Haven't said anything but good morning.
We love each other like siblings. Siblings.
And
That's some
she makes
dirty
it
shit right
very
there.
fun, but it's not. It's like a term of. He's just being playful in term of endearment, like when she says in spaces "bye," and then we all do it now. And Casey, I think you're still drunk and high for all the stuff you said about Lagatha.
Look, one can be delusional without being under the pressure of any foreign substances. You can.
You can still be genuine, and maybe that's your reality.
And who are you to question my
Perception.
reality?
We had a long conversation about reality versus perception yesterday.
Let him know Floki doesn't understand.
And I was legitimately banging my head against the freaking fridge because these guys would just not stop.
No. You and I were on the same page. Floki does not understand the difference between
No,
perception and reality.
These gals
Oh my
are
God.
delusional. No drugs required.
Floki claims that anything that is his perception is actually reality, and anything that my or Lagatha's perceptions are just perceptions.
That is an incorrect statement and wrongly represented.
That is your perception, but it's actually reality.
These gals. It's pretty funny. It's a long story, but I don't mean to interrupt or hijack the good energy that was going on here beforehand.
It was a game, apparently. I still don't know what the game is.
It wasn't so much a game as it was an exercise, but that's okay. Listening to the schizophrenic account that is three voices on one account coming out of a single mic is, especially when it involves, questioning reality. I don't know. There seems to be a setup there of some sort. I'm just going to back away slowly.
That might just be your perception, Casey.
Oh, God. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Your reindeer games once again.
Yeah, and then he's like high as a kite, and he tells us what reality is. I'm like, sure, we have the highest person in the room. Tell us what reality is. Sure. It's been wild. I'm telling you, it's been wild.
It's how you expand your mind, guys.
I mean, it's how you gain perspective, right?
Oh God, I'm not sure if we can productively add anything to this conversation at this very moment.
No.
But we have to leave in 10 minutes, and Gina's taking fucking 5 years to get ready.
It's not even 10 minutes. Can you be realistic about something instead of
It is.
Oh my God.
It takes less than 20 minutes.
This is like having one of those reality shows on Twitter Spaces.
Jesus Christ.
Cheese and rice.
Get your phone. Okay, it takes 20 minutes to get there. We gotta be there at 11. Anyways, I got 20.
You're never gonna make it.
Sorry?
You're never gonna make it. Just saying.
Oh, I will. I would. I take a 2-minute shower at max, so I'll be in and out, ready and done. But Mrs. here, doesn't even take a shower, but takes an hour to get ready. I don't know what she does, but it takes forever.
What difference does it make how long it takes me to get ready and what the fuck
I
I
need
do?
to
As
get
long as
into
we're
the
done.
bathroom.
And I'm done.
Where's Robbie? Where's Robbie when
I
we
haven't
need her?
gotten you anywhere late. No, I haven't.
Where's the changed man? Where's our musical interlude?
I'd sing, but then you'd all want to hear more yelling, so I won't sing.
I want to hear the Property Law album. We'll just put like lo-fi beats behind the stories.
Nice.
Real mellow stuff. Boring, but sane.
The thing is, the weird thing about yesterday was you guys are trying to bore people to death, and the assigned was like, What'd you just say?" And he starts looking up the statutes in Oregon.
Yeah, K-City, we're to do better next time. Have a very dry, boring discussion. What do you think?
I'm looking forward to it. We've had a lot of really no, I wouldn't call them exciting conversations, because just because there's a lot of conflict doesn't mean it's exciting. Conflict can be immensely boring if it's about inner things, right? So we've
Right.
explored that part, right? I feel like we've explored a lot of territory, but what we haven't explored is making the mundane hilarious. I like the idea of trying to do that.
That's exciting to me.
Isn't that the Seinfeld formula?
I think that's where I'm at, though.
Oh, yeah, you're probably right, Casey. Right? But instead of like whatever Seinfeld did, it's actually property law. Like, I don't think Seinfeld went far enough. So, yeah. I guess because like I saw you guys with Christian, I was like, oh yeah, we have like 12 albums in this room.
I like the sound of that. And I do owe you like 7 minutes of something, so I'll have to draw on my memory banks here and see if I can come up with something.
Well, the idea is that you don't have to. I wouldn't want you to rack your brain about it. Just talk about some minutia that you know.
Okay,
Like,
it doesn't have to be property law, does it?
could be anything.
Okay.
Just as long as it's minutia, right?
Okay.
A lot of people talk and talk and talk about philosophy. They talk about Aristotle and they talk about Plato, Zhuangzi, Confucius. And it's cute, people trying to figure out the nature of the universe because they saw a motivational quote on Instagram. Some people go to Rumi. Some people go to Siddharth. At the end of the day, all we're doing is arguing what is the most fundamental thing in the universe. The pre-Socratics argued over this, and one side said that the atom was at the bottom of everything. And Heraclitus, who sits alone, dejected at the bottom of the school of Athens, was one of the few people who believed that change was the only thing that we could be ever certain of. Not the atom, but just the fact that things seem to just keep changing. And that's what people don't get, because they don't realize that there were philosophers before Aristotle and Plato and Socrates, and they were called the pre-Socratics. But you shouldn't blame them. This is YouTube University. Bless their hearts. So that's my idea. Boring philosophy.
Oh, okay. No, okay. So I get the cadence and the tone. Okay, good.
Well, that's my cadence and tone, right? Like whatever it feels comfortable for you. Right. But just that idea of, the thing is, what I said, I feel personally as a nerd, I think is important, right? But I'm trying to explain it in a really boring way, because I've tried to make it exciting and I haven't been able to figure it out yet. So I think I'm going to try just saying it really boringly.
Got it. I think I'll give you something, and you can tell me if I need to do something else. That's fine.
No, it's one of those things where I try not to over edit in the beginning, because you never know when you're editing, if you're removing magic that you don't realize is there. Right. Like, sure. Zach and the wife, he told me about this ASMR, right? and they noticed it in. They noticed that this all the pops and the clicks and the mouth sounds and the throat sounds that people would often remove from the track, right, to have it clean. All of those human sounds and biological sounds are actually very interesting to a certain portion of the population. So
Right.
now a lot of people are like leaving in the imperfections. So
I
yeah,
like that much better. I like that. I like it. Like, for example, you know, God bless him, but Randy Rhoads, when he was recording, guitar music for Ozzy, he's recording D, and commenting about, makes a brief comment about a mistake he makes while
yeah,
playing, and goes back, does it again. That's the sort of thing that I find very
I
rich.
love it.
Right, exactly.
In rap, it's like Jay-Z was like, turn my headphones up or down, right? And now people copy that, but they don't realize, no. He actually wanted the engineer to adjust the volume. You hear that with America. You know that band, America?
Right, yeah.
They did, yeah, Venture Highway, all that stuff. And in the live recording, you hear the guy, can somebody pass me a cigarette? And then they just the song starts.
Right. And Billy Joel even made a mistake in what was it? Only Human. He does that. Suppose that's what I've
Right?
read. I don't know if that's actually true or not. But if that was a perfect mistake for the perfect song.
I've heard that the jazz, when they make up words, right, to go with the beat, like
Like
scatting or
that,
whatever.
right?
That apparently was a mistake because she couldn't remember the words.
Not kidding.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, yeah, you never know how. Technically, if you think of like a lot of the art that comes out, it's significantly different than what's out there. And a lot of the comedy that's out there is this premise, punchline, tag, blah, 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 really on the nose. You know what I mean? And I just would like to explore if we can make the pedantic hilarious, not by trying to over punch up the script, just by leaning into the boredom.
I love it. I bet I can do that. If I can do anything, I am almost certain that I can pull that off for you.
I
So.
would I would almost like think of it as um and this is where you get into the voice acting, right? So the first thing you look at is who are you, where are you, and who you're talking to. So the scenario might be you're Sandra, and there's a bunch of people in the room, and you actually want to piss them off by boring them, right? So that
Right.
gives you kind of the emotional scenario to be like, all right, there's 20 people in this room. They've been talking about, the future of the universe and what we can do about it. Right? And you come in, it's interesting you mentioned that, right? There's this statute in Atlantic City. And the statute says that in order for you to have a casino, you have to have a Sino-Ka. A Sino-Ka is an Atlantic word for a duck pond. And and you just go on with it, right? And the
Right.
cool thing is that once you say enough truth, you can start making up lies.
Right. You can kind of insert it somewhere in the middle, and no one really
Yeah.
realizes it. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where you can have fun. All right. So, yeah.
Yeah, I like the art of bullshit. I like it when you
Yes.
can take it, and especially if it's like a relatively complicated. It doesn't even have to be complicated. It can just be kind of mundane, and
Foreign.
talking
It could be
about it. Right.
mundane and foreign, right? So when you talk about property law, for example, probate, all that stuff. If
Right.
you talk about death taxes, people know what that means. Probate, what are you talking about?
Right.
Right?
Exactly. And I may have mentioned this before. Like, me and three other friends, we had this very long property law class. So we had this game where we would each come up with a random word, and you had to use the random word. If you got called on, it would, so we put them in line. So I would, if it's four of us, four words, we mix them up. And since you have no, it's all Socratic method, so you have no idea when you're going to get called on, or if you'll get called on at all. So you take your 4 words, you go into class, you're sitting, and it's a long class because they're night courses. And so you sit in there, and if you get the word, the trick is to use the word in your answer without giving away the game to anybody else, including the professor. So it could get really extremely hard. Like I had to use the word canary when talking about a concept called privity. So I barely got away with it. And, and we went on and we played this game probably for half the semester until other people began to catch on and ask if they could play too, because it's a boring class. But again, the trick is to play without people really noticing that you're using a strange word in your answer. And it got kind of out of hand, and we ended up stopping it before it got too late. But it kept things going. So what I'm saying is that I understand the concept of what you're saying.
Check this out at the top. So Scooter's a friend of KC, and Scooter went to a space before a work meeting. They were sharing 10 things they like about someone in the room. We need more of this. P.S. Before my meeting, I went and told my wife that she is a great mother. Unsolicited compliments. Well, congrats, Melody.
Who was that?
It's at the top. Scooter. I don't think we've ever spoke to. I've never spoke to Scooter, but I know it's a friend of Casey. He was an audience member.
Oh, cute. I'm gonna read it again. I'm on a walk. It's been fun listening. I'd love to share a video a little clip that I just took, but I get shy on Twitter.
Oh, you
to
should
post. I'm tired of my bullies. They fucking roast me any chance they get.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Block
but
them.
I think they've actually made me grow thicker skin for
You
sure.
should invite your bullies in, and we can have 10 things to compliment them. You know.
Oh fuck yeah! Okay, I can't do that now because I'm gonna get yelled at by my coach. But when I get to the house, I'm gonna keep on with you guys and pack.
Amazing.
But yeah, let me go read this thing.
Yeah. So that's kind of the effect. Like, I always think back, is this just idle chatter? And when you see stuff like that, you start to think, you know what? Maybe this is providing some sort of good, right? Because someone who's never talked to us and we've never talked to them can be impacted like that. And all of a sudden, the guy's wife gets a compliment from her husband saying, "You're a good mom." What could be better for a woman to hear? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Unsolicited? Come on now.
Well, I feel like I've grown up a lot since starting the syndicate here, and hopefully that will reflect in whatever I do going forward too.
For sure, I love it, and yeah, it's awesome.
I don't see the syndicate as like ever ending. What I mean by that is, I think that I've evolved in the short time that I've been involved, and hopefully that will continue on through the years as I get old and even more irascible and cranky.
As you get younger.
Yes, that's what I said. I'm going to use a lot of red light and harass Dan for more ways to get younger.
Right.
Yeah.
I almost got shat on.
What
Yeah.
happened?
There's I'm walking under a tree.
Uh-oh.
And there's wild turkeys.
Oh, those damn things.
And then there's like
they fly.
Ducks. Yes, I've never seen them fly until like 2
scary.
years ago. They're big. They're funny.
They are, but they're also rather alarming.
They're scary looking.
They run all over New Jersey wild. And when I left New Jersey, I'm like, thank God, no more freaking turkeys, right? And then I'm in Florida, and all of a sudden it's like lizard. It's like I'm in a bad Stephen King, Richard Bachman fog novel or something about dinosaurs, lizards, and
Yeah,
like,
for real.
what is on my door? For the love of God, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah, anyway.
possums and lizards is what iguanas,
Yep.
possums, lizards, flying roaches.
And chickens and roosters in Miami. I'm never going to get that, but okay, that's fine.
Island people. There's a lot of island people there. So this is an island thing for sure.
Yeah,
Caribbean.
but you know, it's like 3:30 in the morning, and I hear a rooster outside. It's like
Yeah,
yeah, I can't get
I
away from
love it.
my farmland roots here, growing up in Daretown. You know,
Yeah.
that's okay. I really don't mind too much.
I want to welcome Dr. KER, MELWEL, Lagarta, and Ross, and Paras. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Are you talking to me?
I didn't pop anybody's bio up. I just read what appeared on the little circle.
Oh, hey.
It says Dr. KER. Dr. Kerr.
Is that why people call me that sometimes? You know what? That's
Yeah,
so
dude.
funny.
Yeah,
I
People
thought
call me So You.
that is so funny because the name is long.
Oh,
So
let me see. I'm going to go
on
in.
like the phone, it must be too long. So I'm like, did people not know the name Carrie? Because they say that sometimes. They're like Dr. Kerr, and I'm like, what?
Yep. That's
That's
exact.
so funny.
Sounds like a southern way to say Dr. Carey. Yo, what's going on?
Dr. Curry.
Kerr. With
Oh my
you,
God,
what?
I'm so tired. I was like up all night in spaces. I was in the some like mushroom space, like the shroom space, and I'm listening to
Wow.
them and they're all microdosing, and I even asked them, and I'm like, am I too old to be here? I don't even understand if you can I don't even know where to get it. It's just I don't know.
No, not too old. Just ask. Even if they call you boomer, doesn't matter. They'll call you a boomer for asking.
Dr.
But
Carey,
that's
thanks for
okay.
coming out the other night with Christian. It's good to see
Yeah,
it.
that
And
was
you
awesome.
you had to bite the bullet too. You were the one who slated first.
You know,
So
I'm a teacher and my last name begins with A. So like for like baseball tryouts and stuff, they'd be like, the occasions are up because they did it alphabetically. So I'm like so used to it. I'm like, this sucks. This isn't fair. But I don't know. I could have done much better. I don't know. I'm like, wouldn't I be reading it from something? I have trouble remembering when I'm supposed to be speaking it
the
correctly too. That's a lot. Like to
it,
remember what you're gonna say and speak better, right?
uh all the
You're like,
entire
no.
the entire interaction with Christian is just an exercise. Does that make sense? It's like going to the gym. So if you
Right.
ask him to do push-ups, it's like maybe you don't have the perfect push-up form, and he doesn't really care about the form. He just cares that you're working out.
So was really, yeah, no, that's awesome. What was really interesting was that I ended up bringing up that throat chakra thing in a couple spaces, and Zach even talked a little bit in a space last night. So yeah, it was
Look,
interesting.
if you guys meet Steph, Christian's one side of things, but when Christian talks about the divine masculine and feminine, like he is about that life. And Steph, the Reiki practitioner who heals people with her mezzo soprano voice and teaches singing, she is about that life. Does that make sense? It's hard to describe it, but
No,
they're
I get it. No, so he's like, you can tell like in his teaching or, whatever he was talking about, you can tell there's like spiritual undertones all throughout, and he's done the work. I don't I actually, it's not even so much about the money right now. It's that so I just have to figure out how I can sustain everything. I mean, it is about the money. I want Voyager to freaking give me my money back and figure things out. But I'm trying to I'm
when it
just
comes
trying.
to the money, right?
Yeah.
I know Christian kind of like how I know you guys. Does it make sense?
Yeah.
And so if I went back to Christian and said, hey, you know what? The bunch of people are interested, but they can't do it at 5. They can collectively do it at this. How would you feel about taking 8 students at this instead of 2 students at this? Right? He's a reasonable guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We can chop it up, figure it out. Even
Yeah,
if you guys amongst
I'd be
yourselves,
down.
right? Even if you guys decide amongst yourselves to say like, all right, so this is what we can all do, then he might actually make more by charging less because more people come into class, right?
Right.
And
Yeah.
he's a being at the end of the day that has to pay for a studio, so right? I don't think he'll take it as an offense if everyone said, you know what, collectively, this is what we could do. But I wouldn't want to decide that. I would want you guys to, you know, maybe bump heads and figure out what works. Because I wouldn't want to charge different people different things, right?
No, I hear you. I
Yeah.
hear you. And I should, I'll give you, why don't I give me a Sunday deadline so that I'm
However
on it.
much time you need, right? Like I would like this to kick this off because I know some people are really chomping at the bit to make it start,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, yeah.
And I'm just trying to, no, don't be sorry. It just, I want to make sure that this is the recruiter in me. I have 2 sides, right? And I want to make sure that both sides are getting a great value out of things. You know, now of course the employee might want $1 million, and the employer might want to pay $1. My job is just to figure out what works for both of them, if they're actually interested in working together, right? Because it would be a shame if people who want to work together couldn't work together because some negotiation thing. Because I think we're all reasonable people at the end of the day, right?
Yep. For sure.
As an employer, if you do get them locked into $1, at least get a contract around that. I'd appreciate it. No, I'm kidding.
Well, you need the dollar for consideration to make the contract a contract, right?
That's true. Here's 'tis but $1 provided for you, my liege. Take upon thy need. For good day, good fellows. It is 1:43 on the land of the East Coast. Thy sun beats down on thy head, even though thy be in thy sheltered area. Have a great
See, that's what I
Friday.
was. Oh, sorry. I was expecting that from you on the Zoom. I'm like, what the fuck is happening? He's just talking like himself, which is totally fine, obviously.
I know. Well, I was like intimidated by him. I mean, Christian was really good, so it's like part of me is like, I
He
don't
can
want to be a
switch.
class clown just yet. At least,
He
I
can
mean,
switch in and out like really fast, right? Like he'll do
yeah,
something and he'll do an entire impression in like a second and then go back, right? But
yeah. I just like this process, and then the breathing part of it. I mean, it's like I wasn't even thinking.
breathing
It's like,
part is the scary part. Yeah, you don't realize how the breathing part is, but you know when you're reading a script, you know either you're gonna move your head to the side and breathe like you're swimming, front stroke, right? Which you can do, but to have your breath in a good cadence before you start saying your words is even something I'm getting used to. Because usually you just like press record, start speaking, right? But the cool thing with Christian is he has like a ritual. So the ritual is like, all right, so the first
yeah,
take, I want you, don't act it, don't add any inflection, don't add anything. I just want you to get your mouth around the words and your words around the mouth. So to be like, I take today a wife. My election is led on in the conduct of my will enkindled by mine eyes and ears. 2 traded pilots twixt the dangerous shores of will and like you're just trying to keep the if you were to think about the wave signal that's recorded, you want to keep it flat. And we're just
yeah,
trying to get around the words. And then you start thinking of, okay, who am I, where am I, and who am I talking to? Okay, now for fun, what do you want to be? Hero, villain, sidekick, mentor. Hero wants to save the day, villain has something to prove, sidekick just wants to help, and the mentor has something to teach. Okay, great. So we tried that take. Now do you want to stick with the hero? Okay, no? You want to try the villain? Okay, let's try the villain. Okay, you like the villain. Okay, so how are you going to do the villain now? You want to do it high energy, low energy, casual, or broadcaster, And then every time you do the script, you think about the 5 fingers of self-direction. What I like, what didn't I like, what am I going to change? What I like, what didn't I like? Sorry, what did I notice? What did I like? What didn't I like? What am I going to change and how am I going to change it? And then you just keep going in that circle, deciding what is the character, what is the tone, and how am I going to make the next take different than the last? And you just that's kind of the whole class in like 60 seconds. But just the process of doing it is again Christian, you can tell he has a lot of stuff that's not written in
Yeah.
books. You know, you know what I mean? And it's written in books, but I don't think anyone's really explored it in the context of voice acting. So yeah, it's a doctrine I haven't seen elsewhere. Let's say.
It's a holistic approach. Absolutely, like as a whole, the person first understand this, and then go from there. Like in your body, in your mind, right?
On
Oh yeah.
another note, oh sorry, wait.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
On another note, did you guys see the flyer for? So Leslie Mata and I had like a little space last night. I don't even know. It was like super last minute, but we made. Well, she made a flyer with us, like with like fake naked shoulders because we were talking about like how all the young girls get all the you know, they get all the followers and get so many people at their spaces because like they're in their bikinis, and I'm like probably never ever gonna be bikini ready ever again in my life. So like, why do we superimpose ourselves onto bodies? And we got so many people clicked on the space flyer or whatever post. She was like, Carrie, I think you're on to something. I'm like, oh my God.
Are you trying to say that people on Twitter are not interested in the content of your character, and rather how you look in a bikini? I
I
don't believe.
mean, if you can get in the door a little bit that way, like I mean,
Now I'm
I
thinking about.
don't know. I
Carrie
just
is
thought it was funny.
beautiful, though.
What'd you say? Did you see
Carrie
it?
is the most beautiful blonde I've seen in all America.
Yeah,
Well,
right.
I,
That's a big
I'm thinking about
statement.
bikini on the unicorn. You think that would work? You think I'd get more followers if the unicorn had a?
Tell him to do it. Do it.
I mean, Lagatha taught me how to get more book sales with. I mean, it works, right? It brings people through the door. It just I felt kind of bad because then I went into that space with the young girls and I was like telling them I'm like what we did and I was like, but I'm like I really think you're cool for what you do too. Like how you actually use the
Have you
regular
been an
body.
NFT Web3 girl, Carrie, last night?
Yeah, my little
You
brother's like
know
I
how
love.
we
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
how we made fun, or Casey's really good at it, making fun of, those NFT and Web3 ladies that are like overly nice all the time. Shit, forever. Which one is this supposed to be? 405 south or north? Going south. Right onto the south. I-405 ramp. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no. I was just nice. I
How
was just like, thank you for the idea. It helped us. Can't beat them, join them, right?
Yeah, it's like I don't
Yeah,
understand.
but
Like
they're
paving the way could be shared. Like someone paves the way, and then you just like instead of being like, oh, I have to do it this way now. You got to do it too. Like making it easy. If there's like a teaching, like ¿cómo se dice? Eh, yeah, somebody learned
Strategy
the
that works,
process.
like a
Yeah, the
strategy. Yeah,
process.
yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, it's hard, right? Like, and I also work like in a state job right now. So it's like, well, I'm off for a minute right now because I'm picking up my daughter soon. But, um, like, I don't know, I'm 42 and I grew up with like, you're not supposed to do that, right? But now it's like, they're not really doing anything. Like some of them some of it's over the top, and some of them do have like fake accounts and they go into guys' things and they're like, "How's the trade going?" And it's total spam. But like even pictures of when you're like don't even feel attractive. Like I noticed some guys like they post pictures of just like when they're doing stuff, and even if they're not really attractive, it still is putting yourself in a vulnerable position that I think a lot of people appreciate. I just don't. I feel like I don't like to just do that because people criticize and everything. So I always feel like I need to do shit to myself before I do that kind of shit. But
Were you were you born on 0 or on 1? The year that
0. Who asked me that?
Yeah.
I'm like,
It's
Melody.
funny because yeah, you're saying you're kind of speaking something that I just felt a little while ago. It was like, oh, I have like this really awesome encounter and I want to share. But it's like I'm like I don't like saying well, it is. It's like I'm conscious of like what is gonna be out there. Like worried conscious like kind of what you're saying like
Yeah, like I want to look my best if I don't know, like I just don't have the time and I want to get like a little Botox first too.
oh no not about that
Oh my
that
God,
yeah
Carrie.
that's oh you
I just don't want to put myself out there. You know what I mean? Because I mean, I think I could do it like kind of
no
like parody-ish, like it's like
no
not sexy but sexy. It's sexy ugly. You know how guys can be sexy ugly? What's like a sexy for women that's not like sexy hot? It's like sexy not hot. Sexy old. What is the word? I'm gonna do that.
you're
You
not
find a
Exactly.
word,
old. Oh
Michael.
my God, no, you're not old. Stop
I like the
saying
idea of
that.
sexy ugly. We have too much sexy. I'd like to see sexy ugly.
Like Adrian Brody, I guess, is sexy ugly. Like he's an example.
Why can't we just all be sexy, just the way we are?
Because
Yes,
it's like
yes,
post modernism,
yes.
post sexy. You know.
Look, if I could,
And
Post
if
sexism.
I could be,
Carrie is sexy just the way she is.
I
Oh,
agree. I agree, Lagarta. I agree.
See? Also, I have sent you some pictures, Carrie, with you and Maggie. Did you see them?
Maggie. Who's Maggie?
Casey's daughter.
Oh, no. Where did you? I'm like Maggie.
I think I
Oh,
sent that to Discord.
I,
Oh, I'll check. I never check Discord. I gotta do that. Thank
And
you.
if you please can send the Saturday night pictures.
Oh yeah, I just sent them to Duke because he wanted to. Yeah, I'll send them to you too.
Lagertha, I don't know if you know this, but Peter is an artist, an AI artist. He's also very single and a roofer. So you know he's strong. So I'm just putting this out there. Say hi to Pete.
Wait, what? Hi, Pete.
Peter,
I
Peter's
don't know
the
why.
sexiest man on the chat right now.
Why do I need a roofer boyfriend?
Because roofers are
why don't you?
wild.
Because I
Because he's
already have a.
handy.
I'm
Because the
sorry,
Hey,
I
woman
was just
can't
loving
turn
this as
down
like a running
roofer
joke.
boyfriend. Harry, maybe you need a roofer boyfriend that can help fix things.
That's what
I
I'm
need a
calling.
lot of different kind of. I need a lot of gaps to be filled.
That's
Literally,
like we can start
metaphorically,
with a roofer
physically.
boyfriend.
I need a lot of stuff.
Carrie's
Cool,
men
no
as a
more gaps.
service. Well,
I'm needy. What can I do for you? You
Peter,
can help
Peter,
me fix a lot of things.
you know, he's a contractor during the day and a contractor at night. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Carrie just needs someone proper in her
lay
life
that
that.
wood.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, just Carrie doesn't need bloodsuckers and leeches. That's not what Carrie needs. Carrie needs
We need a
day
sophisticated
one
Wall Street type.
supporter.
No, has to
I
be
clean. Okay.
a
I think.
coach.
See,
He's a
the thing
writer and a coach. That's a great fit. Sorry.
the thing I like about Pete is that I feel that he's a great foil, right? Because I feel like the women here are assertive and playful and outgoing, and I could see them being the life of the party. And Pete is kind of like the boyfriend beside you, be like, oh yeah, this is my boyfriend. Oh, what do you do? And he's like, well, you know, I roof during the day and I make world renowned art at night. And I'm like, what? I thought you were a roofer. Yeah, I still do roofs, but I also use AI better than everyone here in the room. What?
True.
Right? And then he just goes back to eating his caviar, right? Which he kind of doesn't like, but you know, he's eating it just to appease Dr. Carey, you know, to fit
Yo,
in.
you eat
Hey, it's
caviar?
pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, I'm not really a fan of seafood at all. I'm not gonna lie. Like
So,
seafood specifically, fish
so
oil, just like I don't know.
So Pete, how artsy are the roofs you make? Is there any art in the roofs you make?
Is there any art in the rip we make? Yeah, so I work with a bloke that's like, so, and apologies, Australian lingo. I work with a dude that's like 64 years of age, so he's slowed down a lot, and he really cares about his product, right? So everything that I'm taught is like how to take care and the way I work and how to do everything right, you know, make everything correct. There's a lot of art involved in that because it's like you're never given a product to work with to begin with because we work with brick walls here. So we have to work with what the bricklayers do. We have to work on top of their product. And they have to work on top of the like people that do the, you know, the slab laying. So it's all dodgy in the sense that there's allowable tolerances that get passed, especially when there's high demands of work. And then, you know, it's up to us to make a good looking product for the, you know, the top layer. And a lot of people just don't give a shit at all. They just throw it up. But with the dude I'm working with, you know, it's like he's taught me how to make it as good as possible and actually take care in my work as well. So there is art involved in that because if you don't take pride in your work, regardless of what it is you do, then it's always just going to be mediocre. It's always going to be average. And who's going to want to hire you when the demand is high? Like, who's going to want to hire you when the demand is low is more important. When the demand is high, you know, you can get jobs anywhere. But when the demand is low, if you don't take pride in your work, if you don't involve some level of art, whether it's something like, sorry, Mike, to throw you under the bus, but whether it's something like recruiting, or whether it's something like analytics, or whether it's something like programming, or whether it's something like roof carpentry, you're not going to get work anywhere when the demand is low. You have to take pride in your work. And I think that translates, you know, in one way or the other, pretty much everywhere. So, yeah, there's art involved in that. And it's a constructive field. Like, you know, there's maths involved. There's a lot of thinking involved. There's a lot of creative solutions involved to just overcome simple problems that shouldn't even be problems to begin with. In the perfect world, there'd be no problems and we'd be just throwing up straight up, like, you know, a square roof on like a 2x2 wall, whatever, you know, very simple, extremely simple to calculate, extremely simple to throw up. It's just basic. It's never the case. We have absolute bullshit that we should do because, you know, designs are complicated now and whatever. It's still not like, and sorry for monologuing, it's still not like, you know, Renaissance, like cathedral type stuff, but it's like, it could be so much simpler and it could be so much easier. And despite that, even with how simple it is now, people still get it wrong. They still don't give a shit. And that's sad.
I found in general that Australian and New Zealand, you know, people that do all kinds of works on buildings are being really slack, and that's, you know, I'm sure there's exceptions, but compared to the building standards we have in Europe, it is mind blowing to me how the
No,
house
we're
that
terrible. We're terrible. We are absolutely terrible. And I hate
you're
it
just
because, like,
cutting
the person,
corners everywhere. Just like, yeah, she'd be right, mate.
yeah, we
Don't
cut
worry.
corners.
Yeah, when is smoker? Oh, is it time
Yeah,
yet for smoker? Oh, yeah.
it looks good from my house. But
Yeah,
that's the thing. It's like,
she'd
that's
be
the
right.
attitude here in the industry, right? And like the dude I'm working with is like completely opposed to it because he's done it his whole life and he takes pride in his work, even if he's a bit slower than everyone else. Like we might spend 2 weeks where other teams about our size that are younger people might spend a week, but they just produce shit. Like it's tragic looking at it. So I'm lucky in that way, I guess.
The amount of holes I had to like fill with some silicone because freaking ants would just bite their way through. And I was like, there should not be a hole from the outside into to the inside of our house that a freaking ant can just walk through and freaking build a nest or whatever, or grab a freaking crumb from my kitchen sink. You know, that is just ridiculous. How many times I have to like fill gaps and holes. I'm like, this should like any building inspector should have just not okayed this house. It's wild to me. And whenever we have
Inspectors have a checklist that's based on structural code within whatever jurisdiction you're in, right? So They don't give a shit about those little things. They don't give a shit about aesthetic things. They only care about, is it going to fall over? Literally based on whatever your jurisdiction's code is. That's about it. And the thing is, they still fall over. Roofs still blow away if they're made of tin. It still happens, even with inspectors. And that's
Yeah,
why things keep upping the standards. But they don't inspect actual quality. They just inspect the code. And they also make up other bullshit that they think is like, okay, why is that there? When, say, a knowledgeable carpenter that has done something for a specific reason has put something there in order to prevent, like, a really, really avoidable outcome. For example, we've like my boss has put in things to prevent sag, and then an inspector has come along and said, oh, it shouldn't be there because of the weight of like what's on top, right? But there's no weight on top because it's tin. And he's saying it'll cause sag, whereas he's done it to prevent sag. Like, they know they're just pencil pushers in a way, and it's a bit sad. The whole industry is just tragic because it's all money driven and whatever. Like,
Yeah, it feels like a whole lot of just money making, like just ripping people off, not actually, providing a quality service, but just ripping people off.
it's sad when the price of housing now is what it is. I mean, like, the whole notion that, these like Gen Z or Gen Y or whatever, the current generation can't afford housing because we spend too much money. But then you look at like 20 years ago, 30 years ago, people were making very similar money for the sort of trades and things they're in, but the cost of housing was like almost 10 times less. Like, how are we supposed
I'd
to
love
afford that
to
sort of thing?
continue, but I have to go to an appointment. I'll hop back in once I'm done. See you guys.
See
Bye.
ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Yes.
I
Bye,
hear you,
Lagatha.
Peter, though, on the freaking like inflation. It's crazy. Like, I negotiated my salary in like 2014, and the people who are just starting are coming in like at my salary or like just below without like all these years of experience. It's just because they can negotiate it based on what things cost now. And I'm like, shit, man, I got to figure this out. So the only way that I can really make up for it is either to invest, get another job, or just like go leave and get like a better paying job. So it's just, I don't know, it's just awful.
It
Dr.
hurts both sides,
Carey,
right?
I actually heard somebody in this predicament the other day. May I share?
Yeah, I mean, sure. What? Yeah.
So,
Sure.
so she went and got 3 job offers. Literally went with the interviews because most of the time you're like still doodling with your resume and toying with the idea of applying. Well, go ahead and apply and get like at 1 offer at least, but 3 would be great. And then you go to your employer and you say, look, I can leave right now, or you can pay me this. And there we go. But that's like if you're ready to, to
Yeah. I'm
cut
just
ways.
getting ready. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
like I'm just
Mm-hmm.
getting ready to do all the work. You know how it is getting a new job and stuff. It's just like a lot. Like I'm
Mm-hmm.
trying to like integrate my kid into it. But I think that's really the only way.
Because they'll
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, and in that moment, they'll show value of your, full contribution all the entire time that you've been there, and all that stuff that's you've grown with them, because yeah, it is. People are making and hopping around. This is a thing. People hop because they get 20% increases rather than a fucking 3% sometimes. you know.
Well, it's also like if you've been with an employer for a long time, they don't know what you do there, right? And they only find out what you actually do there when you leave. I've had a lot of my candidates, like I'll place someone. I placed this guy maybe a few years ago, and he gets the offer. It's great. He works at the job for 6 months. I get paid, so I'm happy. And he calls me out of the blue one day and he says, "Hey, Mike, I got some good news and bad news." I'm like, "All right, what's up?" And he says, "I'm quitting the job you got me, and I'm going back with my previous employer." I'm like, "Congratulations." So they figured it out. He's like, "Yeah." And what happened was his previous employer paid him double to come back because they realized this guy was doing 5 jobs, but they didn't know because he was working there and he had to leave for 6 months and have everything kind of fall to shit before everyone realized, oh fuck, you mean this guy's doing 5 people's jobs? Well,
Yeah,
like,
no, I
can we
hate
pay him
you.
2 salaries instead of 5? All right, call him.
Yeah,
Call him. He'll
yeah.
accept 2 salaries instead of 5, and he was happy. But he wanted a job and a certain type of position with that employer, and they just didn't give it to him. So eventually, he had to just leave. And it was only when he left that they finally realized his value. And I hate that that's the case, but I understand why that is the case.
Yeah, I really agree with that. I mean, I get paid out of a certain line item, a legislative line item, but like I have like, 8 other bodies of work that I'm leading. And I was looking at the other day and I'm like, what the heck? Like I'm doing so many different jobs. And I think they really got us during COVID. Like we just produced so much work because we're working from home, but now a lot of us are burnt, so we like look like crap, we're tired, we don't want to like go look for another job, so we're staying in these same jobs and doing like 8 jobs just because we don't have the energy to like look again and like start over. But I have one last push in me. I said, I'm like, I just got to do it and make more, just because my condo, like, the what's it called, the property taxes and everything went up so much that I just have to do something, unfortunately. Like, but my thing is like I get a pension too, so I have to wait just a couple more months and I'll get like a little bit more so that, I
Sure.
won't retire.
Smart.
Yeah.
Very smart. Yeah, I think I know that people here are making money from being here, right? It's happened in different ways. Some people got jobs, some people got an investor, blah, blah, blah. But it all happened with the power of their voice, which blew my mind. And it's like, literally, I'm staring at this after doing the voice acting coach with Christian. I'm like, hold on, you're telling me that these people are just raising money with their mouth breath? Whoa. You can't even see the person, and the other person is like, yeah, I'm down. Send me a term sheet. They haven't even seen you. They don't even know if you're a real person. But just on your voice, people are raising literally millions and millions of dollars. So I'm like, okay. So if we can make money with our voice, then let's fucking get as much stake as we can.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think it's interesting because Twitter isn't super saturated yet. And I think that's something we really have to take advantage of, right? Like we're defining this space and we can make more money now if we figure it out, right? Figure out the formula,
Mhm.
figure out the way to make.
Mhm.
I'm trying to figure out the safest, easiest, and fastest way, with spending the time and meeting people, but really like not trying to make it like so hard, like ask for what you want, clear on what you want, practice first if you don't know what you want, and just, like see where you fit. So that's where I'm at. I'm developing some stuff. I don't know. Nobody has to really listen to me, but like if you want to know what I'm doing, that's what I'm doing. Is like I'm
Keep going. Yeah.
yeah no. So like I have met quite a few people that are they're interested in working with me and it's been great. So now I'm like learning how to negotiate again. Like, and then I'm also as a single parent, like kind of reliant on a salary because I don't love the fact of like hustling every month for like new consulting gigs. So I'm trying to figure that out, even though I think it'd be more fruitful to do that. I'm like grappling with that kind of stuff. But yeah, so I'm at kind of like, okay, if you want to take me, then how are you going to pay me? And on Twitter Spaces, people pay different ways. Like you can get paid in crypto, you can get paid when you finish projects. It's just a lot of stuff that I'm kind of a salary girl and a paycheck girl. So
Well, I
yeah,
think that you can. Most of the offers I've got to work full time have come out of doing something small. Does that make sense? So like,
yeah, no, for sure.
like
Yeah,
a simple commercial for somebody and be like, hey, I want more of that. Oh yeah, how much more do you want? Like a lot. Like how many hours? I would like 300 hours.
right.
Okay. You know what I mean? So it's like the other thing too is and I've realized this over the pandemic. Just because you have the knowledge, skills, and attitude to do a job does not mean you're going to get along with your boss. And if you don't get along with your boss, all the knowledge, skills, and attitude in the world doesn't mean anything, because you're just going to have such a horrible time. You can be working at Microsoft. It doesn't matter where you're working. It's just who you're working for. So to me, it helps the candidates I work with figure out, hey, can I fuck with this person? No, it's not working out. All right, let's just pull cord. Right? And then after you go through a few of those, eventually you find the people you want to work with.
And
But you
I
can
do
still get paid
appreciate
for
you.
short-term work, you know what I mean? You can still get paid for that short-term work.
Yeah, and I
That's
do appreciate you like always being like, you need to bet on yourself. I do have that like single parent fear with a mortgage. Like I don't have anyone's salary to fall back on if I leave and go for gigs. I don't know if anyone's in this predicament, but it is like a vicious cycle, right? Like you're
Is it
like,
possible for you
oh,
to
like
do both?
what do we do?
Is it possible for you to do both?
Well, I mean, I had to take time off today because I'm going to the airport and stuff, but like it is very difficult to sustain it when my daughter's home. Like depending on what it is, it can be really difficult to work after work. But I think I'm getting the energy to be able to do it, you know, 10 hours. So I just have to figure out I'm trying to figure out the best approach. I'm not going to leave until I have something super
Yeah.
substantial. So
Do you know what you want your offering to be?
yeah, pretty much. I want to help companies that are making educational decisions. A lot of them are making, so my friend works for Encore Casino, and on like it used to be called Wynn Casinos, and they're all over the world. Steve Wynn, but he was kind of canceled. So my friend worked for them, and he would help them make investment decisions because a portion of what they had to donate a certain amount to the community, and he would help them make research-based decisions because of the relationships he's made and his expertise in education. And I'm thinking about I'd really like to do that's basically what I do, but I'm ready to go to like private sector and do that.
So
Yeah.
in the private sector, I mean, they have things called training and development specialists. They have what do you know what you want to do for folks? Is it that do you talk to them exclusively, or do you do something more than just talking to them? Do you develop the curriculum, oversee the commissioning of the development of curriculum? What is it?
No, I mean I can do curriculum, but that's not what like I'm not do well. I could, but to say what I really want is
Yeah,
to be
what would you really want?
helping them make financial decisions, not staff related at all. Like say it's Moderna, right? Like say it's like a tech company, but they're giving a portion of their funding to the city that they work in. The people like they have to donate a certain portion. Like Life is Good donates a certain portion of their income to community type educational programming. So I want to help those companies make better decisions like social impact investing. Like who are you and what are you investing in and like why? Because they just kind of throw the money willy-nilly all over the place. And so I'd really like to do that. I can do
I
the
got an
training.
idea.
Okay.
So you could just basically like do an accelerator with the community. So you take a couple of like, reasonable tech experts or like founders to be, and you put them in contact with basically complete beginners and novices in the tech industry. And you basically throw that community funding straight at it. You know you're probably not going to get something out of it, but if you do, it's one hell of a story.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of that's interesting for sure.
Guys, I don't think you've ever talked to our friend here,
I
Michael.
I was just gonna say I haven't heard this voice.
He is one of my most,
No.
I would say yeah, it's either him or Investments Hulk as my favorite accounts on Twitter. But thanks a lot,
Damn,
Michael,
thanks.
aka the API arbiter. If you're going to spend money on software, talk to Michael first. Whatever you do, talk to him first.
Ringing an endorsement, man. Yeah, and no, but no joke, seriously. I know just about everything there is to know about open source, and I can manipulate the communities. And I hate saying that on recording, but there we go. So whatever needs to be done in the software realm, I know how to get it done efficiently and quickly and cheaply.
Now, here's the thing, though. Do you have a PhD in computer science that allows you to do this?
If I did, I probably wouldn't be able to do it.
What do you mean by that,
Red
sir?
team, blue team. Red team, blue team.
Well, yeah, okay. So what I mean by that is instead of crawling into a classroom and asking what the computer did, I crawled into the computer and made the computer work better. So my knowledge is more operant than theoretical, way more operant than theoretical, which lets me look at theoretical knowledge and go, I don't know about that. And I'm right in a lot of cases. I mean, there's a lot of AI stuff that's pure fantasy and vaporware. I can tell you that there's savage vulnerability in crypto that are pasted over by insurance. And that's totally okay because there are a lot of systems in the world like that. ATM
Wait, so you
systems,
see,
back end.
so you
Just like
see
that.
NFTs being government summoned shit? Where is Sandra? I'm not looking at my phone. It's in my pocket.
All right. Yeah. So, in my opinion, the NFT allows you to be taxed for non-existent value. So I don't see it as something of a benefit
Yeah, it's no.
or any sort of freedom generating tool.
I don't. I agree with Michael. That is my stance. We use it for convenience. Somehow convenience takes away freedom. You know that.
Yeah, it's really
Ay,
funny because
delicioso.
it
Qué
enforces
riquísimo.
scarcity
Sí,
artificially. I don't like it.
sí, para el pecho. Yeah. Gracias. Buen día. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. What we were saying. Okay, so you were saying you can. I'm gonna use light words. Allegedly, there is things that can be manipulated, and altered. Hello. So we're gonna put the
Well,
fucking summons. Your ass needs to be in court mañana a las 8. If not, you get that ticket or that knock on the door. I don't know. I don't know how that's a good. What's that case study?
Knock on the door.
Huh?
Knock on the
use
door.
case, yeah. Right. I can see one use case being absolutely hilarious. BBC license enforcement.
What? Better Business, ¿qué es eso, BBC?
No. British Broadcasting Company.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, British.
So the TV licenses in England, right? Perfect use case for NFTs right there. So basically your fucking TV or your computer comes with that little NFT. And if you haven't put funds in the thing, man, that van comes a knocking.
Salman, welcome.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you giving me the mic. I just joined in a few minutes ago and I just saw entrepreneurship, sociology, startups, and it intrigued me. So I'm in your space. I've done a startup about a year ago, and I've just done my second tech startup last month. And, I'm finding it very, very challenging in this space. I'm not a young man anymore. I'm in my 50s, and so it's a journey that I've taken very late in life in the tech space. So learning a lot, and it's wonderful to hear all of you speak. And I just wanted to ask Michael a question, if the host may allow me.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. It seems like Michael has a lot of knowledge about software. So I just wanted to ask Michael, I had my software development done by a firm, and I had a lot of issues with it. And now I told them basically to get lost. And I found another software house that have told me that all my codes and everything else need to be put in a proper framework, and the foundation is not correct and all of this. Now, is there any way, Michael, to find out, what they're saying is the truth, or they're just trying to
Yes.
take money out of me,
Yeah.
or yeah, go ahead, Michael.
Yes,
Well,
in both cases. Absolutely in both cases. So what's going to happen is when you give this kind of a job to a software house and it's already done a lot, there's going to be a lot of unfamiliar smells to that particular group, and they're going to look at it and go, shoot, we need to put in something that we're more familiar with, right? And that baseline is really what they're talking about. Now, you can negotiate with them to like do the refitting of that code, because it's really them making it easier for them to work with, right? And another thing that you can do is take that same line item that they're doing and have another software developer look at it and go, are these the correct framework choices? Are these going to work out long term for my business logic? Because one of the things that happens, unfortunately, with the way that we're recommended to do software in business is that a lot of the business logic is encoded by the developers themselves. And when those developers are outside contractors, you never know what you're going to get. So it takes something of a mathematician to correctly hand code off like that. But it's cool because the economies of copying that we have allow us to really take the math that they worked out and rework it into a new framework. So what you probably want to do is take their recommendations and say, are these the right frameworks? Because undoubtedly you're going to need one if other developers are going to come in and use the code. It's like syntactic sugar so the developers can talk about it. Otherwise, you just got one guy with a beard and he's the only one that knows. That's the framework, is to help others climb on.
I have another take on that. I would say similar. I mean, as a developer, as an agency, I see this all the time. One of the common things is that the other dev firm didn't architect it, right? They didn't make the choices. So it is about getting that developer, the new developer, to be responsible for that code. That's really what it's about. Because once you start to take over that client relationship and now you're responsible for that product, the excuse of why is it down X, Y, Z and PDQ, you have to answer that better. So you have to frame that up for the client to understand that some things might have to be architectured. And now the question as to like what belongs in the future, in terms of like, is that the future? I would say that 90% of the time, the CEO and even the CTO of the startup doesn't know. Meaning that even if they did know, they actually have no data around that, and they have pure assumptions. Like, I heard Go was big with, the Friends episode. It came on the DVD. Let's use it that. So it's like they'll use trends or whatnot that maybe not be true. And I think that like where you want to go is largely based on what you're doing in the company. Are you shooting for an exit? Are you trying to build for scale? Is this a lifestyle play? Is this your fun business? Is this your whole life? Like you said, you're in your 50s. And by the way, like 70% of the entrepreneurs tend to be in their 30s to like 50s. So you're actually in the standard realm of people. But get a second opinion. The other thing too is if you don't have a whole lot of money, and this other developer is saying that, that's always like, as a startup client, you're going to hear that all the time. But you can negotiate that back. You can go back, look, I need to cross a 9-gap month of X. Okay. So I'd like the plan of Y, but I want this thing supported. You can totally ask for that. Doesn't mean the developer will accept it, but there's a lot of work out there, and a lot of people will want that kind of work regardless. So get opinions.
Yeah, it's a solid take. And basically, if you're trying to build your personal group of advisors, you really want to have a guy that like knows the architecture and won't bullshit you.
Yeah, and you're investing in that person, especially if you don't know that infrastructure. Like if you're the idea guy, I mean, this guy's or this gal coming into your company, they're going to build hardcore IP, right? So make sure either A, you're going to pay them well to do X, B, make sure it's contractually written so that you own the pieces that you need to own because you're paying them for it, and or three, if they're actually applying original innovation intent that you didn't have at all, you should recognize that and either reward that or either more money or something, because great developers, they don't work for money. They have money. great developers work for like projects they think are cool. And so a lot of that's sort of like built on the connection of how you have rapport with them or not, you know? So think about that.
Yeah, when I'm on a job, I'm there to win. Like the money is just you telling me how much you want to win.
I really appreciate your advice. Thank you so much. And I'd like to appreciate the host for giving me a chance to speak. One last question to Dan and Michael. Would you recommend that once I get funding, is it good to have your in-house tech team take care of your front end and back end and everything else? Or do you think it's not a good idea and it should be outsourced to a software house? I'd love your opinion on that.
For me, I would say it's got to be in-house. One of the
Yeah.
reasons why you get funding is because you have it in-house. In fact, if you're soliciting funding and it's not in-house, or the perspective is like you should have the CTO, you don't necessarily need the hardcore developer action necessarily under the belt, but it has to show that, you know, in order for you to get the 300,000 or 1.2 million, like where does it go? Where does the money go into? So it should go into beefing up the company in terms of its development capability, leveraging everything in terms of its path from momentum, and then at the same time, like, okay, yeah, you're going to spend it on X and Y and Z, because if you, yeah, and you definitely want to have a degree of in-house, but keep in mind, a lot of VC actually engineer startups, right? And so when they engineer startups, they actually, you know, they're totally on board with outsourcing core dev. That is planned. That is seen as a way of saving money, but they never want to see the expertise of the company being outsourced because then they'll see that as an issue. Or, for example, a lot of founders will talk a big game on what the really difference will be, but then they'll leverage every API on the planet to sort of give them that advantage, and that gives them traction and momentum, and that's cool, but they have nothing in their narrative about how they get off that stuff and how they create uniqueness. And if they don't make that window in enough time, that actually de-evaluates their company because they're not actually leveraging the key, like they're in the sprint of their growth, like they're in the fuck yes phase of their startup, right? And they're not making a plan for how they're going to make true IP versus just leveraging things. But it depends on the play and what you're doing, you know.
Thank you,
Excellent.
Dan. Appreciate that.
Yeah, that's good. And it kind of speaks to like the take that I have on it is you need to insource everything for a little bit to develop the engineering culture of your company. Because odds are, if you're operating in current year 2022, you are a digital first company, which means you have to have demonstrably good engineering capability. The only way you do that is by flexing all of the muscles. So you have to do a thing that I tend to call through sourcing, right? Where you take the technology that you need, you figure out how to most quickly serve it to the customer, and then you very carefully move it towards the center. If you want to keep that as a business center, you do so. If you do not, then you have a vendor for your API. But that helps you like both manage the cost of your internal engineering and then allows you a good socket for your external engineering. So everything where you're leveraging an external API that has nothing to do with internal engineering culture, that's the stuff you start outsourcing. And so you can, as you grow, this is what the VCs want to see, you can start taking core dev into that where there's so much undifferentiated heavy lifting that we can literally outsource it in one page. And that is a sign that the engineering culture has evolved to such a degree that the requirements generated are actionable and trackable tasks. So you're basically like showing the VC that you have your shit together on how you're spending the money. You can track it all the way down. You know who did the work, and you know it's good work. So it's a process prover.
Thank you, Michael. Just a question to the panel here. Maybe any one of you can help me. Since you know, so far we've self-funded our startup, so there's no debt in the company, and but we're not in a position to pay salaries to a CTO and stuff like that. Do you guys think that, with your experience, that there is a chance that I may be able to find a CTO, you know, by offering him equity in the company? Do you think that's a possibility, or do you think that a good CTO only comes when you pay him a salary?
Tough one. So a couple things. If you're really early, and you're sort of building out the tech, and you're kind of the idea guy, and you're sort of going through the stretches of different MVPs, you're basically crossing that gap. A lot of startups, like a lot of groups here in Columbus, Ohio, they say, in order for you to get investment, you need a CTO, which to me is a burden on a small startup that doesn't have that, 120 grand to give to somebody, right? Let alone like you pay the CTO and then you got to, what does the CTO do? Let's bring on a dev firm. So now you spend another 100 grand, right? So it's like, but what you should look for are people who are willing to do sort of fractional CTOs. So there is a lot of fractional CTO type folks out there. In fact, you could approach people that you know in your space that are like, them in the tech scene or XYZ, and maybe potentially sort of bring them in. You still have to sort of pay them. You can do them with equity, but equity stuff in the beginning is just a rocky road because
You just don't
unless the
want to mess up
person's,
your cap table. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
I'm just not. It's hard to get your return on the equity. I can't tell you how many companies I have equity in that will never go anywhere. You know what I'm saying?
I'm
Yeah,
in the same position too, basically. And you never know what's going to pay off. It's a big risk to take on the fractional CTO time. So if you're going to do it, make sure that like you empathized with that person's risk profiles and kind of looked after it.
I have a question, Mike. Are you? Is it true that you are currently unencumbered and have bandwidth? Is that correct?
Yes, sirree. Yes, sirree, it is.
That happened recently, you're saying?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Did you enjoy the departure?
It was strategically in line with my timelines.
What's next for your timelines?
Question marks?
What's next for your timelines? Are you trying to execute something on your own? Are you looking to start, serving people in the way that you were serving larger organizations on your
All right,
own?
so
Yeah.
have you ever been to Panda Express and you're really, really hungry and you get the 3-item, that little box on the side? That's what I'm looking for, basically. Any and all of the above.
So I know. Look, I know you. You know me. Would you mind telling folks kind of what you're up to? Because there's a lot of people in this room, from Salman and KC's down there, who's building a financial literacy app. There's a lot of people here that are running into a wall. How do I do software development for an idea that I think is worth launching? I know you have internal kind of qualifications that you're looking for. If someone wanted to talk to you about their project, how would you qualify them, or how could I qualify them?
So I would say that if you're, well, let me think about this for a second because you're asking a very large question. So the thing that had recently departed, unfortunately, was a DevOps job where I was working on developer experience. And boy, were they kicking ass because I was able to remove all of the roadblocks programmatically. So where I focus personally is on creating feedback and feed forward loops for developers themselves at their workstation so that they can, with less brain, write the codes. That extra brain allows them to interpret your recommendations more soundly. And this addresses the feedback loop that I was talking about earlier, where your coders are actually your mathematicians and they implement the math on the computer. So a good way to kind of qualify whether or not we're ready to work together, I would say, is do you have an idea? Have you put down any code? Are you ready to put down code? Do you even know what is possible, right? So this is where my style works the best, is do you know what's possible? Because I'll tell you what's possible given the business intent you have, right? So I basically got so bored with software engineering because it's a 30-year gig for me that I spent the last 4 years studying business development, kind of on my own, right? So this is where I'm at. And that's what I do. And that's how I can help you if you're really interested.
That's awesome to hear, Michael. I'll tell you, I ever since I've done this startup, I've realized that, you know, if somebody like me who's got zero experience in tech goes into this space, he's taken for a very long ride by everybody because
I'm like a cheat code around that ride.
Okay. So, you know, what happens is, for me personally, I came up with an idea and then the idea had to be implemented. And so I went looking for somebody who can translate my idea into a software. And so my first, contact with this software house, when they quoted me a number, I had zero idea, right, whether that number was in line with the marketplace or not. So that was the first probably mistake I made. But regardless of what's happened in the past, my company has been valued at $9 million right now. And, I know it can grow. I know I just need the right team with me. And so we're bootstrapped. I'm at that stage now where I need to bring funding into the company because I've been sustaining it with my partner all this time. And so hiring people is not going to solve my issue at this stage. So, but we've got the traction, we've got the validation. It's a matter of not now knowing what can be done with the technology that we have and how can it be improved. Like you rightly said, we need to know what can be done with this technology. How far can we take it? Maybe I'm not looking at those avenues right now, but as a startup founder, I didn't even know what a pitch deck was. I mean, you'll be surprised to know somebody asked me, do you have a pitch deck? And I said, yes, I do. And then I went home and Googled it, and I didn't even know what a pitch deck was. And so I went to somebody to create a pitch deck. And everything has been a really tough challenge for somebody like me because I knew I had a great idea. Because I've been, I'm at that age now where I've been through the top of my career in the corporate world. So I didn't come up with a dumb idea. I just needed to know if I could implement it the right way. And as somebody said to me, he said, as long as you can identify a problem and come up with a solution, you will be successful. And so that's what I tried to do. And now I've realized that all the startup founders, even at the stage where I'm at, I've got over 12,000 downloads on my app. So I know that the product has been validated. I've got the traction, and now I'm struggling with the VCs because that's another challenge, right? Because all you can do is email them your pitch deck and hope they're going to respond. You can't just go knock on someone's door and say, I'm here to raise funding for my startup. So the challenges are so great for startup founders.
You actually kind of did that without knowing it. Already in the Syndicate, which is the group you're speaking to right now, there are startups that have gotten their first taste of funding through the group. So welcome.
Thank you. I didn't know. I just stumbled across your space because I saw Dr. Carey.
Yeah.
So that, and then Dr. Carey has co-hosted a space with me, and so that's how I came on your space. But it's great to see such amazing minds over here. And so what I'm trying to say is that I've come up with a second tech startup now because I saw a problem in the first one, and now I've come up with a second one in order to solve the problem for the first one. So a need came out of it, and I said, I need to do something to help all the tech startup founders in this world. That I'm going to dedicate my life to this because I've seen the struggle that I've gone through. And even though, I'm not a rich man or anything, I've got a $9 million valuation, but I have no money. And so it means nothing to me. The point I'm trying to make is that I didn't know how tough this journey is. And like you rightly said before, Mike, I mean, you were saying that, people throw money at a lot of these startups and stuff. Well, I haven't come across that yet, or maybe because I haven't met the right people. I don't know. But I honestly feel that there's no platform right now in this world where a startup founder can go and say, guys, I need help. I've got an idea and help me take this idea further. Some may be not so good. Some may be a unicorn. Who knows? the most craziest things happen in this world. So I just wanted to share my frustration and my struggle with you guys and tell you that this is where I'm at right now. And everything is a challenge for me. And I've got to trust people to guide me the right way. And so finding those sincere people on this journey has been a challenge by itself also. Thank you for allowing me to speak, Mike. Appreciate it.
Salman, so what the syndicate is it's a group of people. And those people represent capital, people, process, technology, metaphor, doctrines, and leadership. And invariably, a startup will need one of those things at any given time, right? And so what I'm hearing from you is that you have an idea that's been validated in the marketplace, right? To a certain extent, such that a valuation was created. Let's say it could be accurate, it could be above, it could be below. Doesn't really matter so far. What I would say is, I think if you got in touch with Michael and Dan, they might be able to, give you great options in terms of the path forward. Because I believe that now that we've met you and we've had this kind of swarm interview with you, you obviously have discipline, right? You obviously have your personal finances in check, or you wouldn't be in this position. I mean, you're wearing a tie in your profile picture. I'm making a lot of assumptions there. But it seems to me that, a combination of user experience and software development may be needed today in order for you to get that monthly recurring revenue number to a place where it makes sense to get either venture capital or through something like Founder Path. If you've seen Founder Path HQ, access to non-dilutive capital simply based on your monthly recurring revenue.
That's great piece of information. I'll just share with you a small example that I've just gone through. My co-founder is also my partner in the business, and he's a doctor by profession. He's a medical doctor, and so he loved the idea, and he came in with me. Now we were selected for a accelerator program, and what happened is that because I live in Dubai and he lives in Florida, I told him, I said, it's really difficult for me to attend the program. Why don't you go ahead and do that? So he's been attending this accelerator program. And I've realized that ever since he went into this program, me and him have started to have issues. And the reason for that is because the teachers or the mentors who are conducting this program, they are, playing with his mind by telling him, you have to do this, you have to do this, you've done this wrong, you've done this wrong, your name is not right, your this is not right. And he comes back to me and starts telling me what all needs to be done. And I was like, we were fine before we went into this program. And now we're finding ourselves into these issues because somebody's putting all these thoughts into his mind and he feels that we've completely gone the wrong way. Well, I said to him, I said, if we were on the wrong path, one, they wouldn't have chosen us out of so many startups for this program. They liked what we did. They liked the validation. They liked the traction. They saw potential, and that's why they chose us. So now for them to tell us we've done so many things wrong has just created an issue between the two partners. And so I will never advise anybody to go to an accelerator program. They just mess with your mind completely and tell you you're doing this wrong, that wrong, and everything else wrong. And so, as the CEO, do you know what I'm trying to say? I'm sorry. I'm
laughing because that is, Dan, have you ever seen incubators and accelerators actually decelerate a company? I've seen it.
Totally. Yeah, absolutely. Well, because a lot of those groups want to sort of front their service, or a lot of them are wolves in sheep clothing in terms of you sort of come in and, yeah, you get XYZ money, but you have to use it on these said services within the group. Sometimes you get mentor toxification. I see that all the time, where you got a young team come in and you got 20 mentors, and each mentor is like, look, you could do this. I mean, you could fuck up your whole life, or you could follow my instructions, right? So then basically you get a team that no longer knows, they can't even pronounce their name anymore, and their product is like it's basically an offshoot of like the 7 mentors that told them what the fuck to do, right? So that is common in universities for sure. And I really I work hard to break that kind of stuff when I see kids going that far, because they're enamored by the guy that had $1 billion or whatever, that came in, that worked at Procter and Gamble or whatever. And the funny thing is that that guy didn't really even do a startup. I mean, he landed at P&G and got paid $750,000 a year to sort of make better plastic shampoo bottles, right? So it's like, but that guy is seen as like the hot shit, Whereas I tell a student, like, I want you to work on 3 ideas all at the same time in 90 days. And then you're going to come back and tell me which idea actually has its own traction, its own net momentum. You'll find out, because you're going to give up on one of them, right? Or if you got real hustle, you might come back and say, shit, they're all really good. Well, that's cool. What's the pattern across the 3? What are you really good at? Are the 3 ideas really good, or are you actually really good at hustle or sales or the push? Like, what piece is it? And then when kids do that, they kind of want the pressure. They don't necessarily. Some of them definitely fall into the entitled camp, right? Where they'll say, like, well, Pope John Paul II took a picture with me at camp. Like, it's like, well, shit. Like, who gives a shit about that, right? Well, yeah, but my daddy, whatever. I can't wait for customers to use your product and watch you burn up in orbit. That'd be good. Hopefully they're taking notes, because that'll be the best lesson you'll ever get. And you only get it once. And then what you get next is no one tries your product. You know what I mean? So if anyone's trying your product, that's a good day, because there's a lot of people that get no action.
And here's the thing, Dan. I just want to share my experience, because maybe you guys can relate to it, because you're all experienced in what you do. None of these people that are putting us through this accelerator program have never done any startups themselves, and they haven't done a company where they have taken it to success and exited, with money in their pockets, right? But they are supposed to be the experts. They're telling us what to do. And so, at my age, right, I've been through the corporate world. I understand, how things work. And when I question them, they don't like it, right? And so, for example, a small thing, my company's name is called CV Vlogs. And so the word CV is used all over the world except US. In US, they use the word resume. Now imagine, at this stage of the project, they're telling us change your name. Like, who the hell does that? Like, I'm supposed to ignore 6.5 billion people in the world for 350 million people in the US. I mean, I just, there were some certain things they said which were really upsetting for me. And I was thinking, you should be encouraging and you should be telling us other ways around this issue, but not tell us to change the identity or everything else, for example. So, I just wanted to share that with you guys, but great advice. Thank you for sharing everything with me.
So the thing I found accelerators very useful for is training my bullshit detector. Take the person into account, their experiences, their perspectives. And if what they're saying rings true, you don't want to do is walk in and fall victim to some sucker's brand and then fashion your brand after that. Big mistake.
100%, Michael. Okay, I gotta jump in because there's a whole lot of talk back here. Hey, hello everyone. Good morning. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Dan. What I got from you, Salman, is first and foremost, there is no environment on earth that will be amazing for you or horrible for you. Most of them are somewhere in between. It's up to you to pick and choose the things that work for you. Accelerators are not evil in their intention. Accelerators are not horrible in their intention. Some of them are better, some of them are worse. Some of the ones I worked with are amazing, the others are horrible. Some academia people that never touch a startup did the most amazing things for me, and some people in startup did the most shitty things for me. There is always a gamut, and it's up to you with your agency and your understanding to pick up the best. Nobody else will do that for you. So please, if you have anger towards anything, it usually is a good indicator that either something that reflects you or repels you. Listen to that. And it doesn't matter if it's an accelerator, an incubator, a program, a person, a company, a venture firm. Really doesn't matter. It's for you to pick up where you are, what you want, and what you want to get out of it. Now, of course, when it comes to solopreneurs, first-time entrepreneurs, or early-stage entrepreneurs, there's a lot to learn. But I'll be really, really blunt here. Dude, you've chose the most amazing vocational path on earth, but there's literally the one thing that makes it amazing, that it's different for every single person, yet the roadmap is somewhat the same. Your job is to bring whatever it is in your head to everybody else's future. And if you beholden to somebody's perspective of it, you'll be derailed from your own vision. So please hold right there. Pick up where you left off when it comes to that person influencing or changing. If your partner, by the way, let's tangent to another thing I heard, like right when I walked in, my co-founder did A, B, C, or D, and I'm pissed off about it. That is for me a lot more telling than anything else when it comes to your relationships, because I will stress as much as I can. Startups are people before a lot of money becomes recurring and your pipeline is smooth. Until you get to that point, work that marriage counseling with your co-founder, because that's going to be an indicator for success and future success, much like in your real life marriage. I have two partners. The reason that my throuple works is because we learn how to argue in a way that ends it with way that benefits all of us, not just one of us. The I, the we, the you, the different we's for every different iteration. So if you have that conversation with your co-founder because he's easily influenced, it's because he probably feels either unsafe or uncertain in the way you're charting, or in the energy you're charting, or in the emotions that you're charting, and something doesn't jive between the two of you about it. It's more of an indicator on the collaboration ability and the conflict resolution prospects of you two, rather than what that accelerator did or didn't do. People will throw advice at you from ever, much like me now. Throw my advice in the trash and move the F on. If it doesn't fit you, this is not legal financial advice. You are not beholden to it. This is your company and your future, and it's your responsibility to bring it about, nobody else's. You're right to be angry, but take that anger as an indicator and a guidepost, nothing more.
Well, Ron, you talked about the importance of founder fit to me on the phone the other day.
100%. That's my biggest. So my biggest thing in this life is if I'm without kids. I'm a gay man with two other male partners. We can forever, but we will not produce kids. So in the absence of biological legacy, the only legacy I can bring to the venture capital world is to change our TAM from where it is now to about 3 to 5x. And the reason to do so is because 14% of that cap table right now represents 76% of the population. And when I look at the women around me, Black, brown, indigenous people of color, LGBTQ plus, and differently able people, it kind of upsets me that I see amazing companies literally losing out on peers that are much less finessed in the market and don't get to have the same immediate, smoother, quicker, bigger check, higher valuations, lower discounts, and so forth and so on and so forth and so on. So I'm not the one to break systems. I've done my rebel years in my 20s because systems suck, and usually oppressed people don't really get to say systems suck to the system, and I finally found myself in a position I can. So the way to solve it, and to be not Don Quixote, I repeat this all the time, this is not a dragon, this is a windmill, let's make bread. And the way to make bread is to look at founder to founder fit, startup pre-revenue, and the way to look at the human to human connection before you make repeatable revenue, because those 5 pivots you're going to go through, that marriage crisis you're going to have at least twice before your product becomes good and your team grows every time you bring a high caliber person. It boils down to, are you psychologically safe? Are you comfortable with company dissent? Are you code switching between you, your views, your desires to be your whole self when you have that conversation in a startup? And I will argue, you didn't become an entrepreneur to be anything less than your entire self. So taking all that into account, what solves it is this idea of let's make founders work at being better founders for each other, much like in my relationship, my long-term relationships, my friends' relationship, my family, chosen and otherwise. So is in startups. Pause, make that smooth, make that repeatable, make that as open to critique and as organically changing as you yourself grow. What solves the problem between you, your wife, or whatever it is, your life partner, or whatever partners you've had in the past, wasn't the way you solved it before in the future. It doesn't stay the same. The conflict resolution itself needs to be organically growing. And that's my founder to founder fit. And that's why I got into behavioral psychology and behavioral economics, because now we can finally put dollar signs on how people treat each other and how we change habits slowly and how we make conflict resolution the raison d'etre of the company. So the crossing the chasm in my mind, and I say it too many times, but I have no problem repeating it, is the crossing the chasm of making the founders work well and that marriage to be solid and that relationship to be mutually beneficial and develop that positive feedback loop. So when I hear that anger and frustration you're presenting, what I'm really seeing is growth opportunities and avenues for you to de-friction and upgrade and level up your company way more than any check from any funding environment, from any capital source. Do that. That's your upgrade for the company. After that, you'll have fun because all those shitty little anger inducing things will just be ways for you to go F that, amazing that, F that, amazing that, and the choice and the agency that goes back to you.
Appreciate what you said, Ron. Really appreciate it. And I'm the first one to admit if I'm wrong. So maybe I need to look at it with a different eye. And so I'll definitely take your advice, Ron. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Anytime, anytime. Thank you so much.
Hey, Ann, how's it going?
Oh, good. How about you guys?
You know, we're talking about stuff that I kind of understand and kind of don't, but
That's pretty much my vibe in this space, like all the time.
What we come to talk about is not the objective, which can be held with the thinking mind, but the subjective, which can only be felt by the heart. And so when you're listening to what we're saying, take the words not very seriously and perhaps pay attention to the silence between the words. Thus.
There you go. There you go. I've got some decent news to share though.
Yes, please.
So definitely 100% going to Florida.
Yay!
Yes.
Congratulations.
Yeah, not how 100% how I thought I was going to, but it doesn't matter. It does not matter. I'm going anyway. You know what I mean? And yeah, I'm very excited. I'm hoping to go like leaving in a month. Yeah. So new life,
Awesome.
new state. Hell yeah, let's go. New photographs. I can't wait, right? Like I can't wait. Like that's honestly I'm more excited about going there and taking photographs than anything else. So yeah, I'm very excited.
Thrilled. Good for you.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, thanks guys for all your help along the way.
If you're in the Miami area, let me know.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, I'm sure there's time to go down to Miami. Yeah, for sure. Because it's only 3 hours away. So
Neato.
yeah. So I'm very excited.
Because you had it. Do you mind sharing the story? Because you had to go through the valley before this came out, right?
I did. I did. No, I mean it's. I mean maybe it is a traditional way on how to get a job. You know, you you have to be in favor with your boss, right? And you have to sort of move a couple of chess pieces around to get a position you want, and it's been quite the experience for me to get this. But come to find out, like half the team is going with me there. So yes, so I'm not going by myself. There's a bunch of people that I know that are going also, which is actually quite fun. And
band of mercenaries.
Well, to be fair, it's really just a manifestation of the podcast and the TV and the YouTube, whatever, Big Brother, you know. So yeah, that's exactly why everyone has to go as well, because I can't do this without them. So yeah.
They're the cat. So hold on. What do you mind sharing the role that you secured? Because I know it was what you were going to do was kind of.
Well, I haven't. So strangely enough, I haven't secured a new role. I'm same role right now.
Okay.
But but once I'm there, I get to because I was up for a growing job, and they're full. But he said in 6 months they're going to open it back up because the expansion is happening. So in 6 months I'll have another shot at another. You know.
So do you think that memory how like there was that night that you told us about the show that you wanted to do? Is that
Yes.
a
Yeah.
possibility?
Oh, that's 100% possibility now.
Wicked. Okay,
Yeah,
that was
yeah. So that yeah, I just needed to get to Florida. I needed to get into the facility. No, that's 100% happening.
wicked.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I've been dreaming about that show for 5, 6 years now. Because I'm and not many people know this, but I am I know quite a lot about like reality TV, and I have people who work in it too. I know people in it, and I also have just been watching it. So I think I'm ready to to get my team together for that and get that up and going because I think that's going to be quite successful. Not success or not, I think it'll just be really fun to do, and it'll be a fun process to go through and to come out the other end. You know what I mean?
So
So.
you become the director of this show? You have it in your mind? You know where we
I'm not sure, honestly, because it's weird with reality TV like this. It's more of a producer editor, like yeah.
yeah, the creator of scenarios such that TV happens.
Exactly. I mean, my ultimate plan is to have because a facility like that needs actual workers to work. And when you start putting cameras on people, like the work production goes way down a little bit. So I have a couple of ideas. I don't know. It's all up in the air, but it's all very new, and I'm very excited to at least just be in a position to where it's even a possibility. And we've already asked them if it would be okay to film, and they are not 100. They're not against it, right? So yeah, let's try something new, what hasn't been done before. Show
Hey,
people, yes.
Hey,
Hi, DC.
dude. This whole time I've just kind of been taking it for granted. Like, oh, AM's my buddy who's like the social sleuth, and she'll get in there and figure out whose account is linked to what account and where they're really coming from. And, I always took it for granted. And now it all makes so much sense. The whole reality TV thing. I
Yeah.
now get it now.
Yes. Yeah. No, I
Dude.
know. Ask me anything about Housewives. I'm not embarrassed. I'm not. No, I'm just kidding. No, but you have to study things that you want to do, right? And so you study what you want to do. But yeah, for me though. I've had this like idea for a long time. I just haven't been in any position to even attempt it because there has not been a situation that has come up. So until now, so yeah, going places slowly like a turtle, but I am moving forward, and I mean, it's kind of a bit surreal. We got the phone call this morning. I got the phone call this morning, so literally just like 45 minutes ago about Florida. So yeah, I'm very happy.
When you hung up the phone.
Well, yeah, when I hung up the phone, I immediately called. I was, well, I think I'm calling her later, but I did call. I did call my friend.
That's first before mom. I feel so privileged.
It's all right. It's okay. No, but no, I'm very again like I'm very great. I'm very excited. I'm grateful for honestly this opportunity. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun.
How many months? Is this years in the making?
For me, I would say, okay, for me, for real. So when we first heard about Florida was over a year ago. But for me, my career, it's like 10 years. To get an opportunity like this. Yeah.
So they're not joking when they're saying an overnight success takes a decade?
Exactly. No, for real. Like, if you think you're just, you're, I don't know, just keep going. Right? Through perseverance, we shall overcome. That is a Shackleton quote right there. Yeah. Good old Shackleton. Didn't lose one guy. That guy. It's amazing. Anyway, but yeah.
starting to hit some pushback on my project ideas. I'm finally starting to get some people to come forward and say, it'll never work. So I must be doing something right.
Oh, that means success, Casey. Yes.
Right? I'm like,
Yes.
sweet. I smell smoke. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Let's burn
Hell
some
yeah,
shit.
man. You got haters. You got success. Let's go.
Yeah.
What is their feedback? What do they think will not work?
Fast summary is nobody gives a shit about financial literacy and gamification's stupid.
For real?
Basically, that was kind of the thrust of it. Was like the first part was pretty on point. The second part of gamification not really mattering, or not being enough of an impact point. There was a little more to that, but
sharing
kinda.
with the room just a bit of background to give them some context. Yeah,
Sure. So, project concept is a 2-piece project. First piece is an app for financial literacy that's kind of a plug and play financial readout. Separates itself from the current field by the depth of data and the presentation of data. And then the second component of it is pushing that data out to a live NFT to represent your financial health as a picture. And then from there, you can go into gamification where your Web3 avatar goes faster the higher your credit score goes, et cetera, et cetera. Is that pretty good, quick overview?
yeah. What didn't so they didn't think people would find it engaging?
Yeah, the percentage of people likely to actually care enough about their financial health to even use the app to start with was pointed out as a pretty small percentage of people. And of course, in that context, the question was monetization, not actually solving a social problem. So I had to kind of give them carte blanche on that.
But wait, they don't see the value in the data of people who have a home pre-approval, but they don't know it.
They don't see the interest in the person towards
Casey,
their own
there's a whole
financial.
space for this. Wait, I'm a little surprised. So, what's the age range for let's assume for a second this is gamification, and I do not at all the range. So it can go anywhere from confetti and trophies to dark psychology of Facebook. Which age range? What's your profile of a customer?
My basic age range was 16 to retirement.
So anybody that's capable of understanding those concepts in almost fullness. Okay,
Yes.
got it. So that part is not friction. Got it. There's like a lot in that space right now. Like there's quite a lot of financial literacy software platforms and apps, games.
Yeah. I've been the
This is not to put your idea in any way, shape, or form. I just want to understand.
No, yeah, all
apologies.
good. This was the first time I've had somebody really like take a stance and say, no, this isn't going to work. There's not enough interest in this. The gamification doesn't draw enough people into it for it to really be viable. So it was just kind of a like, nobody's really interested in that, which kind of hurts because there's some truth to it a little bit. It's hard to engage people on their financial literacy. That's not an easy.
That's why you're making a game around it.
That's why, that's the whole point.
Yeah.
So I'm actually encouraged by the commentary, the pushback on it. I find it somewhat encouraging. If that's the worst they can say about it, you'll never engage people. Well, that's on me. We'll engage.
I only have one data point that might be fun for you. That's completely off the cuff, and again, not
Sure.
financial or legal advice in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
They see Gen Z and below as extraordinarily interested in financial literacy because they're seeing themselves compared to their parents and their parents' parents when it comes to what they can do with disposable income. and now the interest is really spiking when it
I've
comes
been
to pretty
noticing
much.
that.
Yeah, no, there's really enough white papers around it. Just dig into Google and find
Oh,
them
I'm
and
just
use
talking
them.
personal experience. I've been
Yeah,
seeing it. Like,
yeah.
and there's whole projects sprung up, like Crypto Babies is a group of early high school students that have a club based on financial education of all forms. Like, it's some really cool. Yeah, totally seeing it.
Go ahead, Mike.
If I may, I think I see the problem with this system, and that is
wonderful.
It is not systematized correctly. So there's no way in hell you're getting a VC to do the like vector math of the overlapping markets of NFT and financial literacy. Like they're both there, but you're doing a select for both. So you're really limiting that market in that way. So what I tell most people is ditch the NFT part. Ditch it. The Web3 part
Yep,
isn't important.
that was
It
one of my
doesn't matter.
takeaways. Yep.
Now, it adds engineering complexity. It actually adds cost. You're interfacing with all kinds of weird, wacky services. Take that whole idea, throw that part away. It's a great idea. Now, what you got to do is make it so that there's kind of a local domain reputation for financial literacy. And that's just a process of seeing cool shit in app, doing cool financial shit, reaping the benefits, and then posting that on the socials. That's your main loop that brings people to the app. Make sense?
Yeah,
Michael, boom,
that
boom.
was just an in-app avatar, basically, right?
Yeah, and so it doesn't
Yep.
have to be on the global chain. Never mind
Yeah,
that
it does
shit.
not have to
It's
be on the
local
chain.
domain. You can basically like talk to other, financially literate chads in the messaging app here. Never mind the plebs,
Right.
Because that's kind of what it's about, really. So no, and no shit. That's kind of the mentality, the financial mentality of the Zoomer. It's like, shit, man, these people are doing bad. I don't want to do bad. I want to do good. So they probably only want to talk to people who's doing good because that's one of the laws of attraction. Follow all of that, those principles, and you'll probably see your gamification responses just go through the fucking roof.
And that's why before building an application, you need to talk to Train Sloth. That's right, Train Sloth. Have you been taken around the software development agencies? Tired of incubators and accelerators actually decelerating you? That's why you need Train Sloth. Talk to the API arbitrage specialist today. Oh, by the
Goodness
way,
gracious, you're going to get me in trouble.
that's the education, so you know he's smart.
Don't rush into your programming expenses. Slow down with the Train Sloth and approach it the right way.
Intelligent
How
customer.
many voice actors do we have here? It's crazy.
We're all voice actors.
The
We just
California
don't all
radio
know it
accent
yet.
is extremely common because of its wide distribution.
Casey, do you want to try that thing again that we tried yesterday?
You want to, well, I mean, we haven't even said hello yet. we should probably start with that, then go.
Are you gonna do the super dad voice and
Well,
keep
the problem is that she's learned how to do it back to me, and she does it better than I do it. So, that presents its own challenge.
Maybe we can ask Robbie to introduce you, and then you can introduce.
Hi, everybody. So nice to see you all today. So, I don't know if you knew or not, but we have a really, really, really good friend of mine today. His name is Casey. He left.
Oh man, you roasted him off the stage. I never saw somebody leave a versus in the middle of the battle.
I know, but I mean, that technically still means I won, so I mean, I'm not complaining.
Oh shit, he's back. I think he.
No.
Hey guys, are we singing songs in here? Is it okay if I sing a song? Really like to sing my country metal song.
Yeah, and then she usually belts it out afterwards. So it's like, hey everyone, thanks for letting me come on. And then like, help! No, I love
That would be awesome.
I love it, Robbie, when you really get into the guitar playing along, like when you get into the chorus parts, and you can feel that energy really pick up because you're just like, well, especially the one you did yesterday, it was just so good.
Wait, I want to do the nice guy to Dan. Yeah. Okay, hold on a second.
Wait, you're gonna address me with your voice? I was gonna address you with mine.
You need.
All right,
You
go
need okay. Hey Dan, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for joining our space. You gonna do some narration for us today?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Now, are you gonna do a cover of someone else's narration, or are you gonna do your own?
I want to do a version of Casey. Is that okay?
Oh, you narrate whatever you want to narrate, buddy. Whatever makes you feel good.
Hey everyone, thanks for supporting me. I know ever since the accident, I've been a lot different. I appreciate it. Yeah, and so if you could raise your FICO scores by the end of the week, I'd appreciate it. The term rates on the 40 loan right now are 0.84%. And if you get your FICO up to 6.9% in the next 72 hours, you can get a free smoothie at Denny's. But
Fuck
if
you,
you're a
Dan.
veteran,
Fuck you,
you
Dan.
can also get a day over easy. That was hard saying that. I was like running out of air.
I gotta ask the obvious questions. I've been here a week. You've taken 3 completely surreal turns. I am deadly curious.
It sounds like
Why?
a Casey like hot sex phone line. Thanks for calling in.
Sex aside, no, no,
Are
no, no,
you
no. You never can
dressed?
distract me with that. No, 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 no. I'm asking a valid, viable question. We went from like early stage, hardcore, mic dropping advice from Michael on how, what, where, and when to elevate a company to what sounds like a pedo in a ice cream truck.
That's how we keep it fresh. You gotta stay on your
Thanks for the
toes
same
around
thing.
here.
My toes 99% of my life. I choose some safe spaces for the other 1%.
Whew. Robbie, I'm hoping you can save us this time. Hey, Robbie. How you doing, buddy?
I'm not saving anybody if you use that voice.
God
I'm
damn
not saving you. You all can suffer in silence if you're gonna ask me in that voice. Absolutely not.
So to get some back to while we're laughing, what happens usually in this space is we have a lot of fun, and then we fight with each other and have a lot of fun, and we kind of go back and forth between those two modes of interaction. And what we found kind of accidentally is that Robbie's singing allows us to kind of mentally and emotionally and spiritually and physically clear our palate. And we don't really realize we need to clear our palate until we start, threatening each other's lives. And so we figured before that happens, maybe we can enjoy a different type of content that is just as, if not more, engaging, let's say. Casey?
We'd like to welcome Robbie to the stage. She's a young musician battling her way through college. Gracing us here today on Twitter Spaces, Robbie will perform maybe a cover, maybe original. You never know. It's Robbie.
Hello, everybody. So, fun story. I am getting ready for work. I have work at 12:30.
Oh.
No. Hold on. This story has an happy ending. I promise. I have work at 12:30. It is 12:20 right now. However, I live across the street from my job, so it takes me 2 minutes to walk there. So I took the liberty of getting ready already. My hair's done. I have my work jacket on. I have everything. So I do have time to do one song. And then I have to probably leave immediately. So I will sing, I will say goodbye, I will leave, and I will not run because I hate running, but I will walk with a purpose to work afterwards. But I can do one song today. Is that okay?
Thanks.
Are we good?
That is awesome. Thanks, Robbie. Thank you.
Anytime. Hold on. I'm gonna talk a little while I take my rings off. I hope
Oh,
everybody's.
Robbie's nickname is the Cow Crusader.
I'm the Cable Crusader. Yes, that is my name. Thank God it's sticking. I really appreciate that. Okay, let's do. Okay, we're gonna do. It's not a quick. I mean, it's kind of a quick one, but it's one I do a lot. It's called Motion Sickness. I hope you enjoy it. I haven't warmed up my voice at all, so if it sounds crappy, no, it doesn't. It's the best thing you've ever heard, and we're gonna act like it is. Okay. And I hate you for what you did, and I miss you like a little kid. I faked it every time, but that's alright. I can hardly feel anything, I hardly feel anything at all. You gave me 1,500 to see your hypnotherapist. I only went one time. You let it slide. Fell on hard times a year ago. Was hoping you'd let it go, and you did. I have emotional motion sickness. Cause somebody roll the windows down. There are no words in the English language. I could scream to drown you out. I'm on the outside looking through. You're throwing rocks around your room. And while you're bleeding on your back in the glass, I'll be glad that I made it out. I'm sorry that it all went down like it did. I have emotional motion sickness. Can somebody roll the windows down? There are no words in the English language. I could scream drown you out. And why do you sing with an English accent? I guess it's too late to change it now. You know I'm never gonna let you have it, but I will try to drown you out. You said when you met me, you were bored. You said when you met me, you were bored. You said when you met me, you were bored. You said when you met
Hey, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank
That's
you so much.
fabulous.
Thank you. Where are my glasses? I don't know where I put my glasses. However, thank you so much. It is now 12:26.
Run
And
to the job, run.
I'm running.
Again.
Bobby, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for letting me play. I will see you guys later. Don't let Casey talk to you in that damn voice anymore, please.
Thank you. I would rather your song over that voice. Thank you. Anytime.
Thank you so much. Okay, have a great day, everybody. Bye.
Bye.
No offense, it was scary.
And the thing is, the lyrics, I can't tell whether it's something that actually happened, something that she made up, or something that is half and half, or something that's supposed to be funny, which I think is a sign of great writing.
Oh, I absolutely loved it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was amazing. By the way, I understand what you said about changing the tone and kind of putting you in a different space. That was literally a perfect little
Yeah.
chapter and chapter beginning. Totally works. On note, go ahead.
Stationary, emotional Tai Chi for folks, you know?
Choose your practice, but change your mindset and your mindfulness to the present. On that note, I got to go to something unfortunately work related, but I'll be back later, guys. See you soon.
Every day is different, I'm telling you.
Absolutely.
Just when I think I'm used to this, it's like, whoa, that's interesting. And the biggest thing is, today for me is very special because you guys get to meet Train Sloth, which arguably has the best Twitter reply feed on the planet. If you think you get along with him, look at his reply feed first, just so you can understand. And I think when you look at the reply feed, you'll realize that he's on the very same page that we are. In fact, he might be writing the book on it if he ever decides to publish. I can't. How many accounts have you gone through? I know at least 4.
All right, yeah. So I mean, I say and think the wrong things, right?
You do say yes. If you want to know anything about Train Sloth, he does say and do the wrong things. Yep.
Yeah, but that's because it's range finding, right? It's just like I treat this application as like a metacognitive assistant, either thinking through something I shouldn't think through because I'm going to find something that nobody else found, or I'm just having fun, and it's two things at the same exact time.
It's both things at the same time, and you often switching between the two. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that song was well timed because it gave me like the right soundtrack for reformatting the work laptop before I send that motherfucker back.
Oh, that's right. So, do you see yourself writing code?
Yeah, I mean, I do all the time. I do it mostly for me, and I do it in secret in open source projects, and I don't talk about that work.
It was interesting when you talked about presenting the most optimal view for a small team of developers to work on, and removing the wrong maybe layers of abstraction. How would you describe it?
All right, so what you have with developers, you really want to minimize their layers of abstraction that they're addressing, and this like minimizes the cognitive impact of the job itself. And the reason you want that is because you're actually asking them to do math, and you're asking them to put that math into the computer to work for you as your business logic, right? So why are you wasting their time with like provisioning an EC2 instance? Someone like me can script that out, right? So you just have to have specific people at specific layers of abstraction within the engineering organization. And the more complicated you get, the smaller those things can be. It's basically the key to scaling out to $5 billion, I think.
Go ahead, Casey.
So, Mike, I've been under this general view, because I've never done this before, that the best way to approach this is to make sure that the blueprints are as polished as they can possibly be before I think about approaching programming.
Yeah, they should be implementing a
Do you,
solution, not solving for you.
right. I need a bridge here. I need a road here. I need a tunnel here, right?
Instead of I need a city, and then I need 2 more cities, and just keep growing it for 50
Yeah,
years.
put a neighborhood here. Maybe the city goes over there somewhere. Like the road needs to be this long. It needs to be this wide. It's going to have 15 houses on this side of the street, et cetera, right?
Yeah, and really what we're talking about is the requirements phase of the the systems development lifecycle. So like even in US government, there's this 10-phase systems development lifecycle. And if you follow it to the letter, then you basically have the whole plan for a digital first business. And it just kills me that it's sitting right there and so many people make so many mistakes.
I am so sorry. Would you mind repeating that so I can take a note on that? I'm sorry.
Okay.
Right when my word processor goes down. What's it called? What's that list called again?
Okay, it's the software development lifecycle, 10-phase, and you'll encounter it on many U.S. government sites because it's the way that they basically portion out contracts. So when you see government contracts being pushed out, they have gone through at least 3 phases of this system development lifecycle before they even touch an IT contractor who takes custody of like 3 through say 7, right? And you can see exactly how the vendors kind of like flow naturally through a business if you're looking at it through this life cycle perspective.
So I'm thinking, is that like they're breaking the work up to make sure that nobody's got a piece of the whole?
No. That's actually
it's different.
This comes from an older discipline called systems dynamics. And what the systems development lifecycle does is it creates a system of systems that generates a system. Dig?
Okay. All right. Yeah. Yep.
Okay. So once you have that component, that system, it is completely self-contained. All of its requirements and all of its, let's say, resources are then self-contained, right?
Okay.
Completely
So I
self-contained.
can research the 10 phases of the software development cycle.
Yeah.
Exactly. Right. Okay. Cool.
Exactly it. And like later on, I'll post the actual like government link that I tend to use as a demonstrator.
Okay. So thank you.
Yeah. See if I can go find it. I'll go ahead and mute and look for it.
Now that I've talked about it, shit. Man, that's awesome. Yeah. So a different question. There was this concept recently brought up of replacing code with AI tools that do the same function as the code, and replacing
it
code
will never happen.
And do you think that from a data load perspective, do you think it's just the AI is not there to perform that?
Oh boy. Well, I don't know how CS we're going to go, but I'm going to go this way. What is going to happen here is most likely there is not a specific enough domain language to describe to the machine how to do the code. And this is a problem I see as an active GitHub Copilot user. One of the things I wish I could do is restrict its corpus to code that most resembles the project I'm working on. So it'd be super genius if instead of suggesting literal Terraform code in the middle of a PHP struct, it just stuck to what worked for PHP, right? And so had itself an attention network on generating compilable code. It doesn't have that. So because the reason it doesn't have that is because there's no real domain description and there's no real clean lines between projects, right? You have to be able to serve within something like that's designed as GitHub Copilot every language on the planet. So of course it's going to shit out Terraform when you're trying to run a PHP.
So the concept of replacing a whole section of code with an AI program that just looks at the code and says, "Oh, this is the function. I'll just do this. I'll emulate what the function of the code is."
All right,
You
so you
know?
can do that, but you're pulling a magic trick around the main loop of taking the math, the logic, the business logic that you've programmed into code and
Hmm.
programming that into machine learning. Like it's the
Yeah.
same algorithm and the same data sources. And because you've changed the query language and the runtime, it's machine learning.
Hmm.
Okay, if the investors like it, that's fine by me.
Right. Okay. So yeah. Okay. That's a that's a pretty shorthand
Clearly.
way to say whatever. If it sells, man, and it works, go for it. Right. But
Yeah, I mean, you can call it whatever you want. It's all just a database, and we have different query
yeah.
languages and ways of storing it.
Yeah.
It all
Like,
comes down to the database. This is not
So
magic.
you
do you
want
think?
direct takes on software. It's talk to Michael. Like he has the benefit of never going to university and learning this
Mm,
on his own. Do you understand me? Like,
nice.
Michael, when you told me how you learned your shit over FTPs, I was like, no way. You have like access to a decentralized university through FTPs. This is madness.
Oh yeah, I was basically I was hustling when I was a teenager. I was not hustling like all of the bad things. I was hustling access to like university backends stuff like not fucking playing, man. I want to play with the
Fuck your bag of
mainframe.
weed. I'm
Get
gonna
out of
pass
my
this
way.
biology class. Oh.
I will literally trade you a bag of weed to let me in your computer lab.
Yeah,
No.
so can I just interject for a second though? Because there's already a thing with GPT-3 where it's translating stuff into code, right? Like it's getting there. It might not be there at that point yet, but like I don't
Well,
think
okay,
we should
yeah, and
underestimate it. We shouldn't
that is simply a
underestimate it.
matter. That's a matter of waiting a GPT,
Yeah. I get that. I understand the way that it's sort of
teaching it
you know, it's inferring from data sets and all that kind of thing based on machine
that gives
learning.
it
But
the
like we
domain.
shouldn't underestimate the potential of that, right?
No, and this is what I'm saying. So we don't have what the problem that we have here is more. There's no attention being paid to making the code compilable at that GPT-3 layer, right? It happens,
Oh yeah.
but there's no intention. There's no
I get that. Yeah.
checks, right? So one of the things they do in AI
It just
safety
if it
is
works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't, right?
one of the things they do in AI safety is they put extra attention. I'm not saying in naughty words. Well, you could just put extra attention on making the code compilable.
Yeah. I'd assume though that they're already pretty onto that. OpenAI is pretty like that. They don't reveal everything they're working on, right? They'll put it out there once it's done, or they'll when there's a revealable product.
Yeah, they're
But if
the
GPT-3 is already at that level of being able to translate things into like, it might not be always compilable, but from what I've seen, just examples of it, it's pretty fucking scary. Like not in a bad way, like. But in like scary in a good kind of way, where it's like, okay, so what if you can take the average person that has like a great idea of systems, right? Like they can understand systems and how they work. They just don't understand how to translate that into code. And then you take that kind of language and prompting of, okay, so I want this system to do this specifically, like very specifically this. And then you feed that into something like GPT-3, well, what'll probably be GPT-4 by that point, or even GPT-5.
Yeah.
And then it can translate that into a code that is compilable because they'll have those kind of weights, right? They'll have that kind of stuff. They will absolutely have it sooner or later. Like it'll get there. And I think that'll make it accessible to people in general. So I don't think it's that far fetched that right now we're talking about stuff that's sci-fi, right? But you see how fast this AI art stuff is progressing. And it's like even 2 months ago, DALL-E 2 was like this scary thing that was like, holy shit, no one's allowed access to this, right? Like, and it's unreal. And now it's like you got Stable Diffusion, which is basically on the same level to some degree, and it's just fully open source. And it's like, okay, anyone with any computer literacy can use it. And that's within 2 months. So, this shit's growing really fast, and
we
it's
need more
kind
brains
of
on the problem.
mind-blowing, man.
No matter what, we need
Absolutely.
more brains on the problem. One of the things that's really beautiful about AI or GPT-3, and in some ways, OpenAI's work here, which is like they're just kind of the rap game Rand Corporation. But what they're really doing is they're allowing people who can think of things in a domain specific language and translating that to computer domain specific language. So the further you can make the human a more natural expressor of the system, Like the more people build systems, and that's how you get more brains on the problem. It's like a beautiful feedback.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I think like I don't think it's that far fetched to say that we'll get to that point where, like it was mentioned earlier in this chat, you know, I think, where someone is literally just programming in real time by talking at a system. It'll get there, but like, you know, how far away it is kind of, that's the part where it's more a matter of if, not,
Well,
sorry, it's more a matter of when, not if, right? Like,
It's literally
two
up to
things.
you. Go pick up the tools, man. You know.
I
yeah,
think
well,
it's
that's it.
knowing
Like we can literally do it now in a way if you're you know, if you really want to go down that path, but at the current stage you might as well just learn programming.
but they're both are required, right? So we know what's coming down the pipe, true. But today, what do we do, right? You know, minimum viable software, or you know, like uh, Mike, can you explain the idea of this API arbitrage specialist? Because I don't think a lot of people would necessarily understand what an API is, but I think if you explain it to them, it'll make sense based
Okay.
on where we are in the world of data and APIs.
All right. So I was giggling about like API arbitrage. It is really what I'm doing most of the time. You know, I was looking at all of the configuration maps that I have in Kubernetes, and I look at all these API keys. Really, really, really. How am I really providing value with this application? Well, I'm really just orbiting all of these APIs, and some of them might be mine. And so that's kind of where I came up with the whole through sourcing. It's really like, you know, if I really want to serve this API and I really want to do it well, I want to insource it. And if I don't want to bother with it, I outsource it.
Explain what an API is. I think I know what it means, but I'd love to hear you explain it because you explain these things really well.
Rad. Okay, so it's application programming interface. One of the reasons you see such an explosion of machine learning technology is because APIs have moved around such that the Python shell is now just a web page, right? And I can put that because the API is an interface and it makes things nice and portable. I can put them anywhere. That same Python notebook can live in a big cloud instance. What is even the cloud? Okay, well, the cloud is when we staple APIs in front of existing mature IT systems, right? You don't want to know how to use that API. I know how to use that API. I'll arbit your access to that API. And then you can now do magical things that you couldn't before. And if I use enough of these APIs and stack them in a composite app, then what we have is a whole new app. And so through simple API arbitrage, we can create billions of dollars of value. Is that vibe?
Zach?
No, it's just like it's like what we wanted to do at Win the War is like, yeah, there's APIs to have people track their food, right? But it's not going anywhere. It's just sitting there and it just tracks your food. But you could very easily add that API to a nutritionist app where real human beings are saying, why the fuck are you eating this bullshit? Right. And then now you have an accountability app. And then you can add an API of workouts, right? Like my Apple Watch can record my workout and add that in. And now you have an accountability app with a physical fitness platform. Like that's what you're doing, right, Michael?
Yeah. So each individual API is the interface to a separate system, and all businesses are systems of systems. So a digital first business is going to be, you know, a system of systems, and these individual APIs are kind of like the interfaces between the two. You can literally go shopping for engineered capabilities, right? It's all just right there in the API economy, and this stuff has been around since about 2006. Google's entrance into the enterprise is fueled by the API economy. In fact, that's one of the main things they really sell. Advertising is kind of a meme for them. Even then, search is an API. You know, so it's basically the main delivery method in the digital first world.
Yeah, all you need to do is find an API that, you know, works with what you want to do, and then just build a better interface to do it. And that's all.
And if it doesn't exist, you can just literally build it.
So that's why I wanted you to talk to Zach. Zach, do you mind telling Mike where you're at and what you're grappling with right now?
Oh yeah, so I run Win the War, where we pair startup founders and entrepreneurs with current active duty military and veterans to give them like on the weekly, right? We're giving them the tactical and strategic thought process and planning. So think stupid life coaching, but for military, you instead of you having some life coach, it's like an actual like, yeah, I deployed and like do badass shit. And also help you plan your life out. You know, oh, I want to eat healthy. It's hard when I'm an entrepreneur. Yeah, well, we can sit there and go, stop being an idiot, start eating healthy. So exactly what you're talking about is what we've like thought of with our prototype is like just throw a bunch of APIs from all these different things and create a holistic approach to it, and then add in the coaching aspect later. So that's pretty much what we've been working on, and then just building it has been building the platform to hold the APIs is, I guess, the hardest part, right? Because building the interface is the I think the biggest issue.
Yeah, so it's kind of like I would say it this way: it's really hard to design the facade of an ever-evolving business, and that's really what you're doing when you're writing your API contract. And you really do want to write your API contract as though it's a business document, because it forms the entire scope of what your business is willing to do with and for a customer. So it has to sit right there in product, in the business meetings. And like, not many founders want to get down to things like HTTP calls, but you have to. Somebody's got to, right? Somebody's got to be making these decisions and making sure that there's like a continuum between what the business wants to do and what it actually provides through its front door. Hardest part. The code is easy compared.
Sorry if no, yeah, what you're saying makes sense. It's just understanding, having the roadmap is the hardest part. Sorry if I'm
and
not
it's building
speaking.
the business. No, it's okay.
Yeah, I leave on Sunday for a training deployment, so I'm just like packing while I'm listening / talking.
Yeah, that's totally cool. No, I tend to just like finish my points and then vibe in case anybody else wants to jump in. Yeah, so I think that you're kind of on the right track. You have the system of systems mentality, which means you're probably going to make it, and so long as you pick the right systems to integrate, it's going to do well. Best of luck, man. I mean, it sounds like you got a good start at least.
Yeah, I have no. I'm not sitting here like a lot of founders going, I'm going 0 to 1. No, I know I'm going 1 to 2. It's just a unique approach of going 1 to 2, because the current active duty and veterans have no place in the freelance marketplace. So if I can create the freelance marketplace using these APIs for them to list all their unique talents, right? Physical fitness, nutrition, finances, accountability, discipline, yada, 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 then I can quickly be able to throw them in there and say, here's the freelance ecosystem for active duty and veterans, where you're not sitting there trying to join some MLM or join some like online marketing gurus like pyramid scheme.
I would love to see more active duty military get into the people track of engineering, because I think it's really necessary.
Well, they can't.
Yeah, I know. It's almost impossible with the way that things are qualified and trained right now.
Well, right now so until this year, it was against regulation for them to do any kind of side hustle.
Oh.
And then they just changed the regulation, which is why I'm doing this, is because they just changed it.
Yeah,
so,
so you're first to market.
Yeah, so if I build this, then I'm the one that can build the entire platform for all veterans to use their unique abilities in all domains.
All right, let me just like blue sky this one. Where are you at with upskilling?
Yeah, so we're working on coaching, coaching, physical fitness, and like accountability and discipline first, because I think every single active duty guy can do that.
Yeah.
Later on is where I want to do the, hey, I'll pair you with a veteran. If you know a little bit of how to code, I'm going to pair you with a founder, and you'll do it for free, but you're going to learn the skill, right? It's going to be a back and forth in your off time, right? Like,
Yeah. It's something where you can literally rank up
yeah,
in this
exactly.
particular skill set.
Exactly. But I
Yeah,
started
love it.
with the thing that they don't need anything else to do, right? Is like the exactly what we do for our junior soldiers, the accountability, the discipline, the coaching, the mentoring, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
If I just provide that first and foremost, I can build in either direction, up or down, or across, from there. So if I just thought about what is it that every single soldier can do,
Yeah.
first, and then
Yeah.
now I can spiderweb from there.
That's a powerful platform, man. There's a lot
Yeah.
that can
So
come
we're
from that.
doing everything analog right now.
Okay.
So
If only
literally, so
someone
we
like Michael.
just, so we did everything analog with just our cell phones and text messages to start.
Okay.
Now we've gone to a platform, Quenza, just to see if if there's a way to make it automated for certain pieces of it, right? So like,
Okay.
like my clients get a message on their phone that says accountability check-in. Are you on the right track? And all they have to do is hit one button and says yes, right?
Yeah.
And if they miss it, I get a message, hey, it's been 5 minutes since they were supposed to do their check-in. And so I can resend the check-in. And then if they miss 2 radio checks, then I can call their ass and be like, hey, what the fuck? Right.
Yeah. Right.
And then I can assign punishments and rack up push-ups and do all sorts of different things automated, so that I don't have to do so much physical touch, with each client. Because what I also see, like way down the road, whatever, is like even soldiers are going to be digitized this way. And so if I can create a platform where they are using it, right?
Yeah.
If this all came from COVID, right? I literally made an Excel document and did all of this through my phone with my soldiers. And I was like, if I can do this with soldiers, I can do this with civilians.
Yeah, that's how a great many businesses will actually start, from a spreadsheet exactly like that.
Yep.
It's like a spreadsheet in an action. You can really put that behind an API. Absolutely.
So yeah, so that's where I'm going. And my thing is that I want to make sure that I'm taking the steps, because there are things that I don't think automate well, and I want to make sure like I'm testing them in iterations, right? We're at 5K a month, and I've done 0 marketing. People are looking for it naturally on like Fiverr. I made one Fiverr ad for myself, and I've done 5K a month.
So there's a key word I want to use, because I think you will immediately succeed with it, and it's business process modeling language. What that'll do is it'll allow you to draw diagrams and let you really make sense of what should the computer do and what should a human do. And you can interchange those things by changing the diagram a little bit. It's just a standard way of representing that. And even if you just went ahead and taught like that skill among the internal people that you have when you hire people, huge boost to this whole deal, because you're really talking about business processes that happen at a regular interval and have regular consequences. So all of this stuff is systematized, as one might say, and this BPMN is going to allow you to like represent it in a real quick signed format.
Yeah, because what we found is that people come to us for the basics of like accountability and discipline, and more than not, they just want to have someone there when they're going through hard shit, because being an entrepreneur and a founder is hard. And they don't want someone who's just like, oh yeah, you'll be all right. They want someone who's like, yeah, I've been through some shit too, bro. Like, and then on top of, but they stay because on the weekends when we do our calls, or once a month when we do our calls, we put everything into these military like ideologies, metaphor frameworks, and terminology, where they go, it makes things seem life or death. It makes things seem not so bad, depending on what they need. And so, like, I also think that the entire planning and thought process that you use in the military is where most of these like Google Sprints and all these other frameworks are derived from. And so they stay because they get a lot of that. So
I think you're right. The structure of the software development industry is what keeps it attracting talent more so than the money or anything else, because you know what to expect. Everything's just 2 more weeks.
yeah, so that's pretty much what we're working on. We're working on iteration 3. So it went from just me by myself doing phone calls to me in a group to make sure that I was not the linchpin, right? Because if I can't, if I'm not replicatable, then I'm the person, and then I'm just a coach, whatever. It's not a business.
Absolutely.
So then it was, can I expand it out? So I just picked 3 random people and told them to pick 3 random people. I gave them like one Word document that was 2 pages long and said, go. We didn't lose any clients. Everything kept going and growing. And now that's turned into, now how do we automate some of it? So that's kind of the iterations that I've done. And now I'm just using Quenza, which is like this online piece myself. It's going pretty well by myself doing it. There's a lot of things I would change about it, but that's the reason why I'm using it, is so that I can say, here's the base, here's what's automatable, here's what I can automate, here's what I can't. Now, what can I add to try to make this better before we go and make it ourselves? So,
okay.
But yeah, because I don't know. I'm not one of those people where I'm just like, let me just go make something without doing some testing first and getting the info.
Yeah, you want to have your requirements together. The last thing you want to give is bullshit orders.
Yeah, exactly. It's and that's my thing, is like, you know, and as we build it, right, we want to build it on a marketplace so that we can add other verticals of like professions for these individuals. Because I mean, I just think it's crazy that the only places really to list your talents is Fiverr and Upwork, and if you don't have talents that fit into their models, then you're kind of fucked.
Yeah, that's kind of it. You otherwise have to focus on a career path, which is difficult.
Yeah, and I already have people that are focused on a career path. The problem is that they're not making enough, that 30% of them are all living in poverty. So how do I change that? Well, I give them more opportunity. What opportunity can I give them? Well, some of them I can't give any opportunity to because of the clearance issues. And right, I don't want to give some private who has a top secret clearance access to helping some Chinese startup to build something, and then now everything's burned to the ground. So keeping it American, maybe Canadian, Mike, and then you know, and then using those unique skills that they've developed, right? Because I could take someone who knows code and does signal processing for the Army, pair them with you, and now you can connect on a common language, and then I can connect with that person on a common language. So when they come to me, say, hey, they have this issue, this is the military issue they were dealing with, I can give them a solution very quickly, because we speak a common language, but you and him speak a common language. So now we have, we're jumping the language barriers.
Yeah, that's another key business loop that always creates an incredible amount of value, is when you can bridge domains and make them run faster between the two. You actually end up bonding them a little bit. That's like what happened with dev and ops, you know.
Yeah, so that's what we do at Win the War, and that's where we're kind of moving towards. I'm also going slow because a lot of people that are like, oh yeah, I really love it, I think it's a great idea, I'd love to invest, and then I tell them, yeah, I'm full-time active duty, and they're like, until you go full-time. I'm like, well, then you're never going to invest in me, because I'm going to stay in until I literally cannot juggle both of them. So
Yeah, it's tricky like that, and a lot of investors aren't going to see the value in the iterative process you're already in. Like, so, they would say something along the lines of, "Oh, why are you reinventing the wheel every few times?" Stuff like that. And never mind that. You're doing it actually right. And once you have the numbers, it won't matter. It won't matter, and this thing will bootstrap. The way you're doing it will bootstrap. You probably don't even need investment.
Yeah, the only reason I'm even thinking that about investment is just because I know that I'm first to market for this idea. And so, I don't want to lose on that. I know that a huge unleveraged market of talent is worth kind of running with, which is the whole reason why I've even like sold my house. I sold my car, so sold my motorcycle to fund it to this point. So, but yeah, no, I just know that I don't want to lose out on that advantage. All it takes is one veteran to think about it and go, "Oh, well, we could do this," and now they have all the money. But
Yeah.
Competition shouldn't be a concern. I mean, like, people are going to copy your idea, and it's like, if you have more passion about it, like, obviously you're going to win in the end. So it's like, you're going to run into competition. Like, someone's going to have the same type of concept for sure.
First mover advantage isn't that big of a deal, actually. Sometimes you want some other dummy to go out first and clear out all the landmines.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to be the dummy that survives.
Yeah. I think you're doing well.
Combat engineers, the last resort they do is they tie a private to a rope and then send them running in a straight line. And then you tie another private to a rope when that one gets blown up, and you just run them in the same line. So I'm just trying to zigzag across this so that no one can follow me.
You know you're active duty. You're an intelligence operator. Obviously came for Twitter Spaces, influence the thought, right? You're a soldier. That's what you do, probably, yo.
Hey, Allie, are you driving? If you're driving, you don't have to say anything. But it's the first time I've ever hosted a space with my wife, so it's say hi to Allie, even though she might.
Hi, Allie.
Hi, Allie.
No, I'm not driving. I'm doing an assessment, so I'm staring at a guy doing cables right now. Poor guy is just like trying to do his work while I stare at him.
How's it going? What is the
Great. Say that again. Yes.
What's the current test right now?
He's doing coaxial cables. I see that he's doing a compression coaxial cable.
Nice.
There is a crimp on, there is a twist on, and then once he's done, we're going to test them all and see how he did.
If he passes, what happens next?
He could get hired.
Oh, hired by who?
Roland. Right?
Oh, nice.
We're looking for 2 more people to work for us, so we're looking for a team. So I'm going to be assessing 6 people today to see if we can hire anybody.
And say hi to the brains of the operation, everyone.
Say that again?
Oh, just telling everyone to say hi to the brains of the operation, which is you.
No. You don't have to say that.
Hey, so I am packing, so I will probably just be at listener mode so I can before I leave on Sunday.
Unacceptable.
Well, you're packing too, Sergeant?
Yes, that's why I'm going down to speaker like you should, so you can listen and pack.
Yeah, I should fucking listen.
Speaking of the brains of the operation, I have to go report the bad news, so wish me luck.
Oh my goodness, you guys just revealed everything. The whole scheme. Everyone just like, comrade, commissioner.
That's it. You see it now.
Yeah, it's fun. I'm having a good time.
So we need a few more. Oh, that's right. I need to call those candidates back.
Dude, I was thinking about Mindaptive. Wow. Dude, it's done, right? Technically.
Well, I talked to him yesterday,
Yeah.
like a couple of hours. Actually, hold on, I'm gonna DM you. I actually mocked together a quick form, type form, form for him. I mocked up a type form for him. All right.
Oh goodness.
Because there's Mindaptive and there's Wandverse, right?
Yeah. I saw a time warp thing. I
Look,
saw.
I won't pretend to be smart enough to understand everything, but all I know is that, Ken, I interviewed Ken, and Ken has a background with the Air Force, and his co-founder has a background in creating gaming engines for games like Doom 2.
Yeah, I remember you telling me about the Doom thing.
Right?
It's a good combination. It's a good combination.
When you look at what they're purporting to do, which is to remove software development completely from the process and just have you semantically speak to the computer to render the experience. It's one of the tallest orders ever proposed, right?
Yeah.
But if you look at, again, it would seem weird until you look at Jake Kolb's background. You're like, well, of all the people to do it, it would be someone who is developing gaming engines for 20 years.
It's definitely. I think it's kind of a enigma. Mindaptive.
Yeah.
It seems like it's
Yeah.
it entries only for the few that kind of understand how to approach it.
Well, you would have had to try and fail to create software a few times to understand why he's doing this, right? He's doing this not because it's cool. He's doing this because he believes that software creation is its own worst enemy, and it's the worst enemy of someone like an SME who just wants to bring an experience to life or digitize themselves. Now, again, it's so ambitious that you're excited and cautious at the same time, right? But
yeah, because software creation is its own worst enemy. That's what you said, right? And
Mhm.
that's why do you think that is? Like, it's because it's language. It's because of
every line of code is technical debt, right? Every
technical
line
debt.
of yeah. So technical debt is debt that you create when you build shit fast because you want to move quickly,
Mm-hmm.
right? And the challenge is when you move quickly, you create shit that's not actually the best because you need to move fast. The problem is when you want to grow, like, the classic example is Facebook. They were hampered a lot by using PHP in the beginning. The challenge is PHP was a great thing to build things fast, right? And I think they have migrated. They still have PHP in some places, but I think they've migrated now. So, his core is that every line of code is a layer of technical debt, right? And to Mike or Train Sloth before, he's overcoming the technical debt involved in software development by trying to put everything on the API, right? And then just conduct an orchestra in between them, right? But
Like the choices that you're thinking in your head, it becomes part of.
well, imagine you have like an API which allows you to have a tabulated spreadsheet of just about any type of information you want, whether the weather for the past 100 years or whatever, the amount of jumping jacks your training clients did. Like, if we look at Zach, if Zach wants to make sure they did their push-ups, a biometric API using an Apple Watch will tell them how many push-ups they did, and if they use the right form, Like that already exists. But you need someone, for example, like Dan or like Mike, who understand the API economy. That's not easy. That's not easy. Right? But if you can do that, then all you're doing is feeding in information from this API on the left and mixing it with this AI on the top and the bottom, and then saying, yes, the person did their push-ups at this time with the right form. Or they did 4 push-ups instead of 5. But because of their heart rate, we actually should have them see the doctor. That would be the API economy. And that's stuff like Dan and that Michael Trainslot can do.
Could you get that type of reading, like, based off of like instinct? Like, basically, what I'm saying is, you wouldn't get the information right away. You would get it a little bit later on.
Yeah, I see where you're going. It could be like you could look for the signal or the signal signature magnum opus of instinct, like Malcolm Gladwell's blink, right? Imagine being able to detect when someone had an instinctual reaction. It's the difference between fake and a real thing.
Yeah, it's like your stream of consciousness, like what's your reality. It would come into it. It would come naturally. Like it would be like a phone call. Like it would just
What you're talking about is being able
feedback.
to capture. Well, it's being able to capture instinct in a bottle. And if you could, so for example, they say it's hard to really create a cybersecurity person because a cybersecurity person has been looking at threats all day long. And in the environment, there's like thousands upon thousands of threats. So how do you know what to pay attention to? And these cybersecurity people that have been monitoring these systems have an ear for bad notes. You know what I mean? Musically, they know what a bad chord sounds like. They know what irregularities feel like to them. And if you could capture that in an instinct, then you have instinct as a service. I think you should build it.
It's just a Word document in Google Docs. But actually, on the topic, I downloaded I just went on CERN, downloaded CERN Upload. Something to do. It was some type of application. It was matching the domain cern.ch, and I'm just like, dude, I'm just gonna. And it took in a Excel sheet, and so I just freaking put in something that was my analytics on Twitter, and just boom, I just did a particle blast. I wonder what actually happened. But Mind Active is definitely there's something more to it. It's an enigma. It's
Yeah, I was surprised he reached out really out of the blue. I hadn't talked to him for months. And he says, things are happening now. I'm like, really? And he's like, yeah, that thing with the thing did the thing. I'm like, okay, so what's next? I'm like, okay, let me know when you have it, kind of thing. I'll see if he's around. 1 sec. Yeah, I guess he's tied up. It's my message, but he is, again, there's Ken and then there's his co-founder. Have you seen his co-founder's resume?
I saw his video, just one video of him.
Let me send you. I'm going to send you this guy's resume. It is I mean, how many people can say that they worked on game engines? Where is it? Here it is. I'll send this to you.
Frick, it's not based off a game though. Like, there's no game to it. I hope.
No, I'm talking about in order to render semantic data, your voice data, into an experience, you basically need someone like a renderer at systems level. You know what I mean? Like an enterprise renderer, and who does more rendering than people who create video games? So let's see here.
Oh, Saints Row. Have you seen the trailers for Saints Row?
No, what's that?
It's like a GTA, basically. It's like a version of GTA, but just a little bit more wild, flashy, flamboyant. Sorry, it's ridiculous, but
So what do we call that? Criminal porn?
what?
Is that like, you know how there's food porn? Is GTA criminal porn?
Criminal porn. No. It's just no. That doesn't ring well. Criminal porn.
Right? Because you're letting people LARP as a criminal, you know?
Yeah. I love the silence.
Isn't it great?
I seriously love it every time.
Sounds of silence. What song is that? Sounds of Silence. Who does that? Is that Garfunkel?
And Garfunkel, yeah.
Yeah. That's a good one. I can't sing as well as they do, obviously.
Jimmy Jack corn and I don't care. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. My funding's gone away. Oh, one day I had an opportunity to come to thee. Oh, come see. Oh, one day you'll have opportunity to come for thee. Will you see? Jimmy Jack corn and I don't care. My funding's gone away.
That's beautiful. Bravo,
Thank you.
bravo.
I have tears
Thank
in
you.
my.
You hit those notes.
I'm trying. I was bringing in a little bit of the, like Christmas at the Rockwell household is a wild thing. I'm the youngest of 6, right? So you got a whole house full of, crazy people.
Your baby.
Yeah, exactly. But I had always my father would always have the low voice, and he would sing the "We Three Kings," and he would look at you to see if you were gonna try to beat him on the low, right? So he'd look at you and go, "We Three Kings," and you'd have to try to go lower than him. So I'd be over there going "Oh, glory and art," right? Sometimes we
That's pretty
travel.
cool. That's a cool tradition to have.
Yeah, and it gets really epic, Feeling falling, something falling and falling as it stands too far. Whoa.
You would like Misty Mountains, in Lord of the Rings.
Oh, the Misty Mountain. I could do some narration for that. Long before the Misty Mountain, Fitz climbed the large landscape. He scaled all the buildings and approached Sandra's castle. She was high perched up on the roof, sunbathing as usual in her vintage wear, as Fitz climbed over the barrier. Lagatha greeted him. She was in her recently purchased ninja outfit. Fitz thought it was strange. You're glowing red. It's supposed to be camouflage. Whatever. Red's in. Together, they met up with Zach, who was already perched, doing squats for the last hour. You guys ready? I always do that to Zach. I always have him doing squats. Together, they approached the front gate. However, they were dealing with Sandra. And Sandra wasn't just any easy degen. She was smart and intelligent. She was a lawyer, so everything that was happening was unfolding in real time. A lawsuit kept on showing up, as if it dropped in front of them. What's that? Pick it up. Oh my God. She's already followed a lawsuit. Really? We haven't even approached the gates. Apparently, we can't be on the premises. God damn. Kind of like that as in a storyline. You're trying to attack somebody, and all they do is they keep standing you keep getting served as you try to breach the gate.
Right, and then Textile down there shows up with the crazy face.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
This is a good shit.
Substance man. These are the voyages of the Syndicate. Forgotten souls toiled on the sands of time. May you find your place, or will the Syndicate simply put you in it? You must let go of notions past and future, and accept your true rendering. Syndicate's brought to you by Whammy Jam. Whammy Jam, it's the best boomerang. That's right. The first ever sentient boomerang you can throw in the air and it might come back. Can't guarantee anything, but it's a great boomerang. Come on down to Whammy Jam. Now available in green.
Dude, you should make a video on Fiverr and just charge people for your voice.
Should be a Kickstarter campaign, right? For the Whammy Jam sentient boomerang. That's what we should be doing. We should be doing fake. We should be using
No,
like
man.
fake
Obviously, man, the
crowdfunder
Fiverr
page
thing
and
is
just
much
make
more
really bad
plausible.
campaigns.
Yeah, let me tell you something. Don't give that shit away for free. You crazy?
The boomerang?
No, we
Right.
just need 4 weeks, and then we're gonna record your demos. Don't be giving away the secret sauce. You're about to go.
No secret sauce for you, young natives. No, only in the Syndicate will I raise my voice and hand. Unsheath me.
Can we do a deep dive into the lawsuit that was filed against us?
Sure, yeah. Well, basically, it's on grounds of intent to breach the gate and expose an unlawful and unwanted argument. I think is something around that. That's probably what it would be. So it's basically she's onto the fact that you're likely going to breach the gate and then try to convince her of something. So all she's doing is sending out a served lawsuit saying on the predicate that it hasn't happened before. There is no precedent that will allow you to do that or something like that. Right. I mean, it's law.
Oh
It's pretty.
man.
Sure.
So, and she's on the other side of the lawsuit, and she's an attorney, so she can just go on and on with this.
Right, and you're in her land. Like once you started climbing the cliff, like you know what I mean, like you tripped the alarm system like the minute you got 5 feet going on, right? So like the papers and the judge and everything. Plus, you got tons of CTT footage of you guys just like disregarding the plants. Like she had a whole flower bed right there on the cliffside, right? And you just like trampled all over there. Like you had total disregard for that. And not only that, but those were actually indigenous flowers that are actually they've been extinct for like 17 years, right? So you actually that's actually a federal crime. Actually, I don't know if you knew that, but stepping on an indigenous sentient flower is like 40 to life.
The EPA is involved in this now.
Oh yeah, EPA
Oh.
too. Totally. Because when you got over 3,000 feet, right, to get to the castle, you're in a denser airspace. And dude, you cut like 6 farts up there. So you injected methane on that level, which was non-warranted. So yeah, I mean, there's a whole lot of some crimes there too.
I'd like to imagine that like that party of heroes that I'm with, there's like the group of us, and there's like the warrior and like the wizard and all that stuff. But one of them is also an attorney. So we have them.
Totally.
Yeah. So we would have to, discuss things with them, I think, before we could converse further.
Yes, absolutely.
I'd play like Dungeons and Dragons and just be like, I'm an attorney.
I would never admit that publicly without someone dragging it out of me. Sorry. It's not something. It's kind of like yelling "fuck" in public randomly, and no one wants to hear that at all.
At least with fuck, they're not as intimidated.
I would maybe watch that also, but the movie where they have the attorneys in Lord of the Rings, where both sides they all have attorneys, and just everything just stops.
That would be funny. I like I keep going back to Sopranos. I like the episode of Sopranos where there's this big build up between the Jewish family and the rapper, and at the end of it they end up suing each other. Like that was the build up.
Right. It was with Hesh, right?
Yes, right.
Yeah. I liked it. It was because that whole story is like about basically Motown, right?
Right, yeah. But there was an episode where, there was almost like, is there going to be violence here? Or, I mean, because, most of Sopranos is, centered around some sort of either violence or eating. I noticed when I started dieting, like in early last year, I'm like, oh my God, The Sopranos, like every episode involves food, and it drove me crazy.
Yeah,
But
they're always, hey, you want to go sandwich? Right? And the FBI, the FBI agents go for a $100 sandwich.
right. I noticed that only after like I'm starting to diet and I'm at my heaviest and everything, like even people are starting to look kind of appetizing. But anyway, yeah, that whole episode, there's this buildup of potential. Like I really, figured there'd be some violence involved, and then they all end up in court and lawyers and everything else. I kind of thought that was funny.
Yeah,
That's real violence, right?
I posted Webistics at the top because I realized
Webistics, yay!
it's basically like because Webistics was Twitter Spaces for NFTs, right? You're just getting a bunch of people to call random people and convince them that Webistics was going to be the future.
Like call? Like what do you mean? Like cold call?
Yeah, back then they were cold calling, but you don't cold call anymore. You open up a Twitter Space,
Oh.
right? And you what you want.
Yeah, but
Very
cold calling
good.
still works. Cold calling definitely. I made my first $600 cold calling.
It's good,
Saying,
but
hey, you don't have
if
a website, I can make one.
if I could just get the people that I want to talk to come to me, then it's like I don't have to, you know what I mean? Do all of that weird, awkward getting to know you stuff.
Dude, I just want it instantaneously. I just want like right then and there. Just come on, you don't have a website. Just let me make it. Okay, upfront to like 50%, and it was cool. Good times.
Also, you kind of avoid the sort of the toxicity of some of the other social media sites where you just sort of put something out there and just like stick it to a wall, and then anybody can say anything, and then that sticks underneath it.
Exactly.
When you're in a space, it's all live, and you can record it, whatever, but it's more interactive. So I totally agree with you.
To me, it's the new funnel.
Yeah, right. Like the Facebook stuff is just, it can get your space, your whole, you could say something that's like super clever and it can just be ruined by, you get two idiots just arguing back and forth on whatever comment you made that was nice. It's ruined.
But here they can argue and then have it out on a space.
100%.
Like people got upset at me like a few weeks ago and said, "All right, we're gonna have a court, and we're gonna put Mike on trial, and he's accused of this." They had court. It was like half an hour. I hope they got what they wanted. But like it all happened like in real time between the tweets and us doing it here. It's crazy. But I don't think I remember this. I read this book called The Challenger Sales Model, and it said if your product and service or brand are the same as everyone else, it's only your sales process that differentiates you. So if the founder is the one doing the selling for the startup, then this is their way to connect directly with folks, whether it be consumers or, like people used to go to Reddit to do market research. Now you get to jump on any space you want and be like, so what is popular in this random place in the world where I don't understand what their language is? And now you have a transcript? It's crazy.
The transcript is definitely helpful.
the anonymous speaking directly to somebody who has maybe some kind of a service that you're interested in, as opposed to just messages that other people are responding to. Having that ability alone, I think, like I've sort of been encouraging spaces to my agents, that maybe you should get involved with more of this and create some kind of an account direct.
Yeah, that's definitely a good idea.
Even as a listener, we all go through that life cycle of, being a listener, right? And then you become a speaker, and then you become a co-host, and then you start hosting with some of your friends. Like that's the trajectory I see. It's like, listener, speaker, co-host or host, and then other co-hosts ask you to do spaces together.
Michael, did you start doing spaces like the time that you met me?
I started doing spaces like when it first came out, probably last year, like January.
Oh, okay.
Right.
January, February, March, so like 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
I think 3 months. And
yeah, I wasn't one of the early beta testers, but I was on here with Queen Ash and a lot of other folks, and it was good at times. I always, to be honest with you, I didn't think that anyone would want to come to a place that I was hosting. Because every time I would open up my phone, right? And when you open up your phone and you start a space and you're there for like 10 minutes and you're staring at this thing, and then they leave and you're like, fuck, I'm such a loser. You feel like such a loser. It's like you can't get one person to fucking talk to you. You fucking loser.
bro, but like you could just go, all you gotta do is go on omegle.com and you'll just find somebody to chat with online. Boom, you're a winner.
No, I don't want to, as a recruiter, I don't want to talk to one person. I want to talk to
dude, I gotta bring up something. Like this whole talent thing, like talent. Like, what if that's just like a lie? Just like to keep us in doing the same thing. This talent.
What do you mean?
I don't know. I'm just thinking about it. Like talent.
Yeah, at any if it's true that opportunity is when opportunity is when preparedness and skill come together or some shit like that.
Yeah, so I remember you said it really well last time.
Yeah, I said it really well last time. Now this is like fucking 9 hours and like I don't care. But it's like
normally it's like luck is when opportunity and
luck is when opportunity meets preparedness. So you cannot get lucky unless you're prepared. And so, for example, I'm pretty sure that Michael Train Sloth is talking to a few people in his DMs about software development right now. Why? Because that guy's a fucking beast.
I think you also have to you got to be interested as well, which is that will lead in that there's an aspect of interest as well.
Interested in what? Like in what?
In whatever it is that you're prepared for. You got to be interested in it enough to actually go ahead and prepare for it, to be talented at it.
To want to stay at the bleeding edge of it because it's always changing. And so people who have to drag themselves to their, you know what I mean, innately lose out. Because these people who love it are just doing it. Like the people I know who love what they do, they just do it all day. I don't mind. They're having a good time. Right? It's not easy to find. But, the reason I'm on here is as a recruiter, instead of talking to one person, I can talk to a lot of people. And I don't have to be the smartest person in the room because if there's two software people like Dan and Michael, we can ask them the right questions such that they talk it out together and you see where they converge and where they diverge. So when you need software built, you know where to go.
And you know where to kind of fix the bugs in your own mind-adaptive world, which is why I was the way I was today, if you notice. I was just fixing bugs real quick at the best of my ability in a like nice manner, the best of my, that's what I can do. That's like how like the world will start just changing, or because like fuck the world, man. Who gives a shit?
Come
Like
on,
this
just
notion of wanting to save it, or like that's just.
I mean, just because we know what is doesn't mean we know what ought to be,
But we
right?
do know what ought to be, Sandra. You know what ought to be sometimes.
You should really, if
What?
you know what to be, you should really implement it.
Well,
'Cause
spell that out. I don't know what you mean.
like
I've never heard of that.
when you ought to, like how things ought to be, like just like
Oh, ought to be. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. You know, just like the common sense thing, like what feels like the right thing.
Well, what ought to be and what feels like the right thing are not always the
Okay,
same.
let's not argue semantics. Let's not, just like what ought to be.
no, those aren't semantics, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Just because you know what is does not mean you know what ought to be. Agree or disagree?
I agree.
I mean, we all want things the way that we feel that they ought to be, but what they ought to be and what they really are frequently different. And, coming from my background of, dire poverty, nothing has prepared me better for disappointment than that. And I'm rarely disappointed in my disappointment. I often find that I'm better prepared to deal with adversity in the sense that it's just like, well, okay, I'm going to get rolled over again. And you just have to try to maintain, resilience and optimism in the face of liars and treachery and deceit. Because that's the way life is. And more often than not, it's far worse than an innocent mind such as mine can possibly conceive. Does that make sense?
Innocent mind, such as yours.
I was with the same guy for 30 years. So the last several months have basically been like the first time, with the exception of practicing law and working with antique textiles, that I've been in the real world. So there's a lot of things that I see around me, just in terms of people, that aren't really part of my worldview until recently. Does that make sense now?
A little bit.
So I see it
I
on.
mean,
I see it on TV. I hear it on the news. Blah blah blah. So I understand the concept, but it's not every day that you meet people that have, so in my opinion, have there's just a lot of covering and not being authentic. And I think that people assume that the world is out to hurt them. And although I'm from the same world and I grew up in a bad situation, I'm not used to people taking that out on me like somehow it's my problem and my fault, because I'm not experienced in manipulation or treachery or disloyalty. But maybe that makes more, maybe that's a better picture of it.
wait, you're not experiencing treachery, disloyalty?
No, I'm saying I'm not used to having that view imposed on me, because I don't have a lot of experience in doing bad things to other people. Do you ever feel like people are testing you out to find out if you're a liar, or to find out if you'll steal something behind someone else's back? Things like that.
Yeah, I know how those vibes feel like.
Okay. Well, I'm not really familiar with that sort of. It would never occur to me, even if I was hungry, that I would steal. But yet, people assume that, if I'm hungry, I'm going to take something from them.
It's crazy, like what gets imposed on us through
Right.
whose looking glass, through whose looking glasses.
Exactly. Right. Okay. Sorry, I wasn't clear.
No.
And I don't like it. I'm not used to that low. Not used to having that sense of cynicism about people's innate goodness or lack thereof. Like, I'm not used to being put under that filter, so it feels it's extremely stressful for me, because I don't understand some of the concepts. Like, I'll see someone be incredibly rude and say what I think are awful things to somebody else, and I get extremely upset and angry. Like, how dare you imply this person's like Forrest Gump, or how dare you, like, say X, Y, and Z about this person and laugh about them in front of me. I hate that. I don't understand it. So I react to that, whereas many people wouldn't really react to that. And it's just a big joke to them. And it's hard for me to kind of adjust to the cruelty that people impose on others, yet it's a joke to them. And everybody takes it as a joke. But to me, it's just unnecessarily mean. I hope that makes
I
somewhat.
think can you hear me?
Oh, Fitz, you're in the Matrix. A little bit. We need to talk property stuff. I'm boring everybody here. Help me out.
All right, hang on. I'll connect with it. Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
You're good.
No, I was gonna say that I tend to check people, and I think I'll be back. I'll be back.
Okay.
It's just natural in conversation. Like it just comes up, and it's a nice little thing to do. I mean,
Yeah, how do we get on this? I'm sorry, Mike, bail me out here.
Oh yeah. I guess my main point is, if you want to see the world change yourself, and then implement what you want to do. You know, I remember when we said this a few months ago. If we are complaining about the same thing 6 months from now, we have failed ourselves.
That's
Michael. You know how I feel. You know how I feel.
You feel?
Like, I don't know anything, man. Just like yesterday. Everything changed.
Well, it's a healthy respect for the mystery. The mystery deserves respect.
But like, you do know what I do know, like you from like how I've been today. Like I'm 100% clear on that. Does that make sense?
No, not at all.
Cutting through the fat, basically, so to speak.
I mean, to you, fat might be steak to someone else. Does it make sense? I'm not going to.
But I gotta.
Language, right? And I can use language to describe things that seem logically truth. That can be
like driving. Like, what was the driving thing about? Like, driving definitely meant something when Ali was driving, but she was actually assessing some cable guy.
Yeah, what do you think? She was driving home or not? And it looks like she's still doing an assessment.
Speaking of assessment, Sandra has de-accession. What does that say?
De-accession. Museum de-accession consultant, I think.
To remove, and I looked that up. It means like to remove something, to remove
right,
it.
because what happens, right? Museums run out of space, like anybody else does, and the problem with museums is that they sometimes have bylaws and requirements that require them to keep. Now this gets boring.
No, it's cool. It's cool. I wanted to know.
So it gets very expensive, especially in New York City, to maintain collections. So, it has to go through a deaccessioning process, and that's when I generally get in there. And then it gets sent off to auction or some other discreet way of disposing of it in a way that is consistent with the rules that they have to follow, and it ends up wherever it ends up.
I can't wait to do the commercial with Dan for this album. You know, like property law hits from the 80s. You remember those hits such as tort law? You know what I mean? And then you hear like a little bit of tort law, right? And then there's just like a stream of like titles going down the screen, and then sometimes they play one of the songs. You'll remember such hits as blah 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 blah. You know what I mean? Probate law.
Featuring such hits as Probate Law and Get Off My Lawn.
And then you have the girl and the guy being like, "Hey Tom, hey Sandy." You know what I mean? Right? Like Body Break, but with music.
Hey Tom, hey Sandy. Looks like you got some property law issues. I sure do. I don't know what I can do about it. Have you thought about calling Sandra and KC? What is that? It's a brand new agency out there. They're looking to change everything. How does it work? It's simple. They come to you, they tell you you're fucked up, and you're gonna pay them. Wow, is that simple? Sure is. Thanks.
Perfect. Right. That's what I like. Pay up and leave. I mean, every partner I ever worked for was like, whew, well, okay, I got this quarter's college tuition payment covered. Keep them coming.
I am here for the Property Law Stories album, The Greatest Hits. It's a Time Life, was it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got a good one for later for you guys.
Wicked.
Fitz, you're the one that was speaking about the property law before, right? Was it you?
Yeah, I think Sandra and I were going back and forth. But yes.
Shit, dude. Yeah, dude. It's been a long day. But wow, I remember that. Good times.
Yeah, do you have any
Yeah,
requests?
right. We
No.
get into land use and stuff like that. It's funny because Fitz and I like talking about that sort of stuff, but I would say to most people it's incredibly banal and boring stuff. But to me it's interesting, although it's something that it's a pretty dry topic.
It's dry and
I'm interested in it though.
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
too, right.
Point. If you weren't interested, there wouldn't be a show. But if you're interested, see, to me, you're interested in it, and most people would find it pedantic. But I think if we created the 12 tracks without trying to be humorous, but then we called the album stand-up comedy, then people would go in looking for stand-up comedy and they'd just hear you guys talking. And to them, I think if we just labeled it with comedy, the people would interpret it as such.
I wish he'd share that with the rest of the class. That's what we need next. It needs to be a way, like, if you're on a space like this and someone lights up something good, there should be a way that can be shared with everybody.
Well, you can put
I'm telepathically communicating with you and sending you the THC and some endorphins.
Thank you.
Can you feel it? There you go. Okay.
Perfect.
Today, another interesting day.
Oh, today what did we accomplish? What the heck did we do? What did we do? Fuck.
I was just glad I saw that. I saw a signal that led me to believe that Michael. Hello. Hey. Hey, Blender. What's going on?
No, nothing much. Nothing much. Mel
Hey,
B.
Blender.
Mel B, how's it?
Hola, hola, salud. Salud.
So,
How's it going over there?
no, everything's good. Everything's good. We are going through summer now. We are being in winter, but it looks like even though like this side we're on winter, it's not like the way it used to be. Like we are in the middle of August, but it's still winter. It's still dark and all that. I think the world has shifted. I don't know, but I had the concept that the world have shifted. North is no more north, south is no more south, east is no more east, and west is no more west. So it's crazy.
For real, man. That's crazy.
For real, but not too much. It's not like it shifted like it's too big.
I know, but that's like insane to think about. Like, how does that affect us? Like,
I mean, it
global
affects us
warming.
with the global warming.
Yeah, it affects us in global warming.
It's like I say the same thing. Like our seasons have shifted. Like they're extreme and shifted. It's kind of crazy. Where are you? What part of the world are you in?
I'm in South Africa.
Right.
Yeah, so and the days are normal like the
So you have a
usual
lot of
days.
rain right now?
Yeah, we had a lot of rain, and
That's your winter.
and there are some places that they were not experiencing snow, but they are experiencing snow now. So you'll wonder what's happening in the world. We have places in South Africa whereby, like during winter, this time.
You saw the snow?
Yeah, I saw the snow.
Oh man, that's crazy.
Yeah, so you can imagine throughout ages, many centuries, there were no snow, but the snow just appeared out of the blue, and it's freezing like hell. And yeah, it's one of the things. So
That makes me think about the earlier post this morning about the eating of the bugs and the insects. It's like, okay, if, how are we going to cultivate those? Like, how do we, you know what I mean? Like, where
yeah,
do
I
we
know.
get those insects from?
Yeah, I think they
When we
migrate from
can't.
places to places. And nowadays are no more like the ancient days. They are running faster. So whatever that you are working on, it push you hard that if maybe you are in crypto, you are NFTs, or you are in digital business, whatever it is that you do, you know what you do, to work more faster and to use your time as well efficiently, because of the days are no more like the ancient days, whereby like 1 hour. 1 hour is like more like 30 minutes or so. I don't
It's
know you
going
guys.
faster, right? Things are going a little bit faster.
Yes. So I think maybe it's because of maybe the Earth is spinning faster. I don't know for how much rate, but I think it's spinning faster.
I mean, it actually is. I don't know the number because I don't know the number, but I know that I was talking about this with with some people from like NASA, and they actually said that is accurate. Like
And you felt in your heart.
minimal.
Your heart?
I feel it. Yeah, what he's saying, it rings true with my thoughts. And with my conversation with my 99-year-old grandma, like last few years is what it was like. Yeah.
And you know the thing about life, the way that it was designed from our creator, it's not about life is an experience. The more you communicate with people, the more you stay with them in a conversation, maybe you visit them. It's not what they have or what they own. It's about the experience. For me, like if I'll visit one of you one day, I'll rather go for experiencing who you are than what you have or where you come from. So I really love to experience people in different type of the world, because of as we are people, we have a type of knowledge. That knowledge we gain it from the stories of our lives. Maybe when you travel, whatever journey that you travel, you gain a type of a story, and the story you can make people learn from it as you talk, and as you connect with them, no matter where they are, because of with people, the more you get the stories, the more they're gonna point to the right location where you can be. It's not about trying to find who you are, but it's more like you kind of navigate your life, because of we don't have so much time left for us to live on earth. Like we are not going to live for 1,000 years.
Yeah,
As
we
if
are.
like
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. We are definitely going to. Our physical body dies, but we don't die, right? We're gonna go on. It's just getting started.
You mean gonna get like a rebirth again with another body, says right?
But this time we'll remember, and we're not gonna go back into another body. Maybe we'll get out of the trap and be free. But that's you define that yourself, right? It's your own little matrix that
But
apply
imagine
to.
if imagine Bilal, if we die, our physical body dies, and they give us another body. We start as kids, but with
You heard about that thing,
experiencing
right?
everything.
You heard about that. I heard about that too, where it's just like they convince you, like they convince you to go back to Earth because you have a karmic debt, and I heard about that theory. Like your soul is trapped, and they erase your memories, and then you come back as a new person. A lot of people, you could look up past life memories of a lot of people. They have that, and do you believe in it,
No,
Blender?
no, I heard about the concept that I think they call it a transition of exchange of bodies. They take your soul and they put it in another body, and it's dirty. It's dirty. You're
Yes.
playing with spirits. Yeah, you're playing with spirits. Imagine as a man, they took my soul and put in my B, and took my B spirit and put in my body.
That's why you have to be like strong. You have to be. You have to. Yeah, you have to have the strength. Let's be a sovereign being, whatever that means.
No,
Only make
No,
that.
I think you're saying the right thing there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
the problem is when your nature kicks in. Your nature is your who you are, your temptations and all that, and they start to kick in. But then at that time you are in a woman's body. What to do?
But like, man, who am I actually? Everything that I like was shown to like value, to think is cool, to think is fashionable, to the right things is just like it was all imposed on me. I mean, I have to really follow my heart, and listening to that, I think it's tough these days because they tune it out. They like kind of turn off parts of your brain that is connected with that level, and because that's the right that like there's way too much shit, so much, everything's out there now, all the information's out there now. It's like, what do we do with it? It's mind adaptive. uh,
We're all very mellow.
no, it's fine. It's fine. I
Right.
like it.
Yeah.
So where you are now is what is during the day or during the night? Obviously, it's during the
It
day. It must be
is.
during the day or in the early hours of the morning, probably.
So it's 1:59 p.m. in the daytime in Vancouver, Canada.
Which is you're on Saturday or Friday. You're still on Friday.
Yeah, it's Friday.
Still on Friday. Yeah.
Or for us, we're going on Saturday. It's almost 11 o'clock.
What's the
Night
exact
time.
time? What's the exact time?
It's 22:59.
Oh, okay. All right. We're in sync. There's no.
Yeah. So, but this time I'm always up because of there are other people that I talk to internationally. I think one is in Houston, Texas, somewhere there. Yeah. So yeah, that's one of those things because of I'm always want to see what people are doing and in parts of the world because of hey, I don't know, maybe I'm hesitant and very inquisitive of who's doing what way and try to find out what they are busy with as a businessman, as an entrepreneur as well. I'm looking for new things, new opportunities, whatever it is. And whatever you do, I'm interested because of I'm an opportunist as well. So I'm always awake. Even if something happens during the night, I see it with one eye. I'll wake up and go and do it.
Good to have you, man.
Puff, the magic dragon, lived by the sea. He hung out in a place called Honolulu. Puff was a big fan of the game, getting down with all the same. Puff the magic dragon just took on and on and on, like he knew what was going on. Puff the magic dragon lived by the sea, but he was a land based dude. He was different. He needed to be respected. While everyone puffed the dragon, they forgot about old Puff. He faded off into the distance, and I lost in memory. You don't see many kids named Puff anymore. Used to be a big name in the 1800s. But dragon's gone. Dragon's gone.
What a poet. What a poet it is. Very inspiration.
Thanks. I kind of get hired by different spaces. I just kind of hang out to do the awkward breaks, just sort of help it out. It's pretty easy. I'm getting like 300 shiv an hour, so it's not too bad. Working up to about 300.
Good for you, Dan. That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean it's something, you know. It pays the. Wait a minute, hold on a second. Yeah, doesn't really pay for anything, but I mean it's a gesture, you know. I mean the gestures are kind of everything. I mean it's a gesture.
You have a lot.
Yeah, I mean it looks like it's. Oh,
You're getting something better than money, dude.
There's a lot of zeros on this thing. I mean I thought it was just, and they're on the wrong side of the decimal, you know. Oh, shit. But anyways, I just do this for folks.
But it was going to be nice if you put a bit of music. You know, you play that type of music.
Yeah.
And then after that, you put that poem. And then after that, you play that type of music and you say something. You know, the whole day, they will listen to music and poetry.
I'm with you, partially. It's coming up on 5:03. Here on the East Coast, that means it's happy hour time. So you should be rolling on up to the bar, or talking to your East Coast buddy and saying, maybe we should get that margarita, or this time you should get that Long Island iced tea. What's all in a Long Island iced tea? Have you ever wondered? There's a lot of things in there. There's not Coke in there, too. It could be a Coke. I think it is Coke in there. But there's like tequila and rum and gin. It's one of the few cocktails that you can have over and over again. But it doesn't scale, though.
I was going to invite someone up. I looked at the feed, and it's just a huge dick. And I'm like, and then I keep, so it's like, okay, maybe in just one picture, right? And then you just keep scrolling, and it's different dicks. I'm like,
wow, the algorithm
awesome,
brought us
man.
this.
I mean,
why did it?
I'll let you know, like, so I can
let everyone know. If he comes back, maybe I let him up. All that good stuff.
You kind of got muffled by the dicks there. You need to. You gotta work through the dicks to get to the mic.
Swat the dick to get
Swap
through.
the dicks out.
Swat the dicks.
Go for the other mic. Wrong hole. I mean, wrong. Shit, I don't know where this conversation is going. I was fine. I normally take it this place, but this time you took it here. You know, I didn't do this. You wanted this, man. Now we're here.
Someone sent me a cartoon with, like Lucy at a lemonade stand with her, in the alternative glory hole to make money.
Wow.
I was like,
sent that to you?
This is depressing. Yeah. I was funny but depressing at the same time.
That moment you want to say your DMs are closed.
Oh well, just when it's kind of like how low can the bar go? Now I just flat out wonder where it is. But it's okay. No, it was funny. I just kind of like, okay, so Lucy ends up kind of just being a little more morally flexible than she was in previous iterations of herself. So
Did she have running makeup? Was her makeup running?
she looked really good, but she
Okay.
had a big hole. Well, not a big hole, but she had a hole in her lemonade stand, and she seemed resigned to her fate. Yeah. Seemed ageless, like she hadn't aged a day. Maybe a little.
I just have glory holes on my mind. Gobble,
Now,
gobble.
glory hole that's the hole in the bathroom stall, right? Or it's like in a room.
A glory hole is just a wall with a hole. It could be
Right.
a club.
Okay.
It could be a bathroom stall. It could be
Right.
a venue.
Okay. And then what do they call it when
A lemonade stand.
yeah, what do they call it when the person's like stuck? You ever seen those videos where like, oh my god, good golly, I'm stuck, and then it's like the whole thing is around that. Is that a certain type of like genre of turn on or porn or whatever? I mean, I think we should just know these. I don't know how to look at for it. You could look for it by
Claustrophobia?
saying stuck, but yeah. Wait, what did you say? What was that?
Claustrophobia? Like
It taps into. Sorry.
No, it's more
you're
of a
stuck, right?
unfortunate
No,
tied
stuck
up.
positioning.
guys, it taps into a very deep, dark human nature for someone to take advantage of another human while they're in trouble. It's nuts. Porn
Well,
is
I
obviously
mean,
fucked up.
most of the videos are like people looking for their phone under their
You would
bed,
assume, you would
or
think maybe those
the
videos would be that,
Japanese are
right?
they're masters of it. They do the most
Yep.
original ones ever.
Super bad.
Bilal, what are you excited about?
That I'm a programmer now. You know what I mean?
Tell me more.
Come
What are you
on, mind
excited about?
adaptive. That's enough. I can't say much
No,
without my energy being siphoned away.
because we had like we had 9 hours of sad Bilal. I just want to know what you
I
were
wasn't
happy
sad.
about.
I wasn't sad. I was just like
No,
freaking. I was just
yeah,
like
you're right. You're a ball of joy. Yeah.
ball of joy, ball of joy.
What do you program in now? Is that like Python or something, or what do you mean?
Spiritual programming, Sandra. Spiritual programming. Come
Okay.
on.
Programming. So you're a spook.
No.
Are you attuned? Are you attuned? Is that?
I'm kidding.
Are you attuned?
Oh, it's just that book, Spiritual Program, that I've been talking about. And like, yeah, I'm trying my hand at programming. I'm just learning a little bit. And yeah, that's it. Nothing new. What's up? What incarnation was that?
I'm watching YouTube in the background for moving hacks. I'm watching the screen while I talk with you guys to get inspired to close boxes or fill boxes up. That's not fun.
Yeah, it's really draining. It's really draining to move, especially when you're kind of like, well, what do I take? How about nothing?
God damn it. I want to. I already really lost basically. Already done for me. That was not my will, but it happened. And so now I'm like, all right, I need to take care of what I got here and do that mindfully. It's just daunting. Because I don't want to go, but I got to
The
go.
daunting task. She didn't want to leave. She stood at the bar and waited. Who would walk in next? Fitz flew in the door. He walked in, topless as usual, but he was wearing those weird socks and the Crocs. Melody tried to be nice. I want to say I like this, but those are pride socks and blue Crocs. Fitz looked down. The ravers love it. I have to wear them on the stage. I'm getting popular now, Melody. Things are different. He turned away as if he was scorned, stuck, trapped between worlds, unable to actually communicate what he really wanted to say, who he really wanted to be. He leaned against the amplifier and turned the turntable slowly. An old song played back, reversed and distorted. Stop that. I hate that. You know, I hate that, Melody said, walking up behind him, touching him on his shoulder, noticing his skin was far too dry. Again, he hadn't been moisturizing, something that she'd been lecturing about. The values she had around skin and the myofascia were far too vast and great. No one truly knew exactly what would happen if the skin was upset. The more skin that was upset, soon the gods would come. And the first god was just really messy. Think of all the worlds that would be destroyed just because one person couldn't take care of their goddamn skin. She slapped him on the back. Why don't you take care of your skin? I hate it when you're like this. I can't be around someone who sheds. She turned away, approached the bar. Her absinthe was nearly done. It was a 4-quart absinthe. A hell of a cocktail. Hell of a gal. Fitz turned around. You want to be special? She said, downing the whole drink. Dizzy at first. I know you're special. No, I want to be that kind of special. What do you mean special? Like the other kind of special. We had to sit down and think about the special because I'm confused. She turned. She walked to her Vespa. She climbed on it. You know where you can find me. She steamed away. It was a steam-powered Vespa that could ride on the water. She flew off. Michael walked in the room, eating popcorn as usual. That was a fun exchange. Can you tell me how you're feeling? Fitz looked away. I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to talk about this at all. He popped open a bottle of pills. You gonna take a green one? Fuck you. He took a red one, miniaturized himself down to a nanoparticle, and fell into the floor, gone forever.
Wow. What does the other pill do?
Gone forever. 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 Forever.
I always love doing the dramatic scenes of two people running into each other and pissed at each other or something. You know what I mean? Because you can do so much with like voice and like this fun, stupid stuff. Like I could see someone like playing the turntable backwards on you. Like, God, I would hate that. Stop that. You know?
What does the green pill do?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what the green pill does. I just know he took the red one.
Right. So the red one makes you super small.
Right.
Does the green one make you
The
like?
green one might actually sort of maybe rewind or erase memories, you know, because that would be something that's a classic, I would say, so you / Michael trope is sort of the, you know, hey, it looks like you fucked yourself. Wouldn't it be great to go back in time and like not fuck yourself? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's
that's
just
true.
gonna be
But
funny.
I would think of like the 1950s movies when they make someone like a giant woman.
Oh, I can see.
Maybe
I
that.
see
I
that.
don't know.
Yeah. Kind of like Attack of the 50-Foot Woman. I know a
Yeah,
lot of people have
exactly.
that poster, you know. It's a cool poster.
That is very cool. Yeah.
I love that it was like the rage in the world is because people don't take care of their skin, for sure. I believe that. Actually, this leads to depression, by the way. Most definitely. There was a study being conducted over here a few years ago. Um, I think it was at UCSF, and it was exactly that for like senior citizens. Like their prescription was to moisturize twice a day, and their literal like demeanor completely changed on top of the healthiness of their skin.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting.
Is it
Yeah.
because they were more attractive and they got more because
No,
of their
it's
clear skin?
because we're water and we
I
have
understand.
water evaporation and we have to stay moisturized. And that's part of this organ. It's like, yeah, the care of it. We'll
It's
talk
interesting.
about that.
Oregon and Oregon are only one letter apart. I never realized that. What's going on, Amy?
Hey, yeah, yeah, skin and also gut health and wellness as well. You know, it's really interesting. I had a friend who who's struggling with anxiety and depression, and he found that he had like a I mean, I don't know like how true this is, but he found that when he stopped eating gluten, that it helped with his just overall like how he felt in general. Yeah, like the skin is the largest organ of the body, and it's not really often um acknowledged as being even an organ.
I
uh
yeah, that's
yeah.
exactly. This is the thing. The guy, as you were saying, all of that, like our skin, which is what people don't understand, shows what's happening inside. Like literally, like it manifests and it bubbles up, and you see it. So eczema is autoimmune, or like vitamin K or D deficiency, like you know. A bunch of others. Like, but it's literally your immune system is acting up and manifesting on your skin. And there's just an array of things. Um, but we don't pay attention because we don't really like, I'm so happy that the gut is a lot of people are like understanding and like microbiome, like, to keep it like we have neurons in our gut, like the same things that happen in our brain happen in our gut, like, or not the same, but many of the same. But the skin, it's, I think there's more awareness, but I think it's very cosmetic and very like aesthetic as opposed to like the health part of it.
You know what, Melly, I love how you're giving yourself emojis as you're talking. It's like really, I'm like, how is she able to do that too? Like, just like it's a multitasking thing. I'm trying to do it myself right now. And
And you sound distracted when you do
like
it.
giving
That's funny.
ourselves emojis. um,
This is me, my Colombian self, talking with my hands, okay? I have to express my hands. They're out here. They're
yeah,
flailing out here. I'm like pointing, not pointing fingers at people, but like, look, you see, hands in the air, fingers up towards the sky, like, and I do a little heart.
the hearts. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, it's really interesting that a lot of times people they think that that the source of their happiness is found in like in other things that it might not actually be like if you're like like you might be thinking like, oh, I'm lacking in this area. If I only had this, then it would cause me to feel better or and happier. And I mean, there have been so many studies that have been like, oh, if you have this much amount of money in your bank account, then it can incrementally cause you to feel more happy. But with, I mean, what I've found also is that when you have more money, it can cause more responsibility and more stress as well. So,
Isn't that sweet
yeah.
number like 75? Because like you can pay your bills and you can like go on a little weekend like off, basically. Like, isn't that's like, and if you make
Yeah,
more,
yeah.
then
If
you're
you're
like, oh,
making
I gotta
like
get the fucking car. My car now is like
Yeah, if you're
$700 a
making like
month. Like,
75K, I think
yeah,
was what was
it is.
decided was like the
It is.
average.
It is. Can you imagine if we all made 75K? Like how chill the fucking world would be? Like, like our world. I don't know about the world, but
Done.
Well, right. Yeah,
right.
Everyone has it now. Everyone has opportunity. It's over.
well, sure.
No
But
more
the thing
chase.
is, I mean, the interesting thing is that like if even if you do have if you are making 75K, right, a year, And that can maybe afford you to pay for like lots of other kind of things that can maintain your own health and wellness, right? Um, we have a choice of how we're going to spend our money. That's the thing, like you're not. I mean, it's not decided that you're going to spend your money on the things that are going to elevate a sense of well-being, or whatever. You might uh, be making 75K and be able to maintain that, and um, and spend money on things that can make you ultimately pretty miserable too, right? So I mean, it's interesting.
I think it brings, I don't know, it makes me think about like and no politics, but just like the way we go about getting the money, or like growing something, like growing a business, or growing like um if everybody's like seeing that the equal feels more, then they'll give more, and companies will grow with heart like everybody else. Like I saw an experiment, I can't remember what company it was, but they put everybody's salary on the board, and they saw like, just and the differences were like of up to like 70,000 more. And so across the board they just leveled it out, and some people took a cut, and some people got their like fair, what they felt was fair. And so that company has done really good. Um, but it's because everybody that goes to work is going, I don't want to use the word just happy, but it's like there's a there's the stress of worry might be gone because they're living in their means, kind of, like it's not like, obviously then that's personal spending and all that shit goes into play, but you get what I'm saying, right? Ha 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 ha.
I think you're spot on, Melly. It is about kind of like living within your means, right? I mean, it's that's the I think that's the most important thing to do. Even if you're making $75,000 a year, it's like, or would you still live with? How would you live within your means?
I'm learning. I'm fucking learning right now, because starting over right now, it's figuring that shit out.
It's, I mean, it's fine. I mean, as long as you're willing to learn, and I mean, I'm more. I was very personally, I was very ignorant when it came to finance 10 years ago, but you know, it's time. It takes time, especially when you're a spender. So,
What have you learned about finance, though? Like, what's a key takeaway about
um,
the whole finance thing? Is it kind of
so
shaky?
well, I had to learn. I didn't understand. And my dad's in finance, and my wife's in. They understand how money moves, which I didn't understand how money moved. So once I understood how money moved, how banks move money, um, interest rates, compound interest, and I'm not trying to use these words to, you know, sound grand, but it's like, oh, the light bulb went off. You know, one of the I remember one of the things my wife wanted to do when we got married. She's like, let's live off one income, and I was pissed, but
Oh,
I was
fucking
so
love
mad.
that. That's the best.
I
Wait,
was so
what? I didn't hear it.
She wanted to live off one income,
Oh.
and I was just mad. I was just like, "Are you crazy? I work hard. I want to play hard." And I mean, that's just how I. And it
Shit.
was the
That
best.
sucks, man.
Yeah, it was the best advice though.
I mean, like, I get, like, all these
I
constructs,
think we're
man. They just, like,
starting.
puts us in, like, sticky positions. It's just, like,
I think we've been psyoped
Yeah, you know it,
into
Sergeant.
thinking that being single is better, like that or even like when we're with, you know, our partner, we call them partner, we don't get married, and we share space, but we're never like one. Um, and that whole like the money, like I see it as like you're just two disposable incomes up for grabs, right? If you're two and together, like then you become like you can do that. You can live off of like one and a half, and the other half then you put away or do what your family and what you intend to do with it, you know. But I feel like we're just so the psyop is that, and it's like I'm part of that. Like I'm part of that psyop of like not getting married or going in career wise, or like not having, like I'm not married, I don't have kids, and it's like everybody, when I was with somebody, he thought that he was like, no, we don't need to combine, we don't need to get married, we don't, you know. And so it's like uh I just see it's like more money for like you get, everybody thinks of like marriage as the contract that it is, but it's like there is a lot of advantages of being married, you know, like on top of just like being with the person that you are loving, or, you know, exchanging all those hormones and and all the yummy stuff. But yeah, as far as money, the finances of a family, it's like of individuals, um you know, disposable income. I live where, yeah, it's like it's so expensive over here, and yet there's so much disposable income. People are like, today I just saw the news, a news thing that said, like the most, this is bad, but the most segregated places of living here are like 200,000, like in the neighborhood, like where people are like the affluent families and stuff. So it's like, I don't know. I wonder if like, are those people married? Like most of the people that I know that live in those areas are. Like, I don't know. I think there's certain people that are psyoped into like
So what part
that.
are you in? What are you in? Like what part of the world are you in?
Oh, I live in California. I'm in the Bay.
Okay.
Next to San Francisco. I'm in Alameda.
Yeah. So you within the United States, in about 2018-19 started the biggest transfer of wealth in the history of the country. And that is boomers transferring their wealth to their children. And that could mean homes, that could mean paying bills, that could mean buying cars, that could mean transferring their wealth. And that's what you're seeing. A large part of that is them passing that to their children. And a lot of things, a lot of events have happened since the pandemic. So the pandemic was like a reset. So boomers made a lot of their wealth in the 80s. Well, they made a lot of money, more money, 2016, in even during the 2021 bull run. I mean, they made a killing. And so that wealth is being passed on to their kids. For an example, I've said it before, I have like a couple people, neighbors, and their parents gave them the house that they lived in, you know, and that's a transfer of wealth. I've had neighbors move out and their parents paid their down payment or paid their, you know, whatever for the house. That's transfer of wealth.
Do you think that's occurring more, or do you think like the transfer of wealth that's occurring is like from the everyday common folk like us to the well-informed investor, and it's happening in the form of like Bitcoin, cryptocurrency, and like, do you think that's more plausible, or like?
Yeah, no. I mean, I'm not saying that's the total transfer. You know, that it's a slice. There are a lot of there are a lot of things moving. For instance, you know, McDonald's employees got 100% raise increase in the last 2 years. They went from minimum wage to $20 an hour. So there are a few slices to the pie and where this wealth is coming from. My niece graduated from high school. She's making $21 an hour at a hospital delivering trays. I have another niece at college. She's walking into, and both of them are walking into middle class. So my one niece from graduating from high school walked into lower middle class at the bottom. My niece that graduated from college has walked into middle class just because of the pandemic. I mean, the Great Resignation caused the Great Reshuffle, which, I benefited from that tremendously. When these guys left the workforce, it created an opportunity for us to move up into their positions. So, I guess to answer your question, there's a lot of moving pieces to it, to the way money is moving now.
But if you had to point a finger at where the most flow is going, the flow, where is it going? I think it's getting out of the hands of the common folk and into the hands of, and it's happening through, it's happening right in front of our faces. I that's what I feel.
Can you explain
I think
into the hands
the
of
whole Bitcoin and cryptocurrency thing, I just feel like it's taking money from the retail people like us, and it's it's always the influencers. And if you look at the trade volume, it's just artificial. It's 50% is fake, and it's just.
I mean, yes.
What if that's happening? What if something really big like that's happening? If we're talking about psyops.
I agree with you. The thing is, I don't hear a lot of. I'm older millennial Gen X, and I don't hear a lot of boomers or my generation talking about Bitcoin. We're in it a little bit, but man, the youth, you guys have really taken it over. It's comprised mostly of millennials and Gen Z. So I really can't speak to how that's flowing. I didn't jump in it until 2020, maybe about tiny bits of it. But my brother, who's younger, gosh, he's been in it for 15 years. So it was just something my generation kind of laughed at and blew off. The boomers really laughed at it, like a digital currency, just couldn't wrap our brains around it. But you guys have really taken a hold of it early on.
Yeah, I used to love it, man. I used to really have a thing for it, and then my mind changed.
Now I'm looking at Binance. I like the Binance coin, of course, now, but hindsight's 2020, right?
Go ahead, Zach. What would you like to say?
I hear a lot of people talking about crypto and how it's taking money from the common folk or the common, lower middle class retail investors and putting it into the pockets of, XYZ person or this group or that group. And it just makes me think of, I mean, I wasn't around. I wasn't quite, so aware of the boom and bust of, 2000 or 2008 or before that, right? I think that every couple of years, 10 years, something comes along that we believe is either, a tick or a talk of change in the direction of the future, and people want to jump in. And so I think a lot of people invested in a lot of companies in 2000 that went bust, but we're not going to sit there and say that Amazon's a scam or that the whole .com idea is a scam just because a lot of those companies went bust, or that, right, housing is a scam just because housing values went down in 2008. It's crypto and all of these things, there's going to be changes. There's going to be people who take advantage of the system. Just like when coaching became a boom, people are scamming that system. It's going to happen. Whose fault is it that it happens? That was, I guess, more of a statement to Bilal because I heard what you said.
Yeah, no, I totally get it. Like it makes sense. Obviously, there's gonna be somebody that's actually solving a problem, like bringing humanity forward, and like has Bitcoin really done that? Like honestly, like 13 years. Like think about all the energy and the power, like calculating power, all that shit, and like that could have gone somewhere else. But no, just a thought that I had.
Contrary to popular opinion around here, I really wonder, like, when people say that Bitcoin solves, humanity's problem, like,
Right, Bitcoin fixes this when it really doesn't. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. I don't think it fixes anything, and I think
the
that when
fuck?
people say it's like this spiritual thing or that it fixes things, I don't think it does that. But I think that what we're missing is that I think that right now we're going through the flashy, right? Back in 2000, all of the flashy companies that had these huge ideas were the ones that got all this like attention, and then a bookstore became the largest company in the world, right? The mundane, stupid fucking idea of an online bookstore, right, became the thing that took off and became the largest company in the world at one point. So, if you take that same idea, it's not going to be all these flashy, crazy ways the blockchain is going to change. It's going to be the stupid, mundane changes. The fact that my house will never have to have a physical piece of paper that I have to worry about it getting burned or getting lost, right? Never having to worry about that because I have some wallet with an NFT or whatever, right? However it ends up happening. But I think that the change is going to be the fact that I don't need this filing cabinet with me everywhere I go from now on, and I have to worry about someone breaking in and stealing it, or I need to worry about someone faking a signature on an online application and taking out a loan against my house, right? Like, I think that's the stupid ideas where blockchain's going to make huge strides and change the way we do things. And I don't think like the way people are addressing the blockchain and crypto and all of that, I don't think any of that's what's going to prevail. I think it's going to be the stupid, very generic, mundane, like not flashy ideas that are going to make the big change.
I agree. But they wouldn't be stupid, obviously. Like they would make sense. Like the growth would be
But I mean,
actually
think about it.
sustainable
Like
because the growth right now is
comparatively,
pumped up. It's like artificial. All these it's like artificial, and someone like gets like it's like liquidity for somebody else, and it's like a dog eat dog thing. And we're all sitting in a Twitter space. You've been in those NFT ones, and everyone's just like, yeah, we're speculating, and they're like they're all gonna like fuck each other over, kind of. But
I
yeah,
mean,
it'll be based off real growth.
the first grocery delivery company started like within a couple of years of Amazon starting, and that thing didn't take off. It didn't, right? Like, because it was too big and too flashy. It raised $800 million. $800 million it raised to do grocery delivery back in the 90s. And it fucking failed on its face because the bookstore people were ready for. The grocery delivery people weren't ready for. I think all the flashiness is going to fall by the wayside, and there's things that will be teased out that people will be ready for.
Man, I'll tell you, when the 90s grocery delivery did not work out, that made me very sad.
Dude, were you there? Did you guys Publix did online, or yeah, they were doing delivery 99 or
Yeah, like late 90s, right.
2000, like
I was
I
like,
thought that was
let it work, and it failed. And then now everybody's back with a vengeance. But you know what's weird? I mean, you had your milk delivery man, way back when I was young, before my time. But people get their dairy by the the milkman and all that, and so it kind of surprises me that it didn't succeed earlier than what it did. But I'm happy with it now.
That makes me just wonder, like, how planned everything is. It's like, oh, they had the product, they have these products that they've created, and they're just making creating the path for it to
Yep.
be implemented, like.
Sure.
Well, that's the thing, right? Is like it's the same thing we talked about, I think, earlier in the room. Is like all of this is just iterations of and finding where your traction is, right? You don't know if what you're interacting with is an actual product or just an MV for a idea, right? Like Webvan didn't work in the 90s for grocery delivery because Uber hadn't started yet, where people are delivering it because so now the cost was too high, right? Like all of these things had to get put in place before it could be implemented. And so there's just always understanding where the iteration is, like that's why, like, Melly, that's why I told you is like the app we're using, like that's not the fucking app we want to use. We want to launch our own, but we got to use this because it's available and it's cheap to tweeze out what we want and what we don't want in the larger version. And so if I can test it for $100 a month versus paying someone to build it for thousands of dollars, well, now I can iterate using what's available. So
Are you liking it? I started filling it out.
I mean, I hate it, but it's one of the only ones that's available. And so I've learned a lot of things that I don't want. And some of the functionality that I do like and I do want. But, like I said, it's all about me just tweezing little things. Like every single week, I have a different way of presenting the same kind of stuff, but if I can test it differently, I can see if the interface works better in different ways. So that's all I'm using it for. While still making sure that clients get actually what they need.
And this is your interface, right, Zach? I mean,
well, so we used Quenza, which is an already available like kind of coaching app for like life coaches. So we're using that currently to test some of the modeling of the automations. So like the phone calls and the messages are the same, but where it's automated
Gotcha.
is some of the classwork.
I do have to contact you. I'm a little behind in things. So sorry.
No worries.
I'm still gauging whether I can sweat, and which is I can do, but can I cry like as much as I sweat? That way, when you're like, okay, you gotta like give me like half cup of sweat, I can like cry an awful lot. We'll be good.
Oh, I forgot you were in the
okay?
room when I said that's my favorite punishment to give people. Oh, don't worry, Melly, I'm not going to give you that one. No, yeah, it's so we're just trying different interfaces to figure out what we want in terms of the UX UI through already available means before we start iterating on our own. Just because
so no punishments requiring sweat as opposed to tears right now is what you're saying.
Yeah. Until the AI can start telling the difference between tears and sweat, then we got to keep it analog at some point.
Oh, good. Well, I feel better because I can cry really. I'm really good at that. That's like my specialty. And I'm probably going to need an awful lot of punishment because I'm so bad at stuff like discipline and paying attention, and, but I do try very hard.
Melly's doing well until she's on Twitter all day. Just kidding.
Well, yeah. I should talk. Look at her clapping and laughing over there. Like it's like no big deal. It's kind of rude.
I'm flashing you guys right now. Like
You are. Wait. What's this?
look at
Wait.
Jumbotron there.
Sandra,
Teddies.
you mentioned that you cry.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. You talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course I do all the time. Why, you don't cry all the time?
What do you think, Ruckus, about that? Do you cry?
I like it. I don't cry, but it's fascinating.
He's got cool sunglasses, so I can understand why he wouldn't want to wreck the look.
Ruckus, what do you do, if you don't mind me asking?
Data analyst. So I build audiences, and I use that data to map it to a dashboard like Data Studio, Power BI, Tableau, and then I report that to our clients.
Oh, cool.
So just depending on what they want. But yeah, I think I think it's interesting. One day I was just an adult and I was like, man, when's the last time you cried? And so I was like, wow, it's
There's a group therapy that I did for a few years. I kind of want to get back into it, but it's a huge commitment. It's like it's called I'll tell you the name exactly. Reevaluation counseling. The theory of reevaluation counseling. The human side of human beings, Harvey Jenkins. So it's basically peer counseling. So you like talk, and you listen. So somebody speaks for 20, 30, 45, 60 minutes, depends, straight. And you're obviously engaging because you're there, but you're there to support for the person. And in this counseling, and the part of, the theory is like we have these emotions, like feelings, these things that we have like bottled up, and it's just like chemical reactions and stuff, and like our body needs to release it. Like that's why like a yell is awesome, or like punching something is cool, or like shooting a fucking gun is like some kind of release, or the tear ducts that we have in our eyes are literally to release the tears that are collecting because of all the chemistry and all the chemicals that's happening, right? So in this group, I've learned how to cry. And now, like before I would be I come from a family of like, like you cannot show those emotions. I have to be strong. I am, I'm alone. Like it's all this crazy, like it's just anyway. And so like crying, like women crying, forget about it. Like the fuck, you can't be a weak woman. Like no. And so it's been pretty amazing in the last few years being able to like release, I don't want to say on command, but definitely like starting to think of those feelings, or like just like releasing. And some of so release is like shaking, like shake your body, like shaking, yelling, like hitting something. So anger, there's anger, and laughter, huge laughing, big release, and yawning. Yawning is a nice one. Some people might get offended when you're talking and you start yawning, but it's actually cool. It's a cool thing to try. Crying is really hard. Trying those other releases is actually, it's good for the soul, good for the mind, good for your body.
I don't get mad at people. I don't get mad at people that yawn around me, because that's like an occupational hazard of mine anyway. Like people are just gonna yawn. But I heard that I read this somewhere. It might probably isn't true, but I read that when people yawn, it's sometimes because they're like deprived of oxygen. So they yawn to kind of compensate for that. And ever since I read that somewhere, it besides the whole lawyer thing that's just boring, I justify. I'm like, well, they're yawning at me because they're oxygen deprived, so they're just trying to like solve boredom and the fact that their lips are turning blue at the same time.
I don't think
You
that
rather them yawn
your
than
lips are
turn
turning
blue.
blue. That's not a good sign, right?
Oh, it's a good sign for me because if they pass out like while they're in my office, I bill the fuck out of them anyway. And then I like call someone. All right, carry this person out. They've been here for over an hour. Bye. Move next. No, it's not like that.
That's pretty cool. You made my day, Sandy.
I like making people laugh. Usually I'm not too good at it. Dan's a lot better at it than I am, but sometimes I manage.
I think I have a good point, Mel. I think my outlet is the gym or doing something arduous like working out or something, and that release is like kind of like pain. So I guess I take out my anger on the treadmill or running trail. Or I played kickball last weekend with my kids, and that hurt. That sucked for 2 days. So
The kickball kicked your ass.
kickball, yeah, we play kickball every year with the neighborhood, and the instant jerking or running, the entire adrenaline rush. It just hurts like for 2 days, but it's a good pain, I guess. The kids loved it.
I think that's a big thing that we don't do much of. The playing,
Yeah, we
the
don't.
playing.
Yeah, I
I
think
was
that
like,
the pandemic has allowed us
mhm.
to reset, and thank God there's a silver lining in the pandemic because it allowed me to stop and wow, just like not our I don't have the energy to debate or anything like that. And um, it was it's been great mentally, um, and just to kind of reflect on purpose and objective, and and focus on what you need to get done. For instance, you were saying about debt and how we spend, and I spend a lot different since the pandemic. My objective is to be free of everything, like live debt free. So
Yeah, the silver linings.
yeah,
I
definitely.
think that's awesome.
Yeah, it was just seeing everything on a global scale was it was you know just very, very interesting. Seeing the different countries and just people in general.
Moonlight in the shadow. Zach was full of rage. He stepped off his motorcycle. He stared at it again, crouching by it, shining the fuel gauge case. He adjusted the centrifuge bolts, modified the transducer. It was using a hyperbolic DX drive with a Fortron DX. Web3 guy came over and stuck on it. You like that thing, don't you? Sure do, Zach said. It's an old one. Web3 had seen that bike before. You know those things are sentient? Whatever. It's not sentient. I don't think it is. Zach wasn't sure. There were times at night where he could swear the bike just started up and left the house. He never knew where it went. He was brash and cut off Web3. Whatever, man. It's about old school rules. You know what I mean? I'm not into that trans shit. Web3 shrugged his shoulders and faded out of the metaverse. arrived back in his suite at his house, back in his chair. He yawned. He had 17 monitors around him, each one programming something for him. This one was working on a new coffee maker. He was tired with the one he had. The one over here on the right, it was always taking pictures of his neighbor, constantly making deep fakes with him, attempting to get him to move. Eventually, that guy would crack. Michael tuned into the room, showed up as a hologram. Hey, man, what's going on? What's the latest? What's the stuff? Web3 was doing some new decadent work. Pretty good. Brad is just different. Web3 went downstairs, went down into his demon-like lair. The spiral staircase went on forever, but it was actually like a escalator. He didn't really have to move, so he just sat on it and went round and round and round. Finally, he landed at the last slate. There was Brad, hooked up to 1,000 wires. He had suffered a stroke of some sort on Twitter Spaces about 16 years ago. And ever since, they just kept him on the machine. The algorithm was still running him. We had to make money at all costs.
Yikes. Sorry about that.
Yes. One
Like
day we'll
Pike.
get this comic made.
Yeah, it's like Pike in on Jesus, what's it? Star Trek.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Star Trek. Yeah, right. It is kind of a Pike story. Yeah.
I mean, they keep bringing him back to life in different ways through the Star Trek universe there, but when you really think about the first time you see him, he's like literally in like a box. It's like, oh my God.
Yeah. There's a consensus that Michael could be asleep, and I don't know. I think we should do a show of hearts on who thinks Michael's asleep. Just do a show of hearts. Come on, people, show of hearts in the room. Hearts that we think are. We got 2 votes. Do we think he's asleep? Well, we have 3 votes, 4 votes, 5. So I have 6 votes for sleepiness. 7 even. Oh my goodness! All right, 8, 9. It looks like Michael is asleep. That sleepy motherfucker. And he's recording as well. Wow. Let's just go through and everyone go around the room. Actually, I'll speak for all the people that can't speak because we have no ability to get you on the stage. So let's speak for Dave. Dave, what do you think's going on with Michael and what's up with this shit? I think it's kind of bullshit. I've been listening for like the last 6 hours. I don't even know what the fuck this guy's talking about. Yeah, but overall, I think, Dan, what you do and what everyone does, even though I don't understand it, I think it's great. Well, thanks. That's fine. Mike, what do you think? I'm gonna say I think I've been a big fan of this place. I don't work in the mafia. I know a lot of people think I do, but I don't really believe in that. But I want to say I love you and everyone here. Well, thank you, Mike. Let's go, see how you doing, dude. Man, no one use my name here. Hey, yeah, no, I get it. I mean, how you doing? Fine. Look, did you get the package? No, I'll get back to you. All right. Yeah, wait, man. And the Fitz. Fitz walked up to me, handed me a note, looked around the room, skittish as usual. The note said, "Yeah, he agrees. He thinks Michael's asleep." I tried to respond to Fitz. He slapped me. No. Pointed to the note. Fuck. I had to grab a piece of notebook, paper. I had to use his notebook, the one with the Disney characters on it. Just, had to write on it. I don't think Michael is awake. I think he's asleep, dude. I don't know what to do. Can't get you on stage. Make more stupid songs. Cool. Signed it. Secret handshake. And then the guy code. The sex position of the day. Falling tower. All right. Folded it up and handed it to Fitz. Meanwhile, Anna Marie, gotta say her whole name, otherwise it's like you do it wrong. Like if you go in the mirror and go like and 3 times, you get like the wrong version. And someone the wrong version. You're like, no. So, anyways, Anna Marie, I think I'll get to do her voice. I'm sorry. Anna Marie, how you doing? Hi, Dan. How you doing? It's great to see you. How's the beach? Oh, it's been lovely. It's been so fabulous out there. I noticed a lot of your pictures are sort of like it's like the water and like the reflection, but I can't tell if the camera's like flipped over or the other way. Oh, I know. I've been trying. You've noticed that, have you? Yeah, I have. Where are you located now? No one else knows this. Have you told anyone? No, not at all. I'll send someone for you. Thank you. And then Ruckus, you're here, so you got the cool pick. You kind of look like an assassin, but that's cool. Web3, of course, has a voice, but uses it sparingly. Melody has been our steward here for a number of hours, learning all about the chillness. The cool thing about Melody is that I try to do my impression of her. It's gonna be tough, but it's kind of like she's always like she's sort of like with her friends, they call her like DMT girl, because she kind of arrives like in a really relaxed state. Hey guys, what's going on? Hey Melody, what's up? Life, you know what I'm saying? You get down with life, Dan? Yeah, I mean, absolutely, Melody. I mean, life's down with you, Dan. I know it. All right, I mean, I'm with that. So that's cool. And then of course Sam just got the jersey, you know. The jersey girl, but I can't really do. How do I do?
Crazy.
Jersey. I gotta do a thicker Jersey. I gotta do like a Bob Burgers. Yeah, Bob's Burgers kind of voice. I can't really do a good
That's
deep
good.
girl voice. This year, like it seems kind of Jewish. You know what I mean? I don't mean to say that as I'm like, oh God, I'm just putting my foot in. I'm gonna put my sandals in my mouth. Right, hold on. I'm gonna put these in my mouth. Anyways, it's great to be here. I love everyone's stuff. And I love your photography. It really makes me think of a younger me on acid. I took acid once when I was in Poland. I was there on a lakeside lodge, and I was hanging out with a Ukrainian man who had very short, nubby hair and his like chin, and I loved that so much. And he had a third nipple. He didn't tell anybody about it, but I knew about it. You can see it right around his cusp of his back. Anyways, we dropped acid because we wanted to go see Everyday Ice Cream, which is a brand new band that was happening. It was like a rave. Anyways, we went to that Polish rave. Oh my god, it was so whacked.
It's yummy. It's funny. Yeah.
I just love that. It's so funny. And the little Jewish woman who's not Jewish is perfect. It's
Yeah.
such a Jersey thing. It really is.
Tis a special time. Well, you should all be working on the crossword. I'll put it up in the nest. We have the new Syndicate crossword that apparently Lagatha feels like she can't find these people. I'm like, these are all Syndicate people you know. So, yeah, I'll post that in the nest here.
Well, I mean, Bilal and I have circled some already, so all she needs to do, at least to look like she's done something, is circle things we've already circled, and then she's got.
That's the word find though. But there's a new one.
Oh shit! Where is that? Wait.
Wait. I'll post it. I thought you may have seen it already. But
Yeah, the
here
one
you go.
with meow, right?
The crossword. There's a
Oh,
new one. I just posted in the nest. Ta-da! It's the Syndicate DGen Cast crossword, boys and girls. Find yourself on the amazing crossword of stuff and stuff and stuff and stuff.
oh, I
Have
love
you
it.
run out of things to say? Are you thinking about sticking that vape pen further into your ear? Thinking that it could maybe clean your ear out, but it won't work? No. I always have like stuff always gets in my ears. That sucks.
I don't like swimming and then something gets in my ear. It really bothers me.
Oh, I hate that because then you have like one ear cut off and you can like feel your heartbeat all the time. That's what I hate about headphones sometimes is that like the Apple headphones, like you turn on the noise canceling, that's cool, but like I can hear my heart sometimes. Then it starts to wake me out. Like I'm listening to a song and I'm like, wait, did I skip a beat? Did I get that? Can we rewind that? Rewind that heart back? You know?
Do you use the over the head ones, like the old school ones?
Yeah.
That's the
Those.
kind I use the most, because the in ear ones, like the Apple one, they really bother me.
Yeah, that's partly because it's the material is actually conductive with the bass, like it vibrates through your ear and some other stuff. Later, Ruckus. Peace out, man.
Thank you, guys. I had fun. I'm gonna go head to the gym. Hope to see you guys
All
soon.
right. Hey, work out for all of us, right? I need some cardio, and do about 5 minutes of cardio for me.
You got
Sandra
it.
needs some it's like buns of steel action. Melody is looking for more flexibility in the neck and the shoulders. Web3 is pretty good, but work on the fingers. And is looking for sort of an overall metabolism boost because she's got to wake up earlier to get like closer to sunrise. And then the Fitz is usually in pretty good shape, but get some bad belly fat.
You got it. Have fun, guys. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, man.
All right.
Bye.
Yeah, you too.
So, does someone want to go check on like Mike and Allie over here? Like maybe I'm starting to worry about them.
They could be just getting it on. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
well, yeah, I don't want to know.
So,
That's like walking on your parents or something. It's like, oh my god.
Did you see that
especially if you're doing the wigs.
Zoom sex bomb? Did you guys see that later? The Zoom. There's a video out there with with it was a girl. She was bent over, so you could see her, and then you could see him behind her, and it's like a class. It's like a Zoom class, and
Oh my god.
yeah, I just saw. I think I saw it yesterday. I was like, do you really? I mean, is that is that voyeurism? Like, I think there some people's voyeurism really has come
Yeah,
to.
Zoom has enabled a lot of interesting things. I mean, it's decentralized a lot of. It's actually it's decentralized and sort of de-demonized a lot of probably traditional norms. Which is good because we're continuing in our sort of what I call the oversexed and underfucked trend of the universe. It continues. I always wanted to make a magazine like that. One side was oversexed and is basically cover all the trends in how we sort of over sexualify everything, like the design of products to like the messaging to the just both sides, not just the male side, but even the feminine sort of driven side of that too. And then the other side of the magazine, you'd flip it over, and it would be underfucked, and it would be all about the sort of the trend of loneliness and rise in like Japan and other countries, alongside a huge trend of escapism and sort of how we're sort of compartmentalizing and digitizing and codifying intimacy or codifying um, things, different aspects. And then at the same time, there's like this crazy trend that's happening on top, right? Where we're coming down on, women with the, Roe versus Wade, but at the same time, we're creating like the number of explosive swinger clubs are starting up in like red central states is crazy. You know what I mean? So like you're saying two messages, right? It's like the under his eye, Handmaid's Tale kind of shit going on too. So it's fun.
Well, I think with Roe v. Wade, they simply sent that back to the states to be decided. I don't think that it's a handmaidens issue.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, it's also you're pulling the parking brake, right? I mean, it's like a technicality thing, right? It's kind of like you take a precedent, for a certain amount of years that sort of gets ingrained, and then you basically take it off the books on a technicality of like, well, let's just push this back to the states. Well, but at the same time, you saw a trend in the states, right? I mean, the Texas law is insane. The fact that it deputizes, citizens, so basically everyone's a bounty hunter on anything that, if a
Right.
girl
But
got raped or anything like that.
like that'll get appealed up to the Supreme Court, and unfortunately for the parties involved, one might say, but I don't think that'll withstand either state constitutional scrutiny or federal constitutional scrutiny. And often, state constitutional law has more rights for people than the federal constitution does. So Yeah, I know it's a
It's
problem.
supported. It's just every time you make one of these moves, I mean, that you create instant. It's funny when you change a law like that, you just create a $5 billion market. You didn't realize it. I mean, I'm working on 3 like Roe v. Wade, startups. They're basically nonprofit concepts that people are building to help women, right? They're building tools, they're putting organizations together. I mean, that the minute that law changed, it's just sparked a wildfire across a whole group of people and the want to support that, right? And then same time with the other folks, which is sort of can look at the laws that will change and where the exploits that will happen in the space,
Well, if
and
an
they,
right, sorry, if an equal protection argument is successfully made at the federal level, many of those startups are going to be in serious jeopardy of being considered
Sure.
murder.
I mean, absolutely, but at the same time, they're still going to happen. You know what I mean? It's like
Oh
that's the
yeah.
thing. It's like it just creates it changes the law, but it didn't change the perspective of the folks that were sort of on either side of it. Like they're still going to support. And it's just like, does it create a niche of rebellion? Yeah, but I mean, it's a rebellion cause that it is a lot different than, say, the gin. Like, I want to support people who drink gin. Like the gin rebellion doesn't have as much credibility than, say, the rebellion that's trying to look out for women's choice, or the vice versa of it. So it's just it creates. To me, it would be like that should have been well thought out long before they decided to do some technicality shit like that. Like, why did that have to happen? Out of everything that needed to happen going into the future, it just seems an interesting, draconian kind of thing. Although I agree with Chappelle in a lot of ways that, like when he did his whole piece on the Me Too, like you guys pushed the Me Too, and now all these laws are like coming back. Like, is that I wonder about like that. Is that a retribution act, or is this, just part of the new extreme sort of?
You mean
I don't
preserving
know.
the child in the womb and trying to make sure that they're not murdered before they have the right to
I
say?
I think there's I mean there's I get it. There's two sides to it, right?
Yeah.
But I also think that 11-year-old girl shouldn't have to like try to go across state lines to get an abortion for being raped. I don't know. That seems I don't know. I don't know. I don't have a great position on it other than to say that I think it's up to the woman to choose more
Oh
so
yeah.
than a man. You know what I mean? I don't think a man should be choosing. So if girls want to go out and like, you guys want to fight over it, then I think that's would be part of it. But I don't think it should be anywhere in my wheelhouse to dictate what a human or another person should sort of do. And I think that under a certain age, there should be a really equal party that thinks about the best thing for that woman, that girl, right? Not necessarily the child in her. Like that is part of it, right? But that doesn't supersede it. You know what I mean? And I think a lot really depends on the how maybe if there is a union there, right? If it would it be different in a different circumstance where there maybe I don't know. I could see things being different. I just can't choose that just because I just can't. I don't know.
Right. No, I understand. And the funny thing is, I very rarely talk religion and politics and those sort of, hotbed issues because, usually it just makes people extremely angry at each other. And to me, it's just not really,
Yeah. But this is mostly Michael's fault because, we can't.
Yeah, what the hell?
I don't know what's going on with him. He's just, I guess he's apparently asleep. But who goes to bed at 6:14? You know what I mean? Or do we think it's like a romp? You know what I mean? It could be a romp. If it's a romp, we just got to give them about 90 more minutes because, they got to go through the final stages and then they go through sort of the thank you, love you, snuggle stage, right? And then one of them gets kicked off the bed, has to go get water or, make me a sandwich kind of thing.
Sandwiches. Are you into sandwiches, Dan?
Well, just like, servitude is a lasting effect.
Melby's like, well, this is awkward. I'm just gonna, hang out over here.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Yeah.
laugh.
I'm I'm sitting on the stoop on my stairs.
That's like a South Philly thing.
Listen. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, everybody in South Philly, if it's nice out, or even if it's like 100 billion degrees out, they'll sit on their front steps and wave to people walking by, talk, whatever.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. I know all my neighbors around on my street, like on my side of the block, and in front of me, there's only like 3 houses that I don't know.
Yeah, there's like a fence and a gate around where I am. So, and since I'm 5'6" and the fence is taller than me, it's a little challenging.
Yeah, you don't get seen.
I can't see a damn thing.
Yeah. Yeah, like I don't think I've ever lived anywhere where I don't know my neighbors. Where I bought my house, I bought it because 9 of my friends lived in that subdivision.
Oh, cool.
That's cool. That's really cool.
Yeah. So it's, I think that's as like close as I can get to staying. But yeah, that's where I'm gonna go. Here, it's very transient here, though. I think that's why people just don't care to get to know each other.
It's kind of cool to live on an island now.
Yeah, it's actually I have definitely. It'd be crazy. It'd be crazy, even more magical, if it were like warm waters, Atlantic waters, or not like the Pacific cold fucking wind that comes down.
Yeah, I heard that around New Jersey, the water is like 82 degrees right now. It's like a new record.
Yeah, it's cold water, cold winds. Like I do like I swim in the water. I swim in the cold ocean over here. But I can't. It has to be 75 and sunny, like no cloud in the sky. But it's love it. I do love living here.
Well, Tennessee has its charm too, and it'll be a little less expensive.
Yeah, that is where it's at for sure.
Tomorrow, something, tomorrow, you're only a day away. Wow. I need to get some caffeine here. Let me find something.
That's a good song, though. The funny thing is that when that show came out on Broadway, it was popular for long enough for me to be put in tears by it because the dog's name was Sandy. So all the second grade kids would like make fun of me and bark at me, and it was like, really, you're barking at me about Annie? It was a little upsetting, but it's a good song.
Daddy Warbucks.
That's right.
Daddy.
But the thing is, I don't think about Daddy Warbucks when I think of Annie. I think of that stupid dog. I'm fixated on the dog because people would tease me about the name because of my name, right? So, people are like, oh, yeah, good, happy ending. Annie ends up getting adopted. All is well. And I'm like, that damn dog. I hate it. I never hated the dog, for the record. But the fact that Annie doesn't have any like eyeballs, like she's got those white, isn't that her? She's got the white round. Am I thinking the right character, like on the cartoon version?
Oh, I don't know cartoon.
It's like a really old cartoon. Like it's probably way, way before your time, but it used to be in a newspaper. I think she didn't have like irises, and it was just like a white blob that was like her eyeball. I'll have to
really?
look that up. Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure I'm right. But
Comic strip, you mean? Any comic strip?
Yeah, right.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't draw her with, a human looking eye, but let me look that up. Now I'm like, all right, so let me see something here. All right, so Annie cartoon. Let's say vintage because I'm old now. Let's see what we get. Yeah, there we go. She has like no, she's got the white part of her eye and no, none of the rest. It's kind of like, why would you do that? Yeah, okay, so I am remembering correctly.
Crazy? Let me see. Like crazy eyes?
Yeah, put vintage Annie, Annie, and you'll see it'll pop up some redhead with a red dress and just the whites of her eyes, but nothing else.
Oh, the doll.
Well, I put cartoon. Put cartoon.
Cartoon.
You know what? Maybe I'll just put it up in the nest. See if I can.
Oh, yeah. I would
Right?
say that was well, I'm also looking at dolls again still. There's no drawing here. The fuck.
All right. Whoops, I'll put this up in the nest in a second here. All right, let me see. Am I going to get this right? Dun, 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 dun. All right, wait a second here. Where am I going? I still have not figured out how to use all this stuff effectively. It's kind of sad.
It's so sad. We tried so hard to work on you, and it's not working. So
I know.
first you have to tweet it. So tweet
I
it
did
on.
that.
Okay, and then you gotta find the tweet. Hold on. Like, click on it, and then you click on the tweet, and then you find like you'll find a little like the next to the heart. There's like the guy that's like.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, the upward dog position. Right.
All right,
Thanks
let's
for the
see.
help. I'm out of coffee, which is kind of bumming me. I'm going to have to order some coffee from the grocer person. Grocery. Is it up there yet?
Yeah, I can see it. It's like Andy doing something weird with a dog.
Oh God! But she's got just the whites of her eyes, right? Like no.
I see it. Yes, yes, yes. The
Yeah,
dog.
she's like the original cartoon girl.
Right, but whenever I think of Annie, I think about that.
This
and
cartoon.
and the dog is named Sandy. So, like when I'm in second grade in Mrs. Belitza's class, everybody in Mrs. Belitza's class
Oh
would bark
God.
at me. Yeah, I would get barked at because my name was Sandy and the dog's name was Sandy. So that's what I remember about that classic, incredible Broadway show. That's what I remember.
That is interesting.
Like, I don't remember Daddy Warbucks. I just remember the part. It's like she's got weird eyes, and a dog that I get made fun of because I have the same name as a dog. So it's just heartbreaking. Yeah.
The dog. The dog.
Anyway, but it's a good song. Tomorrow. Yeah. And was it Hard Knock Life? That was people
It's
love
a hard knock life
that.
for us. It's a hard knock life for us. We can be something. We
Right.
can be. La da da da.
Poor James down there. He's sending us peace signs because
I know. He's like, these fuckers. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Oh man. All right, this crossword puzzle. What's this now? Oh, the Prince of Code. Oh, I know who that is, I think.
Wait, what?
The Prince of Code. Is that
Oh
what?
yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
know. Oh, good. I got one right. Yay. When I was teaching these Chinese kids how to speak English, the company I worked for would have like these crossword puzzles in English. So not only do they have to figure out, okay, well, what is, horizontal and vertical in English? I have to, match the number and then read the clue, and then try to figure out the word. And you're trying to do this in like 32 slides, and you have 25 minutes to finish the class. These poor kids are like practically like killing themselves, and the parents are standing over their shoulder. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this is just bananas. So I would end up like just massively cheating with these kids to get them through it because it was just so stressful for them. Like, oh my God. And it's like 7:30, 8 o'clock at night, their time to top it all off. Like, oh man. And he's probably got like 3 hours of homework to do on top of that. So it's like, oh man. So in a way, I was kind of happy for the poor kids when the China was like, you know what? I think we're making things a little too stressful for these kids. We're just gonna calm it down a little bit and dial it back.
Nice.
But yeah, crosswords are fun. I mean, my grandmother, on my mother's side, she loved like the New York Times crossword puzzles. Love that stuff.
Yeah, my folks are always into crosswords. They did them all the time.
Oh, no kidding. Yeah, my grandmother loved them. My father is more of the like Schrute mentality of, did you do all your chores and dig up the carrots and then you can do the crossword by the light of the candle like Lincoln. But yeah, they're fun. I like them.
All by myself. Mm-mm. Nobody. Sometimes I always sing that song. Boom, boom, and then it's like, right? And then, I don't know why those songs. Like, I always have like fragments in my head, like of songs, like just snippets of things. Like, why did your brain pick that? Why did it choose that snippet?
Isn't that weird? But I mean, that happens. I bet that happens to a lot of. I know that happens to me. Like a song will start playing in my head, and it's like I know like 1/6 of this song. Why is it playing?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and I'm worried about my cat because he like slept all day, and I shouldn't let him do that. And now he got up, yawned, and then basically now he's sitting like over my shoulder on the top of the sofa. He's snoozing some more. So I
Yeah,
think
and
he's.
he's gonna be like biting you and shit pretty soon. So
Yeah, I'm not too bright. I should, hassle him and make him run around a little bit. He's aggressive. I keep saying it, but I gotta really, take him to the vet.
boom, 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 boom. Like that one. I don't know why I know that. Boom, boom. It's because it's Top Gun. Boom, 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 boom. I don't want to know it, but it's like in my head, and it'll be there forever. You know what I mean? Like that.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know my locker combination from high school, but I know the Top Gun theme in my head. It's like, how did I trade for that?
Right, right. I had a Taylor Swift song stuck in my head for like 2 weeks, and by the end of the second week, I'm just like, this is ungodly. Just I love her, but it's just too much. I can't do it. And then poof, it went away. I was like, whew, thank you. I'm almost afraid to say the name of it in case I get stuck. I get stuck in my head again. It's a good song though.
I can see that. All right, so we're ordering Bip-a-Bop here. We're getting the spicy chicken bowl, and I kind of have some Arnold Palmer hanging out, like the lemonade iced tea kind of thing going on.
Oh,
So
you like? Cool.
yeah, I could do that. I mean, it's kind of like it's sort of a poor man's ice. What was
Yeah.
it?
Hey, is it a tea? Should I put
Yeah,
liquor?
whatever. Long Island iced tea. Exactly. It's a poor man's Long Island iced tea. And so what I do is I fill my bong full of Arnold Palmer, and so I basically take a hit. I can pull the smoke through the Arnold Palmer. No, I don't do that, but it sounds terrible. Actually,
That's
don't do
intriguing.
that. But people do like rose water or different sort of like accented waters with their bong.
Like hookah, right? Like the hookah and
Yeah,
the.
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, it's all good. Totally possible. I think it's great. Don't you think so? I love it. Actually, that's my cat's voice, Hazel. She's I'm a, she's a tabby, and she actually has more like the same voice as the king, just really young now. And I can't pronounce the letter J, so I call it Dan Ham. Hey Ham. Yeah. What do you need? Now wait, who are you talking to on Thursday? Well, we're on the Syndicate, and Michael's gone to sleep, so there's just a few of us left here on this rowboat out in the middle of the ocean here in this wide world of spaces. Yeah, you need some food? Yeah, I'm gonna get some spicy chicken bibimbap thing. Yeah, chicken. Yeah. You want anything? Yeah. Anything here? Anything you see? Yeah. Yeah, veggie cup. You want a veggie cup? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, veggie cup. Veggie cup. Veggie cup. What kind of veggies you want? Yeah. Got the black bean. Let's get that pickled cabbage. Oh, that okay. That's good. That's a size 249. Yeah. All right. We don't have that. You want that chewy chocolate toffee cookie? Yeah, I do. I think a cookie. Yeah. What is it? This is a sweet treat where you're making bits of Peruvian chocolate. Oh God, it's like. We like Peruvians. Yeah, we're fine with them. It's got coffee, almonds, toasted sesame, and candied ginger. And I want ginger made. No, ginger didn't make it. This has ginger. It's got tree nuts and peanuts in it. I don't know. Let's just get one. All right. What would Mathos use? Who knows what Mathos would do, man? That guy's fucking crazy. Have you ever met him before? I met him once behind. I mean, in subway. Yeah, you met him on the subway. He ran you, like, picked me up. Yeah, he picked you up. He threw me like a football. Yeah, he did. That was fun. Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah, your cat has a high threshold of not being afraid of being, thrown
I
through.
know. That's because I'm the only cat in the house. The other two cats, Henry's an asshole and chasing me all the time, and Elaine's my bae. And we've been dating for like 4 months.
Oh.
Yeah, just much, but he's into me. I know it.
Uh-oh. How old is Hazel?
And maybe 3, maybe 2 or 3. I'm the youngest in the house, but I'm the scavenger. I can eat anything, and I'm timid and shy. And if you pet me wrong, I'll rip your hand off.
That's the way it should be. A smart cat.
Yeah.
I had a cat named
All right.
for the same reason. My cat Munch, like literally munch your hand if she was like over petted.
Yes. Sparkling water with a touch of real pineapple juice. Should we get that? Should we get sparkling water with just a touch of pineapple? Or should I just convince myself I'm drinking water and it has some pineapple in it and save myself $3?
Or you could, if you have pineapple there, you could just put pineapple in your water and there you go.
True.
I don't know. I think just have them give it to you.
Well, it is coming up on the 6:33 time. That's right, 6:33 here on the East Coast. Here you're listening to the Syndicate Show. Syndicate's brought to you by the letter R. That's right, the letter R is for Ruckus, Randy, and Rockefeller. It's also known for Rubik's Cube and recycling and racially radicalized right wing roosters. Also, Syndicate's brought to you by Wham Jam. That's right, the first sentient and only sentient boomerang that you too can order on Kickstarter today. Just go and find us on Kickstarter at 555-468 Kickstarter and look up Boomerang Sentient Boomerang. Yes, AI, it's in the palm of your hands and it may come back or not. Michael and the gang is asleep. We believe Michael and Ellie are getting down in what's called a superior sort of foreplay, known simply in the Syndicate as yes. That's right. People can engage in a matter of yes in any which way they can. Enjoy it out there, America. Say yes to a new beginning of yes.
And there's Ann down there saying,
Yeah.
Ha ha ha.
Also brought to you by Together Alone. That's right. Get away from people and yet be together. That's right. Have you ever met an in-law that you never really wanted to meet again? Of course you have. But together alone, we understand those things. And we offer you the finest services and abilities to actually let people know you care without actually being there.
That's perfect, and it rhymes. I love it.
That was actually really good.
That's it.
I love it when you have a little zinger like that. It's like, oh gosh, that was a perfect take. Yeah.
It was. That went right. That went just right. So how spicy do you like food, Dan? Do you like frying spicy or like moderately?
I like moderately spicy. Like I used to love this. Like there was like this Nashville chicken place here in town. Well, it's still here in town called Hot Chicken Takeover, and it's like super yummy chicken. And they have like the level goes from like warm, which is like their basic, and then there's like something like warm, hot, and then holy. And holy was a like really hot one. And I used to love that chicken. Like it would burn my face off, but I loved it. But yeah, I can't do that much anymore. So I'm probably mid-level heat. But I love shows like Hot Ones where they go through all the wings and sauces and stuff. Yeah.
You ever see anyone pass out from like ghost pepper sauce?
Yeah, I can't do shit like that. I can't do like ghost pepper or like that the Carolina Reaper pepper, which is totally insane. No. Yeah.
I like seeing people pass out from that. I can't even believe how hot that must be. Like,
Yeah, they do like the Carolina or pepper, whatever, like contests where they have to eat them. Like they see how many you can eat or whatever, which is insane. But I love like I think I'm probably sad because I love Tabasco and probably maybe 5 levels up from that, and that's about it probably. Just because I don't want to like burn up. I don't want an ulcer just
oh,
yet.
right. I'm wimpy. Like I love spicy food, but I don't get any like I don't really go above like Frank's hot sauce type level of heat. I don't try anything too crazy. But I'm still disgusting when I eat spicy food because it's just like I have tears rolling down my face, and it's like, oh, excuse me, I have to like get a tissue, and I'm just a wreck. But I really like spicy food, as long as it's not too spicy.
Oh, that's cool. I mean, I think you kind of. I mean, in vegan, you need as much flavor profiles as possible, right? I mean, you're not, especially if you kind of grew up on meat and like non-vegan. I would think you need more, flavors. Maybe
Oh,
I don't know.
yeah, like they have chicken tenders that actually they're called Nashville uh, hot chicken tenders or something like that, and they're really good. Like, and the texture is pretty good too. And then I put something spicy on top of the fact that they're already spicy, and that's like the best meal. But yeah, they're processed, and I have to recognize I have to keep working on my veganism because it's not. I wouldn't officially call it kosher veganism.
I see. So you would be shunned at parties.
Well, it depends on how. I mean, it is vegan. It's certified vegan. It's just not like I'm not eating like a raw carrot like a rabbit. It's processed, quote unquote vegan chicken. So I guess they would look down on me. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't think it would look too far down on you. I mean,
It doesn't matter, but yeah, it's not.
what would they see if they looked upon you? That's the question.
Well, I'm not one of those people who claim they're vegan and then turn around and I'm eating something that's not vegan.
I see that. I'm with you on that.
But yeah, there might be a day. I don't mind cooking for people that aren't vegan, and if I have to do it, I'll eat non-vegan food. I'm not.
Really?
Yeah.
You'd compromise yourself like that?
Well, I know what it's like to be hungry, and I'd rather not be triggered that way.
Well, yeah, but like in a casual outing with friends,
Well,
like
no.
you wouldn't convert like that. I mean, not unless it was something really spectacular. Like if you're out with Michael Jackson, would you eat non-vegan just to be with him, for example?
I don't know. That's different. I'm talking like necessity, survival type stuff.
Well, all right. I mean, sure. Like that's kind of like Wilson, right? Wilson grade food. Wilson. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry.
get your your MREs and that sort of thing. If you're
Right.
eating MREs, you're not going to be fussy. But yeah, I've been no fun today, Dan. I'm sorry.
No, what are you talking about? You've been fun. You've been immensely fun.
Oh.
I think you've been incredibly fun. Let me tell you the 10 ways I think you've been really fun today. Because we did that earlier. One, you've been keeping the conversation going. Two, you've been bringing up some great topics. Three, you recognize the crossword and already probably have figured out a couple of them. Four, I for one, the honor is all mine, ladies, to be on the stage with this you two wonderful ladies up here. This has really been an honor. Six, you don't mind when I do my Jewish voice, not that you are Jewish, but again, Jersey and everything, New York, it's like the proximity of like the Jersey is like closer to you. You know what I mean? Than me, and all I can do is sort of
It's totally
try to
back
do an
now.
accent.
You're like the New York City Secaucus bagel lady. I'm
Yeah,
serious.
I think you've done really well. I think you should.
Oh.
I think you should just stand up and just take a bow. Just
Okay, I'll do that. But
slowly,
you're just
very
happy to
slowly.
do pictures. No one knows about it. Oh,
Wait, I have what?
nothing.
Mm.
Oh, I just had a poem flirtation. Oh, I just
No.
this is so cute. I just read a poem while I wasn't talking.
I feel it's like 7 minutes. It could be 7 hours in the closet with you girls, but it feels like it's like 7 minutes in the closet, And it's
Here,
a
I'm gonna
whole, yeah.
We're
Is
just
it
gonna
7 minutes?
the
Or is it
threads.
12 minutes in heaven?
Okay, look at my costume. My costume picture, the thread. It's in Spanish though. Maybe you can hit
Oh, that's cool.
translate.
Wait, where are you? Hold on. Wait. Where'd you go?
The Jumbotron. Jumbotron. Um, so somebody just said something really nice about uh, Madre Patria. So like, Colombia is our mother. Colombia is feminine. And it was just cute because he replied to my picture with a little poem, and then I replied with a poem, and then he replied with another. It was cute. I don't know what it says in English though. Translated. Patriot mother. So the US is very alpha, right? Colombia is very woman, feminine. La madre patria. Like we go back to our mother. Everyone goes back to their motherland,
If in US, if we did something like that now, like culturally relevant, people would be like, you're a bunch of white supremacists, and how dare you? Like you wouldn't see that around here anymore. But I love seeing the culture.
Yeah.
I love that sort of thing, the dress and the heritage of it and the history behind all that. That's
Yeah.
very interesting. And I think a lot of cultures are a lot more attuned to the earth than
Mm-hmm.
Americans are,
Yeah.
and that's unfortunate. We kind of drove that out along with the Native American.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of sad.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I agree with that statement.
Like Brazil has some really awesome festivals.
Oh,
All
absolutely.
right. So we decided to float the plan. We could leave the space. I could start a space, and Michael could eventually go to sleep, or it could rent. But he might not actually. He might still forever be open. I don't know. What do you think? What should we do?
Uh-oh.
And do it.
Oh, wait a minute. There he is. What the hell? The fucker's here. Will you go ahead and fucking make his co-host, you bastard, and go back to sleep? Jesus.
I can do that.
Did you have fun? Whatever you were doing? And you're allowed to, by the way. And I think.
Oh, I was napping.
Good for you. I'm proud of you.
It's nice. The naps are good. What's going on, Matthias? The eternal nap.
We
Holy
ain't there
shit.
yet. We don't gotta sleep yet, bro.
Oh my god, you guys. Oh, this was killing me. Was this an experiment, Michael? Was this an experiment?
Pobrecita, that's so true.
Which part?
Were you just waiting to see? I swear to God, like this is an experiment. This is one of those things where you're like, you know what? I'm just gonna pretend I'm not here, and I'm just gonna
Oh, no,
see
no, no.
how this fucking
No,
plays.
I really woke up.
Oh,
No, I really
oh,
woke
you
up.
did? Oh,
Yeah.
good. Oh, good. No sleep. No. Congratulations, then. Sleep is good. All right.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
amazing.
No. So it's awesome. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God, I wanted to say so much.
Yes, I'm awake for it then.
What's up?
Speaketh.
No, I mean in response to what you guys were saying. You know what I mean? I was listening. I was dying.
Her tongue. She was like, me, come on. Like, and we couldn't get her up. We just couldn't. She wanted to share. Share whichever
Well, the
one
moment's all gone now, right?
whichever one you
It's
feel.
because it's all about comedic timing. You know, I'm trying to be funnier. Yeah.
Okay. Comedy, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm in a really good mood. You know what I mean? I'm in a weird good mood, right? I'm in one of those moods where I'm like, I don't want to be in too good of a mood because, like, I know life, right? So I'm like, I'm trying to and just be like, but I'm in a really good mood. Also, I'm about to go leave and go have wonderful dinner with a whole bunch of friends and my son to celebrate his 21st birthday. So that's going to be a lot of fun.
Yay.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, dude, we're doing Korean barbecue. I can't wait. Yes.
Nice.
It's the Los Angeles birthday dinner, right? So.
Yep. I was gonna ask if you were in California.
Yep. Exactly. It's the only place. Yeah, so I'm super excited as well. So I'm today's a good day. Today's been a weird good day. So yeah.
Matthias, California loses another one to Florida.
Yep,
Wait, what happened? Company?
Yeah, I got a job.
Oh, nice.
Or we're moving as a team, not just me. Like we all got it. Yeah, but yeah, the team is going now. Not just me, but the team. So yeah, most of the team, like half the team is going. So we're looking at probably like 6 or 7 people all moving.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I can't wait to get my own place on the beach. Like I'm envisioning it. Where I wake up and like I'm gonna be on the Atlantic coast, so therefore every fucking sunrise, yeah, I can't wait. You know, Oh, anyway, sorry.
That's awesome. Is that gonna be for like a winter move? Are you moving during the?
No, I'm hoping it's gonna be for maybe a couple of years.
No, I mean, like, are you leaving here now?
Oh no, I'm gonna leave in California probably in a month.
Oh, cool. Okay, yeah, that sounds.
Yeah, probably in about a month. Yep, and then head on over. Can't wait to the Sunshine State, right? Or the oranges? I don't know I think it's the Sunshine State.
It is the Sunshine.
You got to figure it out before you go. Hey, it's the Grapefruit County.
Hey,
what?
Is it the oranges here? I don't know. No, that's here. What?
It's the apricot. I don't know.
Florida man. Yes, you're in.
Oh, right.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the home of 24/7 beer places. Sorry. You guys, you ever go to like a U.S. beer convenience store? What do they call those?
liquor stores.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, it's weird because like we call it like it's kind of like a candy store for beer. You know?
That sounds good.
Well, here
Really
they're
fascinating.
those are like breweries. Like there's a ton of breweries that have just like different brands in there too. I
I like
imagine.
your drink stores. You guys have really good drink convenience stores.
You mean
Like,
like
want a drink? Here's a place with all of the drinks.
Oh, you know what's funny though? The pandemic actually made all the drinks to go. Like it is legal to walk with alcohol now. You can
Where?
order
Where?
you can order your shit at the restaurant. It's like a quarter, a quart size of a soup, that plastic bin, Tupperware, that you can order a cocktail and it'll run you about 20, what was it? $25. And it's like 4 cocktails.
Where are you at?
I'm in Alameda. I'm NorCal, up by San Francisco.
Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah. Wow. Cool. I know. I lived in New Orleans, which that's the norm. You just walk around with you walk your dog with your beer in your hand. It's like it's the best.
It's so funny.
But
That is
but yeah, you
tempting
go
me.
anywhere else and it's just like nope, you can't do that. And you're like, oh yeah, it's just that super
That's
sad.
gonna make me. That makes me want to go look to see if I can get a Mai Tai delivered. You know what I mean? That sounds like a great new quest.
That's exactly it. My Thai, it was the one that I just said was a Moscow Mule from an Italian restaurant. That's what they charged. I was like, yes, please. I'll show up to the picnic with a thing of cocktail. That was during the pandemic. They still do it though. I mean, they still let you to go. I don't know if they're doing the full courts, but I imagine so. The tiki bar around the corner from me. I live like in the middle of the island, and there's like a tiki bar around the corner, and uh, you can literally order the drinks to go. They come pre-made in bottles, like sealed like a cap, like a twist cap, and then
Yeah,
the mixture's
that's
there.
awesome.
Pretty cool. Like they've really made drinking on the go accessible and fun.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like I gotta find that place near me, and it's gonna be a quest. Because if I look up in like Mexican places, I could probably find it. But love to order a drink actually from like the tiki bar that is up in Powell, and have it delivered. Boy, that would be a stupid quest.
That's one thing I will miss from Los Angeles. I already miss it already. Like the the different food you can get here, all the different restaurants, all the food. Like it doesn't matter. Just I can find it here. It's available. So yeah, whenever I go, and I know listen. I've lived all over. I've lived in all over America, in all different parts of America. So like, I understand where I'm moving to, right? So like, I get it. But yeah, it's the one thing I'm definitely going to miss. I feel like there's no Korean restaurants. There's no Ethiopian restaurants. There's no whatever. It's like it's not hamburgers, it's like Chili's and like TGI Friday. It's probably, TGI Fridays and yeah. And there's no Mexican food there. I don't know what I'm gonna do. So yeah. Well, there's like one restaurant and it's not very good. So I don't know. Maybe that's another endeavor. Maybe find, maybe start a restaurant over there.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Right. I
I
don't
mean,
know if you
it's a
can't
lot
if
of
you can't
work.
find it, create it. Right? Isn't that the motto for innovation? You know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure. I mean, it's a lot of work, but if why not? I mean,
Yeah.
if
Like I can't take my tamale lady with me to Florida. Right. So like, what am I gonna do now? Right. I'm gonna have to like
well,
make my own, I guess.
no, you'll find Colombian tamales, and you'll find
Oh, I'm not going like southern Florida though. I'm going.
okay,
Yeah, I'm in northern Florida.
like Jacksonville, that north.
Yeah, well, like little south of Jacksonville, like in between like Daytona and Orlando.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's pretty. I would say predominantly white. So
yeah, yeah, that's what I mean. I'm kind of like, but again, like if you can't find it, create it. I just have to learn how to make them. That's all. I'm down. I love cooking. Anyway, that's my other passion in life and hobby in life is actually cooking. I love everything about it. I love doing it. Oh my god, it's just I love getting a new recipe. I love I've never made tamales, so now I'm gonna have to find a way to make the tamales I want to make. You know what I mean? And for my
Maybe Florida Man introduces you to a new menu you've never seen before.
exactly.
You know? I
Exactly.
feel like
No.
I'm flying Florida Man, the whole Titanic, but Florida.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing. So, like, do you leave? I know when I asked you before if you were ready to leave, you said you could leave like in 2 seconds.
Yeah, if I had to, like if
Yeah,
somebody's like, you have 6 hours, I'd be like, cool.
wow.
nice.
But no, I'm gonna give myself a month because it's gonna take me a month. You know what I mean? To like to get out properly and to not leave my place a mess and get everything in order. Although it's very easy nowadays with technology. You know what I mean? Like you guys won't even know where I'm at. I could be. You know what I mean? Unless I tell you, you wouldn't even know, right? So, it's right. So yeah, with technology now, it's kind of easy. You know what I mean? Everything's connected, banks, everything. So yeah, no, yeah, in a month. I'm thinking in a month. So maybe, yeah, I'm out. I'm gonna start driving. My parents are on the way. So that'll be a nice stop, you know what I mean, to see them for I want to stay like a week at least and hang out with them because they're awesome. And I get to see my sisters and all their kids, so that'll be really fun. And then off I go, right?
Are you're packing your house or you're getting
No, I'm just packing. No, I'm just packing. I'm packing a car load of stuff.
Oh, that sounds cool,
I
actually.
only have, and to be fair, I only have about 3 pieces of furniture that I actually care about because they're antiques, right? They're
Right.
from like their family heirlooms.
Mhm.
But that's it. Everything else could literally burn to the ground. Oh, and well, that's not true. Like my photos of my kids and stuff, and my hard drives and my photo stuff. But apart from that,
It sounds like a music video, what you're describing. Like your move, throwing things out, holding to the antiques, getting in the car, whatever it is.
just lighting a match. Yeah, no, I would never do that because it's never.
Instead of why Georgia, it's like why California,
Yeah, no, but I've made a concerted effort over the couple of decades to be one of these people that's not attached to things.
Yeah.
So and I've achieved that. So I'm very excited to purge everything again, and off I go. Right. And only bring the essentials. Like, look, I've spent decades building up my my pots for my kitchen. Those are irreplaceable to me, right? Or I would be quite sad if they would be gone. But things like that. But yeah, everything else. And I do have an extensive library, which is staying here in California for now, until I get settled, right? So I guess books, kitchen stuff, and photography stuff. That's it. Because everything else you can really replace, like clothes.
Oh, that's exciting. I mean, good for you.
Yeah, I'm very excited. Actually, it just brings me closer to Maine, where I want to actually be. So, you know what I mean?
So, where are you right now?
California.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So yeah, that would be closer, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot. Instead of a 5-6 day drive, it's like a 2-day drive. Yes, you know what I mean. A lot closer. A lot closer. So
Awesome.
yeah. Yeah. It's also I don't know. I mean, I don't know if anyone here moves a lot, but I don't mind it. It doesn't scare me. I embrace it actually. I embrace change. It's kind of fun. So yeah, I encourage anybody to do it if they can.
Oh, I had a nervous breakdown pretty much when I first left, but it's probably better for most people. I kind of inadvertently institutionalized myself for a while, and was kind of tough on me, tougher than I thought it would be anyway.
Oh, to move away from your home?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it because well, maybe I don't feel that way because I don't have a home, right? Sounds terrible, but I just don't, right? I didn't grow up in one town. I didn't grow up in the town I was my family's from. I don't have any roots like that. So I guess it's easy for me to conceive and to do it and have done it
Oh
my
no, it
my
should be
whole
that
life.
way, though. That's the way
But
it should be.
yeah,
But
no, well, I don't know, but I talk to people who like grew up, which is wonderful because I can't conceive of that, right? Of staying in one town and like growing up in one place and then making the decision to go. I find that much harder. I commend I mean, that's to me like people who do that are, that's a more difficult decision, I think. Because
yeah,
to me it's natural. To me it's like, well, why wouldn't you? Like my answer is why wouldn't you? And a lot of people are like, what? You know what I mean? Leave everything I know. You know what I mean? So yeah. So but we'll see. Yeah.
well, I just think that people that are able to make that transition so quickly, and hopefully as time progresses, I'll be better at it. And I just think that they're very brave and they're able to do things so smoothly. But I guess in the end, well, most of us will be global citizens. That's just the way it's going.
Yeah, but is that better, you think?
I think if we're going to kind of get to the point of being a intergalactic species, I think we kind of have to start thinking along those lines. I think that's the next logical step to getting more and more used to the idea of the type of travel and endurance that is necessary to leave a solar system.
Well, yeah, I guess so. But with technology, like, especially, pandemic has shown us, and through technology, that people really don't have to leave their homes. And where they used to, like, I have a friend who used to fly every week to Europe and to across the country. That's their job, part of her job. That stopped during the pandemic. Now it's gone back up again. But during that time, she still had a job. She still could do it. So through technology, it's almost we're going to be less.
Right, but I mean, when you think of the concept of a digital nomad, that aspect is becoming more prevalent, and I think that that's a good thing, and maybe perhaps being too married to one's roots is what causes some of these far right or far left nationalistic tendencies that are often the root of all evil in this world. Who knows?
Oh no, you bring up a very good point. Yeah, actually, you do bring up a very good point. Yeah, it's very prevalent, that whole look. I grew up in Scotland. I mean, a kid from another town died because they, like a gang, the kids from that town beat him up so bad. Yeah, so it's like it's always been sort of like maybe, yeah, you're right. People need to move and maybe sooner than later. Maybe the whole my because my whole thing is, of course, I've never experienced that. So to me, that's a fairy tale, and I don't know if that's better or not. But I mean, I'm seeing how that's not better because that's you kind of do end up growing up in sort of a bubble,
Right.
in your own bubble, yeah. and
Right.
and that bubble can be very toxic, right? Because yeah, it just can be. It's it can be healthy or toxic, but it all depends on. Yeah, you got me thinking about that. I definitely have to be more appreciative of how I grew up.
No, and I think overall it's a plus. It's a benefit to be able to be more flexible. We put Mike asleep. Are
Oh
you?
no, we put everyone asleep.
No, we're
Okay,
awake.
fine.
I'm king and country, I live for plenty, on the lands of waters wake. Dear liege, has your spiced chicken arrived? Near, I believe not. And how goes the might high search? Ill fated indeed. Odds of getting the exact cocktail I wish is unlikely, my lord. I wish to be retired.
See, that was some of that entertain me shit that I told him to say. Entertain me when I couldn't come up to speak.
Dance for me, Dan. Dance for me.
Entertain me.
And walked across the threshold and stared out into the room. Can I get all you surfers to line up here, please? And I need you all on handstands. She directed them. They did as they're told, each one taking off their jackets, showing their bare-chested skin. The camera zoomed in, the porno stressing the bare-chested, eight-pack-like men as each one stood on their hands and knees. Headstand, please, Junior. Junior resisted. No, I don't think so. I'm going to walk on all fours and backed away. Don't make me use the zoom on you. You do whatever aperture you want. Don't you make me do this. I'm going to make you low light, bitch. I can do whatever. Junior cornered her. She got flustered. Don't make me do this. She broke out a light kit. She turned on the lights with a dimmer, set the setting on 5, put the hemorrhaging electricity at 48 hertz. He flinched. She moved away. I knew that would work. She threw one of those like reflector things at him. You know, you set up with light kits and stuff so that when you captures the sun and flicks it one way and the other way, he dodged it. Junior approached her some more. Don't make me do this. She was heading toward the elevator. Of course, she lived in one of those really cool loft apartments that just has an elevator that goes up. And it's kind of like the big green elevator. It goes boom. She could actually park her Vespa in her car on there as well, plus her bicycle. And she had one of those safety carts you could get at the grocery store that you could sit on and act like you're injured, but you weren't really injured. She did that a lot just to people watch. She'd go through the produce section and keep running into people trying to get asparagus. Oh, sorry. Sorry. She kept doing it over and over until they called her Little Miss Asparagus. She was wanted in 18 counties. Where was I? I don't know where I was. But
Stop.
I was running out of the script.
I'm
And
snorting.
I was not sure where the hell I
You
was.
got me snorting. You got me laugh snorting. So that's that's fucking funny. Excuse my language. That's good. Good one, Dan. No, what is everyone doing? What day is it? Is it Friday?
It is Friday.
Oh, that's why the Mai Tais are coming
It's
out.
Friday.
Trying to discreetly order food, but I'm not doing too well. It's hard to order vegan food online for me for some reason. I don't know. I can never remember what I have here. That's part of the problem. So
wait, you're in Miami, right?
Right. Oh no, there's a ton of vegan options here. It's just that I'm using like Instacart, and I'm not actually ordering something from a restaurant.
Wow, so I get to go down to Miami and see Sandra.
I hope so.
No, I will definitely be going down to Miami. I've never been, so I know the crew is like that's all they're talking about. When are we going to Miami? I was like, we are not even in Florida yet.
I already told my friends that don't even know you guys, like, yo, the family's coming out to Florida. They're like, no way. So, yeah, I have tons of family out there.
No, I really want to go down to the Keys because I heard it's fantastic down there.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful place, really.
Yeah. I'm excited.
Now, when they welcome Matthews, Orange, and John.
Lorraine, what you up on? You feeling good? You feeling nice?
Oh, yeah. I'm just here taking care of my son. So I got a few minutes before he starts to wild out.
60, like 120 seconds before it all disappears. Yeah.
Just here having his grapes and wiring up himself. Get ready to go.
It's good to see you. Haven't seen you in a while. You've been heads down.
Yes, that's why. Heads down. That's the right word to use.
Heads down. Kill him with the no. No.
Yeah, what are you guys up to? I just joined.
Well, we've had a wide range of topics featuring everything from the value of the myofascia and how it's connected to your overall chakra and connective energy tissue. We've had a long, loving discussion on the role of Santa Claus and whether or not it was legally liable for him to actually even consider to give kids a good or bad naughty list. We had a rich discussion on the use of graphene for people who are trying to make sort of a new level of safe materials in bong production. And then we just recently ended a discussion about how the saxophone player on the Muppets apparently has been accused of multiple sexual crimes and has not yet been accounted for in today's history or verbal narrative due to the fake news and the algorithm.
Okay, I blacked out for that last part. I must have. Yeah, but yeah, real quick, the rosewater thing. I'm gonna try that right now. I was just gonna
Rose water in the bong. Yeah, I think that's a pretty cool thing.
Yeah, I'm not driving tonight, so it's like let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm
Let's
partying. I'm
let's
like
get it
partying.
in. Let's
Yeah,
totally.
let's
Are we doing a 14? Or are we doing a 20 on that? What kind of bong do we have here? Do we have this as a full size trucker, or are we like on a micro size Jimmy?
We're on a micro right
All
now.
right, so you're on a micro bubbler kind of action. All right, well, just make sure that you do the 3 Mississippi hit. You know what I'm saying? So you take one hit, you say Mississippi, exhale. You take a second hit, you say Mississippi, Mississippi, and then you exhale. And then the third one, you take a big hit, you say Mississippi, 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 because it gets harder, right? And then you exhale. So just
All right, well, I'm gonna
Matt.
go clean. I'm gonna go clean my bong. I'm gonna go clean it out real quick. And
All right, sounds good.
Yeah.
Matt, step up, man. What do you got? What do you got for us?
Yeah, I went to high school in Miami. I graduated in like the late '80s, but it's such a different place now. Like I can remember going to see concerts like in on Miami Beach, but it's such a different place now than when I was there. But yeah, I was there in the '80s, so that's it.
I mean, that's awesome, man. I mean, that's to think about it. '80s is where it was at. You know, a lot of stuff happened in the '80s. Of course, a lot of people did a lot of coke in the '80s too.
Hold on, isn't that like that's well? When was Scarface? Was Scarface set in the 70s or the 80s?
'80s.
I think it was like Well, wasn't it like 79 or 77, or is that
It
something?
probably was late 70s, right? Because he was still wearing the white suit, right? The Lionel Richie, yeah.
Godfather, right?
Scarface.
Oh,
Remember, Scarface is in Miami, right?
Yeah, that's definitely.
Yes. Yeah.
Isn't it?
So when you said Miami in the 80s, that's exactly what I thought in my head, you know? And it was like,
yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, if you see, what is it, Ace Ventura, when like the scene where he pulls up to his apartment, like right behind him, you can see the sign. It says Cameo, and Cameo is like a theater that like I don't know, from the 30s or 40s or whatever, but that was where everyone would go to see punk shows. So I saw Jimmy Cliff, I saw the Replacements, I saw a bunch of bands at that club, but I'm sure that's
hold on,
not
you said it's Jimmy Cliff?
Jimmy Cliff. Yeah.
Wow, Jimmy Cliff is amazing. I
I
feel
know.
What? Jimmy Cliff is amazing.
I partied in that, so.
But the Cameo Theater in Miami at the time, this is like 85, 86. Like that was the place you would go if you wanted to see punk, reggae, alternative bands. Like that was the place to go. So I'm sure it's not there anymore. I'm sure it's
The
like
building
not a
is
thing anymore. But that was the place to go. Yeah.
So the building is there. It was there up until recently, and it's a club. And when I lived there, I used to go to a party on Monday nights called Backdoor Bambi, because the party was in the back room of this theater, and that was turned into a huge bar. Like it's a huge bar now, like a club, several door club, several just. But I say that, and like that was I don't know currently, like in the last like 5 years, because it'd been like 5 years that I'd been there. But it's existed for this long. Yeah, they just
I'm a fan of the name.
Cameo. Yeah, it kept it because it's the marquee.
Oh no, the backdoor Bambi.
Oh,
That name.
yeah, that party. Oh,
Yeah, it's a great name.
I was 20.
Yeah, I bet you that's going to be the name of an NFT pretty soon.
Yeah. You know what? I think Backdoor Bambi 5 is when they really hit their stride. You know. Debbie does Dallas. Bambi does. Yeah.
It's a backdoor Bambi. I love it.
Yeah,
Wait, did I just
exactly.
walk in hearing Backdoor Betty 5? That seems...
Backdoor Bambi 5. Yeah.
Oh, Backdoor Betty. Fine, I would prefer something in a Lolita class. Thank you.
Yeah, you have to go buy that .com or ETH or whatever now, the whole backdoor Betty thing.
Backdoor Bambi sounds like a porno with furries. Sorry. Is dressed as deer. Matt.
So one memory I have from that experience was I went to see The Replacements. It was like 1986, and the band was so drunk and so bad, like they couldn't, like that sounded awful. So I just went outside to have a cigarette, and this prostitute came up to me, and she was wearing a muumuu, and she had no teeth, and she came up to me and she was like, "You want a date?" And I was like, "Nope, no thanks, ma'am. I'm all good." But yeah, that's a Miami memory for sure.
You said Replacements?
Yeah.
Oh, I did Paul when Paul Westerberg went out and did his his solo album called Stereo.
Uh-huh.
I did the commercial for it. I
know-
directed and produced this commercial for it.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Fun. Fun fact. Yeah, no, it was very interesting. Let me tell you, it was actually a very interesting experience. So, I get the job, or I haven't got the job yet, right? So I go in for the meeting, and I walk into the office, and I expect him to. I was very excited. I expect him to be there, but I walk in, he's not there. But his manager hands me like a box of VHS tapes, and says here, and a bunch of in a box with VHS tapes, and then mini DV tapes, and then high 8 tapes, and then he's like, here's the footage. He's like, here, so put something together. He's very excited to see it, and by the way, he hates everything. And I was like, oh okay, so no direction, nope, just off you go. I scanned through everything he gave me and outputted a product for him for a commercial, and didn't have to do one re-edit on it. He loved it the moment he saw it, and then he was like, "Yeah, this is good. This is perfect." And then it played nationwide. Don't know for how long, but yeah. So that was a really fun, fun and terrifying experience, right? as a creative, because you couldn't, because I was like, well, can I talk, because it's not like, you want to talk to the person, a little bit, because he's just, my direction was just make it good. And I was like, okay. You know what I mean? All right.
But that's what most people are asking for. They give you all this
On the base
direction.
level.
They just want great TV. I used to be like, these are my pillars. I mean, like, at the end, I was like, what they want is great TV. So figure it out.
Yeah. So yeah. No, it's so fascinating. Yeah. So I think I found it on. I actually found it on YouTube. Somebody put it on YouTube. So I think there's a link to it from on my YouTube from it. I don't know, maybe not. But no, it's pretty fascinating to see all these years later. I was like, oh yeah, that's right. That's yeah, it's fun. But I mean, that was done. Let me think. My son, that was done in 19 or not 19. That was done in 2002, maybe 1 or 2 around there.
One of the things that's interesting about you guys is you guys have had multiple careers. You know?
Oh, it's because we old. No, I'm just kidding.
Touche. Touche. Touche.
That's not true either.
Correct.
I know people.
No,
I know people
it makes a lot of sense. Because a lot of the people I'm talking to are just like, if I feel like they've been in one career the whole time, which is not a bad thing, right? But I think it's one of those things that brings us together where we've done all of this stuff, and you wouldn't know about Dan's background making trailers unless you asked him. And then you saw the trailer, you're like, fuck, you know what I mean? You just wouldn't know.
No, it's fun. Honestly, like it's been, for me, it's been quite a journey through this life of going from different jobs, and really quite different ones, from one to the other. But one has always pervaded, like me being a creative has always gone through that. It's like a vein that goes through any job I have, I think. And I always go back to it. You know what I mean? I'm always like, I always run back to it as well. So.
It's hard to get away from it, right? Like, in a lot of ways, a lot of us are like artists who figured out how to have a relationship with capital.
Yeah, and some not.
Right?
Yeah,
go ahead,
right. Right. But we're still artists. Honestly, you have no choice.
Yes,
if you're
absolutely.
an artist, you have no choice. You have no choice. Yeah. And Matthew, you have your hand raised? You don't really have to. I think you just butt in.
Well, okay. But I worked for a couple years at a liquor store, and I thought I did pretty good, but then I realized, like, I really don't like people. I really don't like talking to people. So how do I get out of this? And then, so I decided to drive a forklift for a couple years, and that's how I got out of it. But yeah, I can't deal with people anymore. I'm done.
Yeah, that's why we created kind of this space. It's it says the Syndicate in Nap Logic. I was taking a nap, but it's really Together Alone. Together Alone was created because we recognized that people wanted to be together, but hated being together. So the idea of Together Alone is it allows people who love being together, but hate being with other people, to be together with other people without having to be with other people. You know what I mean? Together Alone.
Yeah, that's why I'm here. All right, Dan. I think I'm loaded. Do you have? Did you order your Mai Tai yet? Is it big? Come on, it's Friday. It's like the Syndicate After Dark right now. Let's go.
That's right.
Maybe the answer.
It's only 4:20 here, till 4:25 here. It's not that after dark. It's like 5 hours away from after dark, technically. But all right. But anyway, Dan's on a break. Dan's creating some awesome clips. I didn't know that. So Dan used to do that, do trailers for movies and things.
Dude, Dan has put together some of the best anime trailers you've ever seen in your life.
Oh, that's awesome! Right on.
It is ridiculous. I'm gonna put it to the top. It's called Deep in the Heart of Houston, Texas. I just put it to the top.
Oh, this is amazing, because now if I have an editing question and I'm stuck, I can annoy Dan. Yes.
Man, so you'll see it in the top. About 30 seconds in, you'll see one of the trailers he edited, and blow your mind in half. I'm telling you.
Sweet.
Like, it was, to edit something like that takes a lot of work. So much work.
Mm.
And I can't imagine how tough it was using 90s technologies to do all this shit.
All right, I'm gonna watch this,
yeah,
and then I'll be right back. Yeah.
Yeah, 90s tech to do this. Yeah, that took a while. Yeah, that's pretty good still.
Dan is dangerous. Go ahead, Matt.
Well, I have to go because I'm out of beer. I have to go and get more beer. So I'd just like to say thanks for having me. I hope you're here when I come back with my beer. And thanks for having me, and thanks for listening. You guys are great. Thank you.
Hey, you're always welcome, Mr. Miami in the 80s. We'll always remember. Matthias, are you stocked up for the weekend? For the weekend's reading list? I imagine you have like a 6-pack of books and a 6-pack of beer, and that's what fuels all of the education.
You already know. I got tall cans. So that does it, so I don't like unravel and throw my life away. I only buy 2 tall cans a day. So it's up to me to budget that through the week. You know what I mean? But if we good during the week, the weekends got to be lit, and we about to get a video.
It's like the Mexican Red Bull, you know, a tall can. You ever see those like Instagram? Hey, Mr. George, how much you pay the new guy? $20? Oh, it's too much, right? And then like a picture of a dude figuring out how to put a beer can in a extra large McDonald's cup without straw.
Dude, the tall cans are where they're at. But I love that he said that, though. I gotta go stock up.
Hey, Dan, I know Dan is listening. Sorry. Oh, sorry. I know Dan is listening. Dan, maybe the rose water has to be cut with like actual water as well, possibly. I'm just saying. So yeah, definitely dilute it.
Definitely dilute it next time. You sound like Casey. You know, it's funny. It'd be funny if Casey used rainwater, like rose water, and you know, man. It's funny because like
I smelled it and I was like, this is way too I was like, no.
Mm-hmm.
Because I do use rose water on my face and things. It's really good for your skin. So, but yeah. Oof. Where is Casey? Oh, it's Friday. I'm sure he's got maybe family things to do.
Wait, who, me?
No, Casey.
Oh,
No,
I'm
there
Casey.
you are. Oh, Dan. Hey, Dan, were you listening before?
No, I was chowing down my food because I was famished
Okay.
and
Okay.
everything was great.
Just real quick. Next time you give someone the advice of the rose water, tell them to dilute it in half with water.
Okay. All right. Is it? Was it any good or what?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just
Cool.
the straight rose water is pretty is pretty harsh.
Yeah. I think the other thing that would be cool to try would be elderflower.
I'll be right back. No, just kidding.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, there's you could take like I mean, I've never gotten the water. I've had like elderflower liqueur, which is amazing. With like champagne and a little bit of club soda. So you do like 3 parts. Actually, it's 3 parts. No, 2 parts elderflower liqueur. Actually, do this: 2 shots of elderflower liqueur, with say 8 ounces or 6 to 8 ounces of champagne, and then like maybe an ounce or 2 of soda water. And that is it's a cocktail I call an imperial. Served in a
Can
very small
the
glass.
champagne be switched out for something not disgusting?
Mm-hmm. Do you like liqueurs or do you like? What do you like?
I do like liqueurs. I dislike my biggest dislike is gin, and I can't do gin, and I can't do champagne.
Okay, well then, so you should drink a pineapple slur. That's another drink I made, and that is what is pineapple slur, Dan? That is essentially 4 shots of pineapple juice, 3 shots, actually, either a shot and a half of dark rum and a shot and a half of light rum, and then probably a half a shot or maybe a shot of EXR. That's an Italian, like an amore, almost like a dessert wine. Yeah, and then you need some syrup in there. I usually go with like, I actually use like Fanta. I use like orange Fanta or something like that. So I sort of like use like a soda-y kind of thing. Anyways, that's really yummy. And you can make that in a grog form. So a grog cocktail is really just 4 cocktails in one, and then served like in either something you can drink on the beach or something you can give to a friend at the pool and say, here, take of my grog. You know what I mean? You're like, yeah, man. And it's kind of nice.
Women do love that pineapple and rum mix.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's just it's very islandy, very sort of like summery. Nice.
I heard women like when guys prefer the pineapple mix.
I know
I don't know why though.
I know. Come on, it's so that
I don't understand why.
I know. I've heard that too. Maybe
I
Dan
just learned this, by the way. I just learned this like literally this week. No, this is something I learned that too, but I just learned this other thing I'm going to say this week, which is the upside down pineapple is the symbol of swingers welcome. I did not know that.
Yeah, I learned that recently.
That's just I didn't know
I
that.
thought it was the flamingos. I thought it was the flamingos outside the home.
No, I thought flamingos were.
That seems pretty expensive.
You could go there on
signal,
Thursday.
you know? You have to buy a flamingo.
No, not real
what do they eat?
flamingos.
Oh, okay.
The plastic ones.
Okay, I thought this is like, man, this is really hard to being a swinger. It's like this is the 5th flamingo we lost this week.
Well, Anne's into those inflatable flamingo things. She's into that.
No, not the inflatable ones. The hard plastic flamingo.
Yeah.
right?
Wow.
Yeah, where I live, it's mostly stars. It's all over my area.
Really? See, this is fascinating to me. So there's upside down. So you've heard upside down pineapples. I've heard flamingos, and then stars. Sandra, what's it in Florida?
Oh, I don't. It's whatever Reddit says it is. I have no idea.
I think in Florida that you put a pineapple on your porch if you're not a swinger. You know, it's like the other thing. You have to signal the opposite. Because, yeah.
Yeah, there's a gated community near where I live, and it's mostly stars on their doors and stuff. So that's
wow.
And I live near like cornfields are near where I live. There's so much corn here. It's on the road. So like you drive through there, and next thing you know, you see a star in a house. You try to keep away from that if you're not into that.
I used to hear about these car key parties, these key parties, where everyone throws their keys into the pile, and whoever the woman's keys takes out goes home with that dude.
I could never take that chance. That is
Yeah, that seems like a
way
big
too many
roulette wheel.
variables. Too many
Yeah.
variables for me. I can't.
Uh-huh. Yeah, we have to bound that, you know?
I think that you can either do that or you can pick the designated, like, guy that you know. You know what I mean? But it's like somebody who gets picked. Like, Randall, get up there.
Oh, you mean?
And then,
Oh,
like,
you're talking about the
you can either
DD.
choose randomness or you can pick Randall. You know what I mean? In fact, we call it Random Randall. You know what I mean?
I like the idea of a DD, a designated dick, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, and the other thing too, it's like, just because you take them home doesn't mean you're necessarily, doing that. Like, a lot of it's all about, like, can you do you know Randall enough to sort of like, okay, I could probably go home and like talk him out of that, right? Right? 'Cause I know he's gonna
No, and to be fair, in reality, I mean, I don't want to throw reality into this, but I'm sure there's a lot of whiskey dick going on at that point. So I'm sure there wasn't a lot of, you know what I mean, like stuff going on. I'm sure a lot of people got fucking
Yeah, see,
wasted.
now you sound like my friend Clint, who says consensual nature takes over if the right elements of if the right elements are present.
Really?
Okay.
He said, "Oh, okay, all right."
He just says that he fights my whole logic argument of like, oh well, I could, you can maintain logic, and he's like, no, they'll get to a point where you'll be with the opposite sex and you will not be able to.
Yeah, there's again too many variables, right? Like it maybe somebody new that you really, really, really want, and you've always wanted to, maybe, but then how long have you been married for? Like, how comfortable are you with that person?
Right. Well,
like,
it's also how
there's so many things that go into that.
It's how he was brought up too.
Be a blanket statement.
Yeah, he
I
was
like
also
that Spice Girls approach. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want, instead of just leaving it to chance. Yeah.
Yeah, where's that questionnaire, Dan?
I don't know.
That's a good fight for him.
Hollywood.
I mean, we went over the diseases. Like you sit down and go, okay, like, or the crazy one, not the diseases one. This questionnaire. So how crazy are you, right? And then and then you go from there.
I think it should be more like kinks, fears, and satisfactions. Go ahead. Excuse me. Kinks, fears, and satisfactions, please. I need your kinks on. I just like to. I like to do an 8-foot stare. What do you mean? I like it if she's there. I just like to stare at her like 8 feet away. Sometimes, like I'm admiring it. Okay, all right. And you fear? I'm kind of afraid of clowns. Is that true? I don't know. I mean, okay, I'm afraid of maybe of me at times, like being me. Okay, whatever. And fear, Kingston, what satisfactions? What's your satisfaction, son? What do you mean? What's your primal satisfaction? Just pick from this list of images. All right. You're gonna pick the donkey, aren't you? No, I'm not picking the donkey. You want to pick the donkey? No, I don't want to pick the donkey. All right. What about the rabbit? No, I don't want the rabbit. How about this butterfly image here? You're looking at that. You're looking at you. You want the speakeasy down here? Yeah, I want the speakeasy. Yeah, I know your type. I'm almost stoned, by the way, so I'm just gonna go back here and hide in the corner.
So you like drunk butterflies at speakeasies? And you stare at them? I'm confused.
Reason does not matter when a person's hungry.
Yeah, that's
You know
true.
what
I'm sorry. I was going to tell you to eat earlier, but then I sound like some, nagging pain in the ass. So I didn't say anything. I should have said something.
You guys hear me okay? Check. Does this work?
I can hear you, but you sound like you're far away.
Far away, yeah, I figured. So, Anna Mariah, do you know, what's his name? Kronos? Alex? He's I met him through Lagertha and KC. He moved from Michigan to Florida, and he's in like the automotive industry, and yeah, he was looking for a new job yesterday. So,
I heard about him through the Twitter.
Yeah. So one of my friends, he works at Tesla. So, he can basically refer him into a position as long as he finds one on the website. So, I'm DMing him right now. Seems like a good dude.
Awesome. All right. Well, I gotta go because I have to go get ready for dinner and go laugh my ass off.
So is tonight the birthday night?
Yeah. Well, I mean, his birthday was
Nice.
last week, but this is the day that we were able to get everybody together. You know what I mean? So.
Love
Yeah,
it. Well, happy birthday from all of us.
Thank you.
100%.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. All right, guys. I will talk to you guys later. And yeah, what a weird, it's, I don't want to celebrate until it's happened, until I'm in the car, right? So I'm definitely happy, but reserved.
You should be.
Yeah.
Cautiously optimistic.
Exactly. That's exactly where I'm at right now. So, the anxiety is gone. So, yay.
Yeah.
But yeah, you guys have a great night. I'll talk to you guys later.
10 years in the making.
Bye.
Yep. But yeah, 10 years in the making. All right. Bye.
All right. So, Sandra, Dan, I was wondering if I could ask for your help. So with Christian, I think there's a lot of folks who are interested. Some folks weren't as confident in being able to spend the 500 US now, but because I have a relationship with Christian, I really don't want to leave anyone out if it's like $50 or 100, do you know what I mean?
Right.
Like I'd rather preserve. So I'm not sure if you can help me out because I'm kind of like the in between Christian. So if you don't mind talking to some of the folks and seeing, what makes sense for all of them, then maybe I think there's an opportunity for Christian to actually make more money by having more people come through the door at a price point that works for everyone today, instead of saying, "Oh, okay, not everyone's ready at this." You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'll talk to
I get that.
Yeah. I just, again, because I'm the intermediary, it's I want some degree of separation when it comes to that because it's Christian and Christian knows me, and
Yeah.
this is one of the first few times that we're actually transacting money together and all that kind of good stuff.
All right, I hear you, but I want to collapse it because there's the suggestion of go find out X, Y, debate, comes back around. Could be a week, could be 2 weeks. Let's collapse that timeline of reality. So if you collapse that, and let's just say you were going to jump to an average, if you could get people basically to go in at 200, right? If each person can jump in at 200, and basically we set what size class will Christian do? Does he want a limit or you know what I'm saying? Is it does he just want 6 strong, or is it 8, or you know what I mean? Because there's probably 4 of us or 5 of us at least that are
that are really ready now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So even if we just started with the people who are ready now,
Yeah.
the price point that we have allows him to create the sizzle reel, which I want everyone to have.
Oh
Does that make
no,
sense?
no.
Right?
I guess what I'm looking at is not everyone can do the 500, right? That's the
Yeah,
issue, right?
exactly.
So can some people take more of a burden on that than others, right? You know what I'm saying? Can one of us take it at 1,000, right, and then basically distribute that 500 across the syndicate folks that couldn't make the difference or whatever? You know what I mean? Who on the team can do that, and why would they do that, and their motive to do that? Mostly to make sure that you have 5 in a good class. Like if 5 is what Christian needs to sort of make the class really work, then I think something could be figured out amongst the 5 that go in there. You know what I mean? Um, just because we had to, I mean, at least that's where my head's going. Um, just because I'd want us to be whatever Christian thinks would be strong. If it's 4, 3, 5, whatever, okay. And then there's two things happening here. One, every story that gets told in the syndicate is good for the syndicate, right? So I would just try to help cross that gap, I guess. That's my first idea. And then the second idea would be to figure out, like, well, then how can you do a smaller niche where maybe your, willingness to spend more goes further. You know what I'm saying? For those who can really leverage it. Or maybe we should only do the folks who really feel like they can monetize it on the other side. That'll actually walk through. That's the thing. I mean, Christian's giving you one door to walk through, but there's going to be actually a whole bunch of doors past that. And if we don't, you know what I mean? It's sort of like, I don't know. I used to give people chances all the time, but now I know that sometimes I can't give somebody a chance who I don't know if they can cross the gap, right? So I don't know, just things I'm thinking out loud about.
Yeah. Look, I'm open, right? You know what I want? I want to see everybody be able to walk out the door, being able to do whatever the hell they want, right? It could be create an album, could be get an agent, whatever they want.
Yeah, totally.
Rod's here.
I think that's cool.
Guys, I have to jump to this call.
Okay. Well,
I'll
let's shut this down and then I can start up.
Yeah. All right. Dan, thanks for taking over. All
Thanks
right,
for
take care.
hosting, man.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, thanks. All right.
Bye.